Here's our main character, Beak Ducio. Just 3 seconds ago, he accidentally took down the final boss of the game and got ice guide straight into the game world itself. And get this, the moment he woke up, the system hit him with a mission: escape the deadly pursuit of a pack of assassins. Now, all this goes back to a game called Mythical World, released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed at female players. But for some reason, the number of male players exploded out of nowhere. As for features, the game lets you pick from a ton of characters, from easy ones that are super effective to tough ones that suck ass. And in that massive roster, there's one total trash character who's a nightmare to level up and has garbage skills. And the masochist who mastered that character, Beak Ducio, over 10 years, that's me, the player Beak Ducio. Right then, as Beak Ducio was brewing himself a cup of coffee and heading back to his computer, he spotted a fresh post on the forum. "Oh, new post on the forum, some update or what?" he muttered, clicking fast to check it out. No clue what the hell this game updated, but players were pissed. "Trash game, where'd this stupid dragon come from and blow up all my game data? What the fuck is this freakish black demon dragon? It says my character's dead and I can't log in anymore. What the hell's going on? My character's just gone." Negative comments started flooding in. Beak Ducio read through it all and was just as baffled. A final boss in a dating sim? Thought the game ended if the two main chars hooked up. That's when he noticed a post everyone was buzzing about. "Guys, this boss is unbeatable. This shitty black demon dragon has 99% magic resistance innate. No cooldown, keeps screwing me with magic absorption and blasts out some spell shooting crap. How do you take it down? This has to be a bug." Seeing the poster's name, our protagonist yelped in surprise. "Wait, that's a famous ranker. HMPH, final boss, let's see, a magic-immune monster in a magic-filled world feels off. Real bug, they're saying characters got deleted too. Ah, so this must be the boss. Black Demon Dragon, Dark Knight 13 Moons has appeared." Beak Ducio muttered, staring at the dragon in front of him. Alright, so the story is, in Mythical World, there's this cult worshipping the black demon folk, whose goal is to help another world called the Personal Gate dominate this one. And once those lunatics achieved their goal, the black demon dragon showed up. 90% of the continent got overrun by the Personal Gate. I was just PvP grinding and ignored the story, but this is chaos. Is this okay? Beak Ducio stroked his chin. Then, seeing how op this dragon was, he got all itchy to fight. HMPH, wasn't planning to tangle with it, but maybe I should give it a shot. Thinking it doing it, our boy Beak Ducio instantly hit yes on the challenge prompt against the black demon dragon. "I'll show off the skills I've honed over 10 years, Beak Ducio thought to himself. Quick rundown on his character, Beak Ducio. He's the only one who can't use magic, even though literally everyone in the game can. That's why even hardcore players avoid him. Basically, he's weaker than a side character. Of course, he can use a tiny bit of magic, but just one spell, Warp Flash. Back to the fight. Right as Beak Ducio appeared, the black demon dragon opened its maw to charge energy. And then the massive beast opened wide and spewed fire straight at him. Facing this attack, Beak Ducio just smirked faintly, while activating Warp Flash to leap onto the dragon's back, dodging the blast. Now about Beak Ducio's Warp Flash. This skill lets him teleport randomly 3 to 10 meters away super fast. Since the spot's random, if you don't control the distance perfectly, he'll die instantly from the speed and impact. Plus, the cooldown and mana cost are a joke, and there's a 2-second stun penalty after, so anyone can learn it, but nobody uses it. But Beak Ducio mastered Warp Flash, controlling direction and distance, even nullifying the 2-second stun. It costs no mana if this char has no mana stat anyway. Unlike other spells, Warp Flash is basically just a dash skill. But I've been obsessed with this character since everything's skill-based, so for 10 years, I've mained the one guy who doesn't use magic in combat. And while our protagonist was reminiscing, the madman sliced this black demon dragon clean in half. No idea how a no-mana character has the raw power to beat this thing, but at least its magic resistance was useless since he doesn't cast spells. After the black dragon hit the dirt, he got a system alert. You've defeated the final boss, Dark Knight 13 Moons. Beak Ducio stared at the notification in disbelief. Holy shit, what? Did I really just take it down? I know I'm geared head to toe in rare artifacts, but this is still a trash character. But damn, that's awesome. Gotta brag to the community that I smoked the black demon dragon. Beak Ducio said, slamming the post button. But right then, glaring red warnings popped up in front of him, screaming danger. Due to a bad ending, 90% of Mythical World has been destroyed. However, you've come close to the true ending. Please reach the true ending. Beak Ducio freaked out at the weird shit. What the hell? What's going on? He screamed in pure terror. Then our protagonist vanished mysteriously from his room. Cut to some rundown room. Beak Ducio woke up dazed. What happened, and where the hell am I? He said, scanning his surroundings. Then, catching his reflection in a nearby mirror, his face froze. It was the super familiar mug he'd rocked for 10 years. This face, it's Beak Ducio. But before Beak Ducio could process it, a system screen appeared in front of him. Episode 1, Escape the Hunt. Seeing the system message, he got even more panicked. This is Beak Ducio's starter quest. No way, he thought, frantically digging into his pocket, and pulled out some paper. This is my Stella Academy acceptance letter. At this point, even if he didn't want to admit it, Beak Ducio knew where he was. Unbelievable, but this has to be mythical world. And I'm Beak Ducio. Saying that, he forced himself to calm down and analyze. Gotta think logically. That voice said go for the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game has no true ending. Hell, as a dating sim, it has a billion endings. Who knows which one's the true one it wants? Wait, maybe no one's unlocked the true ending in 10 years. Beak Ducio blinked at his own thought, but then shoved it aside. Whatever, got a bigger problem now. Shit, no time to think. If I remember right after Beak Ducio wakes up, his pursuers bust into the house. Thinking that, he didn't waste a second, and immediately cracked the door to peek outside. And yep, exactly as he feared. Outside, a gang of thugs was gearing up to off him. Where'd that little rat go? Someone in the assassin crew yelled. Hearing that, Beak Ducio slammed the door shut and hid inside. This is bad, they're here, he thought, sweating bullets. But right then, one of the goons spotted his hideout and shouted, "There's a house over there. Rush and search it." Got it, the others barked back. Beak Ducio was losing it. What now? I got a time limit to dodge hits. But I can't fight this many. What do I do? The more he thought, the more anxious he got. And like the system pitied the poor guy, it dropped a hint. You can use Warp Flash. Oh, what? I can use Warp Flash, he thought, stunned. Born with mana leak syndrome, Beak Ducio can't accumulate mana at all, placing his sole hope on the spell he spent his entire life mastering. Back to the present, Beak Ducio was checking out the Warp Flash skill info. Warp Flash level 0, max distance 9m, max charges 1, cooldown 3 seconds. After seeing the Warp Flash details, Beak Ducio didn't feel any better. It says use Warp Flash, but I'm not gaming with a keyboard and mouse here. How the hell do I even use it? But before our protagonist could think more, outside, the assassins charged like rabid dogs, scared he'd bolt, their footsteps thundering. That made Beak Ducio jump. Shit, they're here already. No time left, gotta roll the dice. Beak Ducio gritted his teeth, then before the assassins burst into the house and cornered him, the guy slipped outside on his own. But of course, the thugs spotted him instantly. I found the bastard. Chase him down. Don't let him escape, stop right there. The assassins barked nonsense while our protagonist racked his brain to avoid getting torn apart. His current plan: use Warp Flash to shake these pursuers. They're wearing magic boots, so they're faster for sure, so the only way out is Warp Flash. Stay calm, I've used Warp Flash a million times. I know how to nail the distance perfectly. Beak Ducio hyped himself up. Meanwhile, the assassin sounds closed in behind. You bastard won't stop. One of them bellowed, forcing Beak Ducio to glance back and gauge the gap. They're almost on me. Warp Flash's weakness is crashing into something and dying if you mess up distance control, but for me, it'll be different. Beak Ducio thought, and right then, the assassin leader caught up. I'll send you to hell, die. He swung his sword straight at him. And the instant that sword was about to hit Beak Ducio, he went all in on Warp Flash, like a lightning flash streaking by. Beak Ducio's body vanished, then reappeared ahead. Seeing his success, he was thrilled inside. Nailed it, he thought gleefully while the assassins froze in shock. What the? Warp Flash, he's a mage. They panicked. The leader snapped them back. Don't wuss out. After Warp Flash, they're stunned for 2 seconds. Best chance to get him. Wait. Why is that bastard still moving? The leader yelled in shock, seeing Beak Ducio sprinting ahead like a squirrel. Back to Beak Ducio, though he'd widened the gap temporarily, he stayed on high alert. Careful, gotta be even more careful. Gotta use this rough terrain. Players who can't master Warp Flash here won't clear the next episode. Beak Ducio thought. Sadly, 99% of Beak Ducio players fail the tutorial, and the 1% who pass still can't control distance or chain warps. Back to Beak Ducio, once the 3-second cooldown ended, he instantly warped across the bumpy terrain to extend the lead again, shocking the trailing assassins. Warping on this terrain? That guy's insane. Though stunned, the leader saw Beak Ducio pulling away and yelled back. Mages up front hit him from range. Per his order, 3 mages stepped up. Beak Ducio, fleeing, heard and glanced back. Magic incoming. He thought, not too surprised since in-game this was tutorial part 2. Dodge magic arrows with Warp Flash. Now the mages unleashed, firing countless arrows from all angles at him, and Beak Ducio got real worried. In-game, I could see behind via screen, easy to dodge. But now it's different. He gritted his teeth, and as he struggled, the system boosted him. Mana leak syndrome activated, sixth sense and perception boost engaged. Right after that alert, Mana waves rippled from Beak Ducio, letting him sense every arrow's trajectory perfectly. And just like that, our protagonist danced through the arrow rain. For arrows coming too thick with no dodge angle, he just warped out of the way. Lucky he dodged in time or he'd be toast. Whoa, that was close, Beak Ducio thought while scrambling up to keep moving, and soon he reached the tutorial's final part. Tutorial Part 3, Warp Across the Chasm. Ahead loomed a massive abyss with floating rocks midway for players to hop across, and Beak Ducio's task: nail warp distances precisely to land on them, the only way to the other side. Then I'll run into some passing mages and escape, ending the tutorial. Gotta cancel the 0.1 second warp startup perfectly. Fail once and you're dead, Beak Ducio told himself. He eyed the rocks, calculating, about 20 floating here. 0.1 seconds, easier said than done. Who the hell scripted this tutorial anyway? Thinking that, Beak Ducio clenched his fists in rage, but honestly, it wasn't impossible. Problem is, those pursuers are closer than I thought. He glanced at the nearby assassins. There he is, one yelled, then they all sprinted full throttle. Gaps about 100 m, warp cooldown 3 seconds, not enough time to cross. So the most practical survival move, take out the whole group. Beak Ducio slipped aside, quietly assessing. Insane, how am I thinking I can handle this right after a fight? In-game, the system wouldn't let you fight pursuers, but this is reality. No rule says blindly follow the game system. Taking one out ain't shit, not cause they're parents' enemies like the plot. They're here, come on, I'll wipe you all, Beak Ducio thought. Seconds later, they clashed, no words needed. Leader ordered there, grab that punk. Got it, in assassin lunge. Seeing Beak Ducio face them head-on instead of running, he smirked inside, daring to fight us solo. Total idiot. You're done. Meanwhile, Beak Ducio calmly calculated target distance, 8.7 m, warp flash. Warp activated, instant close, his dagger plunged through the enemy's chest. First kill but zero fear. Fresh blood on his fingertips, no guilt. This is kill or be killed, Beak Ducio told himself. Then he unleashed cliffside elbow smash, hurling the guy into the group behind. After dropping one, Beak Ducio bolted since warp was on cooldown. Seeing Beak Ducio snatch one and flee, they went berserk. He's running. Don't let him escape no matter what. Back to Beak Ducio, moving while scheming. One down, but next won't be easy. What now? Why is it so quiet behind? They stopping. Weren't they gonna use magic? But dodging shit, Beak Ducio cursed inside. Leader signaled excitedly, do it. On cue the mage cast, forming an array ahead and unleashing fireballs. Straight at Beak Ducio's position. Damn it, that shitty spell. Beak Ducio spun, scanning for a good warp spot, spotting a tree branch on the nearby cliff. There, let's go. Warp flash, he thought. Simultaneously, the fireballs hit his old spot, exploding huge. Leader grinned seeing the hit. Serves you right, you punk. But before he could gloat, no corpse in the crater. Where is he muttered, unaware. Beak Ducio dodged the blast and warped right above his head. Ultimate warp. Momentum conserved pre and post warp, he thought, warping again, dagger aimed at the guy. Leader screamed and dropped instantly. The rest stood stunned. What the? One panicked. But before he finished, Beak Ducio warped beside him and sent him to join the others. As for Beak Ducio, after all that action, his stamina tanked. 2 down. Gotta hurry before they recover, he thought. Ahead, Scarface now took him seriously. Freak. Your reaction speed's insane for a mage. Who the hell are you? Beak Ducio ignored him, focused on his plan. My reflexes beat any player, but that's in-game. This is real, can't dodge forever, especially this close. Gotta wipe him quick. With that, he charged. Scarface's eyes turned deadly. I figured out your movement. He thought just warp and dagger. Guard face and neck, he can't touch me. So he monocoated his sword ready. Come on, you filthy brat, he roared. Beak Ducio instantly warped to dodge. At the same time, right in front, Scarface thrust out countless sharp ice spikes. Gotcha, now let's see you writhe in agony, he thought gleefully. 'Cause in theory, if Beak Ducio warped in, he'd impale himself on those spikes. But tough luck for him, that plan flopped. 'Cause the target Beak Ducio aimed for was his buddy behind him. By the time Scarface realized, it was too late. His teammate got sent to the afterlife by Beak Ducio. Damn it, he roared, you were just scurrying like a rat before, and now you pull this shit. Beak Ducio admitted straight up, yeah, but that was then. I gotta thank you for making me stronger every day, he said with a mocking grin that twisted Scarface's mug like a baboon's ass. You mangy dog, think you can get away with this 'cause we went easy on you. Dies, the guy bellowed. Meanwhile, Beak Ducio snatched a spear from one of his fresh kills and charged. He got in stance first, then hurled the spear, fast as an arrow, straight at Scarface. That made him think warp, aiming for my blind spot, throwing the spear to force a block, then hitting from behind. No way. Thinking that, he crossed his sword over his chest to block the spear, then swung back to take out Beak Ducio. Just turn and slash, he muttered. But when he turned, nobody behind him. That's when Scarface realized he'd overthought it. Too bad, no time to fix it. 'Cause as he turned back, Beak Ducio warped in from the front, stabbing his dagger right into the guy's heart. So he planned to attack from the front all along. Scarface thought, then croaked. Right then, Beak Ducio got a notification. Chapter 1, Escape the Hunt complete. Gained experience plus a special gift from the Constellation Project for unique story development. Back to Beak Ducio eyeing the corpses and blood, tons of thoughts swirled in his head. Right, this ain't a dream. My first warp, first fight, first kill. I killed to survive, he thought, calming himself down. Didn't take long to snap out of the daze. He had to GTFO this spot quick. Wait, even if this place is kinda sketchy. Gotta face facts, I'm broke, Beak Ducio thought, looting the bodies. And it paid off. A pouch of gold coins. Sweet, let's see. About 2,000,001, better than nothing. Now the real issue is, gotta cross this cliff first, he muttered, heading over. But before our protagonist could do jack, a voice echoed from the other side. Anyone there? This way. Following the sound, Beak Ducio strained to look. Tutorial mage is right. Thinking that, he yelled back, I'm here. The mages heard and shouted. No bridge here, can you cross? Yeah, on my way. Let's wait, he says he can make it. The mage told the group, but a green-haired guy nearby wondered. Crossing that cliff needs at least third-class night level. Can that kid pull it off? Not sure. The mage shrugged casually, but then he gawked as Beak Ducio started hopping the floating rocks. In their eyes, Beak Ducio's body kept teleporting across the stones, sparking curiosity. What was that? Jump spell to answer. A voice from behind, that's Warp Flash, from a sad-faced blue-haired girl. Everyone was stunned. Warp Flash, but you can't control direction or distance. How's that possible? He said, turning to Beak Ducio, but right then, he spotted two figures on the other side, those two with the kid. But before he could ponder, one of the assassin mages unleashed magic. Fireball at Beak Ducio. Watch out, someone yelled. Meanwhile, our protagonist spotted the attack, so he gritted his teeth and warped again. Then eyed his attackers, those mercenaries from before. Too close for comfort. Warp cooldown 3 seconds, but dodging all that magic's impossible. Gotta find another floating rock. Beak Ducio thought, scanning fast, but the mage didn't give him time. Blasted energy straight at him. Lucky for Beak Ducio, he dodged by leaning aside. But real trouble hit. For some reason, the rock under him split, sending our guy plummeting. Shit, all the floating rocks are too far. Hope I hit one, he gritted, activating Warp Flash. And it seemed death wasn't ready for him yet. Beak Ducio landed near a floating rock and clung on. You survived, he thought, before spotting another fireball incoming. Or not, I'm dead. But before it nailed him, a blue energy blast swatted it away, saving our protagonist by a hair. What shocked him more was the spell's flare. What was that? Ice spear wrapped in lightning, who combines elements like that and calculated the trajectory perfectly, no mana wasted. Who pulls off a flawless strike like that? He thought, glancing at the mages. The blue-haired girl did it. The mercenaries, seeing their attack fail, paled and bilayed fast. Beak Ducio sighed in relief as they split. Phew, guess I made it. Once across, he rushed to the blue-haired girl. Thanks for the save. She glanced back coolly. Didn't do it for thanks, so forget it. Gotcha. She's got the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, but kinda unapproachable. Anyway, those were bandits raiding the village. But most that crap's done by the Black Demon cult. Either way, it's over. Crossing this cliff puts me in mage territory. Black Demon cult won't tail me here. Plus, they don't even know who I am. Right then, a system notification popped up. Chapter 2, Enroll in Stella Academy. Beak Ducio wasn't sure how to react. Chapter 2 already? Sweet, sounds not too bad. But how do I pull off going to school at my age? Cut to young Beak Ducio's memory. Mom, when I grow up I'll be a mage. He tugged her shirt. The woman smiled. Mom believes you, Ducio. Records say his parents busted ass to raise him. I'll study hard and make him proud. He buried himself in books, but it all crashed when the doc's verdict hit. You said my son's got mana leak syndrome. Mom stammered blankly. Little Beak Ducio's face went numb in disbelief. No way. The kid wailed, and adult Beak Ducio watched third person. Beak Ducio's memory, or mine. He thought in panic, then a splitting headache snapped him awake. Morning already, he muttered meanwhile. The red-haired guy opposite spoke. Oh, you're up. Was gonna wake you. We're heading to Leswicha, Arcanium's satellite city soon. Time flew. After some travel, the caravan leader called, break time here. For that, Beak Ducio stepped out for air, and by chance, ran into the blue-haired girl who'd saved him. But spotting Beak Ducio, she turned and dipped, leaving our protagonist chuckling awkwardly, ice cold. But things are good, considering how worried I was. Glad the timeline's more modern than ancient Middle Ages vibes. Magic exists in mythical world, but safe cities have trains, airships, sky roads, making long trips easy. We'll hit Leswicha now for another airship. Leswicha's en route to Arcanium, where Magic City's real start awaits. Magic towers, mage councils, top 5 academies all there. Stella Academy with powerhouse mages and star students. 'Cause of that, Stella's packed with geniuses and nobles worldwide. Still no clue how Beak Ducio got in. Oh yeah, haven't checked my skills yet, thinking that. He pulled up his status. Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1, Strength plus 3%, Speed plus 5%, Agility plus 10%, Sixth Sense skill, consumes mental energy to activate, Mana Scout in 12m radius, Acceleration Wave. Over here, Beak Ducio glanced back at his status screen and felt genuinely grateful for the skills this character had. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. Without those two, I'd be dead already. Beak Ducio's body is cursed, so he can't channel mana into it at all. Mana Leak Syndrome, that's the innate curse Beak Ducio was born with. However, it also lets him detect surrounding mana with Sixth Sense, spotting any incoming attack even without looking that way, while Acceleration Wave makes everything feel like time slowed down if a threat or strike comes faster than human perception can handle. It's a must-have skill for Beak Ducio since he can't use mana, but he can't spam Sixth Sense too long cause it drains mental energy hard with nasty side effects after. Next up, the stats. Beak Ducio status. Strength 1 star 59%, Speed 1 star 81%, Endurance no star 97%. Agility 1 star 97%, Stamina 1 star 51%, Mental Energy 1 star 43%, Mana. Unknown, remaining EXP 10 skills. Warp Flash level 0, Trait, Mana Leak Syndrome level 1. Back to Beak Ducio after checking it all he thought, actually these starting stats aren't half bad. Original Beak Ducio had super low agility. This is a stat I gotta push hard. In this world there aren't just overall levels, each stat has its own star rank, skills level up normally, stats go by stars. Max stat rank is 9 stars but almost impossible to hit. In 10 years of playing, my highest was 8 stars in stamina and agility. But right now, I should invest in agility to boost Sixth Sense and reaction speed. Stamina and flexibility I can grind other ways, that's the plan. The big issue is Mana Leak Syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't last long. Gotta upgrade it fast to unlock the true body secret. Enrolling in Stella is the way to suppress this deadly curse. No other options if I want to stop the world's bad end and cure this thing. God, I really don't want to go there. Wish there was some escape from this mess. Beak Ducio sighed, thinking. Right then, the system popped a reminder. You've missed some notifications. Huh, never checked these, he thought, surprised. But before he could look, folks nearby nudged. Come on, let's move. Yeah, coming later then, Beak Ducio thought, hurrying after the group. And as planned, our protagonist boarded this fancy airship headed straight for Stella Academy. We are approaching Arcanium, please remain seated. The ship's announcement rang out. Meanwhile, some spoiled rich kids spotted Beak Ducio looking homeless and started mocking. Hey, look at that guy gawking like a kid, never been on an airship. Probably some country bumpkin fresh in town. She no idea why Stella lets trash like this in. The scandal's gonna spread everywhere. These savages will taint everything. The purple-haired young master sneered, while Beak Ducio across from him just stared him down. For some reason, he sighed helplessly. Bratty kids are everywhere, huh? Thinking that, he ignored the insults and walked off like he heard nothing, which made the young master lose face big time. You dare look at us like that. You punk. Hey, stop right there, he yelled. But right then, noisy chatter erupted behind him, making him turn. What's with all the racket? And his eyes bulged. Princess Bion. Up ahead, Beak Ducio heard the name and turned too, super familiar. He said Bion. Following the gazes, there stood a stunning, ice-gold princess. Hong Bion Adalbit, princess of the Adalbit kingdom. The purple-haired brat stepped forward to greet her upon seeing her. Your Highness. But before he finished, Bion's freezing glare shut him up completely. She walked off immediately, leaving him full of regret. Back to Beak Ducio, seeing her appear jogged his memories. She's the world's enemy. Hong Bion is a main character in the game. She always clashes with the heroine and ends up dead in most routes. In pretty much every ending, she's brutally murdered or forced to suicide from bullying by the whole academy. This time, she'll go through the most humiliating stuff in front of everyone. Like the devs hated her and wanted her to suffer everything. I heard she's insanely popular with male players. Yeah, she's gorgeous, but looks like she'd kill you if you tried talking to her. Thinking that, our protagonist's stomach growled. Better grab some food, he thought, heading to the dining area, but after seeing the shiny prices on the menu, the broke guy could only pick the cheapest and grumble. Why so expensive? Every meal in Arcanium hits like this. Right then, the ship neared its destination. The announcement blared again. Attention everyone, we arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the lower deck. Repeating, arrival in Arcanium in 10 minutes blah blah. Finally kicking off, whatever, this is my reality now. Let's do this, he said excitedly. Excited as he was, reality punched him right after. Glad I handled that mess. But can I even survive Stella Academy? Survive this world? Wish I had something useful for this. Beak Ducio prayed silently, then remembered. Wait, those missed notifications. He quickly checked. Constellation Project grants special reward. 1. Weapon you used in-game downgraded. 2. Skill from game power reduced. 3. Experience. Beak Ducio stroked his chin. System's got some morals, huh? Let's see what I pick. Should I go for Reflective Shield or Lightning Praise? As if reading his mind, the system clarified. Search results show equipment ranks too high, will be downgraded. What about Hyperdimensional Warp? Beak Ducio asked. Search, upgrade of Warp Flash unavailable. However, reward can enhance Warp Flash. Beak Ducio's eyes widened. Damn, really gotta nerf it, he complained. System explained, due to insufficient narrative energy, full manifestation impossible. Narrative energy affects story progression, accumulates by exploring hidden plots. Beak Ducio got it, so short-term, no op items cause I'm a newbie. System went silent like admitting it. Knowing no game-breaking loot, Beak Ducio pondered, how about the Mina glasses? System, search concludes it can be provided. Alright, I'll take that. Beak Ducio said calmly. The system tossed him the glasses instantly. Never thought I'd actually wear these, he muttered. About the Mina glasses, item storing all info. Beak Ducio gathered playing the game. In Mythical World, you can't recall monster hunts or knowledge, so players made storage items their way. Beak Ducio did the same. Mina glasses, rank unknown, description, can't remember last night's dinner. No problem, these glasses record everything you've seen in detail. Special feature, Mina folder sealed activates with mental energy. Beak Ducio activated them to browse, opening Mina folder. Alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. Nice, this worked. Since this place is identical to real life, no way to explain system stuff, but with these glasses, I can reclaim about half my old knowledge power. Beak Ducio thought, closing the folder. Right then a voice caught his ear. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the trader's eldest daughter, Dutch Mall? How dare she show her face here? SHH, she'll hear. Whispers spread. Beak Ducio caught the familiar name and thought. Right, one Mina glasses function lets me register or check character info in the story. He used them on the girl ahead. Azel Mall, fake heroine, ice lightning mage, drinks pickle juice before pizza. Eldest daughter of Dutch Mall, father's death led to family downfall, dies later. Reading that, Beak Ducio remembered, so she's the fake heroine. About Azel, the fake heroine, one key point. Though I'm in Mythical World game, it's actually built on a romantic fantasy novel. Don't Love the Princess. The novel's about heroine Azel, who loses her whole family, grows by fighting villainous Beyond schemes, ends up with the male lead. In endings, her revenge plot fizzles, other guys protect her, got mixed reader reactions and a sad close, but the game world, while based on the novel, has a different plot. In-game, a new character, Flame, was added. She takes the true heroine role with her own storyline. Former modern woman who loved reading Don't Love the Princess and got ice-kite here. So unlike the novel, game's Azel becomes fake heroine, while Flame is the real one. No matter how hard players try, Azel can't survive any ending, pushed out of true heroine's spot, but that's not my problem. But am I imagining it? Or have I seen her somewhere before? Nah, probably just my imagination. Better get ready. Time flew. Cut to Stella Academy. New students gathered in the square for the principal's speech. As you know, black demon folk are witches who gain power from another world, turning monstrous. Even now, they invade by opening personal gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to conquer the magic world. Our duty as mages is to protect this world from evil forces. Next, the oath ceremony for the top 5 scorers, representing all new students. Step forward to the platform. Back to Beak Ducio. He was eyeing the students up there, major players in this world. Their faces glowed like the main characters they were. But the brightest was that guy, freshman representative Ma Ducio, highest entrance score. How's he so good looking and op? Crowd buzzed. Beak Ducio had to admit, so that's the famous Ma Ducio. Guy's the definition of peerless under heaven, 9-star mana, near god potential, genius among geniuses, controls every element. Even if I can't reach the grand ending, gotta avoid bad ends by pulling Ma Ducio to the good side. However, that must be Flame. He thought, eyeing a black-haired girl. Plot now hinges on her actions from here. Since she's from the real world like me, teaming up could be smart, but if she sees me as enemy and rejects, it gets messy. With my info advantage, better not screw anything up. Flame's a romance novel reader. I'm a romance game player. My story importance doesn't even match a village NPC shopkeep. Plus, the true heroine has special power to purify black demon folk, but she also brings doom to those close. Being near her will affect me for sure. My roles support main characters from afar. Minimize direct involvement as much as possible. While our protagonist schemed quietly, the principal wrapped up. With this, enrollment ceremony concludes. Students below went wild, cheering and clapping, probably sick of standing outside. as his speech ended. Beak Ducio completed Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy done. Time flew by quickly, and the very next day, Beak Ducio was already present at the lecture hall. Getting back to attending classes also made the guy do some reflecting. He'd graduated from university a long time ago, so the feeling of being a high school student again was really strange and unfamiliar. But hey, having this thing isn't bad at all, Beak Ducio thought while glancing at the watch on his wrist. This is the Stella watch, the watch that proves you're a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. If you have it, you'll get special privileges and better services than other mages. Gotta make use of it quickly, and while I'm at it, head out too. Thinking this, Beak Ducio cheerfully tucked the precious watch away carefully. Meanwhile, at the classroom door, a super cool looking professor started walking in, then pulled out a stack of papers and announced to everyone, all of you, stay seated in your places. I'm starting the test right now, so put away everything except your writing tools. Anyone wearing glasses has to let me check them first. Over here, after hearing that, Yusial just made a face like they start testing right after the opening ceremony. Stella Academy's curriculum is way harsher than most Korean universities. Having a test on the very first day of school is even called the placement test. It means evaluating to divide students into classes, and while our main character was still lost in thought, the professor had already distributed the test papers to all the students and declared, begin the exam. Not that surprising, honestly. When our UCL looked at the test questions, his eyes went wide. Holy crap, what the hell is this even asking? It's insanely difficult. The placement test has nothing to do with the famously brutal entrance exam. In here, students are divided into ranks from F to S based on results. Naturally, almost all the important characters in the game end up in Class S. On the flip side, Beak UCL is dead last among the 1,141 students, basically auto-assigned to Class F. Well, since I'm already in, turning in a blank sheet should be fine, right? They probably won't expel me or anything, Yusial thought quietly to himself, and luckily at that moment, he also noticed someone else was just sitting there chilling like him. And that person was none other than the super genius Ma Yusial. He's already just sitting there playing around. Did he finish the test paper already? No wonder he looks so bored. Ma Yusial's personality is all about apathy. He was born into the strongest clan on the continent, with a genius-level brain and peak talent, so everything comes easy to him. That's why, depending on the female lead's actions, Ma Yusial could end up on the good side or the evil side. The demonic cult that wants to wipe out humanity. Would definitely be very interested in Ma Yusial. But right from the start, the biggest problem is his own family clan. Anyway, observing a genius like that just makes me have to reevaluate myself even more. Thinking this, Yusial strained his eyes to look at the test paper one more time, and only then did it hit him. Wait a second, don't I have the Skylark glasses? Yeah, I used to wear them all the time to stack skills I learned from the library. Awesome, nothing to lose, let's try it out, he thought while starting to pull out his glasses. But before the guy could put them on and start cheating, the professor suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost and asked coldly, "Hold on, what's with those glasses of yours? I already said if you're going to use glasses, you have to let me check them first." "Hand them over," he said, then took the glasses right from Yusial and began using some kind of magic to inspect them. Meanwhile, our guy was gulping hard from nerves. Oh man, what now if they find out these are magic glasses? I'm getting expelled for sure. While he was panicking like crazy, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. A missing component of the Skylark glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? No, stay quiet, system, Yusial screamed internally. And luckily for him, after checking for a while, the professor didn't detect anything unusual. So he handed the glasses back, saying, "I don't sense any mana, but next time ask first before using them, okay?" "Yes, sir," Yusial quickly replied while sighing in relief inside. Phew, that was close. If the original function had kicked in, I'd be toast. Alright then, let's see if this thing actually helps, he muttered while swiftly putting the glasses on. And it didn't disappoint. Right after, the answers he needed appeared clearly in front of Yusial's eyes. Whoa, I can actually see the real answers. Jackpot, maybe I'll even snag first place. With this momentum, I can definitely escape Class F, maybe even jump straight to Class A. He kept scribbling away diligently, but before long the professor glanced at his watch and announced, "Time's up, hand in your papers." And without giving the students any chance to write another word, the teacher cast a spell and collected every single sheet at once, leaving our main character stunned. Wait, I only managed to answer 3 questions, thought I was finally getting out of F, but this is way too much for Beak Yusial. Meanwhile, the professor, after skimming the tests to check the count, suddenly froze, then hurriedly rushed over to Yusial and demanded, "Give me those glasses right now, quick." Across from him, Yusial was a bit confused but still handed them over for the teacher to inspect. After stroking his chin in thought for a bit, the professor still couldn't spot any cheating. However, he wasn't giving up and turned to a nearby student, saying, "This can't be. Hey you, go call Professor Greya for me right away." "Yes, sir," the blonde-haired student stammered and dashed off to fetch her. Over here, Yusial started worrying again. What's up with the teacher all of a sudden? I even wrote carefully so it wouldn't look suspicious. Did they catch me after all? Time passed quickly, and soon Professor Magi Greya arrived at the classroom to examine Yusial's glasses. But after observing for a while, he finally declared, it's suspicious that this kid got those questions right, but he didn't cheat. I don't sense any magical energy from the glasses or any other items. He definitely did it with his own ability. Haha, this is interesting. I never thought I'd see something like this in my lifetime. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, make sure to apologize and guide him properly, he said while patting Yusial's shoulder with a big smile before leaving. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to Yusial and said, "I misunderstood you, sorry about that." "It's nothing, sir," Yusial replied with a smile while feeling a little guilty toward the professor in front of him. "Truth is, I did cheat. If the original function had activated, I'd be done for, but just not getting caught is already insanely lucky." Time flew by quickly. Scene shift to Professor Lee H1's office. Right now, he and the other professors were in the middle of grading the placement test papers. While he was still focused, a voice came from beside him. "Oh, Professor Lee H1, are these the first year's placement tests? I heard there are a ton of outstanding students this year." The woman was Professor Edentai Men, a member of Stella Academy's Council of Elders. In response to her words, he nodded and replied, "That's right." After saying that, he couldn't help but be amazed at the number of geniuses this year. First was the student from the most prestigious fire magic family in the world, the Princess of the Fire Nation, Adele Britt. Next was the heir to the throne of the Selvan Empire, Jeremy Kelvin, who at just 12 years old had already surpassed all his older brothers in the Succession War thanks to his magical talent. And finally, from the world's most powerful magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, was the Tower Master's successor, Hing. Beside him, Professor Edentai Men smiled and said, "Recruiting elite students from prestigious families is notoriously difficult. This year is definitely going to have some great questions." "The elder is satisfied, so I'm happy," Lee H1 replied cheerfully. Then he thought about the special questions in this year's test. Just like Professor Edentai Men said, this year's placement test had a new question type. The first 3 questions were extremely hard to solve with ordinary knowledge. However, those 3 questions each had their own purpose. The first tested quick adaptability. If you couldn't solve it, would the student move on to the next one fast enough? The second evaluated how a student handled a problem never seen in any textbook. The era of magic relying only on memorization and theory is over. Now it's the age of real combat. We need to assess quick reflexes and creative thinking. But those questions didn't need answers. Over 1,000 out of the 1,141 students left all 3 blank. The remaining 100 tried to find answers, but none got them correct. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yusial, a once-in-a-century genius who appeared like a comet. No one knows which family he's from. Fire Flame, personally recommended by the headmaster. Even though she's a commoner, her talent has been acknowledged. She's just slightly behind Male. And finally, Beak Yusial. Male and Flame were already considered geniuses, so it's no surprise they got them right. But Beak Yusial's entrance score was very low. No way anyone expected him to solve all 3 tough questions, especially when he left everything else blank. Time passed quickly. At this moment, the placement test results had been posted in the hallway for students to check. "Hey, they posted the placement test results on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get into Class A, don't even bother coming home." Anxious murmurs filled the air everywhere. Nearby, Yusial felt extremely annoyed. "I can't believe I have to go check my class placement myself. If this were the game, I'd just click once and see it instantly." Up ahead, a few students recognized Yusial and started whispering. "That's Yusial, right? I heard he got 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam." "No way. How did someone like him even get into Stella? What are Stella's standards now?" Even though he heard everything with the experience of an adult who'd been through the real world, Yusial didn't care at all. "Whatever, keep talking. I just need to know which class I'm in, that's all that matters," he thought while scanning the Class F and E lists. Since if he passed it all, it'd definitely be one of those 2. But after straining his eyes for a while, Yusial's face paled slightly. "Wait, where's my name? Did they fail me just because I only answered the 3 hard ones? Oh god, no way, am I screwed?" Yusial thought while his heart pounded and his eyes widened. Right then, some nearby chatter caught his attention. Yusial, that guy again, there must be some mistake. Weird, right? Uslake, the descendant of the Marquis Esbion family, ranked 29 and still only got Class A. Even Kai, who got perfect theory scores and ranked 17, is just in Class A, so how is he? Those whispers made Yusial curious. What's going on? This is strange. Should I go look? He thought while pushing through the crowd to check the list in front of him. And when his eyes landed on one name, S0 Yusial, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why is my name there? No way, what the hell is this? Class S, the most special class that every student dreams of. Unlike regular classes, Class S only had 41 students and one single rank. I got placed in Class S. Yusial felt like his brain was freezing. There has to be a mistake. This is insane. He felt more hopeless than ever. Now I'll have to run into the main character all the time. Getting involved with the protagonist will just shorten my lifespan, and I can't even switch classes. Gotta live low-key and stay hidden. There has to be a way, Yusial told himself, then bolted out of there immediately. However, at that moment he didn't notice at all. There was a girl still watching him from behind, her eyes filled with deep thought. Scene shift to some empty room. Right now, Princess Bion had just been slapped hard across the face by a woman. It was Professor Hong Yil of the fire element, currently furious at her own daughter. You got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Azel of the declining Malf Kingdom got 2 correct. You couldn't answer questions that even insects could solve. That means you're lower than an insect. Should you just consider yourself a bug and start over? Do you understand, Bion? Yes, mother, she bowed her head and replied. Meanwhile, over here, Yil started glaring fiercely and began lecturing. Listen to me, Bion. You can't end up like me. Someone who's been exiled from the kingdom and stuck in this idiotic professor position. You're not allowed to become a disgrace to the kingdom. You have to become an existence better than your older sister. You understand what I mean, right? Of course, Mother Bion replied calmly. But deep inside her heart was filled with confusion. I just don't get it. I've only ever lived the way I was taught and handled everything accordingly. But those questions included magic spells and formulas I've never even learned. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? Bion thought as tears began streaming down her face. Time flew by quickly and the next day arrived. As mentioned before, even though he didn't want to, the unlucky guy still had to drag himself into Class S. Haha, I'm screwed. Of course I've been transferred to a place full of weirdos. It's not like I'm trying to buddy up with these students. Yusial thought dejectedly to himself. Meanwhile, the other students started whispering about him. Why is he even here? That's what I'm saying. I have no idea. Did you know our families objected and asked why he's in Class S, and he just said Yusial has the qualifications to be in this class. For real? Yeah, it's super weird. Every single one of their whispers landed straight in Yusial's ears, making him just shake his head and think, looks like I'm the outcast here. That makes sense since they've been working hard since they were kids, so they'd be really disappointed to see someone like me in the same class as them. Classes change based on performance, so this is normal. And Class S is no exception. Naturally, there are cases where some students get demoted to lower classes later on. Thinking about it, there are also some guys who get promoted from Class A to Class S down the line, so I'll look for them later. But man, it's really surreal seeing all these game characters standing right in front of me, and in a few years. Most of the students in this class will become famous across the entire continent, and 5 of them have the potential to betray the Magic Council. My Yusial is one of them. If Flame could stop that from happening right from the start, it'd be great, he thought while glancing over at the girl who, like him, had crossed over. And right at that moment, Professor Lee Hanwal stepped into the lecture hall and said, "Everyone, settle down in your seats. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I think some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself properly anyway. I'm the professor in charge of Class S, Lee Hanwal." When the students below saw this badass professor was their teacher, they immediately started buzzing among themselves. So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwal. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits, right? They call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's seriously on a whole different level. Turning back to Lee Hanwal, seeing the students getting all rowdy, he had to remind them, you'll figure it out yourselves. It looks like we have a lot of talented students here, and even one unusual one. As you all know, this academy is where we train combat mages, or magic warriors, as they're called. You'll experience a strict educational environment for the next 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I just want every single one of you to show me the absolute best you can do in that time. Does anyone have any questions? Lee Hanwal said while scanning scanning the room, and after seeing no one had anything to say, he wrapped it up. Alright then, let's start the class, but before he could even begin teaching a single thing, suddenly from the door, Bion, with a completely drained appearance, finally arrived in class. And this surprised our main character quite a bit, thinking about how Bion, the one who always follows rules more strictly than anyone, was late is really strange. Did something happen to her? Let's check with the glasses, Yuseol muttered while pulling out his pair. And right after, information about Bion appeared before his eyes. Hong Bion, villain, fire mage, likes eating red ginseng candy, occasionally self-blaming, only drinks espresso brewed in Aclea style, has a cruel mother, destined to die. Back to Yuseol, after reading it all, he still didn't notice anything particularly odd. Not much has changed. Destined to die, if Azel dies because of flame, then Bion will die along with her. You could call it the unavoidable fate of a villain. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. I feel pretty bad about it, but all I can do is keep my distance. Thinking this, Yuseol let out a long sigh, before he realized that Princess Bion had walked over and sat right next to him. It might just be a coincidence, but even so, it scared the hell out of our main character. What the heck is this? Does it feel like everything's been distorted right from the beginning? He wondered to himself. Back in the classroom, after confirming all students were seated properly, Professor Lee Hanwal began the lesson. Alright, before we start class today, we'll have an inheritance ceremony so you can obtain a wand to use. Classes S and A will hold the ceremony together, and as for the details, blah blah blah. Up above, Yuseol heard this and immediately got excited. Inheritance ceremony, It's kind of a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are two major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the familiar contract, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a very special position. Scene shift to some otherworldly space. At this moment, both Class A and Class S had gathered here to prepare for the ceremony, and Professor Lee Hanwal was still the one leading everything. Is everyone here? There are many wands prepared here, from the lowest rank to mid-tier. What you need to do is go to the wand you like and take it. The process of changing wands after choosing is very complicated, so I hope you'll choose carefully. Back to Yuseol, with his game knowledge, he knew Lee Hanwal's words weren't entirely accurate, even though the professor said that we're not the ones choosing the wand, it's something else. In this mythical world, wands only react to those they acknowledge and create a resonance effect. That means you can't just use a high-rank wand because you want to. Anyway, which one should I pick? If it were before, I'd go for an F-rank wand, but now I have to think carefully since I'm in Class S. The wand that suits my position best, he muttered while starting to look around for a suitable one. Speaking of wands, these are divided into two types. Wands and staffs. Wands are usually used by knight professions who cast magic quickly, while staffs are used by bishop professions who focus on single powerful strikes with longer casting times. Back to the story, at this point, a few students glanced toward Yuseol and whispered, "Hey, what do you think he'll pick? Since he's in Class S, he shouldn't have any trouble resonating right," they said while starting to chuckle among themselves, but Yuseol, who heard them, didn't really care. Whatever, say what you want. But unfortunately, things never go as smoothly as he thinks. Even though he's just a minor character, somehow trouble always finds him. Like right now, some guy approached him and spoke up. Hey. Up ahead, Yuseol heard the voice, turned around and asked, who are you? Me, I'm Uslik. Who is this guy? This is the first time I've heard that name. Yuseol wondered to himself before asking. Got it. So then, Uslik asked after hearing that, which wand are you planning to pick? I'll just pick randomly. Yuseol said casually, but that response made Uslik show a look of contempt. You should pick a wand that fits your commoner status. Don't do anything unnecessary and cause trouble for the professor. Turning to Yuseol after hearing this punk provoke him like that, he stayed quiet for a moment before saying, yeah, and you don't cause any trouble either. That adult-like advice to a kid made Uslik flush red with embarrassment. Finally, he couldn't hold back and yelled, hey you bastard, you wanna fight or what? Across from him, seeing him make such a scene. Yuseol just sighed and pulled out his Skylark glasses. Geez, what a pain, let's see. There it is, Uslik Chekbilin, son of Marquis Chekbilin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level 3. That's all the info. Looks like this guy's nothing special, Yuseol thought while calmly putting away his glasses and letting out a relieved breath. Seems like this guy's small fry, so no need to worry. This only made the neighborhood punk even angrier. Then to show off to Yuseol, Uslik pointed at a certain wand and declared, anyway, I'm picking that one, so you better watch closely. Back to Yuseol. After seeing the wand Uslik chose, he knew right away this guy was definitely going to fail, because that wand is Edmure Edamiri. He's picking Edmure Edamiri. That wand must be the highest rank here. A high mid-tier wand. High mid-tier wands are usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low mid-tier staff is already the limit for students. Even professional mages rarely use low mid-tier wands. There are other high mid-tier wands here besides Edmari Edamiri, but things like that are mostly for show and not meant for anyone to actually take. Turning to Professor Lee Hanwal, at this point he reminded them, you should stand in front of the wand you like. Following his words, all the students quickly chose a suitable wand for themselves and received resonance from it, and right at that moment, behind Yusial, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, catching his attention. At the same time, admiring sounds from the students rang out. Wow, isn't the wand He Waryong chose had an amicote? That's a mid-tier wand. This year's insane. Various exclamations started rising. Prince Jeremy also picked a mid-tier wand. Princess Bion chose Suavitor Lahaven. That's also mid-tier. Just how many people can pick mid-tier wands anyway? And this made Uslek start panicking more. Damn it. Just wait, I can do it too. He gritted his teeth and quickly stepped toward the Edmari Edamiri wand, and this dumb move of his made everyone start anticipating. Oh, isn't that Uslek? Can he really resonate with a high mid-tier wand? People said excitedly. Meanwhile, the punk Uslek was still super confident. Watch closely. I'll show you what real Class S talent looks like, he thought while reaching out and gripping the wand tightly. And right after, a blinding light burst out from inside the wand, forcing everyone to quickly cover their eyes, and the result wasn't surprising at all. As expected. He failed, Yusial thought while looking at Uslek lying on the floor like a dead dog. Oh no, looks like he's seriously hurt. Hey, someone call the professor quick. High mid-tier wand is impossible, someone shouted, and Yusial nodded in agreement. Yeah, you should have given up. Because that wand already has an owner. Yusial thought while turning to look toward Ma Yusial, and following his gaze, at this moment the super genius also wanted to try his hand at that wand. Meanwhile, the rest of the students, after figuring out what Ma Yusial was planning, started getting nervous on his behalf. It's Ma Yusial. Is he really going to take that wand? I don't think he can handle it, and before the background extras could even finish thinking about it. Right after, Ma Yusial reached out and gripped the wand tightly. Then his whole body erupted in a blinding flash of light. But unlike Uslek earlier, this time after the light faded, Ma Yusial was still firmly holding the wand, proving it had accepted him. The other students who saw this were so shocked they froze. No way, a first year actually got a high mid-tier wand. How is that even possible? Someone shouted, but over here Yusial wasn't all that surprised. He'd already guessed it. Now even more people will know just how talented he really is, he muttered while staring intently at Ma Yusial up ahead. And the handsome guy at that moment noticed Yusial's gaze, then smiled back at him warmly, which made our main character get goosebumps. What the hell, is he crazy or something? He panicked internally. Then he shifted his eyes toward the female lead Flame. Oh right, Flame also owns another high mid-tier wand called Teravan, but this is where their paths split. If Flame successfully takes Teravan, then Ma Yusial will get interested in her because of her talent and start down his destined path. But if she picks a different staff, Ma Yusial will choose a completely different route. I have to use Flame to pull Ma Yusial in. He quietly plotted in his head, and right at that moment, he noticed Flame heading toward a certain wand. It was Teravan. Yusial thought excitedly and waited. What are you gonna do, Flame? That's right, go on, take Teravan, and then Ma Yusial will get curious about Flame and will get a perfect happy ending, he thought to himself. But unfortunately, following his gaze, at that moment Flame just casually walked past Teravan, without any intention of touching the wand at all. And this instantly made our main character's expression change. What, huh, she doesn't like Teravan? What's going on? Does she not know, or does she not have enough info yet? But no matter what, this isn't good. Flame can resonate with any wand because she's the protagonist. But what if she picks some random weird staff instead? At this point, he had no choice but to push Teravan toward Flame, Yusial thought secretly, and then, right after, he used swift step magic to close in behind Flame from the back. Meanwhile, Flame suddenly saw someone appear behind her like a ghost and yelped in surprise, huh? Across from her, Yusial saw that and gave an awkward smile. Haha, hi. I was just curious which staff you pick, you know why, Flame said coldly. I just wanted to help since you looked a bit lost. That's none of your business, I'm leaving. With that, Flame turned and walked away, immediately leaving Yusial, not knowing what to do next. Something's really off. Flame is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the outgoing type, so why is she so cold? I can't just give up like this, my life depends on it, Yusial thought secretly, and then he tried again. Hey, wait, I really just want to help you. Over over here Flame saw this random guy clinging on persistently. Her expression grew colder and she said, "Worry about yourself first, but I feel like there's a staff that's perfect for you." Yusial kept going. And that sentence finally pushed Flame past her limit. She couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "What the hell do you know about wands anyway?" Back to Yusial, seeing the female lead get this angry made the guy shrink back. What the heck, did I do something wrong? Or does she just not care about side characters? But then he forced a smile and kept trying to persuade her. I've heard a lot about you. You don't think you can get that staff?" Yusial said while pointing behind him, and Flame hearing that asked back, "You mean Teravan?" "Yeah, that's the one," Yusial replied with a bright smile. But suddenly right at that moment, he heard a whooshing sound and something came flying straight toward him, making him quickly shut his eyes tight. And for some reason, when he opened them again and looked, Yusial realized Teravan was now in his own hand. What the why is it in my hand? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. He panicked internally and quickly turned to look at Flame, then stammered, "Flame." And as expected, the female lead at this point was smiling so hard her eyes narrowed, then said coldly, "What now?" Just from that vibe alone you could tell she was so mad she started laughing. And over here Yusial seeing her like that didn't dare say another word. "No, nothing, I'm done for," he thought secretly to himself. Time flew by quickly until the afternoon. "Hey, have you heard the news? This year 2 students got high mid-tier staffs. Holy crap, for real. From the past until now only 5 people have ever done it and now 2 more in one go. Yeah, that's right. But it's super weird, one of them only used Swift Step in the magic practical test. Swift Step is just basic magic, how could that be? My parents said Swift Step is a rare magic spell. What's going on here anyway, speaking of Flame?" At this moment she finally got a bit of peace and quiet, finally some calm. "All day today wherever I went people were talking about that. The news of 2 students getting high-tier staffs has spread everywhere. But I still don't get it. You got Teravan, who the heck is that guy? I read the original novel 3 times straight before coming here, but this character Beak Yusial never appeared at all. People say no one can get Teravan, but he resonated with it so easily like it was nothing. It almost felt like he was deliberately showing off to me. But whatever, thinking about it now is pointless," Flame thought while calming her best friend. And right at that moment, a familiar voice called from behind her. "Hey Flame, you heading to self-study too?" Hearing the familiar voice, Flame turned around and flashed them a bright smile. "You little brats, you think I'm some bookworm or something? No way, you always say there's nothing to do and then sit there studying anyway." "Nope," Flame laughed and said. Meanwhile, her brown-haired friend asked curiously, "But Flame, why do you call us brats? We're the same age, aren't we?" And at that question, Flame suddenly got flustered like a chicken caught in the rain. It's just a habit. Back where I used to live, everyone treated me like an adult. Since I lived inside a novel, I still can't act like a kid," she thought secretly to herself. Then another question came up that caught her attention. "Are you planning to study alone today?" That question came from a girl with red hair. This kid's name is Jackie, right? Why does her fashion sense match mine so much? Flame felt a bit puzzled inside, but smiled brightly again. "No, there's a meeting coming up, so I was gonna join." "All right, see you later," Flame said while turning and walking away as the group waved goodbye. "Yeah, let's grab drinks next time." Girls at this age. Going back to being a student at this age is really tough, Flame grumbled inwardly. And while her mind was still wandering in the clouds, the female lead suddenly bumped straight into some guy. And that person was none other than the heir of the Moon Magic Tower, Hee-Woo-Young. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Flame replied. Meanwhile, at that moment, Hee-Woo-Young seemed to notice something and asked, "Your face doesn't look so good. Something wrong?" No, nothing." "Yeah, so you're heading to self-study?" "Yep, and you're going to the special training room for Class S again too." "Can't slack off on daily training. You're way too dedicated. You shouldn't say stuff like that." "Oh, really?" Just like that, the two started bantering back and forth, and for some reason, suddenly Hee-Woo-Young stared right at Flame and gave a smile. "See you later." After saying that, he immediately walked off, leaving Flame completely confused about what just happened. What a bore, she thought secretly to herself. But right at that moment, Flame also noticed Jackie peeking from around the corner. Jackie, why is she still here? Flame wondered to herself and raised her hand to wave at the girl. But right after that, she walked away, leaving Flame a bit awkward. Probably nothing, but this isn't the time. Scene shift to the self-study room. Right now, there was a special supplementary meeting. According to the original novel, Bion and Azel would be attending this meeting. Gotta see the protagonist and the villainess of this novel face off, she thought excitedly. Then she opened the door and stepped inside, and after glancing around at who was present, Flame had a thought. Looks like all the important characters are here. Let's see, the host is Kyle from Class A. He looks so surprised. This is a supplementary meeting for students who want to advance ranks. Seeing so many famous Class S students participating like this, Feeling anxious is understandable, Flame thought while finding herself a seat. Then she glanced over at the genius Ma Yusial and thought, no way, Ma Yusial is here too. Ma Yusial is the protagonist of this world and he's currently interested in Beak Yusial. This definitely isn't a coincidence, and Beak Yusial didn't solve any questions except those 3 hellish hard ones. Probably right from the start, Beak Yusial already knew that if he solved those, he would get placed in Class S. If Beak Yusial really knew the future in advance, then his actions back then were seriously terrifying. The more Flame thought about it, the more curious she became. Meanwhile, our main character was suffering like crazy because this Ma Yusial guy kept coming over to bother him. I wish someone would just toss this dude far away out of my sight, Yusial thought dejectedly. But the handsome Ma Yusial next to him acted like he didn't see Yusial's grumpy face at all and kept smiling while talking. Yusial, why are you sitting here? With your level, you basically don't need to attend this kind of class, or do you have some secret reason you can't say? Haha, no real reason or anything, Yusial forced out an awkward laugh. I'm basically forced to join this class, blame my crappy scores. The guy thought helplessly while turning to glance at the genius sitting beside him. Why does he seem so focused on me anyway? But before Yusial could think too much about it. At that moment, Kyle up on the podium spoke up. Today, we're going to discuss the issues with the placement test questions. As everyone knows, this placement test had extremely high difficulty. Even the seniors called them the 3 hell questions. And I'll explain them clearly to everyone. Saying this, the guy inwardly regretted taking on this task like hell. Damn it, why are those people even here? I just wanted to boost my external rep by helping out the idiots in this class, he thought secretly to himself. But right when he spotted Yusial was also present, the young man's attitude flipped instantly. No, maybe this is actually my chance. I heard through the grapevine that Beak Yusial got the lowest score on the entrance placement test. So all I need to do is show him how much better I am than him. Thinking that, the guy regained his original confidence and started lecturing everyone. Alright, everyone pay attention. Here's how I solved the first question. This question is actually a trick type. It's trying to lead people into a dead end. First it does blah blah. Back up on the podium, at this moment the handsome Ma Yusial was staring intently at Yusial with fascination before smiling and saying, what do you think? Do you feel his perspective is accurate? Over here, Yusial hearing him ask that had his eyes roll back white like a frog's. What the hell is this guy even saying? Asking if I think that guy's viewpoint is correct? I don't even know what the hell he's teaching anymore. What are these 3 hell questions anyway? But anyway, honesty is a good virtue, thinking this. Yusial just honestly said, no, I don't know. He casually blurted it out without realizing that right after he spoke. Kyle up front suddenly froze, then the other students started huddling and whispering. What? That was Beak Yusial saying Kyle got it wrong. Huh? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Yusial panicked and turned his head to look around when he saw the whole crowd staring at him like he was an alien. Meanwhile, Kyle in front was so pissed he crushed the chalk in his hand and said coldly, I got it wrong. Then Beak Yusial, why don't you come down here and help everyone clarify this part? What the hell is he saying? Yusial's face turned deathly pale as he screamed internally because he had no idea what was even happening. Meanwhile, the one who understood everything was Ma Yusial, who at this moment gave him an encouraging smile. You can do it, Yusial. This guy's definitely doing it on purpose, he secretly guessed. But with no other choice, the guy had to drag himself up to the podium. Sigh, fine, I'll manage it somehow, Yusial thought while taking the chalk from Kyle's hand. Then he put on the Skylark glasses to start cheating. Let's see, the 3 hell questions, huh? Looks more like wordplay than anything. The question basically goes like this, a mage chants as follows. O Mother Earth, please shed your tears, and from that, grant dust even double what it was before. Why is that? The answer is super simple. It's because the dust is crying. No, it's just a state of separation. To me, it's honestly ridiculous, but here it's a huge problem for them. I wonder who the hell had so much free time to come up with this damn question, Yusial thought while starting to rub his chin. Then the guy glanced over at Kyle and commented, that Kyle over there didn't solve it like a normal math problem. Instead, he went with making dust really cry. Hard to say anything about that. His method is wrong, but he got the right answer. Mostly by luck though, if he ran into a similar question he'd fail. Thinking this, our main character decided to enlighten this guy and the whole class. I really can't teach you how to solve this question, but I'll tell you where you went wrong. The issue is the foundation of Earth. But what if it was water or wind instead? Do you think your method could handle those? If so, then I'd use a different method, Kyle said awkwardly. But before that response, Yusial shook his head and explained, but if that's the case, you'd need tons of different methods for the same question type. Just getting the right answer by luck doesn't mean your answer matches what the question setter intended. Across from him, Kyle, after hearing that, was about to explain something, but in the end he had to accept it and said, "You're right, oof, I might have crushed him a bit too hard," Yusial thought to himself when he saw Kyle's dejected expression before continuing. Anyway, the way to solve it is blah blah. Just like that, Yusial slowly explained the method for answering this question. And beside him, all the students, after hearing it, quickly grabbed paper and pens to take notes. And the most shocked person was none other than the female lead, Flame. No way, the others are all writing down what he said. Bion and Azel were supposed to jump into the debate, but right now both of them are busy analyzing his solution. Is this really possible? The more Flame thought, the more her head started to hurt. Time flew by quickly until late afternoon, and right now the meeting had already wrapped up. Meanwhile, the handsome Ma Yusial was smiling and waving at Yusial. "See you tomorrow, Yusial." Across from him, Yusial saw that and smiled back while waving in return. But right after the other guy left, his expression immediately changed. "Damn it. If I keep getting tangled up with this Ma Yusial guy, I'm screwed. There is no tomorrow. I never want to see you again in my life." Thinking this, Yusial unconsciously glanced down at his hand and muttered, probably because of the phone, "I can't use it anymore now," but it already made Ma Yusial notice me. I don't get why he keeps approaching me. Before this, aside from Flame, no character ever used it. And right at that moment, Yusial's train of thought got cut off when he spotted Princess Bion standing up ahead. "Isn't that Bion? Is she waiting for someone? But it has nothing to do with me, just walk past." Yusial quickly shoved the girl's presence out of his mind and kept walking forward like that. But unfortunately for him, Bion was standing there specifically waiting for him. At this moment, the princess called out, making Yusial freeze in place. "Beak, Yusial. I have something I want to ask you." Didn't expect Bion to have something to ask me. Yusial was surprised inside, then spoke up, "What's up?" Bion, hearing that, went straight to her question. "Why didn't you explain your answer just now?" Across from her, Yusial, hearing the question, froze for a few seconds. It's not that I didn't explain, I just don't know how to explain it. A question with no answer, how do you even explain that?" She must have misunderstood something. Yusial scratched his head thinking, then calmly replied, "I wasn't supposed to explain it anyway." Back to Bion, hearing this, she suddenly seemed to guess something. "Got it. You don't want to reveal it there, right? Then I'll compensate you." "What?" Yusial said in surprise. And Bion repeated, "I'll compensate you properly, so whatever's in your head, just explain it to me." Scene shift to the library. At this moment, in front of Yusial were the three hell questions. And even now, Yusial still couldn't wrap his head around it. "I don't get why you're paying me just to explain these three questions from the placement test," he said while staring at the questions, and Bion wasn't planning to say much. "I have my own reasons, so just talk." Yes, milady," Yusial quickly replied. Then the guy started asking again, "You only got those three wrong, but I got every single other one wrong. Aren't you embarrassed asking me?" Across from him, Princess Bion heard that and responded, "No, the only thing that embarrasses me is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answers, I'm willing to do anything." She's such a model student, Yusial thought secretly, then asked again, "But why ask me? You're a princess, don't you have tons of friends to ask that?" Out of the 1,141 first-year students, if you count how many got those three hell questions right, there are only 3. Including you, Bion explained. And her words immediately made Yusial break out in a cold sweat. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Those trick questions don't have answers at all, but Ma Yusial, Flame, and you all solved them. That's why I'm so embarrassed." Back to Yusial after hearing that, his whole body started shaking like he had epilepsy, then he stammered, "No, wait. Those 3 questions were tricks. They were never meant to be solved." "That's right, didn't you notice when you solved them?" Bion said in surprise. And at this point, Yusial finally understood the reason for everything. "This is insane. Now I get why I'm in Class S. And why Flame stopped me back then. I don't know the detailed world building of this place. I had no idea about those trick questions. But Flame is different since she read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game plot, she definitely knows the story's settings. Like those 3 trick questions, for example. But because a side character who doesn't exist in the original novel showed up, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence called Beak Yusial. Damn it, no wonder she acted like that. The more Yusial thought, the more his head hurt, and across from him, the princess, seeing him look like he was dying, asked, "What's wrong with you? don't worry. Don't forget you promised to help me with one thing if I explain the answers to you. I only have one small request, turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that. Over here, Bion hearing that immediately advised, but only low-rank mercenaries use weapons like that. Why would a mage like you? But before she could finish, Yusial cut her off, because I like it, that's why. Truth is, I don't want to say it's because I have a flaw, he thought secretly, then asked back, so can you do it? And at his question, Bion thought for a moment. But she sealed the deal right away, of course, that's way too easy, awesome. The guy screamed internally. And after they made the deal, he started explaining the answers to her. Alright then, I'll tell you how to solve this one first. The way is to change your perspective. Change perspective? Yeah, exactly that, Yusial confirmed. Because he knew clearly Bion's weakness was that she used magic very mechanically, and she was stuck in that mindset. It wasn't until year 2 that Bion realized this flaw after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help her right now, but I can at least point her in the right direction. Thinking this, Yusial hesitated a bit, then gave an example. Do you know any riddle-type questions? Over here, the princess, after hearing that, looked a bit dazed, then stammered. Riddle questions? I think I've heard of them before. Yusial, hearing that, basically gave up on her and racked his brain to think. How about an example like this? What's between the knee and the knee? Bion, hearing that, started stroking her chin, thinking for a moment before giving her answer. The inside of the knee, right? Wrong, the answer is in how come, she said in surprise. And over here, Yusial started excitedly explaining. I mean, I'm asking what word stands between knee and knee. Do you get what I mean? Back to Bion, hearing this nonsense answer, her face turned ice cold. But right after that, she switched to full anger mode, staring at Yusial with super fierce eyes, making our main character feel a little creeped out. Come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, just sit down and look at this question first. Yusial quickly raised his hand to soothe her. Then he looked back at the hell questions and continued explaining. They have their own formulas and tricks you just don't know yet, so solving them purely with your own creativity is essential. But can you do it just with your own creativity? Yusial asked calmly, and those questions of his made the princess's eyes widen in shock. And in the end, she helplessly shook her head and said, no, I can't. Across from her, Yusial, hearing that, wasn't all that surprised. Of course, because even though deeply understanding various spells and their applications is very important, for a mage the most important thing is viewing this world through your own perspective. Magic can transform with even the tiniest changes. But you only think about things you can see. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most important thing for a mage, creativity. The more Yusial lectured, the darker the princess's face in front became, making the guy immediately shut up and not dare say another word. Holy crap, her face looks way too serious. Finally, to break the awkward atmosphere, he started scratching his head and said, oh, you get what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated. Of course I get it, Bion said confidently. But her words left Yusial feeling puzzled. Interesting, even I didn't know what the hell I was saying, yet she claims she understands. But whatever. Thinking that, Yusial started testing her mental flexibility with a few more riddles. Glad you can understand, so let's begin. The first question, what does a man say to a horse when he takes it to bed? Up front, the princess heard that and immediately went blank. A man says what to a horse when taking it to bed? I don't know, she shook her head saying, and Yusial immediately gave the answer. It's bedtime now. Next question, why don't they work harder? I don't know, Bion said familiarly, because they always work when working. Third question, what happens when rock, paper, and scissors join the same race? I don't know, saying that the princess didn't even dare look at Yusial's face anymore. Because just moments ago, she confidently claimed she understood. Luckily for her, our guy didn't pay much attention to that and kept cheerfully rambling. The answer is then rock will roll while pull and paper can't move because their shapes don't allow it. Got it. Because they can't move, they can only stay still. Back to Bion. At this point, she was so angry she was about to cry, not sure if it was from her own helplessness or because Yusial's questions were just too stupid. Oh man, she looks like she's about to snap any second. Yusial worriedly thought, then asked next, so what would a cloud say to the sea? What would a cloud say to the sea when it's raining? And at his question, Bion started pondering deeply. Meanwhile, Yusial at this moment was gritting his teeth in anticipation. Come on, come on. And not disappointing his expectations, Bion actually gave an answer. I'm falling into the sea, she muttered. And this really left our main character stunned. Oh, you actually guessed it right. Back to Bion. After hearing she got it correct, she broke into a beaming smile that looked really pretty. While this is the first time I've seen her smile, whether in the game or real life, Yusial thought secretly, then continued. just as I expected from a princess, your creativity is on a whole different level. And Bion, hearing that, got a bit embarrassed, then said, alright, forget it, just tell me the next question. Her cute reaction made Yusial burst out laughing, then say, okay, so the next question is. Time flew by quickly until the sky was completely dark. Only then did our main character finally escape from the princess. But right now, he looked completely drained like a dried fish. I spent a full 3 hours just using riddles to challenge Bion. I really hope she doesn't remember everything I said. Yusial let out a helpless sigh, then thought about the princess again. Bion is definitely a mage with an outstanding mind, but her weakness is her overly rigid way of thinking. But if I want to exploit that weakness, even though she's a villainess, it feels kinda mean. I need to quickly forge Terravan into a magic sword, so I have to do a lot more. Man, this doesn't feel like anything I could do before. But thinking about it is enough. Better hurry and find the books I need for class. Yusial thought while starting to speed up his pace, and right now he was wandering around looking for somewhere based on his faint game memories. It has to be around here, I didn't remember wrong, right? Yusial muttered, and right after that the guy spotted the place he needed. There it is, Yusial said while looking at an old rundown shop beside him. Then Yusial quickly stepped inside. Inside the shop, and only after going all the way in did he realize this place was even older than it looked. The walls were crumbling, cobwebs everywhere. This place is really falling apart. However, I know that the owner of this bookstore has a weird habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. And in this nameless rundown bookstore, the notes of Mela, the top graduate from Stella Academy 10 years ago, are hidden here. If it were before, I could just tap a button on the screen and view it instantly. But in real life, you need books to learn, and moreover, what books you study affects your level up progress. At first, I bought from famous bookstores, but then I discovered the good books are all hidden in no-sign shops. If I study advanced magic theory with Mela's notes in hand, I'll definitely get perfect scores. Actually, I could just wear the Skylark glasses and be fine, but maybe I'll discover some secret formulas too. While thinking, Yusial also glanced at the books on the shelves to search, and it didn't take long before he found his target book. It's this one, he thought while reaching toward the small book hidden inside. But right at that moment, his hand bumped into someone else's small, delicate hand, making him startle a bit, then quickly turn to look beside him. And following his gaze, the person was none other than Azel. Azel, Yusial unconsciously said. And Azel, hearing that, asked, you know me, of course you're famous. Hearing this, Azel seemed to recall something, then said, ah, I remember now, you're in the supplementary group, your name is Beak Yusial, right? Huh, she doesn't remember meeting me before coming to the academy. Yusial wondered inside. Meanwhile, Azel across from him continued, I really liked that debate, it's a shame you couldn't explain all the answers. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. With that, she turned and left. And Yusial casually grabbed Mela's notes book and silently cheered inside. Good thing it hasn't been taken yet. But why is she here? He thought while starting to glance sideways to observe. When he saw the price tag on one of the books, the girl let out a small relieved sigh. Then our guy immediately understood the reason. Also, that's it. This bookstore usually sells used books, so the customers here are often poor students like me. And someone from a declining family like Azel, who's lost everything, can only come here. Her father was probably killed by dark mages. It's really sad, a princess like her having to buy used books and even checking prices because she doesn't have enough money. Moreover, in the original novel, Azel also has a tragic ending. She dies even before Flame, who became the protagonist in this world. You could say the unluckiest character in the game is her. That was a bit of Yusial's thoughts before he grabbed the books he needed and happily went to the counter to pay. Let me pay for these, all of them. Alright, this kid's stronger than he looks, the shop owner muttered. Meanwhile, at this moment, Yusial also noticed. Azel was staring intently at his stack of books. So he asked, what's up, you seem like, I mean you picked some really good books, she said in a puzzled tone. And Yusial, hearing that, felt a bit confused. Is she about to roast me? What's wrong with them? He asked. Beside him, Azel voiced her question. All those books, why are you reading advanced sealing theory? Sealing theory is ancient magic that requires items, so nowadays with alchemists and magic engineers, advancing that skill is rarely used. Oh, this book, yeah, it's not really useful, Yusial nodded, saying, and this left her helpless, so you knew. That's why I took it. Because everyone thinks like you, so studying this class makes it easier to get high scores. Alright, I'm heading out, Yusial said confidently, and left immediately, leaving Azel behind completely confused. And of course, our main character did this because he already had his calculations. Exactly as Azel said, almost no one wants to study sealing theory. But precisely because of that, it takes less time and it's easier to score high than other classes. Plus, with these books, this semester should be a breeze. he smiled and celebrated internally. Time flew by quickly until the next day. Scene shift to the mage Azel. Right now, she was hurrying toward her class void theory. Anyway, this subject should be easy to score points in, so it probably won't be bad, Azel thought while pushing the door open and stepping in. But when she saw the classroom packed full of students like they were at a festival, she immediately dropped any further thoughts about easy grades. And it wasn't just Azel reacting this way, even the other students were the same. You taking void theory too? Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because everyone said this class is easy, but looks like the rumor spread too far and all the smart kids piled in. We're totally screwed, they said dejectedly. Meanwhile, Azel could only sigh, oh well, I'll just give it my all in other classes, she told herself. Time passed quickly and finally the class ended. Class dismissed here. The professor's voice rang out then right after the students wearily dragged themselves to the cafeteria. Man, I'm starving. What should we eat for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria and decide, they started chatting. Meanwhile, Azel was more worried about the class issue. What now with so many people registered for my class, it'll be hard to get scholarship points. And right as she thought that her stomach growled loudly, making her blush a little. Then she muttered, maybe eat first, huh? Let's see, this term I only have 60 meal tickets left, so today bread it is, she said while looking at the tickets in her hand. And by coincidence, at that moment, Azel passed by Yusial's classroom. Isn't that Beak Yusial? She thought while glancing at the young man focused on the lecture inside. Azel thought, what's he doing here? Then Bion slightly poked her head in to observe, and after seeing how few students were in the class, she realized, wow, this class has so few people, they're all the ones with bad grades. This professor's probably about to lose his job soon. But if I register for this class, I could get high scores without spending much time. I could save energy for other subjects and earn the scholarship. Yusial, did he know in advance this subject would be easy? Did he already plan which classes to take smoothly? Thinking this, Bion startled at her own thought. Then she immediately shook her head, denying, no way, what am I thinking? It's probably just coincidence. With that, she decided to ignore Yusial and headed straight to the cafeteria. Back to the main characters class. Right now, Professor Layden of Divine Moon Research up on the podium spoke. I'm sure all of you know the origin of magic. The primordial mage, the white-clad mage, spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other races learned to use magic from him. He taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. Then he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah. Back to Yusial. Below, the more he listened, the bigger his head got. How am I supposed to survive 3 years like this? Being this old and having to go back to school is insane. I could have skipped all this knowledge with one button press in the game. Thinking this, he recalled his days dominating in the game, but then at least he accepted reality and continued thinking. But actually, this lecture is pretty important. It might hint at what the true ending really is. It's just my guess though. And he thought while turning to glance at the girl beside him. And somehow Azel was sitting right there. Wait, Azel has always been in this class. I don't remember any main character registering for this class, but it has nothing to do with me anyway. Back to Professor Layden. At this moment, he was still earnestly lecturing the students. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world and stole magic from other races, yet they still weren't satisfied. But they couldn't learn anything more. The primordial mage left behind 12 divine moons and vanished. Saying this, he paused slightly, then turned to ask the students if anyone knew about the 12 divine moons. Below, model student Azel answered. It said they are guardian deities protecting the balance of power on continent A. They're scattered across the continent, bearing that mission until 1,000 years ago. Professor Layden nodded in agreement. Correct, they possess special power to protect the continent. For example, the moon god representing summer, the 6th moon, H letter 1E1 Zich, bears a blazing red flame. And it's said that flame will never extinguish. If you go to the bottom of the Ilamanca Sea, you can still see the red fire, so anyone curious can check it out. Hearing this, Yusial's expression went, is the professor joking? If any living creature dares enter the domain of Sea King Ilamanca, they die instantly, Yusial thought awkwardly. Meanwhile, the professor, unaware of this thought, continued his lecture. This is the Levian Coast, a massive whirlpool in the ocean frozen by the 12th moon Dongzan. Each divine moon has its own unique power, but a miracle occurs when they combine. What miracle is that, sir? A student below raised his hand and asked. But contrary to his expectation, the professor had no answer. No one knows that. They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago. Back to Yusial, the professor's lecture made him think a bit. The teacher is right. At least I encountered a few divine moons in the game, but I only got 5 in limited time events. This is info I gathered from other players, so no player ever got more divine moons than me. If my guess is correct, the 12 divine moons are related to the true ending. No one has found the true ending in 10 years, so the answer must be in unknown content. I only managed to meet 5 after risking my life multiple times. But if I want to see the true ending, I have no choice. Guess I'll have to start over, Yuseol told himself. Scene shift to the fire magic class training ground. At this moment, the fire magic professor Yeel casually created a fireball and shot it straight at a dummy in front to demonstrate for the students. Then she began explaining, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. After that, she let her students start practicing on these immobile targets. And right at that moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magic blast aimed straight at the dummy. And it created quite a big explosion. However, once the dust cleared, the dummy in front was still completely intact without a scratch. It seemed the attack just missed. And after Yeel saw this, she glanced in one direction and complained, really terrible. Bion following her gaze. At this moment, the princess was gritting her teeth, seeing her magic had scorched the ground behind. Time flew by until late afternoon. It seemed class had ended now, and because of the earlier incident, Princess Bion was sitting alone sadly. I let Mother down again. Mother must be so disappointed, she thought while her hands clenched tightly together. But right at that moment, a voice came from beside the princess. Princess, are you okay? The owner of the voice was a girl with bright red hair who looked quite lively. And without waiting for Bion to say anything, the girl sat beside her and continued praising. You look really amazing, princess. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. And the girl answered in an admiring tone. You used magic like me, but yours was way stronger. Mine didn't even hit. But your magic was truly wonderful. It was super cool. Honestly, I've known about you since I was a kid, she said cheerfully, like meeting an idol. Meanwhile, Princess Bion at this moment also realized who the girl beside her was. Oh right, this person is also a fire mage like me. I think her name is Arshwang. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. That a fire magic genius has appeared. Even so, it's nothing compared to my magic. Thinking this, somehow her mood improved a little. Then she said, that's really great, your accuracy is so high. Arshwang hearing that shook her head, but if you train more, how could I compare? Mine's only enough against weak opponents, so talking with you makes me feel much better. By with that, the princess left immediately. But she didn't know that right after she left, Arshwang's expression behind changed drastically. No idea what this girl is thinking inside her head. Back to Bion. After returning to her room, a female guard was already waiting inside. Princess, welcome back. This person was Bion's personal guard, Yi Taran. And after seeing Bion return, she had already prepared tea and snacks. Some tea and candy are ready. Regarding the task of modifying the staff's appearance you assigned me earlier. Since that staff is very good, they said it can be turned into a high-grade magic sword. However, there's a slight issue. Like I heard, it continuously drains mana from its owner. Across from her, the princess, who was halfway through a bite of cake, quickly swallowed. Then asked, what, isn't that a dark artifact? Yi Taran hearing that stroked her chin, thinking a bit, then said, not quite, because it resonates with natural energy. Her words made the princess even more confused. No way something that drains its owner's mana can resonate with natural power. Then why is that staff only mid-tier? That's exactly why it's only at that level. What do you think about this? The original energy greatly amplifies the user's mana, making it stronger or upgrading to high grade. But because it only drains and doesn't release, it was downgraded to mid-tier. Then how can a student even use it? Bion asked in shock. I'm quite surprised by that too, Yi Taran said calmly. Meanwhile, the princess started getting a headache. I know it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think people would use it even if they got it unless they have insane mana or none at all. I don't understand. I can be sure any normal person would know that. But anyway, he's definitely someone special, Bion said while gently sipping her tea, because after all, she wasn't the one using that staff. Time flew by. A few days later, when classes properly began. Right now, Yuseol was in some classroom. Attack magic requires more detailed understanding than any other type. That's why this mana guidance class is mandatory. Guidance training focuses on releasing and precise aiming. After that, we'll discuss trajectory formulas, the mana guidance Professor Carlime said while writing something on the board. Additional info: releasing is firing magic from the caster's body, aiming is applying magic to a stationary target. The problem on the board from 760 m, North Friend Lan is moving south at 12.6 ms. What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance for you to use water-type magic hydraulic cannon on B? Back to the story, the students, after seeing the problem, started whispering and turning to chat with each other among the attributes. If it's water, then do this. If you're not a water specialist, best not to answer this question. Is the teacher trying to mess with us? Beside them, while the other students were diligently discussing, our main character wasn't doing anything and even started yawning non-stop. Sigh, this is so boring. Why does it take even longer than Korean between classes, and while the guy was still feeling bored, the professor up front noticed his behavior and shot him a murderous glare, making Yusial jump in fright. And not surprisingly, right after that, Professor Carlem called him up. Student Beak, Yusial, please stand and answer this question. Damn it again, me, Yusial silently cursed inside, then quickly stood up. Yes, sir. Next, with the help of the Skylark glasses, he was easily able to complete this problem. Under the professor's bewildered gaze. Excellent, you solved it so easily, and in such a simple way. Is your innate attribute water? No, sir, he waved it off, but this only made the professor more excited. Wonderful, then let's move to the next question. Time flew by quickly until the class ended. At this point, Azel had already ambushed, waiting for Yusial to step outside, then asked, excuse me, but I have a question I'd like to ask you. While observing him, I've been wondering about Beak Yusial. It's not about his rank, he's incredibly smart even compared to top rankers. Especially solving that problem just now, the questions level was at least university, if not professor grade. But even in Stella, a gathering of geniuses, what exactly is Beak Yusial's background? At first I thought no way, but now I'm sure that person definitely has a course registration strategy. If that's the case, I need to gather that info. Thinking this, Azel spoke up, what's your next class? Across from her, our main character, hearing that, felt a bit puzzled, then said, why are you asking like that? Do you like me? What? That's gross, she said angrily. I'm the one who's grossed out, isn't it? Saying this, Yusial suddenly felt arguing with a kid was super weird. I'm an adult, what am I even doing? Thinking this, Yusial said boredly, so why are you asking like that? I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems like they're all ones where you can easily get high scores. I'll ask straight up, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is quite important to me, she said firmly, and this left Yusial a bit disappointed. I thought she was gonna ask something. Haha, what do you mean those classes were just coincident? If that's all, I'm heading out. Saying that, Yusial immediately turned and left. But of course, Azel couldn't just let him slip away when she hadn't gotten an answer. Wait, hold on, she said, while hurriedly chasing after, and Yusial, feeling annoyed, said, what? Why are you following me? Go learn that from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy me. You said you researched it already, but anyone taking Divine Moon class gets A+ anyway, so it doesn't matter much, and if I register in the same class as you, it might negatively affect your score, Azel explained. And this made Yusial think a bit. If she doesn't get the scholarship, she'd be the biggest loser. Even in this situation, she's still worried about someone else's grade. Even though she's a bit annoying, the protagonist is still the protagonist. Back to Azel. At this moment, she showed eyes full of anticipation and said, anyway, could you at least suggest a class for me, one that's easy to get high scores in? But unfortunately, that look had no effect on Yusial. You think those puppy eyes will convince me? Weird, normally when I look in the mirror my stress melts away, she said narcissistically, and her words made our main character get goosebumps. You're serious about that? Just kidding, I knew you'd react like that, so I prepared some compensation, she said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Yusial, across from her, had no idea what these kids were thinking anymore. Compensation? Why do these kids love compensating so much? Where did they learn this show-off habit? At this point, Azel dropped her cheerful look and said seriously, do you know about the 7th tower? Over here, Yusial, hearing that, startled a bit, then replied, yeah, I know. Really, not many people know about that. Because it's a ruined tower that vanished, and there are many barriers preventing people from approaching where the tower once stood. But there. Saying this, Yusial immediately cut her off. Wait, what? You okay? Azel asked worriedly, seeing Yusial clutching his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Yusial was truly losing it. I'm going crazy. This is important info, because with this, Flame can increase her influence over the male lead. Moreover, if Flame knows about it, that means in the original story, Azel also knows, and Azel would only tell this info to the male lead, not a side character like me. Thinking this, Yusial quickly ended the conversation. That's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it. Sounds boring, he said while turning to leave. Meanwhile, Azel kept trying to persuade, it's not that scary. Are you scared of ghosts? At your age? Up ahead, because he was so annoyed by the tail following him, Yusial reluctantly said, fine, I'll tell you. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me, and now you changed your mind. Yeah, I just changed my mind. Besides, Azel, wanting to give me something is enough. He thought secretly, then spoke up anyway. This isn't related to grades, but it's something extremely useful for you. Register meditation Journey into the Void as your cultural studies class. Meditation? Register that as cultural studies. Divine Moon and meditation get priority. Do you like cultivation? Azel asked, puzzled. Not exactly. My master was also a bishop like you, and through meditation that person could raise their magic level. Just by sitting and meditating. Azel said blankly, and her attitude didn't surprise Yusial at all. In fact, this hasn't been discovered yet, but for bishops who hold large-scale destructive magic, meditation is very important to cast accurately based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's the mind that controls mana flow. Thinking this, Yusial reminded her again, I haven't told anyone, but you're an exception because you're cute. Earlier she said I was gross, Azel complained. But then she perked up and said thanks. Even though it's not a subject that helps my grades, I'll still register it. Do whatever you want, Yusial said casually. And after watching the girls back leave, he thought a bit. I told her, and now I'm a little scared how the future will change. But if I just leave her like that, Azel will face tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, that would be good. Thinking this, the guy realized something. Then looked at his own 2 hands. Wait, now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now? In the game, Beak Yusial trained extremely rigorously to awaken his mana leak condition and develop quickly. In the game, I could gain XP by pressing a button, but now I can do it directly. It's kinda late, no hunting segments or quests, so I can't gain extra XP. I should thank Azel for helping me realize this. Next, Yusial dragged himself back to the dorm to rest. This dorm is huge, Yusial thought secretly. At Stella, all students have to live in the dorms. The dorm system is a side feature in the game. Players could decorate their rooms freely, but for Beak Yusial, this is his only home because his village was burned down. Dorms are divided by rank. The rooms are all the same size, but the number of people per room is based on rank. Naturally, Class S takes the top floors. I feel a bit lonely, but finally I can make use of it. Alright, let's start thinking this. Yusial let out a light breath and began meditating. Stats aren't the most important thing since this is reality. I have to get used to using this body. In the game, Beak Yusial was a genius who could control aura swords by using infinite circulating mana inside and outside his body. No one noticed him, so no one knew, but Beak Yusial was a swordsmanship genius who reached the peak of sword Dao. I have to walk that path again. My breathing controls the mana flow inside my body. If I can gradually increase the mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to gather enough in one go. Skills don't level up just by collecting XP, they need continuous use to increase level, meaning I have to train, Yusial told himself. And just like that, the guy began meditating in his room. Just like that, time slowly passed until the sun began to rise. At this moment, our main character felt something and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Right now, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden aura. This must be the sensation Beak Yusial once experienced. When someone accepts mana leak syndrome from childhood, though faint, I can still feel it. And to reward Yusial's effort, the system popped up a congratulatory notification. Skill mana leak syndrome has leveled up. Skill swift step has leveled up. Over here, Yusial, seeing that, couldn't hold back and shouted, yes. I've taken another step closer to my goal. I'll find the true ending no matter what, he said while clenching his fist with eyes full of determination. Scene shift to the female lead, Flame. Right now, she and all the students in class were gathered in some plain, and the realistic feeling here made her a bit amazed. The grass and wind are artificial, but it feels so real. Stella's dorm is a pocket space built within the campus grounds, and that allows everyone to freely manipulate spatial changes and properties. So all sports events, other events, dungeons, gates, and monster training happen here for that reason. Back to Flame. After glancing at the number of students present, she started guessing. Total 141 people. Here 50 from class A1 and A2, 40 from class S. If like the novel, it should be 39 from class S. I thought including me makes 40, but unexpectedly one more person got added. Where did Beak Yusial come from? In the novel, first year only totals 1140 people plus me makes 1141. In other words, Beak Yusial is also in the original novel. I'll slowly figure everything out. It's fine, I can do it. I'm the only one in this world who knows about the novel. Class will start soon. She began calming herself while noticing other changes from the original novel. But right at that moment, a voice beside her caught her attention. Prince Jeremy, have you registered for class yet? Of course I'm done, Jeremy said with a smile. We also registered for soft magic research because we heard you did. Really? Let's help each other, he said while smiling and reaching out to greet everyone. Meanwhile, the female lead, Flame, also glanced at him with wary eyes. That's Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he went crazy for Azel but got rejected and eventually became a villain. Right now, he seems gentle, but every action of his is calculated. I should just observe and not get involved with this guy. Across from her, it seemed Jeremy also noticed Flame's gaze. So he smiled and turned to wave hello, making her quickly wave back. But man, he's really handsome. I get why he has so many followers. His faction is the most famous in school. I need to gather them together because from now on this world is my reality. I have to prepare for the future, Flame told herself, then left immediately. But she didn't know at this moment, Prince Jeremy started looking at her with eyes full of interest. Back to Professor Lee Hanwal, after seeing all students gathered, he stepped forward and said, "Everyone attention, we'll start basic training before today's lesson. I need to know your abilities to teach you properly. I'll be teaching directly, so if you don't like it, don't say it out loud. As you may know, professors have the right to add or deduct points from you, so remember, if you don't meet the required points, you'll be expelled. I'll explain the training now. We'll do dungeon challenge training. I'll use real dungeon scenarios, including traps and monsters, to test all of you. You'll get 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for a level 2 monster, 20 points for obtaining this point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges, and of course, if a student gets 0 points, they'll lose points. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form groups, but remember, points will be divided equally among group members. If you can eliminate another student, you can take their points. That's all. Good luck," saying that the professor immediately vanished like teleportation, and while the students were still confused about what happened right after, the space around them suddenly rumbled violently, making the group a bit scared. What's happening? The ground is shaking," someone shouted. And the source of the shaking was because right now countless giant vines began bursting out from underground, shooting straight upward. And in no time, the space around them turned into a forest. This is the map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Back with the group after the map was set up, they huddled together to form teams. Meanwhile, the female lead, Flame, decided to go solo. "All right then, I'm off too," she muttered. But right at that moment, the girl named Jackie from earlier quickly suggested, "Hey Flame, you're planning to go alone for the dungeon practice. Even though teaming up has advantages in real dungeon combat, going solo is better if you want to rack up more points," Flame thought to herself, then refused. "Sorry, but this time I plan to go alone." And for some reason, even though Flame declined, Jackie just smiled like she'd struck gold. "Yeah, I figured you'd say that since you'd have to share points with teammates, so you have no choice." "Yeah, that's right," Flame said, awkwardly feeling a bit uneasy inside. Am I overthinking, or is she low-key shading me? Ignoring those random thoughts in her head, Flame said goodbye. "See you next time, let's team up then." "Sure," Jackie replied with a bright smile. Then she quickly went over to report the result to her 2 friends. Flame's going solo, so oh well. Back to Flame, the girl's actions made her feel something weird. Am I imagining things, or does it feel like she's imitating me? Probably things will be different later. Thinking this, she quickly moved to start farming points. 1 hour later, at this point, Flame had just finished taking down some monster and let out a heavy breath. Few really tiring. When does today's training even end? But before she could sit down and catch her breath, suddenly from the ground ahead, a bunch of vines shot straight toward her, forcing her to quickly use magic to create a shield. And no idea what kind of monster this was, but right after seeing one attack fail, it retracted its vines and burrowed back underground, just like how it appeared. Back to Flame, after seeing the plant monster retreat, she still didn't let her guard down and kept scanning around. Not just monsters, even plants attack too, as expected from Stella. Even real dungeon training can't be underestimated. From earlier, I've already got 18 points. Not bad, but this gap can be closed with just 1 point staff. "Gotta keep moving," she said while increasing her speed. And it didn't take long before Flame suddenly sensed someone standing ahead. "Something there. Is it a monster?" "No, it's a human, but how can a student hide to this level?" "No problem. Anyway, I'm using nature camouflage to hide too. With my control, defense, destruction, and healing abilities, ambushing opponents isn't a bad choice," she thought while quietly hiding behind a tree and slowly observing the figure ahead. Somehow that guy had already obtained a whole point staff. And following her gaze, the person was none other than Yusial. "That's Beak Yusial. He's going solo too. I remember other students wanted to team up with him, but he refused them all. No idea what this guy's thinking." Thinking this, she finally noticed the shining golden staff in his hand and felt greedy. That's the point staff, he already got it. This is a perfect chance to test him. Thinking that, "Let me test him," she started calculating in her head. She also began pointing her staff toward Yusial and started calculating about 15 m away. He won't be able to defend at that distance. Think then act. After feeling confident, the girl immediately cast light bullet magic, firing a beam of light straight at Yusial. But right before the bullet could hit our main character, he sensed it and immediately turned around. Then the guy recognized it and instantly used swift step to dodge. And that near miss dodge shocked Flame into stunned silence. How could he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Back to Ucial at this point, he'd swift stepped behind Flame, and getting attacked out of nowhere scared him half to death. Holy crap, does she want to kill me? Suddenly using Light Bullet, thank God Mana Leak Syndrome leveled up, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Swift Step level 1 max distance 12m max stacks 2 cooldown 3 charges. I still have 2 uses left, so if I use the terrain I might handle her, but better to just avoid. Thinking this, Ucial used his remaining 2 swift steps to dash away. This distance should be enough, right? My goal is top 5, so no need to risk it. The top 5 reward is an Eterlic, which significantly boosts stamina and strength. Top 4 positions are probably for the main characters anyway. With this situation, they only need 3 more point staffs, Ucial thought while moving. But right at that moment ahead of him, a few guys blocked his path. Oh, look who it is. This is Beak Ucial from Class S. Over here, Ucial, after seeing the blonde guy, immediately recognized him. He's Raiden, a guy who's been famous in the academy lately. Member of Uslek's team, Jeremy's weak-ass faction, one after another thinking this. Our main character also glanced at the 3-point staffs tightly gripped in Raiden's hand and thought, he has 3-point staffs. For such a weakling, he collected quite a few, and while Ucial was thinking, the guys ahead started whispering, I heard he's a failure who cheated his way into Class S. Raiden, hearing that, sneered contemptuously, getting into Class S by solving those 3 stupid questions. Stella must have been fooled, they keep saying the same thing, aren't they bored? So uncreative, Ucial thought inside. Meanwhile, Raiden's group started their robbery act. Hey, Beak Ucial, since we ran into each other, hand over the point staff. Not interested, Ucial said calmly, but Raiden put on a face begging for a beating and barked, huh, you daring to defy me? You think you can take on 4 of us alone? Planning to use that high mid-tier staff? You can't even use magic, let alone a staff. Back to Ucial at this point, he really had to think inside. Man, what should I do now? With low-level swift step, I can't face Raiden. He's from a famous family. If I had 3 uses maybe, but it's the point staff in my hand. And this is a dungeon. Thinking this, Ucial had secretly come up with a plan. Then he pointed his point staff forward and said, here you go. That's more like it. Raiden laughed, seeing Ucial start cooperating. But he couldn't have expected that. Right at that moment, Ucial used swift step to close in right in front of him, making the guy flinch in panic. However, right when Ucial attacked him, the blow was blocked by a shield. But at least it caused several cracks to appear on the shield. Meanwhile, the watchdog Raiden started raging. Damn you commoner scum. Saying this, he retracted the barrier and kept trash talking, you bastard, I'll make you. But before he could finish cursing, he suddenly noticed Ucial had vanished ahead. Where'd he go? Someone in the group shouted. Then right after, Ucial's voice rang out from beside them, making Raiden quickly turn to look. Oh crap, dangerous. Thanks, Ucial said cheerfully, and at this point he already had 2-point staffs in hand. And Raiden immediately realized those were his and started screaming, damn you, give them back. Not interested, Ucial taunted. Then thought inside, 3-point staffs should be enough. I learned this by accident while playing the game. But these point staffs are actually lure items. Their unreasonable durability makes them indestructible by student magic. They possess the power of most other magical tools. Though more useful for magic users, for Beak Ucial, a physical attacker, a high attack weapon would be 100% utilized. Back to Raiden at this point, he was still barking, damn that bastard, how dare he take my point staffs. Saying this, he turned in rage and yelled at his teammates, what are you guys doing? Attack now. But before he could finish, the ground around them started shaking non-stop. Then right after, a bunch of vines surged up from the earth, making Raiden grit his teeth. Damn it, why is the dungeon activating now? Everyone stay close, prepare magic, and don't lose sight of that bastard, he shouted. Meanwhile, our main character used the chance to silently slip away. However, this action was spotted by someone in the group. Beak Ucial's running away. You bastard, where do you think you're going? The rest heard and quickly cast magic to attack. These guys are better than I thought. At the same time, he used swift step to dash away, immediately leaving the group screaming but helpless. Damn it, swift step again. Where'd he go? He's too fast, I can't find him. The group started panicking when they saw Ucial vanish. Meanwhile, Ucial thought inside, since I have lots of PvP experience, using terrain for advantage is easy as pie. Damn it, we just need to hit him once, that Raiden said while his eyes darted around like crazy looking for Ucial. But at this moment, the ground shook even more violently, making his teammates more scared. Raiden the dungeons. Over here, Raiden seeing that shouted, "Calm down, he's still here, wait for the quake to stop, and if you spot him, attack together. If our magic fails, it'll backlash, so be careful," and just as Raiden predicted. Before he could finish, Yusial used Swift Step to appear right in front of him. And without giving him time to react, our main character swung hard with the staff in hand, shattering the guy's shield. Even his body flew backward, crashing into his teammates, making their ongoing magic misfire, resulting in magic backlash, causing countless lightning bolts to strike down, and the students could only clutch their heads and endure, while the one who caused it, Yusial, lightly dodged to the side. All done. "I'll take this too. If I get a girlfriend later, I'll give her this," he said cheerfully while showing off the 3 staffs in his hand. "Give them back," Raiden screamed, but Yusial wasn't dumb enough to return. Taking the last one would be too much trouble, he thought secretly, then waved goodbye. "That was fun, see ya," saying that Yusial used Swift Step to dash away, leaving Raiden and his group trembling with rage like they had epilepsy. You damn dog," he yelled furiously, but none of them knew that the entire battle had fallen into the eyes of some white-haired girl. Back to Yusial, of course, the guy was thrilled like he'd hit the jackpot inside. Hee, I got lucky. If I fought normally, I'd get robbed, but since this is a dungeon, everything changes. This is adult experience, Yusial thought while casually swatting away a vine trying to sneak up on him. But right at that moment, he scanned around with wary eyes. "But I keep feeling something off, like there's something weird coming from somewhere," Yusial muttered while turning around. And sure enough, oh man, while the guy was celebrating, snatching 2-point staffs from Raiden's group, someone had spotted him and gifted him a super-grade fireball. "What the, where's this fire rain coming from?" Yusial yelled. And right after that terrifying attack slammed down, the whole forest echoed with a deafening explosion. From above, a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, scorching everything around. And our main character, Yusial, barely dodged again thanks to Swift Step, but even escaping, he was scared shitless. What kind of magic is this? "I almost died," he thought while staring at a tree snapped in half by the blast's force. Then right after, a figure emerged from the smoke with an arrogant voice. "Commoner, why didn't you take one more staff from them?" The owner of that voice was none other than Princess Bion. Her sudden appearance stunned Yusial. "Bion, why is she here?" Though puzzled, Yusial still replied, "Aren't you misunderstanding something? It's not like I can take whatever I want, and what I took has nothing to do with you, right?" But Bion didn't bother answering, she just stared intently at the point staffs in his hands. This made Yusial suddenly realize the truth. "Holy crap, don't tell me you wanted me to take them from them so you could take them from me. What are you trying to pull?" Yusial snapped angrily. But in response, Bion kept her cold expression. "I am royalty. If you understand what I mean, then fight. As a member of the royal family, I have no desire to rob a commoner, but there's no other way. I'll defeat you and take what I want." Bion's voice was full of resolve. Yusial trembled a bit. "Hey, what are you planning? Why bully someone weaker than you?" But Bion just sneered and countered, "You weak. I saw you fighting and toying with them earlier. You even used magic to beat them, didn't you?" Flashback to a short while ago, Bion was wandering the forest full of anxious thoughts. "I need to hurry. If I don't want Mother to scold me, I have to get really high points," she told herself. But right then, a noisy sound came from nearby, catching her attention. "There's noise over there." "Where'd Yusial go? That bastard ran off again. He's so sneaky," Raiden's group cursing echoed. And that's when Bion noticed something odd. At this moment, she spotted a figure fleeing in the distance. "That's Beak, Yusial, and Raiden." Bion narrowed her eyes. Should I attack them? But she immediately dismissed it. "No way, no matter how strong I am, I can't take on 5 at once. Best to wait until their magic weakens, then I'll have my chance." Thinking that, Bion decided to hide and observe, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop in like a fisherman. However, what happened next shocked her to the core, because Yusial started proactively using Swift Step to attack Raiden's group. What? That commoner. Besides Swift Step, he can use other magic too. Of course, Bion knew Raiden's group couldn't compare to her in strength, but still, they were all competent fighters. Compared to a commoner, they should be way better, right? Back to the present, Bion snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes sharper. Fine time to use fire magic. As soon as she spoke, Bion activated her magic, creating multiple floating magic circles in midair. From inside those circles, countless fireballs shot out straight toward Yusial. But our main character wasn't easy prey. Yusial immediately used Swift Step to dodge. However, before he could even catch his breath, another fireball came from above. Swift Step hadn't cooled down yet. No choice, Yusial had to leap between trees, dodging continuously. After landing, he started panting heavily. Damn, her magic is way too dangerous. Good thing my instincts are sharp, otherwise I'd be toast. However, Yusial had used Swift Step twice. Now he had to face Princess Bion with no escape. What do I do now? Yuseol gritted his teeth thinking. Across from him, Byeon crossed her arms coldly. This time you're not planning to use your staff. You already have my staff. Yuseol frowned, complaining. What about the one I got when I enrolled? Byeon fell silent. Suddenly Yuseol blinked in realization. Oh right. He looked down at his hand, realizing he still had another staff. I never used it, so I forgot. Over there, Byeon was starting to get annoyed. How long are you going to pretend? Her voice turned serious and icy. This is a serious battle, yet this commoner treats it like a joke. Byeon gritted her teeth, eyes full of killing intent. If you're not going to fight seriously, then I'll have to crush you right here. Hearing that, Yuseol broke out in cold sweat, pressure surging as he thought inside. But I'm fighting seriously, what are you talking about? Byeon then reminded Yuseol, if you're not serious. Her face hardened as she continued, you'll log out right here. I'll crush you, Princess, Byeon thought secretly. And without wasting another second, she unleashed her magic, firing countless fire arrows straight toward Yuseol, forcing him to hurriedly tilt his head to dodge. However, that wasn't the end. At the same moment, another fireball aimed straight at his shoulder. Seeing this, with superhuman reflexes, Yuseol quickly ducked to the ground, dodging by a hair. And it seemed, sensing Yuseol's freakish dodging ability, the princess across decided to use Wideria magic, creating a massive wall of flame covering a huge range aimed at Yuseol. And this time he really felt cornered. Damn, even dodging with swift step, her attack range is too wide. What do I do now? Yuseol gritted his teeth thinking, but right at that moment, suddenly from behind him, a sound caught his attention. This sound was. Thinking this, Yuseol immediately used swift step repeatedly to hide behind a massive tree trunk, saving him from becoming barbecue. However, dodging this didn't mean Yuseol was safe. He got lucky this time, but it was still tough. Even if he got close to Byeon, flames around her would erupt to protect her when he approached. I know this very well from fighting so many fire mages. Her level is way higher than I thought. If this were flat ground, I'd probably lose in under a minute. No, the fight wouldn't even happen. Yuseol thought while tightly gripping his point staff. We don't know yet who's getting defeated here. Meanwhile, Princess Byeon fired countless fire arrows toward Yuseol, forcing him to keep leaping back to dodge, until his mana sense kicked in, reading the trajectory of every attack. Seeing this, Yuseol started swinging his arm like a machine, precisely knocking away every fire arrow and deflecting them aside. And this freakish move left Princess Byeon behind, stunned in disbelief. No way he used a weapon to counter magic. How is that possible? Back to Yuseol, while focused on deflecting countless incoming attacks, he also had time to think. The longer this goes, the clearer it feels. This isn't a keyboard or mouse-controlled game, it's directly moving my body to face a mage. Very clearly, mana surrounding me grows stronger, sixth sense as clear as sight and hearing. Back to Princess Byeon, seeing this, she could hardly believe her eyes. How is this possible? In this forested mountain terrain, fire should have the advantage. If that's the case, then I can only increase magic power. She gritted her teeth and began powering up, making Yuseol, who had been somewhat stable, suddenly bear even greater pressure. No choice, he had to fight while retreating, hiding behind another tree. I can't just defend forever, I need to break Byeon's magic shield with this staff. Thinking this, Yuseol timed it perfectly while the princess ahead focused mana to prepare another attack. He immediately used swift step, charging straight at her. In just 1 second, he closed the distance right in front of her, and Yuseol's sudden appearance startled Byeon a bit, but then she gritted her teeth, showing irritation. Byeon immediately cast fire magic, creating a magic circle under both their feet. And Yuseol, seeing this, wasn't too surprised. When approaching fire mages, an explosive magic circle pushes enemies back 2 meters. But since I've experienced this many times, it's not too hard, he thought while leaping back to escape the circle's range. Then, taking momentum, he charged forward again, slamming hard into the magic shield protecting Byeon. The powerful strike caused several cracks to appear on the shield. No way, how can he? She thought in shock. But before she could think more, the shield shattered into pieces, and the force sent the princess tumbling to the ground. And at this point, the battle's outcome was decided. I win, Yuseol said with a smile. And at his words, Byeon could only grit her teeth in frustration. Then she took a deep breath and asked, who exactly are you? Just a normal student, Yuseol shrugged. At the same time, she turned towards someone behind and called out, but the one hiding back there can come out now, right? Flame, following his gaze, somehow Flame had appeared here, watching both of them. Next, since she had been discovered, the female lead calmly stepped out and asked, I wasn't hiding there, but how did you know I was here? Let's just call it intuition, Yusiel said with a smile, but actually it was thanks to Mana Leek's sensing ability. Across from him, hearing Yusiel's answer, Flame slightly furrowed her brows, then asked again, intuition, huh? How did you break my magic shield with that ordinary staff? Also thanks to intuition, she said, full of suspicion. Back to Yusiel, Flame's question really stumped him, as expected stuff like this from games can't appear in a romantic novel like the original I Can't Tell the Truth. Thinking this, for some reason, he started pointing at the point staffs in his hand and said, this is real, okay? This nonsensical answer only made Flame more suspicious. So what? You think just swinging it can break my shield? Then in this world, all knights must have disappeared. From the beginning, I've always felt something's off. Beak Yusiel, who exactly are you? And it wasn't just Flame wondering. Even Bion was extremely curious, turning to look at Yusiel, waiting to see how he'd answer. Over here, Yusiel, hearing that, could only sigh inside. Finally, it's come to this, but not even a month yet. Should I just reveal my real identity? No, Flame has no good feelings toward me. Doing that would be too dangerous. Thinking so, Yusiel still decided not to reveal his true identity. Even if you suspect me, I'm not the kind of bad person like that, huh? What do you mean? Flame asked, puzzled. Just like I said, I want to help you. Yusiel scratched his cheek awkwardly. Help me? You really? Flame wanted to ask more. However, before she could finish, Yusiel turned and left. I wanted to say more, but no time left. See ya. With that, he quickly dashed away, or at least that's what he thought. Before Princess Bion from behind suddenly threw several of her point staffs straight at the back of his head. At this moment, she was also shocked by his attitude, making him yelp in pain. No choice, he turned around, complaining. Hey, if you have something, just say it straight. I thought you caught me, dodged all magic and traps, but couldn't catch this, Bion said in surprise. And the reason was quite simple. No choice. Mana sensing intuition also has its limits, Yusiel thought while wincing. Ouch, that hurts. Time maintaining intuition depends on my mental energy. Since mental energy is depleted, now I even have a headache thinking this, Yusiel asked. So why throw these to me? You won, just take them, Bion said calmly. And at her words, Yusiel seemed to guess something. Is it because of pride? But if I take them, all my points would skyrocket, and besides, those things aren't that useful anyway. Thinking done, Yusiel only picked up 1 point staff, then smiled at Bion. Alright, I'll just take this one, keep the rest. Then I'm off. With that, Yusiel immediately turned and left. And at this moment, the guy felt smug about his action. What a kind-hearted man, merciful to the defeated. This is so cool, he sniffed proudly. Unfortunately, the two girls behind didn't think the same. That guy has issues, Flame said, puzzled, while Princess Bion beside her looked at Yusiel's back suspiciously. Probably a commoner with a bit of an abnormal mind, saying that she became extremely curious about Yusiel's true identity. In another scene at the professor's observation room, the screens in front of them displayed countless red dots, probably representing the students. At this moment, several other screens were showing battles of some students. Ho ho, this year's first-year Class S students are all rare talents. Worth watching after all, an elder from the Magic Council Tellys nodded, saying, and beside him, a middle-aged woman replied, indeed, very interesting. When I was young, I was even better. She was Czarina Eon, member of the Blue Tower Council. Hearing the two speak, Professor Lee Hanwal turned and thought, Magic Council, Blue Tower Council, just a monitoring session for trainee students, yet so many big shots gathered. To recruit talents, you have to do this. Probably most other professors are watching this training too. Right then, everyone in the room suddenly exclaimed in awe, catching his attention. Oh my, Yusiel and Hei Wenryong have clashed. At this moment, following their gaze, Hei Wenryong had attacked first, immediately using his staff to fire a surge of energy straight toward Ma Yusiel. And facing this attack, the handsome guy easily used some kind of magic to continuously leap through the air, dodging the ice pillars stabbing toward him. Seeing this, the Magic Council people exclaimed in admiration. 3 consecutive level 3 mana leaps at 17 years old. Not to mention them, even Professor Lee Hanwal was shocked. Normally, an average mage reaches level 3 at 25 or older, yet Ma Yusiel at 17 can already use level 3 magic proficiently. Not done yet. Right after they were shocked again. Incredible. Look, both students are using 3 attributes. Back to Lee Hanwal, normal mages can only control 1 attribute, and only after grueling training can they control 2. Correct, controlling 3 attributes proves innate talent. They were gifted that talent from birth. Right then, a loud roar came, and the owner of the roar was a gigantic bird-like monster. It's a hidden monster. Then, without giving Ma Yusiel and Hei Wenryong time to react, the monster roared again and dove straight down. More accurately, it had been hit by someone and fell from the sky. And the one who struck was none other than Azel. Oh, they're fighting. Sorry for interrupting. Over here, Professor Lee Hanwal focused on Azel's appearance and thought, Azel more. Hidden monsters only appear when certain conditions are met, not only hard to find but hard to defeat, yet this girl hunted it alone. Back to the Magic Council group, seeing Azel appear, they said regretfully, "And the trader's daughter Morph, what a shame. If her father hadn't done that unforgivable thing, her talent could have bloomed even more." Saying this, Uncle Tellys noticed another screen and exclaimed, "Oh, that's the Princess of Adelinvit Duchy. Who's her opponent? The face is unfamiliar," he guessed before his expression turned stunned. What, that magic? Could that be Swift Step? He muttered softly while looking at Yusial's face. Swift Step, a type of magic that over hundreds of years countless scholars have poured their lives into researching ways to control it, only to all fail, giving up in despair or becoming crippled. It's truly an uncontrollable spell. Yet here is a student who can wield Swift Step as naturally as moving his own limbs. Who exactly is that boy? He muttered aloud in wonder. And beside him, Professor Lee Hanwal spoke up to answer the question. The student's name is Beak Yusial, a very special student who uses Swift Step as his main skill. Swift Step is main skill, someone said in astonishment. That's completely different from the overwhelming talents of Ma Yusial, He Wenryang, or Azel. Back to Tellys. At this point, he voiced his own doubts, but why doesn't he use other magic and just fool around like that? If he used proper magic, that fight would have ended long ago. It's really puzzling. At that moment, suddenly from behind everyone, a voice rang out. "No, he's fighting seriously, you just didn't notice." Everyone instantly turned toward the young professor and exclaimed, "Elmund Eltwin. He's been serious from the start, it seems you all didn't see it." "Interesting," Elmund said with a voice full of delight. "That student's fighting style reminds me of the knightly spirit that only existed in ancient times." And his words made the group realize something. The knightly spirit? You mean the spirit of knights that vanished along with swordsmen and ancient magic? For such a young student, he suddenly thought, yes, exactly, the knightly spirit. In a world dominated by magic, the knightly spirit is the fighting will of knights who wield swords. For example, heroes who battle evil to protect the world. It said they always face demons with just a single sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with swords is impossible, yet that student is truly using his staff like a sword. Moreover, since Elmund commented like that, the headmaster of Stellar Academy, a school renowned as the continent's top magic academy, Elmund Eltwin, a level 9 mage, and one of the only 10 great sages on the continent. If a great sage thinks that way, saying this, he began thinking silently. Time passed quickly and the first dungeon practical exam ended. Scene shift to the special training area for Class S. At this moment, He Wenryang was frantically training his magic by attacking the dummies ahead after using wind magic to strike the target in front, but still couldn't destroy the dummy. He let out a few exhausted breaths, then looked at the staff in his hand, gritting his teeth. Damn, almost out of mana, still not enough, there's a long way ahead. Among the 141 students who participated in this dungeon exam, 39 were eliminated. Azel topped the rankings by defeating the bird monster, while I'm second. Ma Yusial is 6th, but I don't feel like I've won. At that moment, his face showed clear frustration. If Azel hadn't interfered in that fight. Thinking this, suddenly, an uncontrollable flame of anger surged in He Wenryang's heart. From the first time we met, I've had this feeling. Although Ma Yusial always acts indifferent to everything, whatever he does reaches professional level even beyond that. Even in this practical exam, I set up magic arrays everywhere and calculated every move of his, yet Ma Yusial still easily neutralized all my attacks. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is this talent wall really that high and thick? Thinking this, he took a deep breath to calm himself and reassured, no time for self-blame, I need to work even harder. At the same time, not far away, Princess Bion also arrived and spotted He Wenryang frantically training his magic. Seeing his state, Bion felt a bit puzzled. Is that He Wenryang? He's usually so calm, why is he so frustrated today? Although I shouldn't say this, but it's really annoying having to give up the staff and only get 3rd place. Mother seems satisfied with the result, but if I don't get the staff back, I'll definitely get punished. That commoner is so arrogant and annoying, she thought while continuously blasting magic at the dummy ahead like venting anger. And this made He Wenryang stop and notice. Princess, is something wrong? Not sure if I'm mistaken, but it seems the princess's magic is more precise than before. Princess Bion's fire magic is very powerful, but it's hard to control. Finally, she couldn't improve this fast, or maybe it's just coincidence. He furrowed his brows thinking. Back to Bion, extremely irritated. Damn it. Damn it, though I hate to admit it, but Beak Ucial's special lecture really worked. Thanks to those ridiculous riddles, my thinking has changed, and my magic control has improved significantly. Though he's just a low-scoring commoner with a terrible personality, Beak Ucial is the only one who knows how to fix my weakness. But annoying is still annoying, she gritted her teeth, said, then left the training ground after venting. The voice of her guard Yeterin rang out beside her. Princess, seeing that Bion turned and asked, Yeterin, what is it? The staff telephone you requested has been modified. Shall I bring it to Beak Ucial now? Saying that, she opened the box in her hand, revealing inside a staff reforged to resemble a sword's shape. Answering the question, Bion across nodded. Yeah, just do that. Then excuse me, the guard girl said while turning to leave. But right at that moment, as if remembering something, Bion stopped her, making Yeterin puzzled. What is it, princess? Scene shift to auxiliary tower number 2. At this moment, instead of letting her guard Yeterin deliver the staff to Ucial, she personally went to meet him. I came here because I heard Beak Ucial is here, but this is auxiliary tower number 2 where professor's research rooms are. Is he meeting a professor? She wondered inside. But then she suddenly jolted in hesitation. Not sure if I should go in. Wait, why did I come here? I could have given it to him at the training ground like this. It's no different from chasing after a commoner. No, I should turn back, Bion thought before being startled by a familiar voice. Oh, princess, hearing the familiar sound. Bion turned to look and greeted Professor Hammerl. Long time no see, professor. Across from her, Hammerl nodded emotionally. Just yesterday I was teaching you magic at the palace and now you're all grown up. What brings the princess here? I have some business, but I have to head back now. Bion waved dismissively as if not wanting to mention much about why she came, and Professor Hammerl advised. It's a bit chaotic right now, it's good for the princess to head back. Currently mages are flocking here because of that student Beak Ucial, so everything's a mess, Professor Hammerl said, headache ridden, and at this info Princess Bion's eyes couldn't hide her surprise. But very quickly she regained composure and asked, that commoner, what's so special about him? You fought him directly, so you know, right? He doesn't use any other magic. Yes. Ah yes, Bion replied. Then her expression turned somewhat melancholic. So you watched that fight too? It's embarrassing to show such a pathetic side in front of the mentor I respect most, she bitterly thought. Back to Professor Hammerl, seeing her expression, he was a bit surprised then comforted. Princess, no need to blame yourself. Your opponent also fought with everything, but he didn't use any magic, Bion asked again, and Professor Hammerl had to explain. That's because of his belief. Belief? What do you mean? She asked, full of curiosity. After watching the practice, the headmaster speculated that student is probably trying to revive the knightly spirit that vanished from ancient times. Wait, Beak Ucial pursuing knightly spirit? That's ridiculous, the princess said in surprise. But then she started recalling her earlier fight with Ucial. Indeed, Beak Ucial used his staff like a sword in that battle. This magic sword is the same. Thinking this, she began believing about 70–80% of the info. However, she still had some doubt and asked further. Not using magic in a magic academy punished heavily. He'd definitely lose points in magic practice hours and many other things. Yes, that student knows that clearly but still chose this path. It's truly astonishing, isn't it? Despite achieving great things with swift step, he still relentlessly hones himself. That must be true belief, Professor Hammerl said with full admiration. If Ucial really heard this, he'd probably laugh himself to death. Putting that aside, after bidding farewell to Professor Hammerl, Princess Bion fell into deep thought. If someone said they dream of becoming a knight, they'd surely be mocked because the age of knights has passed, but Beak Ucial, is he seriously pursuing the knightly spirit? Yet I got angry at him, telling him not to fool around, she secretly thought. And right at that moment, Ucial also spotted her here and asked, what are you doing here? In the guy's mouth was the rank 5 reward Edelic root. Back to Bion, seeing Ucial appear, she immediately changed expression. I came here for you. What for? Ucial said while non-stop munching, making the princess extremely irritated, starting to stare at him, and in the end, she couldn't win the starring contest with Ucial, so she tossed him the box containing the staff and said, forget it, take this. Seeing that the guy immediately realized the issue and exclaimed, oh, Terraphone, thanks. Saying that, he hurriedly opened the box to check the new item. This is an invisible sword. As expected from Adelenvit, the craftsmanship is on another level. The princess helped me out big time. Great, this thing money can't easily buy. Thinking this, he turned to look at Bion expectantly. Can you give me the box too? Selling it would probably fetch a good price. Up to you, the princess said casually. Making the poor bastard ecstatic inside. Oh man, jackpot, what a commoner, she secretly thought. Then her eyes showed a bit of seriousness as she asked, "Hey Beak Yusial, are you really not going to use other magic?" The sudden question left Yusial a bit stunned, and his starring gaze made Bion a little embarrassed. Then she quickly turned away. "On nothing, I'm leaving." Over here, Yusial, seeing that, shrugged and left. "Other magic, huh? Now that I think about it, earlier Professor Lee Hanwal said something similar. Said he understands my feelings, respects my belief, all that incomprehensible stuff, like I've chosen a thorny path. Whatever, I'll go as far as I can. With this magic sword, I'm somewhat reassured for the next arc. Now let's check out the sword," he said while tightly gripping the wooden box in his hand. Scene shift to the training ground. Holding the new staff in hand, he started muttering, "Let's see. Just channel mana into this, right?" Saying that, Yusial tried channeling a bit of mana into the new item. And right after, the staff sprouted a blade of light, making Yusial's eyes turn into stars. Not bad at all. If Flame held this sword, it'd definitely shine even brighter. The female lead, Flame, is a special existence. Though human, she can use all types of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels. This staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana. Not everyone can use it, but Flame can wield it like an ultimate skill, thanks to her natural mana recovery. While me, I have nothing to lose, though mana is constantly absorbed. Because of mana leak, it can't accumulate in the body and gets expelled outside. In other words, the mana density in my breath determines Terraphone's power. Let's check the status. Beak Yusial stats: strength 1 star 77%, senses 2 stars 29%, agility no star 97%, stamina 1 star 43%, mana none, remaining exp none, skills swift step level 1, trait mana leak level 2. Mana leak level 2 increases strength 5%, agility 8%, senses 15%, intuition activates by consuming user's mental energy, faintly senses mana flow within 18 m, simultaneously activates high-speed perception, auto-activates when user is in danger, increases active mana circulation speed 1%. Back to Yusial. Looking at his stats, he was quite satisfied. After eating the Adelic Root rank 5 reward from this exam, my strength increased a bit. Now with a weapon, I can directly accumulate exp. Should train swordsmanship more from now on, it'll be very busy, he exclaimed. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to some training ground. At this moment, the instructor standing in front said to all students ahead, "Today we'll have a practical combat magic session. Everyone spread out and take your staffs." This instructor was Barayan, defensive magic lecturer. Following his words, the students started spreading out and eagerly using magic shields to practice. Over on this side, after walking around and observing the students' spellcasting processes, he inwardly sighed in admiration, thinking this batch really seemed to have a ton of talented kids, and deciding to sort the classes by ability level was a pretty smart move. As he was saying that, he suddenly noticed something. Ducio was standing there alone in a daze up ahead, and he thought to himself, "Isn't that kid the rumored commoner from Class S? A total nobody, yet he managed to resonate with a mid-tier magic staff and even ranked 5th in the dungeon test." How infuriating, the sneaky old man thought as he started walking over to mess with Ducio. "Hey, bitch Ducio. Why are you just standing there spacing out like an idiot?" Hearing the call, Ducio turned around and awkwardly replied, That, I'm practicing a different kind of defense right now, so I don't really need to learn basic magic." "Oh, is that so? Your own special kind of defense, huh? Sounds interesting," the old man said with a laugh. But in his mind, he was thinking something completely different. What arrogance, unless you're Princess Bion, who's studying the inherited magic of Adelevet. A mere commoner like you shouldn't even dream of having some special defense technique. Anyway, I've heard that bitch Ducio doesn't use any magic other than Flash Step, so if that's the case then. Thinking this far, the cunning guy decided he wanted to teach the kid a lesson and spoke up with a suggestion. "Then how about you demonstrate that amazing defense of yours for the other students to broaden their horizons a bit? Your opponent will be..." As he spoke, he turned to look at the students behind him. Then his eyes landed on a red-haired kid. Right, Morso from Class B would be the perfect fit. Hearing Professor Barayan say that, Morso broke into a full-on villainous grin. It wasn't random that Barayan did this. When he made the suggestion, he'd already calculated a bit. As a defense-specialized instructor, staying in good standing at the academy depended heavily on relationships with students. Morso Dordan was from the Scalvan Empire. Buttering him up a little wouldn't hurt. And if he showed off impressive magic by beating a class's student, it'd look great on his record. Thinking this, the guy smiled so hard his eyes narrowed, then turned and asked, "So how about it?" Hearing that our protagonist wasn't intimidated at all and just accepted right away. "Sure, no problem." Just like that, Ducio and Morso stepped up onto the sparring platform under everyone's watchful eyes. Plus, a few of Morso's lackey dogs couldn't resist cheering him on. Morso, smash him to pieces, humiliate him in front of everybody. The two yelled loud enough for the whole place to hear, and Morso, somehow brimming with confidence, shot back, "Just wait and see." Across from him, Ducio heard the spoiled brats shouting like that and could only give a wry inner smile. What the hell is this? So they're Uselek and Raiden's buddies, huh? Kids these days are so petty. But whatever, it's still a required class anyway, and I can't really do much since I don't use magic. Come to think of it, Barayan was already infamous for being brutal back in the first year arc. Alright, perfect chance to test the results of my training, Ducio secretly chuckled to himself. Next, the nasty teacher Barayan laid out the rules. This match will proceed with alternating attack and defense turns, and no other magic is allowed. Morso will attack first. Down below, Morso's extra crowd of cronies were already convinced he would win. Morso's definitely gonna win. Defense aside, he's also skilled in earth magic for offense. No way anyone can block his attacks easily. Nearby, Prince Genemi was watching the fight with some interest. Alright then, prepare, begin, Barayan shouted. Right after the command, Morso immediately cast his magic, slowly gathering a massive chunk of earth right in front of him. The people watching from below started whispering to each other, is that second-tier magic? The unspoken rule in basic magic class is only first-tier magic allowed. Is bitch Ducio gonna be okay? You class S punk, taste my power, Morso roared inwardly, then shouted out loud, piercing earth rock Jordan. No idea if yelling the name did anything, but right after he swung his wand forward to send the boulder flying. Facing this attack, Ducio calmly swung his sword in a light motion and easily sliced the rock clean in half. And probably because it was formed by magic, once cut in two, the pieces slowly dissipated into nothing as if they'd never existed. Up front, Morso watched his attack get nullified like that, and his whole body trembled like he'd been bitten by a rabid dog. No, impossible, my magic just vanished, he stammered in shock. Even the other students below were stunned beyond words after seeing it. He cut through magic with a sword, but can magic really disappear like that? Unlike them, with his experience as a teacher, even if he was a petty jerk, Barayan still picked up on a few things. No, just slashing wouldn't do it. But bitch Ducio definitely made Morso's magic vanish. All magic has a mana flow. If you sever that flow precisely, the spell disappeared. Could he have actually done that? As he spoke, he stared hard at Ducio like he was trying to see through him. Back to Ducio, after that attack, he was pretty satisfied with his sword. Not bad at all. Right now, I can only cut up to third-tier magic, but all those sleepless nights grinding in the training room are finally paying off. That's enough. With that, Ducio gripped his sword tighter. Meanwhile, the dumbass Morso could only grind his teeth and bark some nonsense. Damn it, how dare a commoner like you. Down below, the petty Barayan saw the guy's dog-like state and started worrying too. This is bad. If Morso loses here, I'm screwed too. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up to remind, bitch Ducio, I acknowledge your defensive ability, but that defense can only block one attack at a time. Eventually, it has its limits. For example, when facing a barrage of attacks, he commented, but really he was just hinting to the idiot Morso how to attack properly. And very quickly, Morso caught on and broke into a grin. Ducio turned and shot the petty guy a look full of annoyance. What the hell is this creep babbling about? Without giving him time to think, Morso started casting again, creating countless floating stone fragments in the air. Wait, hold on, that's going too far. It's dangerous. Shouldn't the professor stop this? People worriedly said. The dumb Morso and petty Barayan weren't thinking that deeply. Right now, they only cared about crushing Ducio as fast as possible. Stone shattering spear, he yelled, and just like that, countless stones shot straight toward Ducio. Facing this rain of attack, the protagonist felt it was a bit tricky. 11 stones coming in total. Can't use flash step, can't slash them all. Only one way left, tank them all. Thinking this, Ducio started spinning his sword like a propeller, forming a shield of blades that blasted every incoming stone away so none could touch him. Seeing that, Morso across from him could only grit his teeth in rage. My strongest magic got neutralized so easily, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Barayan's face down below was twisted like a baboon's ass. Damn it. What the hell is Morso doing? If you lose, I'm done for too, he cursed silently. Even Ducio himself was a little surprised by his own move just now. Oh, let's try copying that technique I saw in the game. Not bad at all. This move is called sword sweep. Maintaining the terraphone form consumes way more mental energy than normal, so stamina drops hard after using it. Plus, the defense is weaker compared to blocking a single target. In real combat, it'd be hard to pull off. Good thing this is just practice sparring, Ducio silently judged. Meanwhile, the other students were completely amazed. Wow, first time I've seen that technique. It looks just like a magic shield. Is there even defense magic like that? At this rate, Morso's gonna lose soon. The chatter started rising, making Morso angrier by the second. A commoner like you dares, he snarled while starting to cast magic again. And counting this one, it'd be his third consecutive attack, which made the other students unhappy. Wait, is he gonna attack again? Morso's turn is already over, they said while glancing nervously at the petty teacher, and whether he heard or not, the guy just smiled and wanted Morso to keep going. Get ready, bitch, do CEO, this time I won't hold back. Right as he finished speaking, another voice cut in. Excuse me, professor. Hearing the familiar voice, the petty teacher turned toward the sound, then asked, what is it, Genemy? Over here, the prince flashed a bright smile, then asked back, why isn't the professor switching the attack turn to bitch do CEO? Well, the old man stammered, unable to form words. Seeing the prince step in to criticize, the other students started chiming in too. This isn't some first-year basic practice. One mistake and someone could get seriously hurt. What is this teacher trying to do? The turn's already over, they said while staring coldly at Barayan, leaving him super awkward. I was too focused on the match and didn't notice everyone's reaction, he thought to himself, and finally with no choice left, Barayan had to announce, switch attack turns. Up on the platform, Morso hurriedly threw up a magic shield. But the moment it formed, Du Seo sliced it into countless pieces, then pointed his sword straight at the guy's throat. Bitch Du Seo wins, Barayan declared. Morso losing so quickly and cleanly left everyone a bit shocked. In the end, Bitch Du Seo won. He's way stronger than I thought. Ignoring the chatter, Prince Genemy walked forward with a meaningful smile. Scene shift to the prince's private room. Right now, inside the room, Morso's miserable screams echoed. Please, spare me, he weakly begged. After beating the guy senseless with some martial training, Genemy finally stopped, then turned to the girl in front and said, Vera Jane, looks like my friend got pretty badly hurt. Take good care of him, okay? If anything happens to him, I'll be really upset, he said while wiping the blood off his hand with a handkerchief. And as if totally used to this, Vera Jane wasn't surprised at all. Yes, I understand, then I'll take care of it, he replied, then left. Behind him, Vera Jane watched Genemy's back and thought to herself, not a subordinate but a friend. In the Scalvan Empire, where power is determined by magical strength, Genemy Scalvan surpassed all his siblings to claim the crown prince position at just 12 years old. Not being Genemy's subordinate meant the Dordan family would be expelled from the Eternal Magic Academy forever. Not just more so, once you've caught Crown Prince Genemy's eye, that commoner bitch Du Seo's school life won't be peaceful anymore either, she silently thought. Scene shift to some experimental research classroom. Right now everyone was happily chatting. Hey, you hear about it yet, bitch Du Seo from class S? What's Spirit Night thing? What does Spirit Night even mean? This is a magic academy, what does it have to do with knights? Someone complained, but he beat more so from the Dordan family. For real, the Dordan family has some influence in the Scalvan Empire, right? They said in surprise. In the back, female lead Flame got annoyed hearing them keep mentioning Du Seo. Everywhere I go it's all about bitch Du Seo. I don't want attention, but this is kinda irritating. Who the hell is that guy anyway? Ignoring her, over here a female professor walked into the classroom and spoke up. Alright everyone, settle down. Alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature. Her name was Mazen Tyron, professor of the alchemy department. After everyone quieted down, she continued, today we'll be practicing the synthesis of the Tyron recovery potion that I researched and developed. Everyone pay close attention. So annoying, one tiny mistake and it's ruined. Honestly, I'd avoid alchemy as much as possible. It's way too complicated and finicky, Flame grumbled boredly. Right then Mazen's shout rang out again. Alterisha, what the hell are you doing? You call that alchemy? She scolded some blonde girl nearby, which made Flame pay a bit more attention. I heard Professor Mazen later becomes a notorious dark mage. I need more materials, so I have no choice but to keep attending this class. At the same time, giggles started coming from beside Flame. He, yes that's it. The guy laughed while staring at the vial in front of him, and the way he looked was exactly like someone brewing poison to screw someone over. Bitch Du Seo, at first I thought he joined this class to get close to Azel, but now it seems he's a total pervert. What the hell did I just see? Whatever, I need to go get materials. Thinking that, Flame quickly got up to prepare, and after a while she finally finished synthesizing the potion. Phew, finally done. Good thing Flame has high study stats or I wouldn't have finished this fast. Wonder how Azel is doing, she said while turning to check on Azel next to her, who was still struggling with processing ingredients. Thank goodness, looks like she's doing fine. Wait, doing fine. In the original story, Azel accidentally gets Mela's magic technique notebook and creates a recovery potion way more advanced than the Tyron one in this class. So why is she making it so normally now? Flame pondered while rubbing her chin. Before Maizen's screech rang out again, bitch du Seo, who gave you permission to change the experimental ingredients on your own? Huh, doing it this way gives better results though, du Seo shrugged and said, making her even more irritated. Now you're talking about results. This isn't the Tyrant recovery potion I asked for. Hearing them talk, Flame jolted and turned to look. What could it be that the advanced potion Aizel was supposed to create ended up being made by bitch du Seo instead? Something feels off. Why would bitch du Seo be able to make an advanced Tyrant recovery potion in place of Aizel? She thought while staring suspiciously at du Seo. Over here, Professor Maizen, hearing his reply, clutched her head. This is ridiculous. Your attitude is terrible. See, I told you commoners are no good, HMPH, she sneered. And that line caught Flame completely off guard. Because in the original it was supposed to be, see, that's why your whole family got wiped out, HMPH. Those words became Aizel's lifelong trauma after losing her family and haunted her until the very end of the story. Could bitch du Seo have foreseen this? So he deliberately drew Maizen's attention to himself to protect Aizel. But Professor Maizen has a lot of influence in Stella Academy. Once she has her eye on you, your grades in other subjects will suffer too. Is that guy going this far for Aizel? Flame wondered in shock. And for some reason right then the professor yelled again, you, how dare you talk to me like that? Call your parents here right now. Speaking of du Seo, seeing her lioness-like rage, he finally remembered who she was. Oh crap, I almost forgot about this annoying plot point. I got too caught up in alchemy and completely blanked on this troublesome part. Thinking this, du Seo could only sigh inwardly, then replied, I don't have parents. You dare say that to me, she kept shouting, but du Seo had gone full deaf to criticism mode. Whatever, I've already been targeted. What's there to be afraid of anymore? If that's the case, tomorrow I'll try making golden elixir and cola potions, the guy silently planned in his mind. Time flew by quickly, and a few weeks later the confrontation between du Seo and Professor Maizen started getting more and more intense. Bitch du Seo, how many times do I have to tell you, you're not allowed to change the alchemy ingredients on your own? She said furiously, while du Seo across from her calmly explained, but I only tweaked your formula a little and the results came out better. What you? She was so angry she couldn't even speak properly. Over here, du Seo quietly activated his glasses to scan her info. And the results popped up right in front of him. Maizen Tyrant, dark corruption rate 21%, insecure, jealous, dark pact signer, alchemy professor, chapter 8 boss, dark transformation confirmed. Seeing that, du Seo nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Everything's going exactly according to my plan. Chapter 8, Maizen Tyrant, the boss corrupted by darkness. She's one of those villain characters who gets fully darkened because she couldn't overcome the shadows in her own heart. Once the dark corruption rate exceeds 90%, she'll completely become a dark mage. But when it's under 50%, we can't detect it with regular magic. Right now, Maizen's dark corruption is at 21%. No way to prove she's a dark mage yet, so no way to report her. The only option is to keep provoking her until the corruption goes over 50%, then call in the Dark Mage Extermination Squad. In normal dark corruption cases, there's still a way to cure it before full transformation, but Maizen is a Dark Pact signer. She willingly made a contract with a Harmon entity. So the dark seed has already taken root in her body, and it's impossible to save her anymore. Even though we're only at chapter 4 right now, since she's a strong boss, I need to prepare early. Otherwise, she'll turn the other students into dark mages and threaten the safety of Stella, du Seo thought to himself. Over here, unaware of du Seo's thoughts, Maizen started glaring at him with utter contempt. You're still the same stubborn brat. Don't even dream of getting high grades in my alchemy class. Even better, let her keep her focus on me. Might as well use this time to grind some muscle training, du Seo thought inwardly before he got a headache. From the next situation, what the heck is this? I didn't expect the practical exam to be a group assignment. And hilariously enough, the teammates paired with du Seo are none other than Aizel and 2 other guys. However, looking at the faces of all 3, it was clear they weren't thrilled about being grouped with someone who'd already pissed off the teacher. Oh man, look at this gloomy atmosphere. Anyone who didn't know would think there's a funeral going on. Du Seo thought, then forced a smile and said, nice to meet you all. I'm bitch du Seo. Hearing that they started introducing themselves too, the blonde guy is Kasahun. The black-haired student is Maliwan, and Aizel obviously needs no introduction. At this point, it seemed like the introductions made everyone a bit more comfortable, so Maliwan clutched his face and wailed, we're so screwed as a group. I heard Professor Maizen grades super harshly on students she hates. It's basically impossible to pass. Because of me, you're all gonna suffer, Ducio thought awkwardly to himself. And in this depressing mood, Azel stepped up to encourage them, but we can't just give up like this. Anyway, when grading the practical exam, there will be at least 3 professional alchemists from the Alchemy Association present, meaning Professor Mazin can't just fail us arbitrarily. Her explanation made Kasahun and Maluan look a little brighter with hope. While they still clung to that slim chance, then yeah, we just have to give it our all. Thank goodness this is actually a potion I wanted to try making once, they said excitedly. And over here Ducio turned to look at Azel with a satisfied expression. Too bad the look wasn't returned, since Azel had already turned away in annoyance, refusing to meet his eyes. Putting that aside, next the whole group started discussing. Anyway, the D enhancement potion assigned for this assignment isn't too hard if we combine what we've learned. The only issue is the ingredients are kinda rare. So who's gonna go gather the main ingredient, fire lizard tail, she asked, and Ducio immediately raised his hand to volunteer. Leave that to me. Everyone knows the most important thing in alchemy is picking fresh monsters and materials right. Azel reminded them again, of course. The group nodded in agreement. And seeing Ducio's confident demeanor made Azel feel a bit more at ease. He looked so sure of himself, so it should be fine. Fire lizard, huh? Alright, I'll bring them fresh right to the spot, Ducio thought to himself. That night, Professor Mazin secretly summoned a student for a private meeting. Professor, you called for me. Across from her, Mazin pulled out a sheet of paper and explained. Take this notice to the Class C Alchemy Group students. Remember to exclude Group 12 though. Yes, Professor, the guy nodded and agreed. The Alchemy Practical Exam will be conducted under the supervision of professional alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If they see how pathetic he looks, then his alchemy career is over right there. Bitch Ducio, I'll make you learn the consequences of defying a teacher, she growled. Time passed quickly until the next morning, in the Class S training room. The student Mazin had assigned the task came to hand the notice to Flame. Flame, this is for you, notice from the alchemy class. He said while handing her the paper, then added, oh, and don't tell anyone about this, okay? They say if you say it like that, people will listen. After saying that, the student left immediately, and Flame pretty much guessed what it meant. Probably means don't tell Group 12 with bitch Ducio, right? Why the hell should I listen to that? Inside the paper it said, notice, the practical exam topic has been changed from D enhancement potion to Tyrant supplement potion. Please take notes, students. Reading that, suddenly Flame had a thought. Wait a second. If bitch Ducio knows the original story in advance, then he would stop this from happening. Instead of preparing fire lizard tails for the D enhancement potion, he would prepare a Talix spider carapace, the ingredient for Tyrant's supplement potion. That's right, this is my chance to test him. Thinking that, Flame crumpled the paper tightly in her hand. It seemed she decided to use this exam to check whether Ducio really knows the plot ahead or not. Scene shift to Ducio's location. Right now he just stepped out of the teleportation gate to hunt for fire lizard tails. Welcome to Darably Grand Arena. The welcome announcement rang out, but Ducio had no time to care. Oh man, my head. Teleport gates are convenient, but stepping out always makes me dizzy, he complained. Right at that moment, a voice came from ahead. Welcome, esteemed mage, bitch Ducio. It's our honor to welcome you to Darably, the smiling female staff said. Hearing that, Ducio explained, I'm not an official mage yet, just a student, but students from Stella enjoy the same privileges as official mages. At the same time, people around were staring at Ducio's uniform and whispering, hey look, that's a Stella student. For real, first time I've seen a Stella uniform, so jealous, and he's kinda hot too. How is everything, sir? If you need any assistance, just let me know, she said cheerfully, but since he was already used to it, Ducio didn't need any help, thanks. He nodded and quickly walked away. As long as you have the Stella pass and pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy really is amazing. Plus free teleport gate access, which normally costs 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, I use the weekends to teleport and visit nearby cities, and everything I know matches this world exactly, Ducio thought to himself. Until he reached some forest area and stopped. Looks like this is the spot. Today's target is the Fire Lizard, level 2 monster. Their strength and stamina are only a bit above normal beasts, but they have magical defense and are super agile. You need level 2 magic or higher to take them down. I've hunted level 1 monsters before and it wasn't too hard, so level 2 probably won't be a problem either. Thinking that using his detection ability, Ducio sensed something charging toward him. Immediately he drew his sword and gripped it tight. At the same time, something shot straight at Ducio from behind like an arrow. Too bad it picked the wrong opponent, because Ducio had already sensed the attack, so he just lightly thrust his sword backward and easily pierced straight through the fire lizard's body. Making it screech and in agony. And in less than 3 seconds, the monster was done for. Alright, that's that, Ducio shrugged and said, but this isn't over yet. Next, a whole pack of fire lizards slowly closed in on Ducio, which made him thrilled that the ingredients were coming to deliver themselves. Alright then, time to start collecting materials, the guy said excitedly and charged forward to attack, until he brought the pile of materials right in front of Azel, who couldn't help but be amazed. So fresh, of course. Ducio grinned and said, at least you know how to pick good ingredients, now that you know. Shut up. Good, now we just need to combine them and we're done. Let's do this, she nodded, and everyone got pumped up. At that moment, Professor Mason called out to get everyone's attention. Is everyone gathered and ready? As announced earlier today, the practical exam will be held under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you perform well in front of them, your future in alchemy will open up wide, so let's get started. Today's exam is the Type B Tyrant Supplement Potion. Does everyone have their ingredients prepared? Hearing that, Ducio's group was completely shocked. Then Azel stood up and asked, excuse me, Professor, we thought the assignment was the D Enhancement Potion. It was, but I already announced the change to Tyrant Supplement Potion, right everyone? She said while turning to look at all the students, making the whole crowd too scared to say a word. And over here, Ducio looked down on her inwardly. She's really playing dirty. I'm fine, but if the others fail, it's gonna be bad. Was there a scene like this in the original? Thinking that, Ducio noticed the female lead Flame staring hard at him. And the moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving him totally confused about what was going on. And seeing his bewildered, clueless look made Flame start doubting her own guess. What's happening? Could bitch Ducio not know the original plot after all? Or if he does know, then why didn't he stop this? Back to Mason. Right now, she looked at Azel and questioned, Student Azel, did you prepare the wrong ingredients by any chance? An alchemist who pursues truth, mistakes the materials and loses sight of the goal. No choice then, it looks like Group 12 will be, she said with a smug laugh, but before she could finish, Ducio cut in, hold on. Making a Tyrant Supplement Potion isn't that hard. I'll make it with different ingredients, and the effect will be even better than yours. Just like I've always done, Ducio said confidently. And that made the people from the Alchemy Association lane in and start murmuring to each other. The main ingredient for Tyrant Supplement Potion is Italic Spider Carapace, which contains a huge amount of nutrients. And Tyrant Supplement is the tonic made from that material, yet he's planning to use fire lizard tails to make a supplement potion. Even better, this is my chance to end his alchemy path right in front of everyone. Mason thought smugly to herself, and she responded out loud, fine then, you have 1 hour. Complete the Tyrant Supplement Potion within the time limit. Just like that, the exam officially began, and seeing Ducio openly challenge her, the group got a bit nervous. Are you crazy? That bitch Ducio anyway, Kasahun stammered. Things have come this far, so we have no choice but to go all in. Just trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than get disqualified, Ducio explained. And just like he said, they had nothing left to lose. Alright, I'll do it. I want to show them what we can do too. The whole group nodded okay. Then listen up while I explain, Ducio said softly. Alchemy. Throughout my gaming journey, alchemy was always one of the fields I took the most pride in. I meticulously noted down every single formula down to the tiniest details, and obviously the Type B Tyrant Supplement Potion formula was no exception. At first, I had no intention of using this formula, since it's something future Professor Mason labored over for years to research and invent. Back to Ducio, who at this moment pointed at the fire lizard tail and explained, the reason Italic Spider Carapaces are packed with nutrients is because they're essential for their reproduction process. Fire lizard tails have a similar organ, this blood vessel right here. I heard that the Alaker tribe in the southern desert often uses fire lizard blood vessels to boost the health of their tribal chiefs, and they live super long lives too. So these blood vessels can definitely substitute for Italic Spider Carapaces, Ducio said calmly. And hearing that the black-haired guy Malouin volunteered himself, that I know a bit about the Alaker tribe's ingredient processing techniques. How about I handle this part? Yeah, that's yours then, Ducio nodded in agreement. Then he turned to explain further, and this mistletoe plant has to be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone know how? It's the solar energy drying method, right? I learned it following my dad. With this much blood vessel, I can dry it in 5 minutes, Kasahun spoke up. Then this processing part is mine, Azel volunteered. Just like that, the whole group quickly dove into their tasks, seeing them so focused. Ducio felt a bit happy too. Everyone's doing pretty great actually. Now we'll start brewing according to my instructions. Time flew by quickly not long after. A real potion vial was placed in front of Mason and the Alchemy Association guests. This is Type B Tyrant Supplement Potion, Professor Ducio said confidently, making the guests a little shocked. Really unbelievable. These kids actually pulled it off. Up front, this old hag professor still couldn't believe Ducio's group succeeded. Ridiculous. Even I took years of research to create the Tyrant Supplement Potion. How could they finish it so easily? She muttered to herself. Then, without letting anyone question further, one guest stepped forward and said, "Let me check it out." After saying that, she cast some kind of magic on the vial and looked a bit surprised. Beside her, her companion asked, "What's the result?" "It's still got some flaws and wastes a lot of ingredients, but its effect is even better than our Tyrant Supplement Potion," the guest explained, making the whole group beam with smiles. "Truly excellent. I didn't expect you young ones to have such novel knowledge," they praised. And seemingly unable to accept this result from the guests, Mason snatched the potion vial right from their hands and yelled, "Give it here, let me verify it myself." Next, after checking it herself, even she couldn't believe her eyes. "No way, this is wrong. This potion uses the monster nutrient conversion technique I researched to turn it into energy for humans. Clearly, it's a perfect Tyrant Supplement Potion. How could they create a superior product in such a short time? Whatever, anyway, I'm the one grabbing it. Just blame it on missing ingredients and disqualify them right here," she thought while gripping the potion vial tight, then announced, "Inspection complete." Looks like Group 12. She hadn't even finished when a guest cut her off. "Group 12 gets an A+, that's too low." "Professor Mason, what do you think?" the person said with a smile. As if they'd spotted the conflict between Mason and Ducio's group, they spoke up to block her ahead of time, and this made Mason grit her teeth and curse inwardly. "Damn it, you old farts." Though she cursed like that outwardly, she didn't dare offend the guests, so she had to accept for Ducio's group. Group 12 passes. "We did it. Awesome, huh? Not bad, right?" Ducio grinned, not noticing Mason's glare from behind. That was aimed at him like she wanted to devour him alive. "I'll deal with you later, bitch Ducio," she muttered darkly to herself. And through this incident, Professor Mason Tyrant's dark corruption rate increased. Scene shift to the magic training grounds. "Sigh, finally done. Old lady like me still having to go to school. So damn tiring," Flame said dejectedly. Before a voice caught her attention, "It's okay, Arshwang. You did great. Yeah, right now you're still better than the princess." Over here, Flame noticed where the voice came from and thought, "That kid, seems she's known as the fire magic genius." Replying to them, Arshwang said grudgingly, "But her progress speed is scary. I've trained for so many years, yet the princess. Sooner or later she'll surpass my control ability." Over here, Ducio, hearing them talk up to this point, suddenly jolted. Bion's control ability doesn't develop until second year, but why? Could this be because of bitch Ducio too? Now thinking back, the alchemy practical exam felt kinda weird too. The Type B Tyrant Supplement formula was originally discovered by future Azel, then stolen and perfected by Mason. Yet bitch Ducio knew a formula that doesn't even appear in the original story. Seems like there's no such plot point in the canon either. Thinking this, suddenly Flame's eyes widened as a certain deduction hit her. Wait, he knows future info ahead of time but doesn't know the original plot content. Could it be he's not transmigrated but regressed? Thinking this, Flame's eyes relaxed a bit. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. If bitch Ducio is from the future, then he only knows future knowledge. He couldn't possibly remember every tiny event with Azel. Actually, in the original story, the demon Ducio himself regressed once too. Ense November, the only existence in this world with time manipulation powers, if it's that guy's power. Thinking this, suddenly a voice came from beside Flame. "What's up?" Hearing the call, Flame snapped out of her thoughts. Then turned to look. "It's Ha Wenryang He. Perfect timing meeting you. You know bitch Ducio, right? Did he leave any impression on you?" "What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly special student." Ha Wenryang asked, puzzled. "Anything else? Don't you feel anything different?" She asked back. "Nope," he answered. "I see." Flame's voice sounded a bit disappointed, and this made Ha Wenryang think a little. "Flame, do you have something for bitch Ducio or what?" "Seems like it," she thought for a sec, then replied, not realizing how her answer could be misunderstood. "Oh, anyway, bitch Ducio is like me. He knows future events ahead too." Thinking this, Flame muttered, "But no good, this won't do. Staying stuck here isn't my style at all. By the way, speaking of bitch Ducio, maybe I should go confess to him right now." Confess, like feelings, Ha Wenryang thought confusedly. Thanks for listening to me, I'm off. Flame said while waving goodbye, then turned and left. And she didn't notice that. Right as she left, Ha Wonryong's face turned visibly sad. Time flew by to the next day. At this point, Du Seo started pondering the issue with that Professor Mason. Now what to do? Right now, Mason's dark corruption rate has risen to 37%. That means less than 3 months until that event happens. Mason's darkening will randomly affect one student, Flame's friend Zeki, Bion's subordinate, Arshuang Bion's loyal knight, and Hei Wonryong, the sole successor of the Moon Shadow Tower. If Ha Wonryong gets darkened, it'd be a total disaster. Though the odds are extremely low, Ha Wonryong's darkening leads to the worst ending, so we gotta be extra careful. Among the three, the one with the highest chance of. Thinking this, Du Seo suddenly stopped when he spotted Flame standing right in front of him. "You, what are you doing?" she suddenly asked, making Du Seo confused. "What are you talking about? You didn't answer my question clearly last time about your identity." Flame frowned and said, making Du Seo's face darken like the bottom of a pot. "That question again? You're putting me in a tough spot here." The guy grumbled inwardly, then turned to look at Flame and calculated, maybe just tell Flame the truth. Who knows, might get more info for a better ending. All or nothing. Let's try it. Thinking this, Du Seo made his decision and spoke up, "I am." He hadn't even finished when countless system warnings popped up around Du Seo. Warning, plot power insufficient. Do not reveal transmigrator identity to this character. Do not share knowledge and info you know with this character. "This is driving me insane. What the hell is this?" Du Seo screamed inwardly. Then scratched his head and said, "Alright, how about this? Everyone has secrets, so let's just say half the truth. How's that?" "Fine, I agree," she nodded. And started asking, "Okay, I'll go first. You know the future, right?" the girl bluntly said. Making Du Seo want to kowtow to her inwardly. "I said half the truth only. Why ask so straight up? You asking like that means you do too, right? What's your purpose coming to this school?" Du Seo shot back. "To prevent the world from getting destroyed. This world is in danger." "My turn now." "Why do you act like that?" Act how? I don't get it, but let's dodge for now," Du Seo thought confusedly. It answered, "Nah, it's nothing. I just do what I think is the rightest thing." That should be enough, right? Du Seo thought. But his words made the female lead Flame tremble and yell, "Don't lie. How can someone be that nice? There has to be a goal, something you want to achieve," she said super confidently, making Du Seo not understand why she could assert that. "No, there isn't." "Wait, something to achieve, huh? Actually, I'm not even sure anymore. I just want to survive, that's all," Du Seo said calmly. Over here, Flame froze for a few seconds, then replied, "Probably, yeah, sorry I misspoke." "Well, I'm going now." With that, she teared up a bit and turned to leave, startling Du Seo shitless. "Hey, wait. It's my turn to ask, is she crying?" he thought. But before he could react, he sensed a wave of killing intent from behind. And the arriver was none other than the youth Ha Wonryong. "What the hell now?" the guy screamed inwardly. Meanwhile, Ha Wonryong walked right up to him and demanded, "Answer me. Why'd you make Flame cry?" "Lie and I won't let it slide," he warned sternly, making Du Seo shrink back. Holy crap, getting glared at by the rival of the strongest character already gives me chills. Now I remember, seems there's a plot where Ha Wonryong one-sidedly likes Flame. Causing misunderstanding here would be trouble, gotta clear it up. Me and Flame, there's nothing going on. Why are you asking? You think I'll believe that? Ha Wonryong said with suspicious eyes. Just believe me, especially what you're thinking. Nothing like that, so relax. Du Seo waved it off while thinking, that should do it. Across from him, the simp youth pondered for a bit, then bowed his head and said, "I asked too much, sorry, now it's fine." Du Seo hurriedly said, "Then I'm off." Ha Wonryong replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing him like that, Du Seo was a bit surprised. What was that? Doesn't match his personality at all. Ha Wonryong, who's always cold and rational, showing such instability. This feels off. Back to Azel. Right now her face showed clear frustration and discomfort. Sigh. Why can't I focus on anything today? Thinking this, she recalled her morning talk with Du Seo. "Bitch, Du Seo, I wanna ask you something. Did you come up with that formula on the spot?" "Let's say yeah," Du Seo replied. And that statement really struck Azel's pride hard. "I've always considered myself a genius. I believed that as long as I kept going like this, I could defeat anyone. But what the hell was that just now? If I stay like this, how can I ever get revenge for my father, those filthy people who framed him as a traitor and pushed him to his death, the disgusting lowly Adelevet family? I can't take them down with just this level." Azel thought bitterly. Thinking this, she slapped both cheeks hard with her hands to snap herself out of it. "I can't give up like this, I have to try even harder," she muttered to herself. Scene shift to Flame's dorm room. While lying on her bed, she finally had time to ramble in her thoughts. "I chose the 4-person room because I like the lively vibe. but now that I think about it, I should have picked a single room exclusive to Class S instead. Bitch Ducio clearly said back then that he didn't know what his purpose was. Definitely, that's proof he regressed. In the final moment of the original story, Ense November told Demon Ducio this: "You can reverse time, but the price is you'll lose most of your memories and everything from that period. And once the mission is complete, your existence will vanish entirely. No one will remember you saved the world, even the people you love will forget you, yet you still want to turn back time and start over. If that's my fate, then yes." Demon Ducio laughed without a trace of hesitation, but the one who stopped Demon Ducio was Azel. "Wait," she shouted, making him turn around in slight shock. "Wait, if I have to live in a world without you, then I'd rather watch this world get destroyed while still keeping your image in my heart. Come with me." Her words made Demon Ducio abandon the regression plan, and the world was destroyed. The story ended in a tragic conclusion. If this world differs from the original, and it's Bitch Ducio, not Demon Ducio, who regressed using Ense November's power, then after completing the mission, he'd immediately vanish from this world without leaving a single trace. But this guy who lost most of his memories and only has obsession with the mission said he just wants to live. Then she thought while gripping the bedsheet tightly. Right at that moment, her roommate Jackie burst in and yelled, "Flame, Ha Wenryang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Just tell him I'm not here," Flame said while turning over to sleep. But Jackie stammered, "I don't know, I want to sleep." Scene shift to outside the dorm, since Flame refused to come out. Jackie ran over to report Ha Wenryang. Before she could finish, Ha Wenryang coldly asked back, "Who are you?" "Where's Flame?" "She's sick and resting. Got rejected by some lowlife student and now feeling down." Delusional Ha Wenryang thought inwardly, then said, "I get it, you can go." Behind him, Jackie watched Ha Wenryang's back with disappointment in her eyes. "I love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this, outstanding talent, everyone's attention. Everything good belongs to Flame, even Ha Wenryang's heart. So annoying," she muttered while clenching her fist tight. Time passed quickly to the next morning. Scene shift to the first main tower. Inside one room, a man was lecturing Mason. "I heard you got humiliated by a student, Professor Mason. I'm truly useless," she admitted. And the man opposite her was Iki Hedon, vice principal of Stella Academy. At this point, he turned around and said, "You probably know how much I expect from you. The research on combining alchemy and magic techniques with the Moon Shadow Church doctors is going well, right?" "Of course, sir. I won't let you down," she affirmed confidently. "Good, I trust you," he said while patting her shoulder. "Yes, leave it to me." After saying that, Professor Mason quickly left, and only once she was out of sight did the vice principal's expression change instantly. What an idiot. Doesn't even know she's being used, just chasing after fame. A mage tasked with fighting dark mages, but now researching for them. How ridiculous. "I'm really looking forward to the day that alchemy magic formula gets completed," he said with a voice full of mockery. At the same time, Professor Mason's assistant Altarisha was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. "Sorry, I can't see anything," she quickly said to the people in front, before suddenly a pair of hands reached out, took half the stack and said, "Assistant, are you okay?" And that person was none other than our protagonist Ducio. Then he helped Altarisha carry the documents to the office. "Thanks, kid. Without you, I'd get chewed out by Professor Mason tonight." No problem," he smiled back. Next, Ducio glanced around the room and sighed in disappointment. "This place is such a mess." Thinking this, suddenly something caught his eye. "That's," Ducio said while staring at the board in front of him, which had various knowledge scribbled all over it. Seeing that, assistant Altarisha turned to explain, it's the formula Professor Mason is researching with the doctors. Seems like some kind of combined alchemy and magic technique." Hearing that, our protagonist jolted in shock, because he knew exactly what this was. This is the alchemy magic fusion formula. The first formula of alchemy magic technique. In Mason's Dark Transformation chapter, the dark mages will complete this formula together with her. The technological gap it creates will cause unimaginable damage. And Altarisha, she's the one who turned the tide. What if she solves this formula before the dark mages do? Thinking this, Ducio spoke up. "Assistant Altarisha, want some coffee?" she asked back. "No, not that. Do you ever feel frustrated getting suppressed by Professor Mason? Why ask that out of nowhere?" She rambled without answering. Ducio didn't press and instead made her an offer. "If there was a way to get sweet revenge on her, would you want to try it?" Hearing that from Ducio, the assistant first froze a bit, then gently shook her head. "I'm just a lowly assistant. Revenge for what? If I get fired, I'll end up on the streets." But being homeless has its perks too. Over here, Ducio knew she was a bit timid, so he changed his approach. How about this then? The assistant becomes an alchemist even more talented than Professor Mason. So no one can look down on you anymore, Ducio said excitedly. And they say no one taxes dreams, so hearing that Altarisha's face showed a hint of longing. If only that could happen, it'd be amazing. Back to Ducio, seeing the assistant's expression, he pondered a bit. Altarisha is already so exhausted. She definitely can't stand being just an assistant cleaning dust in this cluttered storage forever. Altarisha has always dreamed of becoming an alchemist and freely creating her own inventions, and she has enough talent to make that dream reality. Because she'll become the greatest alchemical genius of the era, the one who creates countless items with superhuman intellect and unique ideas. Though right now she has to shelve her dream due to harsh reality, but I'll help her achieve it. Ducio silently vowed inwardly. Anyway, for him, having such a talented ally is a huge benefit. Back to Altarisha, after 3-4 seconds of daydreaming, she forced a smile and said to the protagonist, "Sorry, in the end I couldn't even treat you to coffee. It's fine, assistant." Ducio shook his head. Summing it up, as Stella's midterm exams were wrapping up, Ducio frequently visited Altarisha. And today was the same. Seeing him come, the assistant greeted him with a bright, happy face. "Oh, you think so too? You were planning to add a color change button to the magic pen, right? Add an eraser too," Ducio awkwardly reminded. "Ah, like a mechanical pencil, huh? Great idea." Altarisha clapped excitedly at his suggestion. Then she dove back into designing. Watching her so passionate about the work, the protagonist beside her broke into a satisfied smile. Good, Altarisha's inventions are steadily increasing, but her ability to decode the formula is still weak. I have to guide Altarisha to solve it before Mason Tyran, but it's so hard. Thinking this, Ducio felt a bit stuck in his nurturing plan, and while he was still deep in thought, leaving Altarisha's lab, suddenly, the female lead Flame's voice rang out. "Hey kid, why are you wandering around like a lost soul? Walking like that you'll bump into someone." Hearing her voice, Ducio whipped around and snapped. "Who you calling kid, huh?" Looking at you, screams kid. Flame shot back. Hearing that, Ducio gritted his teeth inwardly. Damn it, I never told her my age, probably because we meet too often. Thinking that, Ducio took deep breaths to calm his anger and said, "Whatever, good timing running into you." "Hey, you're close with Zeki, right?" Hearing the question, Flame's face across from him suddenly turned worried. "You, what are you planning? Gonna commit a crime or something?" "Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. Just keep an eye on him a bit. He might be dealing with some problem," Ducio said seriously, because he knew if affected by darkness, his mood would become very unstable. Back to Flame, seeing Ducio's serious attitude, she arrogantly shared a bit of info. "I don't know much, but we agreed to hunt together this weekend evening. I'll watch him then." "Yeah, thanks," Ducio nodded. Speaking of which, he was a bit worried about the next plot developments. The hunting season, no need to ask, I know where they're going. That's the location of Chapter 4, Martivus Cemetery. All key characters like Demon Ducio, Azel, Flame will participate in this event. And there'll be a large-scale battle with a level 5 necromancer appearing. Though I'm not involved in that storyline, but collecting rewards here would be super beneficial for the familiar contract ceremony. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to teacher Lee Hanwal's location. At this point, Ducio met him to hand over some papers. "Here, the pass, sir." Hearing the protagonist say that the cool uncle reached out, took the paper, glanced at it, and nodded. "Training, huh? Makes sense. Stella doesn't have anyone teaching swordsmanship or knight spirit anyway." Over here, while waiting for Lee Hanwal to review, Ducio noticed some application form on the desk. "Is this Demon Ducio's leave request? Maybe I should probe a bit." Thinking that to make sure the plot doesn't derail, Ducio casually asked, "Lately a lot of people requesting leave to hunt, huh, teacher?" Hearing that, Lee Hanwal glanced at him and nodded. "Yeah, they're all heading to Martivus Cemetery for club activities. Probably wanna open a shop or something." As expected, Demon Ducio and Ha Wonryong are top students and hardworking too. Ducio lazily continued to confirm if that super genius was going there too. And sure enough, without caution, the teacher spilled it. "Nah, Demon Ducio said he wants to go home." While Ha Wonryong is going with Flame, hearing that Ducio's worst fear came true, the plot is veering off course. Oh crap, what the hell? Without Demon Ducio, how are they supposed to survive the level 5 necromancer's attack? No idea what wind blew Demon Ducio, who never goes home without a damn good reason, to request leave. But one thing's for sure, with the current team, they can't beat a level 5 necromancer. What to do? Without solid proof, I can't request backup. Plus, due to plot power, I can't reveal info too clearly. But I can't just stand by and watch them die. No choice left. I'll have to handle this myself. thinking that determination flashed in Du Sio's eyes. Time passed quickly, a few days later at Mardavis Cemetery right now. This burial ground for the deceased was currently being farmed hard by student groups, casually punching a giant purple piranha to death in front of him. The red-haired guy grinned and said, "They said level 2 monster, but this piranha is weak as hell." He was a second-year student, Mad Dog. Hearing that another second-year named Kasif Durik yelled, "Hey idiot, you just ruined everything. Did you even hear the dean's orders?" "Ah, sorry, haha." Mad Dog scratched his head, making Kasif even more pissed. You can still laugh at a time like this. Not far away, a female mage, seeing the two arguing, stepped in to mediate. "Just ignore him. Talking more is pointless." The black-haired girl was second-year Ban Jion. Then Ban Jion turned to Azel beside her. "Hey, you don't need to pay attention to those two." "Ah yes," Azel awkwardly replied, while Kasif, hearing that, got annoyed and reminded, "Hey, we heard that you know." "So what if you did?" Ban Jion challenged. "Shut up, can't even watch your mouth in front of your juniors, huh?" Kasif growled. "Nope." Ban Jion shot back. Back to Azel. Watching their antics, the female mage thought a bit. "I came here because I heard the Special Leave Club is recruiting members. Good thing they're not bad people." Over here, after arguing enough, Ban Jion spoke up. "Azel, let's go." "Ah yes, senior," Azel replied. However, before she finished, suddenly a terrifying explosion boomed from afar, making everyone turn toward the sound. "What was that?" the black-haired female mage asked worriedly. "Sounds like someone's fighting hard nearby." Hearing that, Ban Jion turned to Kasif. "Should we go say hi just in case we clash hunting zones?" "Sure, Captain." "Ah yeah," Kasif nodded. Just like that, their 4-person team started heading forward, and when they arrived, they were a bit surprised, because right now 2 groups were in a standoff. Over there are Flame and Bion. Why are Bion and Flame here of all places? Azel wondered to herself, but very quickly after overhearing their argument, she started piecing everything together. "Clearly I was the one who took down that giant piranha." "Nonsense, it was in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us." "What did you say?" one of them shouted, and hearing that, Azel glanced at the massive fish corpse lying there. "And don't ask why there's a fish in a cemetery, just know it's here. That's a giant piranha, right? I heard it's a level 3 monster, and super rare too." They're probably fighting over loot, which turned into this argument. Getting involved would just mean more trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the person who killed my father. "No way, I have to get out of here right now." Thinking that, Azel slowly backed up a few steps to conceal her presence. However, the overconfident idiot Kasif, who thought way too highly of himself, wanted to show off and stepped forward saying, Hey ladies. If there's any problem, feel free to talk to this senior." The atmosphere was so nice until now. In response to his words, they suddenly saw some random stranger butt into their conversation, and didn't even glance at him before yelling, "Shut your mouth and get lost." "How dare you talk to a senior like that?" Kasif said in shock. "If you're a senior, then act like one." Princess Bion replied coldly, making Kasif shut up instantly. Serves him right, the show-off guy who stuck his nose into women's argument. But luckily, the argument between the two couldn't continue, because right then the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, startling the whole group. "Wait, this energy source is impossible. The skeletons are appearing." The group cried out in alarm, as right at that moment, a bunch of pale white skeletons crawled up from underground, staring straight at them with chilling cold eyes. At the same time, in another corner of the cemetery, Du Sio was busy farming monsters. Skill experience increased, stat experience increased. The system's cold notification sound rang out. Hearing that, Du Sio let out a long sigh, envying the mages who can clear mobs from a far sigh. "If only I could use magic. Why did I get stuck with Flash Step of all things? Flash Step, good grief. But it's probably about time now, huh?" Saying that, Du Sio started looking left and right as if searching for something, and very quickly he spotted his target, a tomb not far away. Seeing it, the protagonist's eyes lit up with a bit of joy. "Found it. I don't have any overpowered skills to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Demon Du Sio, and I don't have overwhelming power either. There's only one way to survive here, and that's to fight like a proper player." Thinking that, right after a tremor hit and a notification popped up in front of Du Sio, reminding him Chapter 4, the Necromancer's attack has begun. As soon as the notification appeared in the patch of ground ahead of Du Sio, right in front of the tomb, a horned skull head emerged from below. "That's the Skeleton General, the commander of those hundreds of skeletons." "Right, Skeleton General. A mid-boss monster that only appears 3 times in this chapter. With my current strength, if I face it head-on, I'm definitely done for. However, I have no intention of doing that." Thinking this while the mid-boss had only just managed to poke its head out, Du Sio charged forward, swinging his sword non-stop at its head, determined not to let this skeleton fully emerge get back in there. He said while his arm swung like a machine, the unspoken rule of Manhwa is that when someone is transforming or summoning, others have to stand still and watch. But that doesn't mean standing still keeps you safe, he thought gleefully, saying that in no time the poor skeleton general was forced to die in resentment. In the end, it turned into Du Sio's new weapon. Looking at the skull staff in his hand, he smirked with full villain energy, spinal bone magic staff complete. Now the command over the skeleton troops belongs to me, so let's get started, saying that he glanced toward another direction. Back to Azel's group right now, they were completely surrounded by the skeletons. And after a while of fighting, the whole group was exhausted, but the number of skeletons barely decreased at all inside the group. The female lead Flame panted heavily. While analyzing the situation, I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter, but something feels off. If I remember right, the one who resolves this chapter is Demon Du Sio. But why is Azel here with these people? Where did Demon Du Sio go? Could I really have to face a level 5 Necromancer with these guys? Thinking that, she unconsciously gripped her staff tighter. Meanwhile, the handsome guy Ha Wenryang spoke to her. I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy with my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they arrive. Hearing his words, the others regained a bit of spirit. Yeah, we just need to hold on a little longer. The Stella professors will come. Even if they can't defeat the Necromancer, at least we can escape safely. Back to Princess Bion. Unlike their optimistic thoughts, she understood the situation was far more dangerous. Now isn't the time for comforting words. This is a cemetery. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will appear. We need to get back to base quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, as if it couldn't wait any longer, the bloodthirsty skeletons started charging and slowly attacking, making Zeki panic and back up a few steps. Don't come closer, she screamed, and that terrified scream only excited the skeletons more, making them rush straight at her, opening their jaws to bite. Seeing that Zeki could only helplessly close her eyes tight, but luckily at the critical moment, Azel used her water magic, shooting a massive water pillar straight at the skeleton, shattering it into pieces, saving Zeki in the nick of time. Hey, you okay? Azel asked. Oh yeah, Zeki stammered in reply. Nearby, Mad Dog, seeing Azel handle it so cleanly, didn't hold back praise. Oh, this first-year kid's pretty good, huh? Hearing that the female mage still focused ahead and shared her thoughts, it seems this necromancer prepared very thoroughly. Most likely, he created an energy container. Energy container is a technique necromancers use to store their mana. Even necromancers have limited energy. If summoning skeletons, normally a level 3 or 4 necromancer can only summon up to 15 at most, yet he can control such a wide area. Azel frowned, thinking, while unsure exactly how much energy the necromancer had accumulated. The number of skeletons pouring in is increasing, someone shouted, and looking at such a massive army, even Mad Dog's smile stiffened a bit. Looks like this was planned long ago. They're probably trying to kill us to turn us into skeleton mages. Saying that, Mad Dog focused ahead, where 3 cloaked skeleton soldiers emitted a far more dangerous aura than the small fries. Back to Casif. In this life or death situation, the guys still had time to think about showing off to the girls. As team captain, I have to step up here. I'll sweep them all with one powerful spell. Thinking that, he started forming some magic circle, but before his magic could complete, suddenly a bony hand emerged from the ground, grabbing his ankle tight, startling the guy badly. Luckily, Mad Dog was always paying attention, so the moment he saw trouble, he charged and punching the skeleton in the face, shattering its facial bones. Don't even think about it, he yelled. However, after dealing with that skeleton, something even worse happened. Right then, Casif's interrupted chant lost stability. Damity's mid-chant. Realizing the danger, Mad Dog could only curse in time. It's gonna blow, get down. Hearing that, everyone turned, and their eyes widened in horror. No, if it explodes, we'll all. And right after, a massive explosion erupted, turning the entire surroundings pure white. Time passed quickly now. After the explosion ended, it left a huge crater on the ground, with Stella Academy's group scattered around, unclear if alive or dead. The only one still standing was the female lead Flame, but even she was panting heavily at her limit. This is bad, I'm at my limit. Situation's not good, almost out of energy, and no time to recover. Plus the enemies are too many. Am I really gonna die here? The more she thought, the more Flame felt like today she might really end up selling salt here. As right then, the skeleton soldiers seemed to sense Flame had reached her limit, so they fearlessly charged to invite her to join the skeleton team. However, at the moment Flame thought she was done for, suddenly the body of that skeleton soldier froze in place. And it wasn't just that one. The entire group of skeletons behind it did the same. What the hell? All the skeletons stopped. Saying that, she focused, and soon spotted the protagonist's figure far behind the skeletons. It's bitch Ducio. But why is he here? Saying that she noticed the skull staff in his hand and was stunned. That's the skeleton general. The skeleton general is way stronger than normal skeleton soldiers and even protected by elite skeletons. Yet he defeated it alone and captured the skeleton general. Unbelievable, but looks like we're saved. Thinking she found a way out from certain death, the female lead breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Time passed quickly. Very soon, under flames cover, the group started waking up one by one. Thanks, kid, thanks to you, we survived, Mad Dog said gratefully. No problem, Ducio shook his head. Nearby, the mage Azel curiously asked the protagonist, but how did you get the skeleton general's head? Hearing the question, Ducio looked at the staff in his hand and grinned. Oh, this thing, yeah, I fished it out of a bone broth pot, saying that he told himself inwardly, no need to mention. I camped the skeleton general's spawn spot for it across from him. Azel looked at him with a face that clearly said, I don't buy it. Making the sun god awkwardly cough a few times. Anyway, we need to quickly figure out how to deal with this. If the necromancer ignores the skeleton general and directly controls the remaining skeletons, it'll be really bad. Hearing that, Mad Dog immediately asked, hey, you got a plan or what? In response, Ducio shared his thoughts on the way here. I saw the necromancer has already taken control near the base. Escaping the encirclement is impossible. So there's only one way left. Straight up, hit the boss, the guy said calmly, like it was no big deal. Too bad Mad Dog and Cassif didn't have nerves of steel like him, so after hearing the proposal, they blanked for a few seconds before yelling, what the hell, wait, are you insane? Back to Ducio. Seeing their shock, he patiently explained to both, didn't you guys study at school? Although necromancers have insanely strong summoning power, the necromancer himself is very weak. But he's surrounded by lots of guards. Banjai unworriedly reminded across from her. Ducio knew that however he had no better option. The necromancer controls a huge area. If we don't attack head-on, we can't escape, he affirmed once more. At the same time, he thought inwardly, right now, the necromancer's guards consist of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, 50 normal skeletons. Their numbers are growing, so this is our only chance. But how to convince them? Ducio frowned, thinking. And then before the protagonist could find a way, the 2 girls, Flame and Bion, beside him, hearing the plan, spoke up in support. Sounds good. Though he looks dumb, his combat experience and strategy are way above ours. Flame nodded, while the arrogant princess also agreed. I agree too. Honestly, I don't think we can break the encirclement anyway, plus the necromancer definitely won't expect us to attack him directly. Back to Banjayon and Mad Dog. Seeing others agree, the 2 looked at each other and nodded. Though we don't know what he's basing his confidence on, since we can't escape alone, we'll cooperate with you. Fine. Let's give it a shot before the necromancer notices. Scene shift to some corner inside the cemetery right now. A cloaked man was packing around the area. He was the level 5 necromancer Sabhuk from the Black Tower. Unaware that Ducio's group had planned to ambush him, he was still confident everything was in his grasp. So lucky to run into these Stella chicks. If I turn them into skeleton mages, those Black Magic Alliance guys won't look down on me anymore. Saying that, he paused to observe all the surrounding tombs and thought, 7 years collecting energy for the container. This place holds 700 skeletons now. No one can underestimate me anymore. Thinking of his bright future, he unconsciously broke into a smug grin. However, the grin didn't last more than 2 seconds when suddenly in his senses something appeared. What? My senses just fluctuated. Could the skeleton general have been stolen? Sabhuk worriedly thought, but before he could sense again, from behind, a powerful magic attack shot toward him at tearing wind speed. Up front, Sabhuk quickly turned back while using his dark magic to summon a white mist wall to block the magic attack. But after taking the hit, the white mist wall quickly cracked. A level 4 bone shield cracked. That bastard, I won't forgive you, Sabhuk threatened loudly. But right as he finished, the black mage realized a massive fireball was hurtling toward him. Just like that, another huge explosion occurred. Too bad it still wasn't enough to take down the necromancer, as he quickly raised another wall to block. However, the 2 consecutive attacks were enough to make his skin crawl. I was too careless, didn't expect them to dare attack me head on. Though they're just noobs, but they are Stella students. After all, I didn't want to resort to this. But continuing to clash with them like this is too dangerous. Gotta summon the elite skeleton soldiers. Thinking is doing. Without any hesitation, Sabhuk bit his thumb hard, drawing blood. Then he spread both arms like doing exercise and shouted loudly, oh my soldiers, come serve me. Following the call, a magic circle appeared under the black mage's feet. Along with it, the surrounding ground cracked open and very quickly elite bone warriors emerged from the earth. and since they were elite, their bones were black instead of white. Back to Sabhuk after finishing summoning his minions. Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Probably from overexertion wiping the blood from his mouth corner, he comforted himself, though summoning too many elite skeletons caused internal injury, but this should be enough. Thinking that, he looked toward the group and shouted, "Go stop them!" Hearing their master's order, the skeletons let out terrifying roars and charged forward. Seeing that, Sabhuk relaxed and found himself a spot to rest and drink. Good, they're fighting well. Now I can finally relax, he thought with a smile, but at the same time, suddenly, Du Sio's figure appeared right behind his back. And right as he appeared, Sabhuk sensed it and nearly wet himself in fear. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Sabhuk yelled. However, in response to his question, Du Sio just flashed an extremely confident smile without saying a word. And with that confident demeanor, Sabhuk felt even greater pressure. I had full visibility of every Stella student's position through the skeleton's sight, yet no that's. Thinking that, he looked at the skull staff in Du Sio's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out. "That's my skeleton general." Back to Du Sio after letting Sabhuk ramble, he casually tossed the staff down and immediately shattered it into pieces. Then, as if linked when the weapon was destroyed, Sabhuk himself suffered backlash and coughed up several more liters of blood. "Damn it, I was too careless. Is this the power of Stella?" Sabhuk thought while staring blankly at Du Sio. Meanwhile, contrary to the confident front he put up deep down, Du Sio couldn't keep up with the plot's twists. "Oh wait, this isn't my plan. Mad Dog and Ban Jai-on were supposed to handle the skeleton general and support me, but with the elite skeletons added, they're stuck. No way do I have to fight alone. Me, the weakest among them. Maybe I should just run." Thinking that, the guy immediately started backing away. If things got dangerous, he'd bolt without hesitation. Then, while Du Sio was debating fight or flight, suddenly Sabhuk started coughing like he had untreated tuberculosis for 10 years. And seeing the guy's near-death appearance, Du Sio's flea instinct gradually weakened. Wait, he seems injured too. Right, he overexerted summoning elite skeletons and got internal injuries. Looks like I can actually pull this off. Thinking about the rewards he'd get after defeating this dark mage, Du Sio suddenly felt this bet wasn't as bad as he thought. Leaving Du Sio aside, back to Princess Bion. Right now, she was completely surrounded by skeletons from all sides, and she herself was panting like an ox. "This is bad. I need to quickly deal with them and get to bitch Du Sio," she thought inwardly. And right as she thought that, her red-haired junior spoke up. "Princess Trouble, the necromancer, and bitch Du Sio are dueling one-on-one." Hearing that, Bion's eyes widened. "What? Bitch Du Sio is only a level 1 mage, while the opponent is a level 5 necromancer. How could he possibly win? If you die, I won't forgive you, bitch Du Sio." Bion gritted her teeth. Back to the protagonist's battle. After a few seconds of shock at Du Sio's appearance, the corpse player Sabhuk immediately launched the first attack. Right then, he used some magic, making giant bony fingers erupt from under Du Sio's feet, enclosing him like a cage. Seeing that, Du Sio instantly used his flash step to escape outside. However, the moment his figure reappeared, he sensed something targeting him. Sensing it, with no time to turn, Du Sio used flash step a second time, barely escaping death. Then, passively taking hits wasn't Du Sio's style, so he used flash step once more, instantly closing in behind the dark maid. Not that easy, saying that he used magic, summoning a mist wall to shield himself. Meanwhile, to deal with this, Du Sio had prepared in advance for situations like this. "I prepared Cola, the skeleton's natural enemy, just for this," saying that, he pulled out several tubes from his pocket and immediately splashed all the cola inside onto the wall. And the moment it touched the cola, the bone wall started smoking white from corrosion. "My bone shield. You little rat, how dare you bone pierce!" Sabhuk roared in rage. And right after, sharp bone pillars shot up from the ground straight toward the guy. However, with his flash step, he dodged perfectly once again, shifting behind Sabhuk for a sneak attack. This is the moment, saying that, he gripped his sword tight and charged at him. However, at the same time, suddenly Sabhuk turned and stared at him, flashing a smile like he'd read him completely. Seeing that expression, Du Sio knew he was screwed. Damn it. The guy cursed inwardly, and sure enough, right after, since he'd prepared in advance before Du Sio could reach the necromancer, a bone spear shot up from the ground, grazing his thigh and shoulder, making his face twist in pain. Then, not daring to attack carelessly anymore, the protagonist quickly jumped back to keep distance. Back to Sabhuk. Seeing Du Sio injured, he laughed triumphantly. "You bastard, keep struggling now, take the consequences," saying that, he summoned a bone spear in his hand. Meanwhile, Du Sio had to drop his earlier contempt. Even injured, he's still level 5 after all. But that said, That's all he's got. Even at level 5, he's exhausted. If he takes one more solid hit, he'll definitely go down. But the pain makes it hard to focus, so I can't cancel Flash Step's motion. What do I do? Ducio thought, struggling. And while his brain was running at full speed, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's it, that's the one, he shouted inwardly. Across from him, the necromancer didn't know why Ducio suddenly zoned out, but he had no intention of dragging it out, so he gleefully charged to send Ducio to the afterlife, saying that he gripped his spear tight and thrust forward. At the same time, Ducio's eyes suddenly snapped open. Then he spun and dashed forward to flee. However, with one leg injured, the jump stumbled, making him fall flat, making Sab Huck unable to hold back and burst into laughter. Haha, look at the guy running for his life up ahead. Ignoring the mockery, Ducio gritted his teeth, reminding himself just a little more, saying that he struggled to push himself up. Meanwhile, seeing Ducio's desperate struggle excited Sab Huck even more. Struggling is pointless. I'll kill you right here, the corpse player declared loudly. Unbeknownst to him, right then Ducio in front of him suddenly broke into a smile. I win, he muttered. The current distance between the necromancer and me is 13 meters, meaning I don't need to cancel Flash Step's motion. Thinking that without waiting another second, Ducio immediately used Flash Step. Then in a flash, he appeared right in front of the corpse mate. And without giving him time to react, Ducio gripped his sword tight and pierced straight through his chest. At the same time, back at Princess Bion's battlefield, where the group was still fighting desperately, suddenly all the summoned skeletons froze like machines. Then their bodies slowly dissipated into black dust. The skeletons are vanishing. Could bitch Ducio have defeated the necromancer? Mad Dog muttered. No way, unbelievable, we're saved, we're alive, the group shouted joyfully. Over here, after confirming the necromancer had no breath left, Ducio said, exhausted, damn, I'm beat, time to head home. Time passed quickly. Afterward, the group was escorted back to school by Stella's magic knights. And upon meeting cool teacher Lee Hanwal, didn't hold back sarcasm. You said you were training in scenic mountains, but the cemetery air seems pretty fresh, huh, the uncle said while staring judgmentally at Ducio, making the guy's head gradually lower. Sorry, sir, Ducio mumbled. According to school rules, you'll be punished, no exceptions. However, your disregard for regulations to protect your friends is highly commendable. The school will award you proper rewards and bonus points, so wait for it. Saying that, he coldly turned away while Ducio hurriedly thanked, thank you, teacher. Seeing he wasn't scolded more, Ducio breathed a sigh of relief. All right, time to go. The doctor said it'll take several days for my thigh wound to heal, so I need rest, he thought inwardly, before noticing Mage Azel staring at him and asking Azel something wrong. In response, she spoke up, thanks for today. Hearing that, Ducio smiled back, yeah, next time treat me to a meal. Over here, after thanking, the mage's face showed some difficulty as she asked further, so can I do something like that too? If I try hard, can I become like you? Saying that, she turned to look at the protagonist with eyes full of anticipation. And just seeing her panicked, directionless face, Ducio felt a bit scared inwardly. This isn't good. In the original, Azel would never ask this. It must be because of my interference. My meddling forced Azel to face challenges, but without the victory. Thinking that to fix his mistake and salvage, Ducio gave her some advice. Seems you don't need to ask me that. You've already achieved things others thought impossible. That's a miracle. Why would you? Azel said blankly, as if wanting to ask how Ducio could be so sure. And without letting her say more, Ducio explained, because I've always been watching you. Azel exclaimed, then her face flushed bright red. Seeing that, Ducio inwardly cursed himself. Idiot, wait, saying that, doesn't it sound like I'm admitting I'm a stalker? What the hell did I just say? Wow, almost got caught. Thinking that, the guy started sweating profusely and quickly made an excuse. I'm off. Back to Azel. Ducio's words just now really made her small heart skip beats. No one has ever cared about the daughter of a traitor like me, but that person has always been watching me. This is a miracle, she asked herself inwardly. Time passed quickly. Many days later, to reward the students who fought the necromancer, today the school held an award ceremony. Just an award ceremony, yet there are magic corps, magic towers, reporters, and nobles. They're overdoing it, Ducio grumbled while scanning the crowd around. Then he glanced at the princess beside him, a bit puzzled. She looks really excited, huh? Beside him, catching his gaze, she immediately reverted to her cold, arrogant demeanor. What are you looking at? Nothing, nothing, Ducio replied. Scene shift to the podium. After seeing everyone present, teacher Lee Hanwal stood up, representing the professor's order, please. Today we award 12 students who bravely fought a dark mage, and this award will be personally presented by the principal. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at the Chibai principal in front. Wow, that's humanity's peak level 9 mage. Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old, always with a kind smile, but nicknamed the Butcher. The world's strongest mage, Ducio thought inwardly. Unaware of the student's students' wild thoughts, the short principal approached, patting each shoulder encouragingly. You've all worked hard, keep being brave and strive on. Just like that, the Shota principal started awarding each one. Until it was Du Sio's turn. Suddenly, he stared intently at him, making the guy feel immense pressure. Just his gaze alone feels this heavy. This is the power of a level 9 mage, one of only 10 in the world. But I can't look away, thinking that he started widening his eyes, looking totally stoned. Seeing his expression, the Chibai principal couldn't help but chuckle. He's still as diligent as ever, just as I expected. With that, the kid turned and walked away, leaving Du Sio behind, looking completely puzzled, not understanding what the teacher's words meant. What did he mean by that? Not dwelling on it, after awarding all the students, teacher Lee Hanwal announced the award ceremony concludes here. Back to Du Sio. After returning to his room and checking out the rewards from the school, he finally felt like all his efforts slashing away at that necromancer was totally worth it. Oh, 5 million credits reward, damn, that's generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. And that's not all, I even got a share of the energy container, basically the necromancer's heart. Though I can't use it yet, Altarisha will soon create spatial storage anyway, then carrying stuff will be way easier. But first, I gotta help her solve that alchemy magic fusion formula. Good thing everyone happily gave me their share of the reward. Now for the system reward, saying that he quickly opened the system screen to check. And soon the notification popped up. Chapter 4 Necromancer Attack completed. Massive experience awaits. Thanks to your creative and unique plot guidance, the Constellation Project grants bonus rewards. Reward 1 weakened version of an item used in the game. Reward 2 weakened version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3 experience point. Over here, Du Sio glanced at the rewards and his expectations dropped by half. These again, huh? Honestly, I was torn, but right now the most important thing is dumping experience into Flash Step. Speaking of which, remembering the moment he nearly died at the Dark Mage's hands, Du Sio felt a chill run through him. That battle showed me just how weak I really am. Just grinding isn't enough, I need to leverage my knowledge to go further, Du Sio vowed inwardly. Meanwhile, the system started pumping experience into him, awarding rewards. Flash Step skill has accumulated enough experience. Level up. Flash Step level 2, max range 12 meters, max charges 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Outside, after leveling up Flash Step, Du Sio's body was enveloped in a gentle glow, making him feel lighter, refreshed, and energized, like he'd just finished a great gaming session. Finally got 3 charges on Flash Step, now I can use it way more freely. With that done, next up is Azel, Du Sio muttered. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the meditation class Soul Journey that Azel was attending. Right now, while she was meditating, suddenly a voice rang in the mage girl's head. Azel, hearing that, she jolted awake and blamed herself. Oh crap, I fell asleep without realizing. Unaware she dozed off forever. The tiny spirit in front of her continued telepathically asking Azel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? Using magic? What do you mean? Azel asked with a face full of confusion. No choice, the spirit explained. Look above your head. Hearing that, she quickly looked up and discovered somehow 2 light blue ice-like gemstones were floating above her head. Seeing that, the mage girl's eyes widened in shock. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any spells or calculations at all. Thinking that, she paused to observe the other students in class and guessed, don't they notice this either? Even though it's level 1 magic, when completed there should still be mana flow. If meditation really causes this effect, did that person predict even this? The more she thought, the mage girl unconsciously swallowed hard. Time passed quickly. When the meditation session ended, the broke girl treated herself to a bun. Looking at the bun in her hand, Azel's eyes showed happiness. Thanks to the reward money, I could finally buy this red bean cream bun for 1500 credits. So happy. Saying that, she'd just taken one bite when suddenly Prince Jeremy appeared out of nowhere and asked, hey Azel, have you joined any club yet? Hearing that, Azel paused eating, lifted her head and replied, oh no, not yet. Why? Then want to join my club? Jeremy offered. What are the conditions? Azel asked, since she didn't believe free lunches existed. Conditions? What? No, I just like you, that's all. Jeremy waved it off. Saying that, but Azel didn't believe a word. Liar, you're just approaching me to turn me into your trophy, she thought inwardly. Meanwhile, right then, the prince stepped closer and whispered in her ear, don't you trust me? But Azel, I really have no conditions. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can give you lots of things, you know who I am, right? Back to Azel, of course, she knew his identity better than anyone. I know more than anyone. The Scalvan Empire is clashing with the Adalevit Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my current hard life would end. I won't have to celebrate over a single red bean bun anymore. I won't have to endure the humiliation of being the traitor's daughter. Though she knew she shouldn't, thinking that Azel's face softened with difficulty as she prepared to speak, but over here, the prince, hearing that, broke into a smug smile like he'd achieved his goal. However, things never go perfectly. As Azel hadn't finished speaking, suddenly, the female lead Flame appeared from nowhere and slapped her across the face, leaving both Azel and Jeremy stunned. And not just them, even Flame, after doing it, snapped back to reality. Realizing her action, then she quickly switched gears. You trash, said you wanted to date me, yet you're secretly hitting on someone else behind my back. I already said I like you, and now you want to dump me. Come with me, we need to talk. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Saying that, Flame grabbed Azel's hand and ran off immediately, and only after reaching a hidden spot. Ensuring Jeremy wasn't following, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inwardly, Hugh, that was close. Seeing her like that, Azel asked what's going on. In response, Flame explained briefly, forget it, just thank me. If you'd rejected him outright, he'd harass you to death. Sorry for slapping you, I'm off. Saying that, Flame turned and left immediately, leaving the green-haired mage behind, still dazed and confused. Ignoring that, after finishing, Flame asked herself inwardly, did I do the right thing? If Azel joined the club per original plot, Jeremy would ruin her. I tried not to interfere with the main story, but seeing bitch do CEO like this, I think it's not bad either. Wonder if he noticed my lie, Flame wondered. Meanwhile, in his private room, Crown Prince Jeremy could easily see through her lie. Sipping tea in front of him, he chuckled cutely. She's really adorable, pretending to lie to steal someone right in front of me. Interesting, more interesting than Azel even. I want her now too. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to Professor Lee Hanwell's class. Right now, he pointed to a screen behind him and explained, today we begin simulated beast combat practice. Our target isn't level 1 or 2 monsters like before, but mid-sized level 3 monsters, much tougher ones. The method is form groups, research the monster, and defeat it with proper tactics. After selecting a mid-sized monster type, you'll have practice time to prepare against them. Head to Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt mid-sized monsters matching your attribute. Class A and Class S will practice together. Evaluation test in 4 days. Form groups of max 6. And submit the list to me, the cool uncle ordered coldly. Making Mage Azel sigh heavily. Sigh, I hate group work the most, she thought inwardly. Before being distracted by other voices, Princess, will you group with me? No, I can handle it better than someone else. Another spoke. What did you say? My turn now, someone else argued. And watching Princess Bion surrounded by everyone crowding her. Suddenly, Azel felt a wave of bitterness rise inside. Before Adalevit destroyed my family, I was surrounded by flattery like this too. Both had similar starting points. Dukemore family with ice attribute, and Adalevit royal family with fire attribute. Back when the two families competed to dominate magic, Bion and Azel were children born with heavenly talent. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I really get revenge on Adalevit? Now thinking that, the little mage unconsciously hugged herself tight, as if even she wasn't confident she could avenge her family. When she's all alone then, at her loneliest moment, Ducio approached. Hey, you going solo? Hearing the call, Azel snapped back and turned. What is it? Hearing that, the protagonist flashed a bright smile and asked, group with me. Did you just say group? Azel asked again like she couldn't believe her ears. To explain clearer, Ducio clarified, you know, there's no minimum member rule, right? We form a 2-person group and get bonus points for small groups. The guy revealed his plan. However, Azel thought this guy must be short-circuiting. Are you crazy? How can 2 people handle a mid-sized level 3 monster? No need to explain much. Ducio just looked at her and gave a mysterious smile. You in or not? Seeing his confident look, after a few seconds of thought, the mage girl had no choice. I agree. Anyway, I don't have anyone else to group with. All right then, I'll go submit the list. Ducio nodded and quickly went to report to teacher Lee Hanwell. For some reason, right after Ducio left, the arrogant Princess Bion ran up to Azel. Hey, she called, making the mage girl startle and back up a few steps warily. What if you're trying to compete with me? What nonsense are you talking about? Just worry about yourself, you pig in human skin. The princess insulted, then immediately turned and left. I'm not competing with you just because of bitch Ducio. Back to Bion's thoughts right now, anger surged in her heart. So annoying, am I really losing to a failure? and a commoner though I can group with anyone. But at least I need the strongest knight for advantage, thinking that she looked toward the game's strongest guy. Demon Ducio, the one no one dared approach. Hey Demon Ducio. Hearing someone call him Demon Ducio's eyes flashed with surprise and he turned. Greetings princess, what's up? Have you grouped yet? Bion asked. Straight no, I was planning solo, he replied. Then group with me, she offered arrogantly. In response, Demon Ducio smirked and asked back, huh, is that necessary? Hearing that, the princess glanced sideways at Ducio and Azel. Bitch, Ducio and Azel already grouped together. I think they're not aiming for normal mid-sized monsters, but special mid-sized or large ones. I ask again, group with me, turning to the super genius, not minding Bion. But anything involving Ducio piqued his interest. I see, sounds interesting. I also want to compete with bitch Ducio once, alright. Then thanks. Bion smiled brightly. Then she looked toward Ducio and Azel and thought to herself, bitch Ducio and Azel more. This time I'll crush both of you. Time passed quickly. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated beast combat test began. Scene shift to Stella Dome. After seeing all his students present, Professor Lee Hanwal took a list and nodded. Alright, now we start the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Just like that, the test began, and with prior preparation basically, the groups didn't face too much difficulty fighting monsters. Oh, Group 16 picked Mugreka. Huh, that mid-sized monster looks manageable, the observers nodded while watching the battle ahead. Meanwhile, the female lead Flame, warming up in the back, spoke to reassure herself. It's fine, I've trained hard. I can't hunt special monsters for attribute-less points or large special ones, but if I solo defeat this level 3 mid-sized monster alone, it'll be enough for max points. Speaking of the monster's strength, normally it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a single mid-sized level 1 monster. And if you exploit attribute counters, solid experience and favorable terrain, taking down higher level monsters is also within reach. But I use light magic which doesn't counter any attribute, so I just have to deal with it, Flame thought. Thinking this, Flame paused to glance at Mage Azel with a melancholic look. I hope Azel does well on this test. In the original, Bion made things hard so she couldn't group with anyone and got the lowest score back. Then I even planned to recruit her into my group. But with bitch Ducio by her side, Azel's future will definitely be brighter, Flame thought inwardly. At the same time, down on the arena, the monster from Group 16 had been defeated. Alright Group 16, good work. Next, Group 17, step up, Lee Hanwal called out. Hearing that, Flame snapped back and replied, yes sir. With that, she quickly headed down. But right as she passed Ducio, she suddenly tripped over her own thick shoelace, causing her whole body to lose balance and pitch forward. Luckily, Ducio reacted fast and caught her in time. Thanks, Flame said, no problem. Tie your shoelace. Ducio waved it off while looking at her shoelace that had somehow come undone. Flame was puzzled. It was tied tight by Zeki just earlier. Whatever good thing I noticed, or it would have been dangerous. Thinking that, she quickly ran down to the training ground. Watching her go solo for the test, the observers around couldn't help being shocked and whispering, she's doing the test alone, huh, seems like it. Then when they saw Flame's opponent appear, they were even more stunned. No way, she's taking on that monster by herself. Giant boar, no special attribute, so no counters. The group said worriedly for Flame, ignoring that. After Flame prepared, Lee Hanwal announced Group 17 test begins. As soon as he finished, the boar coiled its legs and charged forward like a tank. Seeing its ferocious momentum, the observers felt chills. Look at that aggressive charge, how can she handle it alone? Ignoring the chatter facing the boar rushing at her, Flame took a deep breath to calm down, then muttered incantations to prepare her spell. Whispers of petals on the wind. As the chant rang out, a golden magic circle appeared under her feet. Then thick vines burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around the boar's body, making it screech in pain, struggling desperately but failing to break free. Seeing that, Flame used another spell, Matter Transformation, causing the vines binding the boar to slowly turn to stone. Not done yet, she whispered inwardly. Then used another spell, creating a radiant golden magic circle above her head. Meanwhile, across from her, as if sensing danger, the boar struggled harder and successfully tore through the vine restraint. Then its eyes turned blood red as it charged at Flame again. But just as its sharp fangs were about to reach her fragile body, her spell completed. Right then, a destructive energy beam shot from the circle overhead, straight into the boar's mouth, punching a huge hole clean through from front to back. In the end, with one strike, the boar only managed a final agonized squeal before collapsing dead on the ground. Back to the crowd watching, seeing the female lead finish so cleanly, they couldn't help turning to each other in awe. Wow, insane, our group of 5 barely beat one mid-sized monster Who is she anyway? Back to Flame. After finishing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done thinking that. Teacher Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Next group 31 begin. Hearing that, Du Seo turned to look, and his eyes widened. Huh, did I see wrong? She asked herself. Because right now the team in front was Princess Bion together with Demon Du Seo. Look, it's the princess, go for it. Fan cheers started ringing out as they entered the arena. Meanwhile, Flame, seeing this plot deviation, frowned. Why is Bion with Demon Du Seo instead of my side? In the original, those two had no connection. What kind of lineup is this? The more she thought, the more confused Flame felt. Back to the arena right now. The monster chosen by Group 31 had been summoned. It was a massive half-human, half-fish giant with golden pupils, dark green skin, marked with red patterns, looking utterly menacing. And just its appearance alone sent chills down everyone's spine. Wait, that's a water monster. Oh my god, that's a special mid to large monster. As expected of the princess, amazing to hunt such a rare monster, the observers said in shock. Meanwhile, with her game knowledge, Flame had an even clearer view. It's not just a special mid to large monster. Bion and Demon Du Seo's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. Water monster is water attribute with high fire resistance and can fly. It completely counters both Bion and Demon Du Seo, not only aiming for special mid to large, but expecting failure. They even gave up attribute advantage. They're going for max points, but that's only if they succeed. Thinking that, Flame felt a bit expectant. Wonder how this pair will perform. Back to the arena, just as Flame had mentioned, behind the water monster, two pairs of folded wings suddenly spread wide and flapped rapidly like dragonfly wings, lifting its massive body into the air. Then the monster let out a terrifying roar to intimidate the group. However, those roars weren't enough to scare the two monster students ahead. Let's begin, Bion said. Got it, Princess. Demon Du Seo smiled back, saying that for some reason Demon Du Seo suddenly stepped back a few paces, confusing the observers. Huh, what are they planning? I thought they'd attack right away, but the knight steps back while the mage. What kind of setup is this? Ignoring the audience chatter, right after Demon Du Seo flashed a light smile, cold power in his legs, and leaped forward powerfully, through some magic. And seeing his motion, Mad Dog couldn't help praising. Oh, nice jump for a first year. Beside him, Ban Jai-on was still puzzled, but with that level he still can't reach the water monster. Plus jump boost can't be used midair. What are they calculating, she wondered. And just as she thought the jump couldn't reach the water monster's height, however, right then Demon Du Seo waved his wand, creating a stone slab from thin air, giving him a foothold to move. At the same time, from below, Flame shot a fireball straight at the slab, resulting in the impact creating a propulsion force, launching Demon Du Seo's body higher. A bit more. Wow, unbelievable, Mad Dog said, stunned at the sight. Then when Demon Du Seo was above the water monster, he quickly used his earth magic, creating a giant fist that smashed straight down on the big guy's body, sending its heavy frame flying like a rocket toward the ground. However, not overtaking advantage. While the water monster was still dazed and struggling to stand, he waved his wand again, causing countless sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground, interlocking to clamp the big guy's body tight, making it roar in fury. But a special monster is still a special monster. These spikes alone weren't enough to hold it. Right then, the water monster opened its mouth and roared furiously, gathering all its strength to twist and break free from the restraints. HMPH, as expected, it tried to escape, but too late because the princess's magic is complete. Demon Du Seo smiled. Beside him right now, Princess Bion's entire body was enveloped in raging fire energy. Then she pointed her staff forward. Instantly, a massive fire pillar crashed down from above onto the water monster's head, making it scream like its house was burning. Even the audience started smelling grilled fish from it. Oh god, it's in pain. Water monsters have high fire resistance, they said to each other in shock. Meanwhile, to finish it, Demon Du Seo added his lightning magic Vado. It's over, he said coldly, as another lightning bolt struck down from above, officially turning the water monster into charred grilled fish. On both sides, seeing the water monster get wrecked so badly, the observers felt pity for it. Water monster defeated without even fighting back. This year's students are terrifying. This level can match third-year class S seniors already. Is this what genius looks like? Back to Bion. Hearing the chatter, she thought smugly inwardly, how's that bitch Du Seo? No matter what you pick, you can't beat me. This time victory is mine. Saying that, she glanced toward the arena where Du Seo and Azel's group had just stepped up. Give me 5, the sun god requested. His demand instantly made the entire stands fall dead silent. Only after a few seconds did some students recover and blurt out in stunned voices, did I just hear him say what 5? When our group of 5 struggled with one mid-sized monster, now these two dare pick 5. I heard rumors, but is bitch Du Seo crazy or what? Saying that, everyone focused on Du Seo as if trying to figure out what was going through his head. to make such a request, though the professors didn't understand why Du Seo was showing off. They had no reason to refuse either. Following his request, right after 5 massive building-sized mid-sized monsters were summoned, encircling the 2 in the center. Summoning complete, a professor announced. On one side, Professor Bitchin from the Monster Studies Department. Upon seeing the monsters' forms, his eyes flashed with shock like he discovered something. These 5 monsters include a giant frog with its tongue sticking out called Heimer Raiden. This black giant cow is Black Sand Bison, a pelican one water slime, and the last monster is Sensitive Bat. Could this lineup be? He whispered. Elsewhere, Princess number 3 also didn't understand why Du Seo requested 5 monsters, so she turned to her teammate. Hey Demon Du Seo, do you get it? In response, the genius just lightly shook his head. The protagonist's real purpose? Probably not. I'm curious what Du Seo's planning too. I'm kinda looking forward to this. Saying that, he focused ahead, observing both of them. Scene shift to the position of the cool teacher Lee Hanwal. Before Du Seo's test officially began, he spoke up. I just want to ask one thing. Who decided this monster lineup? It's me. Du Seo nodded. Hearing that, Lee Hanwal bluntly commented, you're a knight, so you can easily score in dangerous situations like this, but a bishop can't. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop. The professor's doubt didn't surprise Du Seo much. He just smiled lightly and affirmed, no sir, this strategy is designed specifically for the bishop. His words once again stirred murmurs among the crowd. As for Professor Lee Hanwal, seeing Du Seo state it so confidently, he didn't ask further. I see. All right then, let's begin. As soon as he finished, all 5 giant monsters slowly closed in on Du Seo and Azel, their massive eyes filled with killing intent, staring at the 2, making them swallow nervously. Then Du Seo suddenly asked, hey, can you do it? Of course. Azel nodded, but her face was sweating non-stop. Just trust me. Du Seo added one more sentence. That sounds way too casual, the green-haired girl complained. Then Du Seo also said he trusted Azel. This made the bishop girl fall into thought. Recalling the previous evening, Du Seo, he's really hard to understand. Back then, while Azel trailed behind him, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, hey, why me? Really? With a skilled knight like you could choose anyone else. The little girl's question made Du Seo pause silently for a few seconds before answering, you're right, there are lots of talented people. For example, in terms of firepower, no mage can match Bion. For control, Flame is unmatched. Demon Du Seo is already the strongest first year, no question. Ha Wenryang or Adalin, the single target attack specialists, would also fit well with me. Then why me? Azel asked again. Even so, I still feel you're the most suitable. That's all there's to it. So shall we continue now? The protagonist replied gently and quickly walked ahead. He didn't know his words had made Azel's face faintly blush. Back to the present, the bishop girl gripped her staff tightly, reminding herself, though I still don't understand what you mean, but you must have a reason for choosing me, so I'll show you. Saying that, she began using her magic, making her body surge with considerable energy, lifting her floating midair. Meanwhile, the other observing students, seeing this, couldn't hide their shock and shouted, wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? No way, that's a phenomenon. Only level 6 mages and above enter in unconscious state. If you focus, the mana flow reverses and you could become crippled. He's just a first year. Their voices full of amazement and worry for Azel. Back to Du Seo's view, though he knew in advance, seeing Azel easily enter supernatural resonance, he couldn't help admiring inwardly, as expected, worthy of being a candidate for the Winter Queen title. He gave a slight smile. Then let's begin. The 2-person battle against 5 mid-sized monsters officially started. Du Seo channeled power into his legs, instantly leaping high while activating Flash Step. In a blink, he appeared right beside the giant frog Heimer Raiden. The sudden appearance made the massive monster's body tremble slightly in surprise, but before it could react, a sharp sword slash came down. Du Seo's sword tore through the air, slashing straight into the frog's chest, leaving a deep wound. Heimer Raiden let out a miserable screech, its huge body trembling, eyes full of terror. It opened its mouth to retaliate, but the intense pain left it rooted in place, only able to wail like a child. Du Seo didn't pursue, immediately retreating to keep safe distance. First Heimer Raiden is done. Next, Black Sand Bison. He shifted his gaze to the next target. Across from him, the black giant cow stood imposingly. Following his gaze, it seemed to suddenly change state, its eyes turning blood red like a wild beast about to go berserk. It began turning its head, staring fixedly at the red glowing horn on the frog beside it. That red light made it extremely irritated, wanted to to tear, wanted to crush immediately. HRR Black Sand Bison took a deep breath, body tensing, hooves stomping repeatedly, preparing for a powerful charge. This was exactly the reaction Du Xiao waited for. Seeing its attacking stance, the corner of his mouth curved up. The plan succeeded as expected. The way to handle 5 mid-sized monsters at once is to make them enemies of each other. Just like that, the sudden charge from Black Sand Bison signaled the official start of chaos. Somehow the monsters suddenly turned on each other, making the watching students stunned. What the hell are the monsters fighting each other? To explain this, we have to talk about Du Xiao's prior preparation. Anyway, he'd already cleared this trash game. Once his plan was to make the monsters hostile and attack each other. In other words, borrowing a knife to kill, using others' power to eliminate enemies without wasting effort. Veteran Etho World players once wondered how a small group could defeat a large number of monsters. After countless trials, they found the way, exploiting monster traits and attributes. First step: attack the giant frog Heimer Raiden. When attacked, the horn on its head emits red light, which stimulates Black Sand Bison's attack instinct. When agitated, Black Sand Bison sprays sand around, and if that sand hits water slime, a reaction occurs. The slime immediately creates massive water to keep its skin moist. Over here, seeing water surging to his feet, Du Xiao nodded. Everything still going according to plan. Good. Thanks to the school's barrier, the water is rising fast. Next is, he thought, turning to look at the bird behind. When Kaden senses moisture, it emits a piercing scream over 7 octaves. The terrifying sound wave from its mouth immediately stimulates sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Enraged by the sound, the bat immediately targeted the bird, using its sharp claws to kick straight at its head. The kick was so strong it sent the bird flying backward, crashing into water slime. To retaliate, water slime immediately turned, swinging its arms, creating a water pillar, striking both. Accidentally, this made the 2 large monsters even more furious. Just like that, the battlefield turned into chaos, with monsters fighting wildly. Seeing this, the observing professors also understood this wasn't coincidence. Only meticulous calculation could make the monsters fight this much. All the monsters there are attacking each other. This kid knows each species' traits so well. Even I, a monster studies expert, never thought of this. Truly amazing, the long-haired professor said. However, there was one thing he hadn't noticed until the female professor beside reminded him. What's even more amazing is Azel Morph's concentration. The girl can maintain mana flow and focus in such chaos. It must be because she completely trusts her knight. The group looked ahead, silently waiting for what came next. Back to Du Xiao, while he was quietly observing surroundings to ensure nothing went off track. He suddenly noticed something when the bird and bat collided. The giant Kaden bird was knocked flying toward Azel, the bishop, still concentrating her energy. Seeing that, Du Xiao instantly used flash step, closing in on the stinking bird and giving it a powerful kick. The blow was so strong its body flew like a kicked ball out to the side. However, before he could relax, from high above suddenly a massive rock fell straight toward Azel's head like a meteor, crashing down. Fortunately, the protagonist had noticed the danger early. He used flash step to appear in front of the bishop girl, swinging his sword to cleave the rock in two. Watching him constantly darting around to protect Azel, the genius demon Du Xiao chuckled, "Hey princess, don't you think Du Xiao looks like an ideal knight? Just like a knight protecting his princess." His words made Bion's gaze pause for a moment. Below, Du Xiao kept zipping left and right, blocking attacks, and his efforts weren't wasted at all. After a while of closed-eye energy concentration, Azel's jade eyes opened again. This time, she'd completed her prepared magic ice flower body. Right then, countless sharp ice pillars sprouted behind her, spreading across the entire arena. The largest pillar right behind Azel, even shaped like a blooming flower. The moment she cast the spell, the whole battlefield fell silent before the sight. "Wow, so beautiful," someone exclaimed unconsciously. Down on the arena, the 5 giant monsters were completely frozen solid by this ice magic. For Azel, seeing the monsters temporarily restrained by her spell, she didn't want to drag it out. "Shatter," she shouted. Then right after, from inside the massive ice flower, countless sharp ice shards shot out like a rainstorm forward. The giant monsters, already immobilized, could only stand still and take it, unable to resist at all. So is it over? They really defeated 5 mid-sized monsters with just 2 people? Some murmurs rose among the crowd. However, right after, someone else noticed something and shouted, "Wait, look, the monsters are waking up." Following everyone's gaze, Azel's earlier attack wasn't strong enough to finish them off. Now they'd broken free from the frozen state. This made the professors a bit regretful. In the end, they couldn't finish it off. Truly a shame. but with this performance, they still got very high points. Scene shift to Azel's position. The bishop girl showed no great surprise that her previous attack couldn't take down the monsters, rather she'd predicted it long ago. Right after ending ice magic, Azel immediately chanted another spell. A lightning orb slowly gathered, emitting extremely dangerous aura crackling midair. Descend, Azel said coldly. Right after the chant ended, a massive lightning pillar erupted from Azel's palm. The entire arena seemed bathed only in golden light from its glow. Then a deafening explosion rang out at their position. The monsters that had just woken up were shocked by the lightning bolt, writhing violently. Seeing the power of this magic, even Azel herself found it hard to believe. This is my magic. Turns out I can do something like this too, just like he said. Azel thought while recalling the memory from the previous evening, when Ducio proposed that the two of them would fight 5 mid-sized monsters at once. Naturally, back then, after hearing it, Azel thought Ducio must be out of his mind to say such things. 5 at once? Are you crazy? No, you can do it, and I trust you, so trust me. The one who trusts you, Ducio said with absolute confidence. The trust he placed in Azel made her feel something strange stirring in her mind. Before, I had nothing faith in the path I chose or anyone to tell me that path was right. But now it's different. Now I won't lose my way anymore, Azel told herself inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, she now had Ducio as a torch guiding her path. Back to the present, with all 5 mid-sized monsters defeated, the referee professor's voice rang out. Group 32's test ends here. Hearing that, the bishop girl couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. Perhaps she hadn't noticed it had been far too long since she last smiled. Back to Ducio to dodge that lightning bolt. He quickly stabbed his sword into the wall, holding himself suspended in midair. Looking at the power of that lightning strike earlier made his hair stand on end. Almost got caught up in it. At least warn me before doing that, the guy grumbled inwardly. Just like that, not long after the test results were posted on the wall for all students to see, the paper read simulated beast combat test results. First place group 32, 199 points, consisting of Beak Ducia and Azel Morph. Second place group 31, 127 points, consisting of Ma Ducio and Bion Adalep. Looking at the posted results, since she had anticipated it somewhat, the third princess wasn't too disappointed. Completely defeated, even though I chose special mid to large monsters that countered my attribute and still lost. Guess I have to accept it, she sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the genius Ma Ducio showed no sadness at all. In fact, he even turned to tease the princess. Oh, accepting defeat so quickly, huh? HMPH, shut up, Bion huffed coldly. But then she started glancing at the genius and comparing inwardly. But if my knight were Beak Ducio, could I have achieved that result? I can use magic no worse than Azel. But why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If there's a perfect knight in this world, it has to be my knight, the perfect queen. Thinking this, a wave of irritation rose in the princess's heart. She bit her lip, her gaze turning colder as she stared at the result sheet. Actually, admitting defeat is a lie. I can't accept it. This is confusing. I need to investigate Beak Ducio more thoroughly. Thinking this, the princess turned and walked away, as if to start investigating Ducio immediately. However, her steps suddenly halted when she noticed another girl staring intently at her. This was someone Bion knew, and it made her a bit wary. Saolan Orkin. She's here because she heard I lost to a commoner group and a trader's daughter. What a troublesome woman, Bion grumbled inwardly, then quickly walked past Saolan without any intention of greeting. However, she didn't know that even after she left, Saolan's gaze still followed her back intently. Then murmured, still too green. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the school library area. Right now, the female lead Flame was focused on her studies. However, the test results made it hard for her to concentrate normally. She stopped her pen and thought, the power Azel showed earlier. I never expected she could bloom the ice flower so quickly. That ice flower magic is Azel's signature spell, and it only appears when she overcomes all hardships and regains confidence in herself. According to the original rite, now Azel should be sinking deeper into despair. Yet now she's displaying the ice flower in front of everyone. This must be thanks to Beak Ducio. In the original romance novel, Ducio and Azel faced the end of the world together, but what if there's a side story I don't know about? If Beak Ducio, an unknown character, loves Azel and chose to regress in place of Demon Ducio, at the moment the world ended. Regressing for the person he loves, even if the price is being forgotten by the one he loves. Would Beak Ducio really have no regrets, that kind of love willing to sacrifice his own existence to turn back time? What would that feel like? The female lead Flame silently pondered inwardly. If Ducio knew her thoughts, he'd probably laugh his guts out. Scene shift to the protagonist's position. Late at night, Ducio had to get up to check the new notifications. Chapter 5, Simulated Beast Combat, ended. You have received a large amount of experience. You successfully guided the story in a positive direction. the Constellatio project grants additional rewards. After reading the notification, Ducio pondered thoughtfully, what reward should I pick this time? Skills have been strengthened quite a bit, best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking this, Ducio quickly listed what he needed, and said I'll choose the item Yphanal Leaf Key. To his request, the system went silent for a few seconds, as if checking something, then, after dozens of seconds, it released the reward system checking. Reward granted. As the notification ended, a silver key appeared before Ducio. For Ducio, seeing the system grant him this item, he excitedly shouted, awesome, Yphanal Leaf Key. Though not an antique, it's one of the extremely rare items. Only high-level players can possess this key, leads to the abode of the god. But to use it, I need to go outside. But after the necromancer incident, the conditions to leave have been tightened. What now? The more he thought, the tighter Ducio's brows furrowed. Until suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's right, the club, he whispered. I'm passed quickly to the next morning right now, Ducio. I just finished a pitiful poor essay on his growth from childhood. My family was poor. We rarely ate out like others. Whenever mom was away working, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Then when I got sick of noodles, I begged for something delicious. Mom used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and invited mom to eat together. But for some reason, mom didn't eat. She said she didn't like black bean noodles. After skimming through and confirming this emotional poverty essay, Ducio yawned widely and said, satisfied, good, temporarily done. Now time to find a club. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the bulletin board with flyers. Right now, Ducio was carefully observing around to find a suitable club. Standing before countless recruitment flyers, Ducio pondered deeply, not sure which club to choose. But now, which club should I pick? Among so many clubs, not many allow special off-campus activities, so I need to think carefully. Thinking this, Ducio glanced at Bishop Azel beside him and asked, hey, you're looking for a club too? Haven't joined any yet? The sudden question made Azel startle, her voice a bit flustered. What, why? You should be getting scouted by tons of clubs, right? Ducio frowned. You don't know who I am? Azel asked back. I know you're Azel. Who else? Lately you're pretty famous, Ducio praised, making Azel's face even more flustered. Ah yeah, that's true. For Ducio, looking at the bishop girl beside him, he thought inwardly, after the test ended, Azel's reputation has changed a lot. She must have noticed it herself. Back to Azel to ease the awkwardness, she coughed a few times, then said, but you have to choose a club carefully, blah blah blah. At the same time, while the two were whispering, the genius guy walked over and patted the protagonist's shoulder in a very friendly manner. However, our Ducio coldly brushed off Demon Ducio's hand, seeing that the genius didn't get angry and still smiled. I watched your test. Moreover, I heard you commanded the necromancer hunt too. You're really something. Wow, thanks. Just luck. Ducio waved it off, but his attitude seemed to want to avoid Demon Ducio. Seeing this attitude, the genius smiled. Indeed, you have something very different from others. Demon Ducio's gaze when saying this was extremely intense, making the protagonist swallow nervously. Then Ducio started changing the subject. You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to outperform others. In response came a smile from Demon Ducio. I see you just used your time more efficiently. So what do you do on weekends? Ducio asked next, making Demon Ducio slightly surprised. Me, huh? Just study. Not sure why this answer made both freeze, as if they'd heard something incredibly strange. I asked casually and you answered casually. Thanks, Ducio said with a deadpan face. The genius quickly explained, no, I really study. Study and then train more. From Demon Ducio's attitude, Ducio seemed to sense something and asked back, huh, you don't do that often? Yeah, but lately I have for some reason, Demon Ducio said awkwardly. This info made the protagonist curious. Demon Ducio only started training much later in the original. What's the reason? Beside him, Bishop Azel had guessed it and asked, it's because of the dungeon practice trip, right? Yeah, that's right. If the young lady hadn't interfered, I might have been in danger. Demon Ducio smiled. Don't call me young lady, Azel shouted, annoyed. Meanwhile, Ducio, standing nearby, finally understood everything. Right, in the original, Demon Ducio teamed up with Flame and easily beat Ha Wenryang. But this time, because I interfered, Flame got stuck and he had to face Ha Wenryang alone. Could this be why Ha Wenryang became abnormal? But anyway, it's good this way. Both Ha Wenryang and Demon Ducio will train themselves. Unlike me, their growth will definitely bring positive influence to the happy ending. Back to Demon Ducio's view. Seeing Ducio still hesitating on club choice, the guy offered, hey Ducio, you still haven't joined any club? It's been a while since school started. Hearing that, Demon Ducio excitedly pointed at himself and suggested, then join my club. How about it? Let me see. If you meet my requirements, I'll think about it, Ducio replied calmly. Meanwhile, the genius guy also asked Ducio what kind of club he wanted to join. Ducio replied, that has to be a quiet club, few people know, private gatherings, guaranteeing the 4 great insurances, lunch with cheese and pork chop, free off-campus activities, comfortable personal freedom, and special permission to go outside. Ducio started listing a series of conditions, making Azel's face increasingly confused. And she reminded, there's no such club in the world, right? Of course not, I'm just kidding. Ducio thought inwardly all those conditions were just to chase Ma Ducio away anyway. However, there was one thing the protagonist didn't know: never joke with geniuses, really. Then I'll create such a club for you, Ma Ducio said while pointing at himself, making the two people in front stunned. You can really establish a club with special off-campus permission? Ducio asked again, and the genius nodded confidently. Yeah, I can. Back to Ducio. Very quickly he thought of the person in front's background and understood, right, with Ma Ducio's connections it's possible. But what do you gain from establishing a club for me? There is, because you're special, Ma Ducio replied gently. This made the protagonist a bit worried, wondering if Ma Ducio had discovered something. Do you know something? Before he finished speaking, Ducio suddenly stopped because he realized something. Alright, I remember one of Ma Ducio's core issues is he's very afraid of loneliness. Thinking this, Ducio didn't ask more and nodded. Alright, establish the club then, really? The genius asked excitedly. Yeah, but she has to join too, Ducio said while pointing at Azel beside him, making Azel startle as well. And when saying this, our protagonist had intentions in the original. Those two are a fated pair. If Azel can take care of Ma Ducio's mental state, that's the best thing for Ma Ducio. As long as the protagonist is in his club, the guy would easily accept everything. If the beautiful young lady Azel joins, I'm very welcome. Don't call me young lady anymore, it sounds annoying, Azel reminded, annoyed. While Ducio, seeing the two bickering, suddenly wasn't sure if this matchmaking would succeed. So what should we name the club? Someone in the group asked. About that, I have an idea, Ducio continued. Not long after an application to establish a club appeared. Application to establish club. Club name: Culinary Club. President: Beak Ducio. Members: Ma Ducio, Azel. Purpose: explore cuisine. Looking at the form in front of her, Azel stroked her chin thoughtfully a bit, then said, is this okay? To get the special activity seal, we need a guiding professor and at least 4 members. To her words, Ma Ducio confidently affirmed, members and seal I'll handle, but finding a guiding professor I find difficult too. Why, you can get special off-campus permission, right? Ducio frowned, asking. What he got was Ma Ducio's mocking face, because they're all trash. Anyway, I'll go get the seal for the registration, so thanks. Ducio nodded. Watching Ma Ducio's back as he left, Ducio thought inwardly, the special activity seal isn't something anyone can stamp, but if they stamp it for him, then it's definitely one of them. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the first main tower. Inside the vice principal's room right now, he was admiring his precious vase when suddenly the sound of the door opening rang out. The vice principal looked up to see who was entering and jolted, then quickly stood to greet. Welcome, young master, he said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ma Ducio, carrying the registration form, nodded in greeting. Yes, long time no see, grandfather. Carrying the club establishment application, Ma Yuseong approached Vice Principal Achai Hayden and sat down. After feeling comfortable, Ma Yuseong laughed loudly. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it already. Vice Principal Achai Hayden in front waved his hand with a forced smile. Haha, how so? But then he frowned slightly and thought inwardly, this crazy kid, why is he here now? Then he tried to smile and asked Ma Yuseong, but what brings you here today? From his hand, Ma Yuseong took out a paper previously discussed with Beak Yuseol and Azel. Still keeping his smile, he continued. Club registration application, stamp it for me. Achai Hayden was surprised by this. The awkwardness made him freeze for a few seconds. But quickly after, he reached out to take the paper and gave some comments. Club registration application. First, I need to check if it meets the establishment conditions. His suspicion was established, but in return came Ma Yuseong's hand slamming hard on the table. This was understandable because the minimum member requirement wasn't met. Faced with this unpredictable change, Vice Principal Achai Hayden was surprised once again. His worry made him hear him continue. No need to check the content, right? Just stamp it. Ma Yuseong's cold face appeared clearly. Achai Hayden saw the dark shadow lurking behind Ma Yuseong's smile. The request from him came after that. You'll do it for me, right? Achai Hayden felt deep unease and trouble from Ma Yuseong's gaze. He unconsciously swallowed and pulled his hand back, thinking quickly, knowing he couldn't resist. Once this child is that man's successor, he absolutely cannot oppose it. No choice, he had to accept the request. Yes, I'll do it. The paper was in his hand, and a new issue came up. But Ma Yuseong, you know what I'm thinking. I know, he replied, adjusting his tie and saying that. After meeting the condition from himself, he quickly headed toward the door, but didn't forget to add, "Thanks, I'm off." After seeing the door close, Vice Principal Achai Hayden, who had stood motionless for a while, finally sat heavily in his chair and sighed. His gaze then showed deep contemplation, like father like son, exactly the same half, yet daring to be so arrogant. "But not for long. One day, I'll cut that arrogant neck with one slash." Shift to some classroom. The lecturer began stepping out the door. The students watched intently, countless thoughts forming immediately. Finally over that professor always nitpicks nonsense, yeah, especially with commoners, he picks even more. Zeki stood aside, got up holding a few documents tightly in hand. Just holding it, her hand trembled slightly. Countless thoughts suddenly appeared in her head. "I could have performed better in front of everyone, yet I got so nervous. I made mistakes. I could have done way better than Flame." Then from nearby, Flame approached with a smile and said, "Zeki, your presentation today was great. Don't mind the professor's words, you did well." But Zeki turned away and shouted, "Enough," leaving Flame watching in confusion. This kid, really, I worry about her, yet she doesn't understand people's feelings at all. Then suddenly a voice came from beside her, "Yeah, true," making Flame startle and turn, recognizing Beak Yusial. She said loudly, "Ah, you startled me. What's up?" Seeing her surprised expression, Beak Yusial smiled and said, "Nothing big, but you're close with some professors, right? I'm planning to establish a club. Could you ask a professor for me?" Flame first assessed and asked back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Beak Yusial gave the reason right away. "The thing is, professors hate me a lot, so I'm kinda shy. Don't dare ask." Hearing that, Flame added, "Yeah, makes sense from your daily attitude, it's obvious." A series of issues, she continued. "You always talk back to professors, sleep in class, not getting warned, is already lucky." Hearing that, Beak Yusial just laughed awkwardly, "Haha, not to that extent." But then Flame continued with him while closing her eyes, "But who would help with that troublesome thing?" But then an idea suddenly sparked in her head, and she said in his surprise, "Speaking of which, aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altarisha?" Farewell to their conversation here. Beak Yusial walked along some corridor. Countless thoughts appeared continuously in his head. Turns out assistants can also guide students, just playing by plot. I didn't know that. After walking a bit, he was surprised by something and stopped his steps ahead of him. Some lecturer carrying documents stepped out from a room in front. No one else, it was Professor Tyrand, the one who made things hard for him before. His face had a bit of malice, as if some long-planned scheme was about to form. Still standing there observing, Beak Yusial was a bit dazed. What the hell? Shift to Assistant Professor Altarisha's private research room. Beak Yusial arrived here, opened the door, smiled, and greeted hello. But then he showed a surprised look looking at the professor in front. He asked Assistant Professor Altarisha. She was standing thoughtfully looking at papers scattered all over the floor. Seeing someone appear, the professor showed teary eyes, then quickly wiped her tears. She said, "You're here, no idea what's up." Beak Yusial immediately questioned the assistant, "What's going on?" After hearing her explain for a while, he noticed the table with only a few papers left. A few questions he asked after assistant, "The essay you said you prepared before, where is it now?" Hearing that, Assistant Altarisha froze a bit, then tried to clench her hand tighter. But then she forced a smile to hide her previous emotion and continued to him, I already submitted it to the professor. You know, there's an academic conference soon. The professor said he'll use my essay for that. I should feel grateful, a place gathering talented alchemists like that." But suddenly Beak Yusial interrupted the assistant, and his face darkened. After that, "Wasn't stolen, right? Will your name be mentioned in it?" "That wasn't stolen, right? Will your name be mentioned in it?" The assistant froze a bit again, but then still smiled and continued, "It's fine. Things like this are life experience." Hearing that, Beak Yusial felt helpless. His gaze shifted sideways with new thoughts. "Damn, I shouldn't have just asked her to guide the club." His gaze then looked towards some direction where the blackboard contained magic with countless formulas on it. His thoughts continued, "Soon Professor Men will solve that formula, even though I want Altarisha to complete it herself before that happens." But interrupting his thoughts here, Beak Yusial turned to Assistant Altarisha and said, "Assistant, you have another essay you're preparing, right? Last time you solved it with me." Altarisha was suddenly surprised and said, "Oh, it's the one about random number intersection combined with pneumatic. I also tried applying your unique idea, but got nothing. It's not for nothing that it's a problem unsolved for 300 years. Looking toward the blackboard just now, Altarisha continued her words, "Just need to solve one blocked spot, and you can see the path ahead." But then the surprise shifted to Assistant Altarisha when hearing him say, "After that spot, I already solved." With her surprise, Altarisha immediately asked, What did you say? You really solved it?" Seriously, to prove it, Beak Yusial turned to one side and replied, "Yes, but I just coincidentally used a trick to solve it, so I don't really understand it deeply. The chalk was then held in his hand. He began writing his explanation and formulas on the board. Altarisha continuously looked at what he just wrote attentively. A face of surprise mixed with astonishment appeared there. After writing some formulas, matrices, indicators on the board, he turned back with a smile and said, "But if it's you, it'll definitely be different." Altarisha quickly approached the blackboard where he had just written. Concentration and analysis, Altarisha said. After that's right, if we add scattering and reflection to Trini's coefficient in this formula, then add Panusan flow too. Hearing her say those words, Beek Yusial smiled, satisfied. His thoughts formed right after, just like that. She's completely immersed, truly astonishing concentration. Unlike me, who only mimics what he sees, she's a true genius, a genius who can change humanity's future. He then turned his body to one side. My role here is done. Just like that, he walked out of the room and left Altarisha alone to continue researching. The rest can only trust in her talent and wait. Continuing his journey, some fragrance spread from a certain room. Beek Yusial's steps stopped here. Off finally arrived. My body is so sore. His thoughts quickly formed after. After that, thanks to Altarisha's help, I successfully established the culinary club. As president, I can get off-campus permission. His gaze then closed, though during the process there was a bit of suspicion. But anyway, luckily got the permission easily. The conversation between him and teacher Lee also happened right after training He. While applying for off-campus permission under the culinary club name, he just laughed awkwardly. Haha, yes, that's right. Just like that, he continued walking forward where a large tree branch appeared. His thoughts ran across, as long as no trouble is caused, it's fine. And then once again, he surprised himself again. Oh, a giant tree! It appeared before Beek Yusial's eyes. His assessment was spoken. After that's the third world tree, right? Updated info: Southern Flower Spirit Garden. Many new buildings appeared under this giant tree. This time, Beek Yusial arrived at the place where spirits live. An unexpected statement, he exclaimed while walking forward. No way, can't compare to game graphics. After moving a bit further, a female spirit appeared and smiled, greeting. Very honored to meet Stella's mage. A male spirit standing nearby chimed in, "May your sincere heart reach the Mother Earth." Seeing these two appear, he immediately flashed a bright smile. "I wish you always receive the blessings from the world tree that granted this beautiful garden." A few thoughts took over in his mind afterward. Perhaps because back in the day, Altman and Eltruin saved them from the second world tree that was burning and about to collapse. Many spirits recognize Stella's uniform, so they act pretty friendly. Looking at the others here, he made another observation. Just like in the game settings, there sure are a lot of hot guys and gorgeous girls. But among them, there was truly one exceptionally beautiful spirit. That was the king of the Hua Sioran flower spirit tribe. With the appearance of a goddess, Hua Sioran had made countless male gamers swoon. The character with the most fans in World A. However, spirits have no gender and only change it after experiencing true love, taking on the gender of the one they love. Hua Sioran was also born in female form, but since she'd never truly loved anyone per the settings, this character still had no gender. Later, when she fell for Flame, Hua Sioran chose to become male. No matter which storyline you picked, there was no option for Hua Sioran to become female. This left countless male gamers in despair, a hilarious tragic tale. I'd liked Hua Sioran once too, and as he walked while reminiscing about all that, Beek Yusial ventured deeper inside. Something unexpected caught his attention. A smile bloomed on his lips as his gaze shifted over. Found it. This place is the mysterious labyrinth, the garden of heavenly spirit Leafhanel. Before moving on, he paused and started pondering. My current skills have been boosted quite a bit. Best to prep for upcoming events. Some old memories resurfaced. Receive item then. Leafhanel's light key. Holding a key in his hand, another smile appeared on his lips. Lucky I can use it sooner than I thought. And so, Beek Yusial inserted the key into the lock in front of him, but his system popped up right after. Warning, if you open the gate leading to this place, someone else holding a key might detect it. Seeing that, he wasn't too surprised. He voiced his assessment. I'd definitely seen this warning line in the game. Then another thought took over, but players confirmed nothing special happens. At this point, what else could go wrong? After that thought, Beek Yusial once more connected the key to the lock and turned it to the side. A gate blazing with dazzling light appeared before his eyes. System info updated. The gate to Heavenly Spirit Leafhanel's garden is opening. Transferring to some castle. This is the Spirit Kingdom, cradle of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Along the edge of a massive palace appeared inside a room, where a white-haired girl slept on the central bed. But then something made this girl sit up immediately. Her slow footsteps gradually stepped off the bed and then approached to open a window. In the distance appeared the gigantic world tree. Info on this girl popped up right after. The king of the Hua Sioran flower spirit tribe gazed toward that far-off direction, musing aloud. The world's so peaceful today, huh? Up close nearby, two pigeons were chatting with each other. Looking at them, she added, "Wonder when I can be as free as that." Her golden eyes reflected her own longing. Just watching those birds made her jealous already. But then someone's footsteps appeared and the surroundings shifted a bit. Sensing some energy change, she felt surprised with a thought. This aura is. She touched her forehead with her hand, then her assessment continued in her mind. Did someone enter the secret garden where Leaf Hanel slumbers? No one should be able to get in there. Who the hell is it? Worry showed clearly on her face. What am I supposed to do now? Carrying that worry, she placed her hand on an object placed nearby, and then draped a hooded cloak over herself, heading to the door to prepare to leave. But then she halted her steps, gripping her robe hem tightly with a flood of new thoughts. Can't hold back, I've endured for decades now, can't act rashly. What if the curse activates and drives someone insane? She hesitated a bit more. Wait until the fated day comes, then I'll investigate and return to Beak Yusial. He suddenly felt a sneeze coming on. Achoo. Around him swirled a bunch of pollen dust, his footsteps kicking up tons of it. He commented afterward, "Ah, this damn pollen." Then something suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to dodge quickly. "Whoa, you damn tree roots." After moving a ways, he stopped at some spot. More precisely, standing right next to a gigantic flower. Adjusting his robe hem, he said a few words. Fighting like this will never end them. But he pulled out a vial with a special smile, continuing, "Should have prepped Molotovs with alchemy like this." Without hesitation, Beak Yusial tossed the vial in his hand forward, light flashing instantly. The trees met fire and burst into flames, the blaze engulfing the whole area. Over here, Beak Yusial drew his familiar sword, readying himself, assessment set. Can't miss this chance. His body suddenly changed at an astonishing speed, dashing forward straight at the target. His eyes focused to lock on a fixed spot, and then he locked onto the attack target there. Position confirmed, Beak Yusial lightly thrust his sword through it. With just those two basic attacks, the tree monster gradually dissolved, his system showing settlement info. You've gained experience points. Standing aside reviewing the situation, gaze half-lidded, he remarked, "Phew, that's plenty for these run-of-the-mill monsters." Quickly adjusting his mindset, looking ahead of him, he continued, "Now time to tackle the real goal." System panel appeared. You've entered the boss room of the labyrinth. To a garden with glowing blue flowers, where someone leaned against a central pillar. From nearby, Beak Yusial stepped closer through, then had to stop and observe ahead. Is that heavenly spirit Leaf Hanel? Continuing Beak Yusial's inner monologue, the world's most mysterious being is the soul. That means a pure soul tempered over hundreds of years finally achieves enlightenment, transforming into a new form of existence. They say even the world doesn't have many such entities. But the creature before him wasn't a perfect soul. That woman had lost her heart right before becoming a soul and was stuck in that state forever. Under the shining moonlight in a shimmering night, Beak Yusial saw someone leaning against the central pillar. Anxiety started overwhelming Beak Yusial. He took a deep breath and step by step advanced forward. Even though a head existed only as a soul, the pressure from the massive mana began crushing his body. The immense pressure made his body sag. Though he'd read the prior warning to always wear high-level protective armor, right now he had nothing on. The pressure quickly forced his body to buckle, thoughts racing, supernatural mana pressure. He added a problem to his thoughts. Indeed, even in death, a soul is a soul. Proof is the pressure it emits at the moment of death. But because of that, I can't give up here. Gritting his teeth hard, gathering all his strength in his body, he began slowly standing up. It was tough for him, however, he finally succeeded in standing. But most of his body trembled from the aforementioned issue. Body can't store mana. After inching forward step by step, he now stood beside the soul, his panting clearly visible. By now, he could see more clearly that this soul had hands clasped in prayer for something. Blue light etched a beautiful space, and then a surprise came to him. Info panel appeared, experience for slow mana accumulation skill increased. Stopping his fluster, Beak Yusial staggered back a bit. A groan followed right after. Now I feel a bit better about life. System info panel still there, ability values increased. He slipped into a somewhat listless state. Yeah, this place is the precious training ground left by the soul. One of the world's mysteries even the greatest mages couldn't uncover, a coincidence all mages worldwide crave for mana lineage. This mystical spot where even normal training yields dozens to hundreds times the effect. Moreover, absorbing natural soul energy significantly boosts compatibility, and his expression turned a bit dazed for the next thought. Right, super hard to find a suitable training room. But here, I can practice new moves I couldn't elsewhere. But quickly after, he shifted his gaze to the soul statue, more precisely something on it. A thought formed, but first no more thinking. He took it out and held it in his hand. Detailed notification appeared. You've obtained hatred branch item. A smile bloomed on his lips with a hand on hip. More detailed info followed. Hatred branch, high rare grade. Description: hatred never fades with time but only grows stronger. Special feature: hatred. 1. On first contact, target falls into abnormal resentment state. 2. On second contact, target's hatred explodes, dealing significant extra damage to dark attribute foes. 3. Resentment or hatred damage accumulates daily and can last up to 3 months. 4. If target danger level is 6 or higher, damage half. One-time use feature. Looking at the newly acquired item, a confident smile leveled up. With this, I can handle the 8th cluster's bug, Mage Mazen Tyrant. Got the relic image too, so let's start training. Time flew by. A few weeks later, BQCL opened his system panel to check. Slow mana accumulation level 3, strength plus 8%, agility plus 12%, sensation plus 20%. 6th sense intuition activates by consuming user's mental power. It detects mana phenomena within 24 meters radius and activates perception acceleration. Auto triggers when user deemed in danger. Blood mana circulation rate 2%. He exhaled, phew, then propped his chin with his hand and commented, current stats are about mid 2-star level. A thought popped up, still a long way to go since main characters hit 4 stars or higher. Training continued non-stop. No sword masters in this world to teach, so I gotta repeat simple thrusts and slashes over and over to hit enemy weak points more precisely. His determination ignited further, gotta push harder. He raised his sword high behind him, sacrificing body, bones, blood, and sweat in training. Several basic slashes, as he called them, formed ahead, but then some pressure intruded his body. Felt like something just pierced through his chest. His sword dropped after that, but it seemed beneficial rather than not, since he assessed afterward. Awesome, panting heavily himself, hand constantly wiping sweat from his face. To emphasize, the system gave new info. You've learned special breathing techniques, obtained Soul's breath skill. But then BQCL felt something off. His vision gradually blurred, the perceived world started twisting abnormally. Heaviness enveloped his body, sleepy signs in his eyes appeared. And then his worldview warped into a strange shape. But quickly after, he jolted awake to someone's barrage of questions. What are you doing now? Can't you hear me? Can you hear me? Can't hear you hear me but ignoring, wish that happened. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, answer quick, I'm waiting, told you to answer fast, hurry up. Surprise still on his face. He quickly clutched his chest like he'd been spooked. Creepy as hell, what the fuck is this? Where'd that voice come from? But then a new voice rose, making him whip his gaze behind. Can you hear my voice now? Beak Yusial confirmed, you're the soul. His eyes locked on the soul statue here. Thoughts raced, what soul is Leafhanel talking to me? He covered his mouth, blurting right after, what the hell, that corpse is talking to me. But opposite, light specks gathered into a sign and formed. The soul spoke, I'm not dead yet, you're a real jerk. Beak Yusial followed with a question, what, how'd you say that? The soul replied to the issue, I've been talking the whole time, though you couldn't hear cause you're deaf, haven't grasped the situation. Beak Yusial added a new question, why can I suddenly hear that sound when I couldn't before, as he picked up the sword that fallen. Soul replied, isn't it cause we're alike? He froze for seconds, but his face mixed more surprise hearing the voice continue, you just breathed the same breath as me. Thoughts set in his head immediately. Instantly a prior notification appeared saying some skill learned. New detailed info panel, Soul's Breath level 1. Soul's Breath lets you merge with nature. Blood circulation speed increases significantly, but mana erosion occurs. Effects, first stance plus 107% strength. Second stance plus 125% agility. Third stance plus 147% sensation. Fourth stance plus 1% extra strength, max 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate 1%. Looking at it, he fell into prolonged worry. What is this amazing skill? Duration's short, but it can instantly boost my physique straight to 4 stars. Right, he spoke up. Oh wait, the penalty is divine power erosion. He drifted into thoughts, matches what I said about losing the human body. Divine beasts maintain form with their own magic power, but I'm mana deficient, losing my own body. Means death approaching, good skill but lifespan shortens the more I use it. His eyes focused ahead, new thought formed, no, gotta think positive. Anyway, I got a useful skill for emergencies. Opposite him, the soul statue pondered silently. After a moment, it spoke up, incredible, this is the second time a human's breathed the soul's breath. You're just like that guy with such a faint presence. Your body's got 0 mana, like you don't even exist in this world. Though he didn't get all of it, Beak Yusial caught the gist and fired back. Who was that person? The soul statue replied. That person wielded a sword just like you. They could slice through any magic or soul. His face lit up with shock. What? He pieced it together in his mind. The game never mentioned any check like this. If you can slash a soul, doesn't that make you pretty damn skilled? He followed up with a question. Can I meet that person? The soul statue replied, No, you can't. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the Origin Mage. It hit him like a thunderbolt. Beak Yusial's face fell. The Origin Mage, that guy's been dead for ages. But then he got another line, should I teach you? I was close to that person, so I recorded their entire breath along with their movements. Beak Yusial was even more surprised. For real. The soul's voice continued, but there's a condition. I can't leave here or talk to anyone. I'm definitely dead. So save my heart, save me. Beak Yusial froze for a few seconds, his expression darkening afterward. That's exactly the answer I expected. He spoke up, sorry, can't do it. With my current abilities, I can't save other souls' hearts. Soul Leafhanel fell silent, its contemplation clear afterward. After some hesitation, the soul continued. It doesn't have to be a soul's heart, just a pure god's heart. Beak Yusial doubted, if you use a god's heart, won't you lose most of your power? Hearing that, Leafhanel's voice softened temporarily. You okay with that, instead of being trapped here forever in loneliness? A bitter feeling laced those words. Not knowing how that felt, but Beak Yusial sighed in agreement. Yeah, alright, if it's just a regular god's heart, that shouldn't be a problem. A few hidden thoughts formed in Beak Yusial. Anyway, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming Divine Beast contract ceremony. By then, I'll meet tons of creatures. That's way more valuable than saving some soul's heart. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said, I'll bring it, as many as I can. The soul before him replied, thank you, I'll wait. Oh, I have something for you as proof. Beak Yusial was skeptical. Proof. Just in that direction, another item appeared. The soul's voice rang out. Look at the pillar behind me. He asked, what's this? The soul replied, this is proof that you're my friend. Beak Yusial took it in his hand. The system provided knowledge. Leafhanel's flower necklace, friendship proof item. New thoughts flooded in. Never heard of an item like this, not even in the game. He stowed it in his pouch. Fine, if there's no firewood, I'll use it as kindling. But then he paused while putting the necklace away. No, wait, it's a sacred soul. He held it up to his face, admired it, and smiled. This is a friendship mark, probably a pretty useful item. Cut to dawn's end, soft light shining through some room's window frame. Someone's chalk writing hand appeared in frame. This wasn't an unfamiliar place. It was Stella Academy, Altarisha's lab. She suddenly stopped her writing chalk. Before her eyes was a complete system for some formula. I did it. In the somewhat cramped room, Altarisha had solved the entire formula Beak Yusial gave her earlier. But then some sound rang out. She barely paid it mind. Oh, not the time. She headed to her notepad table and started writing. Pen tip placed down. After a bit, she flashed a satisfied smile. Tomorrow, a new era begins. Wonder if Yusial will be happy about this. Co-author Beak Yusial. Yeah. The Dwarf Kingdom's capital, Black Iron Empire, holding two main resources, gold mines and iron mines, a vast, tall, desolate area. Buildings so high they stretched beyond sight's end. These towers looked like a cyberpunk forest of structures. In the sky, countless steel cables and trains zipping back and forth, like a spiderweb, so-called Spider City. The gloomy, dark atmosphere gave an ominous vibe. But the actual dwarves living here were full of vitality. Beak Yusial and Altarisha had arrived. He grinned and said, we're here. Though a bit surprised, Altarisha beside him confirmed, yes, that's right. A few explanations formed afterward. Today was the academic conference day. This conference's venue changed yearly, and this year, it'd be held at Jumhakwang Academy, the Dwarf Kingdom's top alchemy school. Since dwarves created material magic, this year's event was expected to be bigger than usual. Plus, rumors said the best alchemist Kodin, aka Golden Alchemist Hwel Siak Ko, would attend this academic conference. A smug thought crossed Beak Yusial's mind. Perfect timing to present Altarisha's latest research findings. But then his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him. She spoke up, but Yusial, is this okay? Worry clear on her face. This is what that professor researched half his life. Seeing her like that, Beak Yusial thought with some concern, is that guy a good person or an idiot? Even when her research got stolen, she couldn't do shit about it. And she can still say stuff that nice. Seeing it wasn't good, he shifted the mood right away. Don't worry. Altarisha glanced over. And he continued, it's not like I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research, just that the assistant's better than the professor. Altarisha stood there a bit dazed. Yes, thank you. And so they kept walking forward. He continued, all right, let's head in. Too much red carpet up front. We'll use the back door. Altarisha didn't refuse. Oh yeah, good idea. They headed inside afterward. The host's announcement boomed. Hello to all doctors, professors, and researchers of THE Chinese letter H letter 1ED9I. The 87th Golden Section Science Conference is about to begin. For the first time, we'll introduce a new medicine. Footsteps of someone stepped up. None other than Professor Mason Tyrone. The host continued after she reached position. First up, Professor Mason Tyrant from Stella Academy. After starting the intro, she projected some info on screen. The introduction began. Hello, I'm Mason Tyrant from Stella Academy. Today, I'll introduce the alpha type of red potion. She launched into her long-winded presentation. Everyone listened intently, but we can't know what she said. After a long while, she wrapped up, "That's all." Everyone was shocked. BQCL stood in a corner, arms crossed observing, while chatter erupted afterward. Whoa, Professor Mason Tyrant's idea to improve that hard-to-make red potion is brilliant. Glancing at the buzz, thoughts crossed Beak UCL's mind. Looks like she's real good at presenting Altarisha's thesis like it's hers. Plenty of ways to mess around here. The main dish starts now. Someone stepped forward, host announced. Next, presentation by Assistant Altarisha from Stella Academy. Altarisha stepped up to the spot Professor Mason Tyrant had stood. She decided to speak. Hello, nice to meet everyone. I'm Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy. But no one paid her words mind. Whispers started below. Hey, she's from that pharma company I introduced earlier. I loved the professor's presentation on natural cell regeneration extraction method. Beak UCL up top listened intently to Altarisha below. She continued, the topic I'll present today is... A slight smile appeared on Beak UCL's lips. And her next line silenced the hall for a moment. This is the perfect summary and complete analysis and explanation of mixed number interference alchemy spell. The noise stopped dead, no one dared chatter. But then someone couldn't hold back, challenging her right away. Do you even know where you're standing? Altarisha hesitated a bit at that, replying, yes, of course. This is an amazing and honorable position for someone like me. The challenge turned back to her, so what should we make of what you just said? Altarisha, anxious, hands clasped tight over her chest but regained confidence. Please accept it in the way of an alchemist. Once more, folks below started murmuring, but that mixed number interference is nonsense. Magic principles and alchemy can't blend. It's an unsolved problem for 300 years. Up top, Golden Alchemist Hwell Siak Ko brought a hand to his mouth, adjusting his state. He continued, I'm really looking forward to it. I want to uncover the truth in a spell that's supposedly impossible. Little alchemist, go ahead and reveal your discovery to us. Altarisha couldn't help being surprised by this. Her face flushed a bit with happiness. She spoke, thank you. But then someone suddenly stood up yelling, I object. None other than Professor Mason Tyrant. Words came with gritted teeth. Before Assistant Professor Altarisha presents her report, I want to raise some questions about the report in question. Professor Hwell Siak Ko glanced over, asking, what suspicions? But something drove Professor Mason Tyrant. Looking at Altarisha ahead, she stated clearly, plagiarism suspicions. Altarisha's face went blank while chatter nonstop. Oh man, plagiarism, even accusing of plagiarism. Hwell Siak Ko seemed excited. Haha, hilarious. You know what happens if you accuse plagiarism and can't prove it. With a faint smile, Professor Mason Tyrant said, of course. She advanced near Altarisha's position, blocking in front. Arms spread wide, saying, as everyone knows, mixed number interference alchemy has 5 difficulties. Only solving all 5 can alchemy and magic harmonize. She continued, so far, only 2 solved at the Academy, and even those incomplete answers. Beak UCL, arms crossed, listened to Mason Tyrant's words. The professor below continued, but I've solved the 4 hardest problems. An assistant Altarisha here is my alchemy assistant. Altarisha anxious. Chatter erupted again. If that's true, then this report. Mason Tyrant wasn't done. Of course my thesis is correct, even if the assistant solved the 5th puzzle. Criticism weighed heavy on Altarisha's shoulders. Can you really claim you solved the other 4 yourself? Mason Tyrant smug, glancing at Altarisha beside her. A dangerous smile appeared with thoughts, stupid Altarisha. Gotta admit your genius and superior talent, but this is where an alchemist like you ends. Talent is forever. Professor Mason Tyrant closed in on Altarisha. Question with hand on hip, so what do you think, Assistant Altarisha? Altarisha, still stuck in this mess, trembling feeling, returned with new thoughts. Oh, knew this'd happen. My hair's turning white, what do I do? But then an urge pushed her, if you're struggling alone, call me. Calmness gradually returned. She narrowed her eyes, raised hand to speak. I had someone helping me. I want to call another person up like everyone else. Altarisha continued, this whole report I'm co-author. A trembling finger pointed straight ahead, toward where Beak UCL stood, saying, that student is Beak UCL. Never expected this, his face mixed worry and surprise. New thought, I'm the co-author. After being introduced by Altarisha as the co-author, Professor Mason Tyrant also glanced toward Beak UCL. He stepped up to the podium gradually. Chatter mixed in, ridiculous, a kid that young too? Don't think anything real's gonna change besides word fights. Golden Alchemist Professor Hwal Siak Ko got excited, arms crossed waiting. Oh ho, looking forward to this. On Beak Usial's side, after moving, he was now closer to the podium, eyes downcast with a slightly gloomy mood. He gradually approached Professor Mason Tyrn. His eyes locked straight on the professor, no worry or hesitation. He quietly stepped past Professor Mason Tyrn. But then a surge of magic energy suddenly burst out. It came from the branch he held in hand. The direction this power source hit was the professor's arm. A system info panel updated quickly. Special hatred skill of hatred branch item activated. Hatred target, Mason Tyrn. After he passed, Professor Mason seemed unaware, just got a bit pissed, glanced over and said, HMPH, so rude. Seeing the opponent didn't notice, he flashed a slight smile with a thought. Alright, it's working. After reaching the spot, he stopped and formally faced the scholars below. Silence formed first, then with an emotionless face. Beak Usial spoke. First off, let me hear Professor Mason Tyrn's argument carefully. There's a saying, seeing once beats hearing 100 times. So let's solve this cross-training technique together right here. A smile appeared on him and chatter erupted again. A debate between a professor and her assistant to settle this report. Sounds super interesting. Totally agree. Altarisha's worry turned to him. She stammered, Hey Usial, seeing her anxious. He glanced over, then flipped it. Hey assistant, you don't trust me? Hearing that, Altarisha dazed a bit. Ah no, I do trust you. To reassure, Beak Usial comforted. I've been by your side this whole time, so don't worry, Assistant Altarisha, you can do it. I trust you more than anyone. Seeing his smiling face, Altarisha blushed a bit, thoughts racing. Can I really do it after that? Her hand gripped her collar tight. Focus adjusted her glasses, thoughts flooded. Yeah, Beak Usial's right. I gotta trust what I've done all this time. She fixed her hair neatly. Over here, Professor Mason Tyrn stood dazed, unable to handle the situation. After regaining confidence, Altarisha stepped to face Mason, saying, Let's start then. Boosted by Beak Usial earlier, Altarisha was fully confident. Starting with new info lines, variable interference method in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I found a miraculous formula to solve this equation. This is the miraculous array that solves the indeterminate equation, but I gotta pee bad so can't write it down. Then he died in the bathroom, making this formula famous. Since then, countless alchemists tried, all failed, so now no one wants to touch it. The unsolved formula deemed impossible, but now someone's claiming to solve random void interference formula. A cold-faced smoker commented, Interesting. Info on him, Moonbone Tower member, Destruction Squad 13, Captain Keen. Another girl in similar outfit nearby yawned long. Interesting my ass, boring as hell. Info updated, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron. Both here in stealth mode. After finishing the yawn, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron glanced up, half-lidded assessment. Captain, that professor's really a dark mage, someone nearby chatted. Smells like tobacco around here, huh? Looking at where both scribbled info on blackboard, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron assessed. The more I think, the more this mission's a huge scam. She glanced at Silent Keen beside her. Ellipsis appeared. Helplessly rubbing her head, eyes closed, she continued. What can you do? Captain buys every word from that old geezer. But then she suddenly opened eyes looking ahead. Not just her, Keen noticed that direction too. Where Professor Mason Tyrn and Assistant Altarisha faced off again. Quick thought formed, the hall's atmosphere changed, right? Host's voice rang, yes, just finished the first hard problem solution. At Golden Alchemist Hwal Siak Ko's spot, he was shocked by the info below. Observing the detailed specific info on 2 blackboards in a row, he assessed, similar but totally different approach. Over here, Captain Keen thought while watching intently same direction, but the assistant's explanations simpler than Professor Mason Tyrn's. Plus, final results slightly different. Below, host's voice again, next, second hard problem solution. Both headed to their blackboards and scribbled. In observer area, some focused, worry mixed with surprise on faces. Incredible, plenty solved the second before. But this explanation's first time I've seen. A problem said to need at least 200 lines to solve and clarify, yet she did it in exactly 12 lines. The one they discussed was Altarisha. Watching from side, Beak Usial arms crossed, smiled, thought assessment. Audience reactions great. Keeping smile, thought shifted, but now's the real main part. Host's voice currently, third hard problem solution continuing. Will the third problem, never solved till now, really get cracked here? Both focused writing research results on board. Altarisha's face showed anxious sweat beads, while Professor Mason Tyrn way more worried. Both stopped pens. And Hwell Siok Ko below shocked. Assessments rapid. She really solved it. Professor Mason, breaker of the deemed impossible third problem, impressive result. Though hearing praise, Professor Mason showed no joy. Instead, surprise mixed in. Hwell Siok Ko pointed out. But even more, assistant Altarisha has something more impressive. Looking at result hidden by Altarisha, Professor Mason got irritated and angry, thoughts overriding. What the hell's that explanation? Over here, Beak Yusial smiled satisfied, hearing endless chatter around. How'd she think up that approach? Even seeing it live, can't believe it. New info proposed. Till now, alchemy predecessors saw 5 hard problems as separate, solved one by one. But Altarisha totally different. She treated all 5 as one whole, solved, integrated. That's the difference between Mason Tyrant and Altarisha. Hard problems solving continued. Professor Mason's chalk hand started shaking. Calculation thoughts no longer working well. Wait, what's the formula for the latter part? Glancing back at blackboard, she cursed. Damn, not enough board space. She turned to nearby host, yelled, bring more boards here. Voice louder, hurry, but then familiar voice rose, instantly erasing tension. I'm done solving. Professor Mason's eyes froze, then glanced aside, where Altarisha calmly turned from blackboard to face below. Altarisha explained to everyone. That was complete analysis and explanation of random void interference formula. Light flashed where she was, deep voice echoed whole hall. Problem solved. Everyone couldn't hold back, noise overwhelmed. Insane, totally crazy. Am I witnessing history here? Awa, too emotional, centuries moment for real. Altarisha below heard this, felt joy, confidence formed in thoughts, I did it. She looked to nearby Beak Yusial, added thought, thanks Yusial, all thanks to you. Her smile still there, but another voice appeared. Altarisha, opposite her, darkness emanated from Professor Mason Tyrant. Altarisha glanced over, full worry. Professor. Beak Yusial stepped forward to stand beside Altarisha. Then one arm extended outward, and the dark mana source emanating from Professor Mason Tyrant grew clearer by the second. Her voice came out unstable right away. Altarisha. Some confessions spilled out. How much longer are you gonna keep hurting me? You fixed the thesis you stole and then claimed it as your own. Does that feel good? Beak Yusial took one step forward, shielding Altarisha behind him. His eyes showed zero emotion. And thoughts raced through his head. Is she about to turn into a full dark mage right here? It's earlier than planned, but honestly better this way. Not just that, looking at Professor Mason in front, he added a new thought. If she turns dark mage in front of everyone right now, she won't be able to hold back the angry dark aura anymore. She called out again. Altarisha, Altarisha. Her eyes finally showed pure hatred. Altarisha was still anxious. She tried calming down by biting her lip. Altarisha suddenly shouted, I told you to just admit it already. Confidence returned to her. Riding that momentum, Altarisha stated clearly, my thesis is even better than the professor's. Wasn't that presentation enough? How much more do you have to steal my work before you're satisfied? Hearing her words, the audience and scientists started getting shocked and exchanging comments. Wait, that red potion thesis earlier was the assistant's. No wonder. Confidence didn't last long. Altarisha trembled again. Professor, Professor. Once more she burst with emotion, voice louder than before. The professor's even stupider than me. Hearing that, Beak Yusial's face went blank as he glanced at her beside him. The feeling quickly spreading to Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron standing nearby. Finally, Professor Mason, the center of attention right now, also looked stunned. To cut through the awkward atmosphere, Golden Alchemist Hwell Siok Ko spoke up. Breaking the tension, Hugh, this is interesting. He crossed his arms and burst into loud laughter. Ka ha ha ha, today's conference is seriously entertaining. At this point, Professor Mason snapped back to reality. Dazed feeling mixed with her voice, realizing she'd leaked a bit of dark mana. What? She looked at her trembling hands. What did I just do? Thoughts rushed in. Danger, this is dangerous. Knowing exactly where it started, Professor Mason turned her anger and gaze in one direction. Rushing steps aimed straight at Altarisha. The threat materialized. Altarisha, how dare you? Altarisha startled and shrank back. That surprise quickly shifted when Professor Mason saw a familiar figure blocking in front. No one else but Beak Yusial. His voice came out slow and calm. Professor Mason, please take a look at the situation now. Following his words, Professor Mason's face froze, then gradually fell into stunned, life-questioning disbelief. She felt an invisible pressure from countless eyes below now viewing her with clear displeasure. The alchemist sat in silence waiting for the outcome, letting everyone calm their doubts and understand the situation again. Professor Mason Tyrant turned sideways, stammering, "Ah no, it's not like that." At the peak, she raised a hand to her chest, voice rising. That little brat stole my thesis. Below, hearing everything and assessing the situation, alchemist Hwal Siak Ko spoke quietly. Take her out. Someone quickly replied, yes. The order was carried out. 2 surveillance spirits stepped up, escorting Professor Mason to one side. In this situation, she still argued, ah no, I said I didn't do anything wrong. Both Destruction Squad 13 members watched her leave while her voice still echoed. Let go, let me go. After the major danger and huge trouble departed, Altarisha collapsed to sit on the floor right there. All the initial burden seemed lifted. From ahead, a hand slowly reached out. Her sparkling eyes looked at that familiar hand. Beek Yusial, with a confident smile, spoke to her sitting there. Assistant, you worked hard today. Hearing his encouragement, Altarisha blanked for a few seconds, then broke into a bright smile, chasing away all worries. The golden lights outside added a shimmering beauty to the place. Cut to Moonbone Tower's Destruction Squad 13, both heading in one direction. Vice Captain Hyjin closed her eyes, starting a new conversation. In the end, we got nothing out of it. Hearing her abrupt comment, Captain Keen grasped it and added, if emotions exploded that hard, there should have been signs. The dark mana intrusion sensor didn't pick up any response at all. Vice Captain Hyjin continued, makes sense, Moonbone Tower's spiritual sense isn't absolute anyway. A new question came after glancing at Beek Yusial and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. Hey, that kid's the high schooler they said is co-author, right? Toward Captain Keen beside her, she noted. Kinda cute, huh? Keen gave her half a glance. You investigated. Hyjin's face went blank as she replied. Yeah, just got info from me. She gave detailed info on Beek Yusial. Before Stella, his hometown got wrecked by dark mages, probably a civilian. Lowest grades, yet he's in Class S, and attending the world's top magic school without using magic. Super weird overall. Today he even asked to remove his name from the paper, didn't expect so much background. Captain Keen calmly looked ahead. Got it, remember that. His eyes showed surprise at something. From ahead, Beek Yusial looked straight at Keen. Partly focused, 9 parts clueless. He decided to ignore it, looked forward again, flashing a bright smile. Standing there a bit dazed, Captain Keen wondered, wait, did our eyes just meet? Hyjin beside him didn't believe. What? No way. She looked at Beek Yusial ahead, continuing. Captain's perception reduction and my shadow barrier got pierced that easily. Assessment. Probably just an illusion. Keeping focused eyes ahead, Keen stayed silent a few seconds. Beek Yusial's smile appeared like nothing happened with that earlier gaze. Beek Yusial's smile appeared like nothing happened with that earlier gaze. Keen had nothing more to say about him. Endless ellipsis appeared. With Professor Mason confirmed normal, Keen headed one way, saying, let's go, job's done. Hyjin put hands behind back, following, adding, I'm sick of this boring place too. Cut to noble-marked carriage. Inside, someone seething, biting nails. No one else but Professor Mason tired. Endless curses. Damn it, if not for Beek Yusial, I wouldn't be humiliated like this. But from ahead, someone sat reading a book with closed eyes, calmly saying, now that it's come to this, we have to deal with Beek Yusial. Calm down. Mason saw the person suddenly appear, voice dramatic. You're Raiden. He continued speaking, you caused this mess. After a nonchalant glance, he quickly snapped the book shut, hearing Mason Tyron's assessment. That's not trouble. Professor Mason Tyron's face showed no small surprise. Almost. Raiden continued with slight displeasure, glancing over, adding, almost, luckily the contract suppressed it. If emotions surged anymore and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans. Knowing she nearly caused major risk, Professor Mason dazed in place. Sorry, I'm truly sorry. Seeing her only say that, Raiden stowed the book in space while eyes closed, sighing. You think just apologizing fixes it? The leader's extremely disappointed. Immediately adjust your mindset back to how it was. She continued, you nearly lost your value as a Stella Academy professor. Not accepting this, Professor Mason shouted, explaining non-stop, no, I have tons of connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident I can still smooth it over. I haven't been expelled yet. Hearing her ramble, Raiden closed eyes, cutting in. Shut up and stay still, bow your head and walk quietly is the most useful thing you can do. Question replaced atmosphere, understood. He then teleported away, leaving Professor Mason with orders. Don't move and stay silent until the commander gives instructions. Alone now, Mason Tyron poured out rage, clenching fists, blame aimed straight at one person. This, all because of Beek Yusial. Her face etched clear danger, some scheme forming. Recalling both figures before being dragged away, Professor Mason added thought, just wait a little longer, just a bit more. His image burned deep in her mind. Cut to train moving towards somewhere. In one compartment, Beak Ucial, arms crossed, staring at assistant Altarisha. His gaze shifted aside, assessment and thoughts. What a shame. I thought if Professor Mason Tyrant used black magic during the presentation, it could have stopped the collapse, forming the 8th arc's disaster. He continued, guess things stay calm until the supposed explosion. Eyes closed, he leaned back, but thoughts lingered. Can't do anything else, don't rush. Academic conference ended smoothly and the hatred branch got activated. Suddenly eyes opened. Only one thing bothers me a bit. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked one way, where Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron stood together in dark stealth. Looking at Keen, looking back then, new assessment solidified. That's definitely Keen. More detailed intro, elite small group of mages. Selected with extreme strictness. Top dark mage unit, Moonbone Tower, even in Moonbone Tower. Famous for hunting dark mages and witches, the commander of Destruction Squad 13, the most elite group, is Keen. Thoughts deepened without sixth sense I'd never noticed till the end. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. Probably monitoring Professor Mason Tyrant. Whatever it is, great if we can engage positively. Just thinking that, he noticed assistant Altarisha looking drowsy like she just woke up. Old story continued through new one. Sorry, but can you spare a moment? Words barely out, someone appeared near where Altarisha sat. She asked surprised, who is it? Before hearing introduction, she startled. Opposite appeared in white suit, distinctive elf ears, holding a hat. Opening with cheerful face, saying, nice to meet you all. Character info appeared, Nebula Corporation Chairman Melian. Deep explanation added knowledge. As game chapters progress, world expands. When protagonist Flame matures, naturally more characters become targets, including the heart of the southern lower moon plains. Nebula Corporation Chairman Melian with golden ratio fate points preset as world's richest. Over 50 with a daughter, still a target for many. Reason not because rich or handsome, but because his daughter is Gelial. High Elf Melian, fitting villainous title, tormented protagonist in chapters. Players raged and targeted Melian most by hurting her dearest, her father. Marry Melian and destroy family. After long intro, Beak Ucial sighed wearily but summed up in thoughts. Sounds like a joke, but everyone's hyped for this dramatic turn. Continuing, he looked ahead half-lidded, clearly indifferent. I expected it, but didn't think he'd actually show up. Overthinking formed non-stop. Gotta leave good impression in today's talk to prep for next chapters. Melian smiled at both sitting together, starting with questions. You're alchemist Altarisha, right? And this is the unnamed alchemist, correct? Ah, if not rude, may I ask your name? Beak Ucial thought knew this, but smooth question. He replied right away, I'm Beak Ucial, first-year Class S student at Stella Academy. Melian surprised. Oh, so you're a Stella student. Pleasure. Just slipping hand inside coat, Melian closed eyes, adding, the reason I came to find you too. A meticulously prepared document was placed in front of both of them. He explained clearly, this is a proposal for an exclusive alchemy formula contract with the Nebula Corporation for alchemist Altarisha. Of course, the terms will be extremely generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? Beak Ucial's face showed no surprise, but Altarisha was stunned. As soon as she took the document, endless ellipses appeared while her hands trembled along with the papers. Opening it, her eyes lit up brightly, voice excited. Ah, this includes unlimited material support and technical staff. I've never seen this much money before. Thoughts formed, with these conditions, I can create all the inventions I've always dreamed of. Ucial will definitely like this too. Her gaze turned to him. But Beak Ucial looked clueless, not getting the hint. Altarisha paused after seeing his expression, then directed her opinion to Melian. Sorry, could you give me a little more time to think? Sensing something wasn't quite right, Melian added, are the conditions still not enough? If you have any requests, feel free to say them. But Altarisha quickly interrupted, no, it's not that. The conditions aren't just sufficient, they're way more than enough. Focus brought a reasonable explanation. I need to discuss this with the co-author of this formula. Beak Ucial sitting beside her was caught off guard by the words, unable to believe he was the reason for such an important issue. His face clearly dumbfounded. Huh. Hearing that, Melian chuckled softly, implying through his words, is that so? Thoughts slipped in, co-author, huh? I thought that was just something said for show. Turns out it's real. Looking at the two smiling brightly opposite him, he said, you don't need to worry about him. How could that be possible? Thoughts continued. At that teenage age, already helping solve a 300-year-old problem, definitely no ordinary genius. No matter what, he's still just a student. Assessment done, Melian raised a hand to ask, would you like to look over the contract? Additional thought, whether a genius in magic or alchemy, in business dealings, he's still just a kid. Following the suggestion, Beak Ucial took the paper and examined it closely. Melian inferred, with conditions like these, no way he can refuse. But BQCL replied, I decline. Never expecting this, Melian's face showed extreme bewilderment. Looking at him opposite, questioning, may I know the reason? If the conditions aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them immediately. Pausing his words, BQCL stared straight ahead. Thoughts explored. Signing an exclusive contract with Nebula Corporation, the world's largest guild, is naturally a good thing. But Melian, despite his brilliant business talent, has an extremely stubborn personality and hates losing anything that's his. If this formula gets locked in his hands, only cheap, mass-produced items would be made, limiting the diversity, uniqueness, and overall performance of equipment. He continued, moreover, due to excessive exclusivity, many mages won't access the devices and technical development will skew toward commerce, letting dark mages catch up in tech. In fact, I've seen players choose this storyline branch, made money, but ended up with a tragic outcome. From those deductions, he added, it's not about the conditions, I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian stammered, holding the paper with an expressionless face. BQCL continued, this technology, the fusion of magic studies and alchemy, will have a huge impact not just on daily life but also on equipment crafting for mages. We want this tech to be used by as many mages as possible. Hearing the series of words, Melian offered some confirmations. You have big dreams and ambitions. Having great aspirations is good, but to realize those beautiful dreams, money is essential. BQCL replied immediately, perfect timing, I just finished negotiating with a bunch of investors, and one of them is you, Chairman Melian. As if understanding the implication, Melian asked the key question, so you're planning to sign with those people and also with me? If so, most of the conditions I offered would have to be cut. Not denying it, BQCL closed his eyes and smiled confidently in confirmation. Exactly. To be blunt, I really want those conditions too. His eyes slowly opened, voice calm. It'll elevate the products to premium status. A new smile on his lips, that's my proposal, yeah. Additional info from set parameters, maximize item popularization. But for hard-to-make luxury items, I'll sign exclusive contracts with Nebula Corporation. BQCL was trying to lure Melian into those decisions. That's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian opposite narrowed his eyes slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian got the point, extending an arm toward him with a smile and asking, excellent, but will those luxury items really sell? I won't do anything that harms myself. Knowing what he was worried about, BQCL bowed his head slightly and replied, yes, so I won't ask you to sign right away. Cold yet confident eyes appeared. Half a year, let's hold an investor conference inside with Chairman Melian. Melian's face showed surprise as he continued. If you like the products I present, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing his meticulous calculation, Melian closed his eyes with his familiar smile. Yes, truly so. Yes, that's wonderful. Altarisha smiled, understanding the other side had tentatively accepted. To prove the cooperation, Melian took out something like a business card, saying, this is a message paper. It includes my contact info too. BQCL reached out to take it. Yes, thank you. Annotation info appeared, message paper, an item written on and sent, guaranteed to reach the recipient. Business done, Melian put his hat back on, smiling in farewell. All right, I'll take my leave now. BQCL's face was nothing but astonishment. Meanwhile, Altarisha kept a slight smile. As calm as he'd been, now he was shaking just as much. He clutched his chest, checking if his heart had fallen out, voice trembling. Oh man, I thought I was gonna die from nerves. Seeing him like that, Altarisha worried along. Is that really how someone who worries acts? Before her confusion, he replied, I was seriously worried. Hearing him, she burst into a natural smile, praise following. As expected, UCL is amazing. Hearing something odd in her words, BQCL blanked. Huh. Seeing him puzzled, Altarisha changed her tone. Nothing. Not paying her more attention, he focused on the door where Melian had just left. Thoughts with a smile showed. Anyway, one problem solved. When we get back, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members. Additional info appeared. The science conference ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy are proceeding normally. A professor on the podium spoke to the students below. Professor Maidan is unwell, so I'll be substituting for today's class. BQCL, wearing glasses, heard this and looked half-lidded, thoughts rising. As expected, she's vanished without a trace, huh? Thoughts escalated as images of Professor Mason Tyron's dark transformation appeared. If things go according to plan, Mason fully awakens in the 8th arc and causes massive damage to this school. I don't know how the future changes because of this incident. His eyes grew more serious. Could this arc happen earlier? I hope at least it stays at a level I can handle. Additional assessment, not just Mason, Altarisha isn't at school either. Class ended and he was now walking down a hallway. He thought, looks like she's happy and getting retirement benefits. Right on cue, a student ahead spoke, "Hey, did you hear anything?" Beak Yusial paid attention to the conversation. Assistant Altarisha, she's the one who solved that super hard thing called random void interference formula, right? Conversation continued. Oh, I heard, but isn't there another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret, but why? Beak Yusial didn't pay mind, glancing ahead. Good, another student said, is that person super ugly or something? Aha, really? After some time, Beak Yusial stepped outside the school grounds. Overthinking lingered. Keeping my identity as one of the author's secret has helped me stay low profile in this school. His steps suddenly stopped. First, I gave hints by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. All focus and attention should be on Altarisha, that's the right and best way. Stopping, he noticed something nearby. Ah, found it. A voice, isn't that Ma Yuxiang? Wow, look at that figure. Both main characters Ma Yuxiang and Azel appeared again. People watched Ma Yuxiang observing a slightly shy Azel, gossiping. High grades and good looks, no way that's not cheating. The one next to him, is she some kind of doll? She looks like a puppet. HMPH, anyway she's not that great. Yeah, she's pretty though. But Beak Yusial, hand on hip, glanced over and thought inwardly, no matter what, there won't ever be a quiet day to draw both their attention. He called out loudly across, I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yusiang smiled brightly. Hey Yusial, he waved back. Sorry, I probably kept you guys waiting, right? Azel added, not really. A question came to him, so what are we eating? Didn't you say you're deciding? Knowing Azel rarely got good food due to family circumstances, Beak Yusial flashed a confident smile. You'll know when we get there. Cut to a restaurant, at the table with 3 people but only 2 plates of food. Kinda stingy, huh? Beak Yusial said, this dish, if I guess, is probably pizza. Sparkling light aroma spreading. Altarisha's eyes showed desire, face red from anticipation of delicious food. Beak Yusial noticed her cuteness. Her eyes right now only have food and more food. He hadn't looked away, some overthinking appeared. Thinking back, I remember in Azel's explanation and intro, when ordering pizza you have to order a soda-like drink first, maybe pickle juice. He passed her a glass, here drink this. Azel glanced over question marks, what is this? How do you eat it? Worry appeared, endless question marks. Beak Yusial added ellipsis, thinking, wait, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, ah yeah, that's right. Azel brought it to her mouth and tried a sip. Surprise on her face. Ah, so good. Face flushed red. Ma Yusiang also noticed a similar glass. Bringing it to his mouth, comfortable feeling blended in. He turned to Beak Yusial. Yeah, it's really tasty. Beak Yusial blanked, coldly thinking, take a photo, capture this reality. He's just drinking but posing like a food magazine shoot. After everyone finished drinking, he lifted a slice, smiling brightly. Try this too, dig in. Azel eagerly grabbed knife and fork. Seeing her hold them, Beak Yusial wasn't surprised, eyes closed. Oh man, are you really gonna stab that knife into the pizza? Nobody does that. Azel looked surprised for him to show the way. He demonstrated, bringing a slice to his mouth. Explanation followed. They say eating like this makes it super delicious. Azel hesitated. That feels kinda weird. Isn't it impolite? Ma Yusiang laughed brightly. Oh, doesn't that make it more fun? He coldly picked up the slice by hand, choosing a bite spot. Alright, I'll try it then. You don't know till you eat, but once you do, it's delicious. Azel followed, picking up a slice. Taking a bite, eyes squeezed shut. Body trembling, drawing attention from the 2 male classmates sitting together. Azel touched her cheek, face overjoyed. Thoughts? Ah, there's this gentle sweet flavor flowing through every bit of cheese and bell peppers dancing on top. Mixed with bell peppers and olive oil, yet it creates something special, plus bacon and onions. They're all dancing together to make a symphony. Seeing her delighted, Beak Yusial asked, how is it? Does it taste good? While eating, hearing him. Azel startled, looking at the slice in hand, blushing more. Yeah, it's really delicious. Both looked at her, smiling softly. Some suggestions and exchanges added. From now on, let's come here often. Can I join? Depends. Don't be like that. Cut to sunset at a field. An incident occurred with a special crack, signaling impending danger. Back in class, Flame was walking when someone suddenly called out, Hey Flame, have you heard about that? Her eyes turned back. A smile carrying an immediate reply, yes, I've heard. The female student was a bit awkward. Oh, really? She left right after, see you later then. Flame watched her figure gradually depart and then stood there sighing. I guess she came to tell me about the rumor that assistant Altarisha solved the mixed number interference alchemy spell. But from what I know, all of this is because of Beak Yusial. His image appeared in her mind. Then she turned aside new thoughts, but how could he solve this formula? To return most future knowledge except decisive events and arcs had to be forgotten. Does he remember all that, or is he just that smart? Ahead of current flame, someone was chatting noisily. However, someone approached and greeted her right after. Hello, Flame. No one else but Jeremy Scanvin. He flashed her a bright smile and added to the conversation. This time, wanna practice Persona Gate with my group? Seeing him standing next to her, Flame immediately ignored him. Why are you acting like this? If you go, do I have to follow? Her eyes opened wide. Go find another girl. Stop flirting with people for no reason. Flame left right after that. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scanvin's face showed a slightly creepy smile. She's really something special. Cut to a notice board nearby, some content displayed. Official Persona Gate text. First-year students, please decide which Persona Gate you want to practice in a group. The one looking up at this spot, Flame, was still there with new thoughts. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has this finally started? Additional info followed. A different dimension created by Dark Mage's power, the Persona Gate. If you don't conquer the Persona Gate quickly after it appears, that place will become a dead zone where no living creature can survive. Moreover, unlike dungeons cleared by defeating the boss or destroying the core, Persona Gates must be completed by analyzing, breaking their patterns and tricks. Silence after more. From analyzing focus to space distortion, structure, soul imprisonment, you need understanding of thousands of patterns and abilities, plus the capacity to memorize them. And finally, combat power. In fact, the reason for training magic warriors is to stop Persona Gates. It could be said this is the most important core subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If it's like the original, something real will be mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let Beak Usial keep handling these things alone forever. Determination rose within her. This time I have to stop it to prevent major damage. Cut to the 9th Star Tower, Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Bion's group was gathered here with plenty of desserts and tea on the table. A sudden question came over. Have you all tried the new dessert yet? A few others replied. Ah, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese? Its flavor is really unique. Princess Bion took a sip of tea while the group's chatter continued. Yeah, I tried it once and was genuinely amazed. But Princess Bion's thoughts disagreed. It's bland. Right then, her eyes suddenly opened wide, hearing someone mention recent news. Oh, by the way, Stella's assistant solved the random void interference formula technique. Richard continued his words. I heard this from my dad. Also, I heard the real co-author is actually a Stella Academy student. Two friends were both surprised and amazed at his statement. Oh wow, is that true? It must be, since Richard's dad is the intelligence agency director. Doubt surfaced. Who in the world could solve an unsolved puzzle as a student? You're right. Over here, Bion set her teacup down on the table, thoughts taking over. Even the Intelligence Bureau director doesn't know exactly who that student is. But then images of Beak Usial and assistant Altarisha appeared in her mind. Beak Usial is the co-author of the random void interference formula technique. Her face showed clear contemplation. She couldn't hold back the excitement anymore. Her hand repeatedly tracing the rim of the teacup. Endless questions flooded her mind. But why is Beak Usial hiding that fact? Is he deliberately helping boost assistant Altarisha? And then some intention flashed. It's very possible Beak Usial also has feelings for assistant Altarisha. She suddenly stood up and a nearby friend instinctively looked over, asking, Princess. Princess Bion left immediately after turning to everyone. I have to go now. That classmate added unconsciously. Yes, but it's tea time now. The three left behind just stared blankly as she departed, unable to understand what happened. A question arose seeing her leave so quickly. Why is the princess acting like that? Cut outside the school grounds, Princess Bion was walking when suddenly a figure appeared right in her path. Her eyes looked down and hadn't noticed the person yet. Only when the voice spoke did she pay attention. Bion. Seeing the familiar person appear, she replied, Hong Shihua. Hearing her call her name directly, Hong Shihua quickly covered her mouth, correcting, Oh my, didn't you say I should call you Unnai? Additional info pushed in. They were forced to become enemies due to the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate one. My half-sister from the same father, Hong Shihua Adalbit. I hate this woman to death. Cutting that issue here, Princess Bion asked a new question. So what are you doing here? Hong Shihua smiled brightly. Ah ha ha, don't look at Unnai like that. She added focus. Unnai doesn't come here without a reason, right? Lately in first year, a very interesting ordinary student has appeared, hasn't he? The new issue startled Princess Bion a bit. Are you talking about an ordinary person practicing a night spirit that's almost vanished from this world? Beak Yuseol's image appeared in her again. Seeing her such unusual reaction, Hong Shihwa looked over with arms crossed, adding, "From that reaction, it seems my little sis is interested in him too, huh?" Voice added attention, final thoughts. He's a knight who sacrifices everything for mages. Eyes somewhat cold and a smile adding teasing. Isn't that every princess's dream? Princess Bion's hand clenched again. So will you introduce him to Unnai? She wasn't pleased with the continuous lines. Princess Bion lightly walked past, saying, "All right, thanks, try it yourself." Princess Hong Shihwa burst into laughter. "Look at you seeming a bit annoyed, so cold indeed." Right then, as if remembering something, she raised a finger. "You weren't like this before. You know, is it because big sister is gone?" Bion's face darkened immediately, and then sad eyes appeared afterward. Her steps continued forward. "I'll excuse myself." Hong Shihwa's eyes didn't leave her departing figure. She stayed behind a bit sad, and thoughts quickly took over. Maybe this time I was too harsh and went too far, right? Maybe it's still too early for her to hear about our big sister. Right then, guard Sayuru appeared from somewhere, adding, "Princess." Seeing her appear suddenly here, Princess Hong Shihwa noticed. "Huh, what's up, Sayura?" Some document was handed over by Sayura. "This is the info on the person you asked to find, student Beak Yuseol. It's a copy of the assignment he submitted in class, and it contains a brief summary of his past." Hong Shihwa took the document, adding, "Oh, really? I didn't expect to find something I didn't even have to dig for like this. Good job. Indeed, there was an assignment requiring such content." The document opened, "Then let me take a look." Title: "To my mother, Mom, I miss you." Seeing this, Hong Shihwa burst into somewhat loud laughter, hand quickly covering her mouth. "Aha, kids are just kids, right?" Time shifted. About a minute later, Hong Shihwa's hands holding the document paper were trembling slightly. Sayura, seeing this situation, was a bit surprised. Opposite, Princess Hong Shihwa had tears falling. Sayura asked, "Princess?" Meanwhile, she quickly covered her mouth. "I understand now. Beak Yuseol's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodles." Sensing something wrong, Sayura changed her words, "Forgive me," while Hong Shihwa had turned another direction. "Wait, are you crying?" Hong Shihwa replied, "Ah, it's nothing." Just wiping the unexpected tear below, she added thoughts. "I've never really thought deeply about poverty before." And he lived a life like that while still firmly holding onto knight spirit beliefs. I slowed a bit. Beak Yuseol's hometown was invaded by dark mages, right? And then a smile bloomed on her lips. "Sorry, Beak Yuseol, but Unnai is getting more and more curious now about a boy named Beak Yuseol." Cut to somewhere, and then the final training day had finally arrived. Students gathered at some grassy field. A professor stepped out to explain to everyone, "From now on, we'll start first-year Persona Gate training. Students, please proceed to your personal gates." Hearing this arrangement, Beak Yuseol stood in some corner while whispers rose. "Going through it, it's just like the textbook. I'm a bit nervous now." Thoughts on his feet added, "So it's finally starting." Before everything about to happen, Beak Yuseol started with a new thought along with his system panel. As a reward for completing the academic presentation, we can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I've walked in Leafhainel's garden and boosted my abilities, so this should be enough. His info appeared clearly. Beak Yuseol physical stats. Strength, 2 stars, 61% sensation, 2 stars, 45% agility, 2 stars, 42% endurance, 2 stars, 12% durability. No stars, 97% mental stamina, 1 star, 59% mana, unknown remaining exp, unknown skills, speed burst, level 1. His face showed clear contemplation. The teacher over here pointed to the gate and gestured more. "So, students, anyone for gate C7 please go this way." Flame standing near him spoke. Yes, his attraction drew her attention. Not just that, others appeared too, including Princess Hong Bion and Azel. He thought more, "So these are the ones coming with me." This Persona Gate practice will be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The key is how well they cooperate to overcome it. His eyes still hadn't left the average first-year Stella students in Class 2. It won't be easy to conquer the Persona Gate prepared with 3 risks in the first real mission. One concerning thing here is Gate C7 Persona, where the event happens, with max capacity 16 people. Too bad no Ma Yuseong or Hei Wenryong. But with Flame Hong Bion and Azel, there won't be failure in conquering the Persona Gate. His steps moved forward, thinking, I probably don't need to join the final boss strategy. The gate right in front anyway, all I need is the hidden reward, those enchanting flower petals. Cut to somewhere, Beak Yuseol's face showed slight surprise. A new info panel set up right after. Welcome to Ahirin Ball. A sparkling square bathed in golden colors. Everyone started gathering at the central large carpet. Immediately, Hong Bion's group entered this area. Like him, everyone's eyes looked around, reassessing the situation. Then someone's voice rose, drawing all eyes. Hello. A maid butler raised an arm behind her, smiling brightly. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hongbion heard something off, immediately a bit doubtful, asking, a dress, shoes, what? Thoughts took over. Has there ever been a ballroom case in a Persona Gate before? But then she adjusted her mindset. This isn't the time to think about it. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide notifications. Countless complex phrases appeared on a diagram, but then worry began surrounding her. Wait, they really give such a complex formula in first-year training. The butler then gave guidance to everyone. Miss, dinner time is approaching, you must hurry. Princess Hongbion still couldn't understand the situation here. The butler kindly approached, smiling, asking, is something wrong? The issue, Hongbion voiced. How can you speak like that? Is that a designated phrase? Thoughts took over again. I don't know if that's a real NPC in the Persona Gate. I've heard those inside gates created by mages show no personal actions. She unconsciously added, could it be? Looking at the freely smiling butler with previous words, Princess Hongbion's mind began to waver. No, impossible. This is Stella, students. No way a real Persona Gate appears here. It's just Stella's tech advanced a bit more. The smiling expression still there with the butler. Why say that? Princess Hongbion changed her words. Don't worry about that. Go get the dress. The butler replied, yes, understood. And so she left under the princess's gaze. Worry added more. I don't know if it's my mood, but this training session feels like it won't end easily. Time passed quickly. Someone's footsteps appeared. Princess Hongbion had changed her outfit, silver pink red hair blending with the dress she wore. Beauty amplified to perfection. Then her eyes suddenly looked toward someone's figure. No one else but Baek Yuseol in his elegant suit. His eyes also looked in some direction. Princess Hongbion glanced over with flushed cheeks. He dresses pretty well, looks good in it. But then focus suddenly took over. Some memories resurfaced. This was submitted by student Baek Yuseol as an assignment for a specific subject. I heard it's a summary of his past story. She took it and brushed her hair. I see. Glancing over the information one more time, she seemed to have caught onto some kind of clue. This is. Snapping back to reality, she still couldn't tear her eyes away from Baek Yuseol. Could it be because of the personal info I received about Baek Yuseol a few days ago? He looks kind of off, unlike before. He's been yawning nonstop this whole time. His gaze met hers while her thoughts kept drifting. Overcoming his past like that, walking the path of a knight in Stella step by step. His dazed expression cut through her thoughts. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn or something? Princess Hongbion was a little taken aback. But then she felt embarrassed and quickly looked away, replying, no, it's nothing. Right at that moment, someone's voice cut in. Looks like everyone's finally gathered. A figure slowly approached their position, drawing everyone's attention to the newcomer. A lady with red hair holding a fan continued from where she left off. From now on, you all will be attending the ball hosted by Duchess Iharin. Then her gaze shifted, landing on a wall. They say those 4 passages lead to the basement of the mansion, but the basement is full of mazes and traps. And the moment everyone gets lost, the knights in the mansion will start moving. She added a smile. You have no choice but to trust and work with your own intuition and knowledge. Think you can handle it? Baek Yuseol, standing off to the side, immediately answered, yes. Hearing that from him, the lady looked over in slight surprise. You sound really confident. Nice to meet someone like that. That bold attitude of yours almost makes people feel bad for doubting you. I like it. Still so confident. He replied, thanks. Watching that natural back-and-forth exchange, the other students couldn't help but be shocked. What? That person just talked like a real human, didn't they? Do original NPCs even have dialogue like that? The woman's voice cut in again. Then good luck to all of you. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving her back to everyone. The male students started exchanging glances once more. All right, guess we should get going. Anxiety hung over the whole group as they began heading toward the gates to start the task. Just then, another voice called out, making everyone turn. Hey, wait up a second, guys. The one who spoke was Flame. She added a question. Doesn't this training test feel a little weird to everyone? Calmly, she laid out a bunch of details. It's hard to put into words, but these NPCs are acting way too realistic. Plus, I can't analyze anything from this Persona Gate at all. Normally, a practical test for first years shouldn't be anywhere near this difficult. The male students up ahead nodded in agreement, adding their own thoughts. Honestly, I feel the same. I can barely make sense of it. Yeah, that NPC looked way too real, as more students started agreeing. Flame's expression brightened. Okay, then I'll convince everyone to go this way, she continued. In my opinion, but then another voice interrupted. Hold on, Flame. Zeki appeared with arms crossed, looking displeased, and went on. You're not seriously about to tell me this might actually be a real place, are you? Flame looked worried. Huh. Zeki kept going. From what I can tell, this is exactly the kind of situation the professors want. Isn't it obvious? In real combat, you don't always get to fully decode a persona gate either. In other words, us being thrown into this confusing, unanalyzable mess is part of their plan. He dug deeper. Stella is the place that trains the most elite magical warriors and has the top magical knight order. Are you telling me they wouldn't notice if a real persona gate appeared in the academy? People started buying into Zeki's words. Oh, so that's it? Makes sense. Meanwhile, unease began creeping over Flame. This is bad. If we go by the rules, this persona gate is real. But even if I say that, no one's going to believe me, so I tried to make them feel like something's off. Then she glanced at Zeki's smug look. Now what do I do? Silence fell over the space once again. On Beak Yusial's side, he looked over with 100 thoughts running through his mind. So in the end, we're still heading down this branch, huh? He recalled some information. E006, the blackened branch of Zeki. In the original novel, the character Zeki doesn't even exist, so Flame must be really thrown off right now. But this scene where Flame tries to stop Zeki is actually one of the countless branching paths that appeared in the original game. Either way, this is the situation where one of the 3 students is forced to become the blackened sacrifice. A new worry started forming. I was hoping no one would get corrupted, but is fate really impossible to change? Looking at the opposing situation ahead, even if he helped Flame here, the outcome probably wouldn't change. If that's the case, the right choice was to step back. The two of them locked eyes. And as soon as one question came up, Zeki decided to turn and leave. No matter what you say, I'm going. Flame tried to hold him back. What? Wait, Zeki. Zeki turned back with a cold stare and replied, even in a situation like this, it's all arranged by the professors. We just need to stay calm and deal with it. You guys can keep standing there looking dumb if you want. With that, Zeki chose one of the gates and teleported away. Flame couldn't stop her. At this point, the male students started looking at each other anxiously before one spoke up. I'll go in too. I've always been ready for situations like this anyway. Beak Yusial stood with arms crossed, assessing. No one's acting in any kind of systematic way. His fingers started moving. Whatever happens, since it's come to this, the only option left is to go in. A smile appeared on his lips as he stepped forward. While Beak Yusial confidently strode ahead, he suddenly stopped and glanced to the side. Turns out a fairly large group of male students had gathered behind him. Beak Yusial asked in their direction, but why are you guys standing behind me like that? Everyone looked a bit awkward, small beads of sweat forming. It's nothing. Seeing so many people wearing the same expression, he just stood there and let out an indifferent sigh with a small thought. You're not planning to follow me the whole way, are you? Kids always have their little schemes. His steps moved forward again. Still, I don't really care about stuff like that. Nothing here is that important anyway. A long, dark corridor became the next path on their route. Lamps containing some kind of energy emitted a purple glow. He stopped in the quiet space, and the sound of footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted again, and he spoke. What's with this creepy corridor? The ones walking with him were Princess Hong Bion and 2 other girls. A thought formed in his mind. Looks like everyone's here. The princess's eyes noticed something. The 3 of them then moved ahead of him and stood in front of a closed door. He asked, where did the others go? His gaze dropped as he instantly made a judgment. Just as I thought, we can't all appear in the same place at the same time. He analyzed further. 16 students split into groups of 4. Those 4 passages are divided according to the 4 groups entering them. Then he pictured 2 familiar figures. Looks like Azel and Flame got sent somewhere else and formed a group together. His eyes turned to the people here with Princess Hong Bion. I really didn't expect to end up in a group with her. The 2 of them were exchanging words. We should move now. Yes, Your Highness. But then the princess noticed his gaze. With a slightly dazed look, she asked, what's wrong? Are you unhappy about something? He immediately broke into a sweat. No, nothing. Keeping that same expression, the princess added, geez, you're so boring. Ignoring it, his eyes drifted elsewhere as he thought instead. It's actually a good thing that Princess Hong Bion and Azel got separated. At that moment, a startled look replaced the one on his face. No, wait a second. He quickly raised his hand sideways to stop everyone from moving forward. There's something up ahead. Golden light flashed, revealing several statues in dancing poses, their forms resembling decorative mannequins. A big question came from everyone as they looked. Mannequins. Princess Hong Bion didn't say anything, but she was slightly startled. And then everyone's attention focused straight ahead. Over there, inside the room, was a gate. The two girls standing next to the princess gave their opinions. Will our unlocking spells even work? I'm kind of doubting it. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is way too low to do anything. It's so dark here, it's kind of scary. The situation felt a bit tough, so Princess Hong Byun looked over at him and asked, "Hey, commoner, have you figured out this gate yet?" But his answer was a little disappointing. No. The princess's face showed clear disappointment. For a commoner, is it too much to expect this much from you? There has to be something here. But then surprise took over when his voice spoke up again. But I do have a rough idea of how we can get out of this place. Feeling a spark of something new, the princess shot back, "Really? You're actually serious?" His eyes stayed fixed ahead, looking at the dolls in front of them. Baek Yuseol pointed forward while drawing her attention over. If you look closely, you can see each statue is in a different pose, but they're all performing the same dance. He asked, "Do you know what dance that is?" Hearing him, her eyes locked forward and an answer slowly formed before she said it outright. Serena's departed soul dance. She analyzed in more detail. This is the dance Serena performed right before she died, unable to bear the tragedy of her own life. He followed up with another question. "So you remember the moves clearly, right?" Princess Hong Byun was slightly startled, realizing his thoughts and calculations, and exclaimed, "No way." To calm her down more, he looked ahead again with a small thought. She's probably realized by now each statue's movement is connected in sequence, but occasionally some motions overlap. After some time had passed, he looked over again and spoke. "All right, is everyone ready?" The other two girls moved to empty spots and started their dance moves. "Done, me too." Princess Hong Byun followed suit, performing the missing pose after him. His eyes watched without looking away. And then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone's joyful voices rang out, "We did it." The door opened fully, revealing another dark corridor ahead, with light from a new area shining in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved through. Attention shifted heavily back toward Princess Hong Byun. As they advanced, a large room appeared, bathed in golden light. Knight armors holding swords stood in various positions, rising and falling. Beneath the armors were strange patterns on the floor. One of the girls pointed that way and asked, "Looks like there might be some hidden meaning in those armors again, right?" Another added, "Okay, let's go take a closer look at them." Everyone split up to examine each standing armor, but there was no progress. "No matter how I look at it, I still don't get it. Why isn't it working this time? Yeah, I don't see anything unusual at all." But then Princess Hong Byun's gaze turned in a different direction, toward where Baek Yuseol was touching the carpet with its special designs. She immediately asked, "Hey, commoner, what are you doing?" After observing for a moment, he stood up and shared his opinion. "This time, it seems like the knight armors are just visual illusions meant to deceive us. The real clue is the carpet." Another round of surprise. Getting everyone to focus, he explained further. "This time, the dance on the carpet is the key issue. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a very specific movement. If we can piece them together in the exact right sequence, we can solve this puzzle." The two girls now stared intently and added to his words, "Oh, you're right, I think I know what this is. Serena's Tango of Silence." Everyone split up again to observe the movements engraved on the carpet. He and Princess Hong Byun also looked down more carefully. After a while, surprise formed on his face as if he'd noticed something strange. The sequences rearranged and the light flared brighter. A familiar sound rang out and a loud voice declared, "The door's open." A new passage appeared and he and the others quickly headed toward it. "All right, let's hurry." Princess Hong Byun's eyes once again stayed fixed on him as she thought, "He really is different. I knew it from the moment I was taught to change perspectives, but I never imagined it would make such a huge difference." His breakthrough speed is freakishly fast for clearing an unanalyzable persona gate. Worry crept in. Strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really the level a first-year student should have? It's like he's already gone through this persona gate dozens or hundreds of times in practice. Reaching the new area, her thoughts continued. Come to think of it, before Baek Yuseol entered this academy, he mentioned that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He murmured something, "Looks like there are more stone statues here too." Meanwhile, Princess Hong Byun added her own analysis. It was a remote, unknown village, but it became a front line in brutal battles against dark mages. Now I understand why this commoner lacks basic academic knowledge but is so skilled in strategy and combat. Analyzing him further, he must have fought on fierce battlefields against dark mages in his previous life. Whether that's the reason or not, he really stands out compared to the other students. Some small talk ahead. Go over there and help me balance the weight, okay? Got it. A hint of surprise appeared on the princess's face. Everyone else is trying their hardest to score high points, yet he openly guesses randomly, scribbles nonsense on tests like it's nothing, doesn't do homework, and has a terrible attitude in class. But wait, after glancing again at his handsome features, a new thought came. So why is he putting in so much effort right now? Princess Hongbion frowned. There has to be some reason for it. Don't tell me you sense the atmosphere shift. Baek turned back to look at her. One finger pointing in a direction, drawing attention. Hey, why are you spacing out like that? Come over here too. But she suddenly questioned him. Tell me, commoner. You're zoning out and didn't catch what I said. Hongbion voiced her suspicion. This persona gate we're challenging, is it actually real? She waited silently for an answer, but got only contemplation and silence in return. He sized her up. Your eyes have gotten sharper, Hongbion. Normally, you wouldn't realize the truth until the very end and would keep meddling with Erin nonstop. A smile replaced it. This is proof that Princess Hongbion is slowly veering off the path to becoming a villainess. Seeing him, Princess Hongbion noticed. What are you smiling about? He replied, nothing. The other two girls were confused, looking around. Why isn't the princess coming over? What's going on? Turning his back to her, he answered her earlier question. Like you said, this place is real. You could get hurt or even die. If you don't clear it, there'll be a world synchronization phenomenon outside. That's why I plan to get through here as fast as possible. Princess Hongbion paused for a few seconds. I knew it. Baek always acts for some reason. Her lips pursed as she thought, I won't accept help like this. Her eyes narrowed with sweat beading. I'll survive on my own strength for sure. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room with loosely scattered soldier armors. Flame and Azel were teammates in this training gate. Seeing them appear, someone called out to one, Hey, Flame. Flame looked over. As a girl waved, over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three. Running up, is everyone okay? Where's the fourth one? Where'd they go? The girl hesitated. Well. Then added, Zeki suddenly vanished. Flame's eyes widened in surprise. What Zeki? The female classmate looked at everyone with the same expression, explaining further, it's all thanks to Zeki that we made it this far. But right after we passed the final door, she just disappeared. We couldn't find her anywhere. Panic locked onto Flame. You've been searching a while. A thought replaced it. That means she cleared this gate faster than me and Azel without even a scratch. An unexpected comment from the other side, but this isn't our first time here. Flame couldn't believe her ears. What? Switching to Baek side, he was leaning against a pillar with arms crossed, eyes closed. Suddenly someone approached, asking a question that made him open his eyes. Hey, when did you get here? Seeing Flame approach, he replied, not long ago. Flame added the issue, then did you see Zeki? I haven't seen her. Hearing that, Flame looked a bit down. I see. With that, she left under his lingering gaze. Though he didn't fully get it, he guessed what happened. I think I could have stopped Zeki from vanishing if I'd gotten here before her, but now there's nothing I can do. Things have come to this, so all I can do is help the heroines clear the stage. Cutting to somewhere in Stella Academy, a voice suddenly boomed. What? A real persona gate got mixed into the students' training. Homeroom teacher Lee rushed to the training area. Surprise and worry etched across his scarred face. That blue gate earlier turned into a blood-red one. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor nearby explained as teacher Lee arrived. It's like someone completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The single wave appeared simultaneously with the persona gate, so it wasn't detected in time. Security's boosting the system now. But teacher Lee cut in, damn it, right now that doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly, someone else interjected. He's right. Following that, a figure appeared, drawing teacher Lee's attention. To the newcomer, judgment took over. The most important thing now is who's inside that persona gate. Someone recognized him. Commander Erin Blackswan, Stella's supreme leader, the world's strongest Knights Order. The man said to have created a sea of blood from dark mages' corpses who rarely shows up on academy grounds. He approached coldly. What's the situation? Is backup going in? The previous professor replied. No, we can't. The students inside seem to be tackling a pretty tough challenge. Erin asked, what's the estimated level of this persona gate? The answer came, currently it's estimated between level 4 and 5 risk. Erin frowned. Estimated, give me an exact number. The professor clutched his stack of documents. Yes, it started at level 4, but the moment the students entered, it suddenly jumped a level. Erin noted, unusual but not rare, the persona gates emitting fake waves. Get me the list of registered students. The professor handed it over. Here. Erin opened it, scrutinizing each name. As several from Class S rank 1 appeared, Baek Hongbion, Flame, Azel, Zeki. After scanning the list and those names, Erin's eyes narrowed further. A level 5 risk persona gate. Even veteran mages need thorough, full preparation to clear it. And now it's first years, only at level 2 or 3 mage strength. they're nowhere near equipped to handle it. Erin's voice grew colder. Prepare 16 coffins, collect the students' bodies. Hearing that, Teacher Lee shouted, Commander Erin. But Commander Erin turned and walked away. It's just efficient protocol for later. Glancing back with dangerous eyes, don't tell me you believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 risk persona gate, Lee Hangwon. It's like saying ants can kill a tiger. With that, Commander Erin vanished, leaving Teacher Lee even more worried about his students. I know betting on them is totally irrational, but I still hope the kids can make it out safely. The red gate remained unchanged. Back inside, Azel and Flame both noticed the same direction where someone called out, Hey, everyone. Zeki had returned, a bit dusty, continuing, So this is where you all are. He stood there, arms crossed, pensive, while everyone was relieved. I'm so glad you're safe. Why'd you suddenly disappear like that? It scared me a bit. After looking around, he turned to one side, voicing deep thought. Now that everyone's here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss here. While pondering, something suddenly appeared moments ago, catching Baek Yuseol's attention. Red status panels popped up one after another. You've arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you go down these stairs, you'll reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just started, so hurry up. The group headed for the stairs leading down. Guess we gotta go down these steps. While everyone focused on the path below, Flame anxiously looked up. Sensing something bad, a giant sword-tailed spider monster formed in her mind. At the top of this clock tower lives the great sword-tailed spider leader, a level 4 risk monster, and its 8 legs can turn into 8 razor-sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing's dangerous. I can't keep relying on Baek Yuseol forever. Plus, he's lost his memories, so he has no info on the great sword-tailed spider leader. But I've done some research on that great sword-tailed spider, so I'll try to stop it myself somehow. Then she glanced at nearby Azel. If Azel and Baek Yuseol face the final boss, we can clear it without too much damage. Alright. Flame resolved and spoke up. Guys, wait. Right then a voice cut in, startling her a bit. Hold on. It was Baek Yuseol looking up at a high corner. There's something up above us. Flame froze for a few more seconds. He turned then, breaking the new silence. You guys go down first. I'll check around here and join you after. As he said, no one objected. They all continued down together, Princess Hong Byeon leading, with him trailing slowly at the end. Worry still lingered on Flame. Baek Yuseol probably doesn't even know the great sword-tailed spider exists. That figure earlier, he sensed its presence right there. That's impossible, don't tell me. Hesitating, an alternative thought, I didn't know his senses were that incredible. Well, after all, he's the one who warped magic. While she hesitated, everyone had gone deeper down. Just then, a male student stopped, noticing something. What's with this sound? The others shared the expression. Next, Princess Hong Byeon pinpointed the strange noise and warned everyone loudly. That sound, coming from above, everyone looked up, only to be stunned again seeing the great sword-tailed spider charging at them. That's a sword spider. Another student corrected. No, that's the level 4 risk great sword-tailed spider leader. Seeing it appear here, Flame's mood turned anxious. What's going on? What about Baek Yuseol? Thinking of him, Princess Hong Byeon suddenly realized. Commoner. Both their expressions shifted to the one nearby. Don't tell me. But surprisingly, a foot appeared on the spider's body. Baek Yuseol jumped down from above, stomping deep into the spider. A flash of golden light burst out. He gripped his sword tightly. Someone below shouted his name, Baek Yuseol. Seeing everyone hesitate below, he suddenly yelled, I'll handle this guy, so everyone hurried down below. Azel couldn't believe what just happened. Can he really stop it alone? She gritted her teeth and decided, maybe I should go help him. Right then, a voice called, I don't know what you're thinking, but right now we need to get to the ballroom ASAP. Princess Hong Byeon suddenly approached Azel and said that, before continuing forward. Princess Hong Byeon glanced back, adding, that's the most helpful thing we can do for that commoner. Still reeling from his earlier surprise, Flame was now shocked and confused by Princess Hong Byeon's actions and expression. Curiosity hit as she watched Princess Hong Byeon's retreating back. In the original work, was Hong Byeon like this? Flame's curiosity was justified. Normally, Princess Hong Byeon would be jealous of Azel's combat power and plotting something. But instead of jealousy, this time the princess was helping Azel. Everyone else didn't stick around to bother him. The door to the room below burst open. They all headed to a new ballroom. Piano and music sounds filled the room. As they entered, someone gasped in awe. Whoa, totally understandable. It was way more magnificent than they'd expected from this special dance party, with crystal chandeliers shining brightly in the air. Masked nobles held hands and danced in the radiant atmosphere. Red carpet stretched across all the stairs here. It was so alluring. Amid the festive vibe, the lights suddenly flickered out. The piano stopped too. Everything went silent. All the nobles froze, like waiting for the main character to appear. And in that darkness, slow footsteps gradually emerged. Once more, everyone was stunned. Princess Hong Byeon spoke up, shifting attention. Someone's coming down the stairs. Flame made a quick judgment, probably the final boss, Duchess Iharin. Everyone stay alert. But then something shattered the view, leaving Flame surprised in place. In the central spotlight, someone stood under the light. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Iharin, and it was none other than Zeki, who'd split off and vanished from the group earlier. Her smile right now had something seriously off about it. Unlike the cadets' expressions, the nobles here were hyped as hell about her showing up. Duchess, you look gorgeous today. Give me a big smile, I'll hand over my heart. Even though she'd read the original novel, Flame had zero clue how this plot twist was going down. How the hell is this even happening? This development wasn't anywhere in the original romance novel storyline. Hell, the character Zeki didn't even exist from the jump. Catching Princess Hong Byeon's worried look, a regular human turning into a Persona Gate NPC? Impossible. And not just any NPC can become the final boss. Then Azel's expression. There's only one way for someone to become a Persona Gate NPC, which means Zeki's a dark mage. Flame pursed her lips after those conclusions, finally getting why Baek Yuseol dropped those weird lines. So that's how Baek Yuseol warned me about messing with Zeki, but I can't just bail now. Determination cutting through her anxiety. I'll drag her back, whatever it takes. So Flame yelled up at Zeki, Zeki, if you get hooked on that power, you'll turn into something monstrous. Please, snap out of it. But Zeki cut her off. Total bullshit. Right now, I am Iharin. A wicked grin slipped out from behind her paper fan. She tossed out the question, nobles below chanting back. My head is Iharin. My chest is Zeki, my heart is. Zeki's face flushed weirdly. It's so damn thrilling it feels like everything's melting away. Taking it in, Princess Hong Byeon clocked it. Too late, her mind's corrupted by dark magic. Azel chimed in. Only way now is to clear this gate and snap her back to normal. Flame clenched her staff tight. Yeah, got it. Golden mana light erupted from the staff, her focus locked in. Hang on, Zeki, I'll save you and make this right. A red lightning bolt crackled near Zeki. Time for chit-chat was over. Mana exploded around her harder, that smile creeping back on Zeki's face. Let's kick off this feast together. Key info board updated. Battle with Temptation Masquerade boss has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a streak of green blood splashed the screen. The great blade-tongued spider leader had a long gash ripped across its upper belly, that blood spilling from it, all thanks to Baek Yuseol's speed shift combo. Worry gripped his body, sweat pouring. Damn, this thing's no joke. Breaking down his spot, great blade-tongued spider leader's just a side dungeon, not a big deal for gate clear. But 2 reasons I'm stuck grinding this headache. Eyes narrowed. First, snag that enchanting tree flower stuck on its forehead. Mid-thought, the spider whipped a leg straight down at him. But he was ready, speed shifting to dodge easy and scoop the drop. Mid-dash, he chucked 3 colored potions ahead. Orange for sparks, green for slip, purple for oil. Boom, results hit fast. Spider got fried, lightning hammering its body over and over, white light blasting out. Second reason, Baek Yuseol swung his sword hard, blasting straight into its energy shield. Short time later, it cracked like magic. Target locked, pink flower on his forehead. Face shifting with the play, hidden strat to beat Chapter 6, Zeki's dark magic route. Extra deets popped, enchanting tree flower, suck it up for massive mental strength boost, killer for perception excel, crests glasses points, and alien mana slow debuff. Must have item plus some wild plot hooks here. Spider lunged again, he countered, tacking on, meaning those enchanting tree flowers link straight to the final boss, Duchess Iharin. It thrust, he leaped clear, combat focus split but thoughts racing. Real talk, this great blade-tongued spider leader's actually Duke Iharin, the Duchess's hubby. Whatever, I skipped that lore. Constant hits while deep in thought pissed him off, irritation flashing on his face. Kept speed shifting non-stop, switching it up to zip over its head. Point is, every time I smash that flower shield, Duchess twitches too, so mains get easier strat plays. That worry sparked another, just not sure if my hits land on cue. But a smirk tugged his lips. So I'll wail on it till it drops. Past scraps, Spider struck first, now he went aggressive, taking initiative. Speed shifts chain non-stop, popping to new spots then shifting again, only after images trailed him. Triple shift let him pull it off, owning the stage. Spider freaked, screeching grotesque noises. Him post-show he paused, cool if I hold this pace. Thought cut short, face hit shock. Spider below glitched weird, green goo trailing, he knew. Through that many slip pots, out already. No options, charged it again. Spotting the spider's slippery freakout below, Baek Yuseol's gut twisted. Shit, ballroom's right under. Momentum jacked his speed, plummeting fast. Snap call, alright, game plan, track that spider's path. Blazing down, he closed in smash, they collided. Eyes locked, sweat dripping, teeth gritted furious. And I'll redirect this. Pupils flared, special hue, speed shift kicked in. Minutes back, big alert dropped. Battle with temptation, masquerade boss has begun. Post-announce, Princess Hongbyun's squad clustered tight for battle. Meanwhile, Zeki clutched her black dress hem. Blood-red music blared, her dance exploded into motion, eyes glued to every sway. Each step shift spawned red lightning arcs, weird magic circle blooming underfoot. Zeki switched dance steps again. Red bolts warped the field, scatter. Two slow strikes converged, blasting nearby nobles flying. Over here, Princess Hongbyun post-blast checked back. Everyone good, male cadet, yeah. Steady now, sizing it up, dread building. No room for second guessing, fight time. Staff out, gripped high, glow flared cause dark mage foe. Up top, Zeki danced on fire spells locked and launched her way. She clocked him, sneered back, justified, not happening. Black array bloomed before her, fire snuffed easy. But kept coming, Azel spun 3 mini ice arrays, unleashing fat ice pillars. Rest of the cadets piled on, magic barrages flying. No dice, all tanked by those arrays. Cadets stunned, our spells, doing jack shit. Mid-barrage, Zeki stepped new, sky red lightning, forks spawning. She's hitting again, watch out. Flame somehow whipped up a wild complex array ahead. 2 marks pop. Mimicking her, Flame grabbed her dress. Music swelled, staff in hand, blank face, she launched into the dance. Azel gawked at the sudden groove. Where are you busting moves now? Flame blanked her, kept dancing. Soon stopped, eyes half-lidded, dead stare on foe. Array primed, attack unleashed. Gold light zipped past Zeki, she fanned up, eyes bugged, frozen watching. Hit landed, Flame pumped inside, nailed it straight out of the novel. Then boomed, everyone dance. Princess Hongbyun and Azel blinked shocked, Flame broke it down. Hints from prior rounds, this ain't pure spell slinging, it's dance battle too. Magic only through moves. Hongbyun clicked fast, gotcha. Duchess Iharin's groove shrugs normal spells. Azel sparked, danced to counter silent Serena boost. All hit the key, dead Serena's farewell melody. No pause, Princess Hongbyun grooved to the beat. Synced crew jumped in. Classmates knew the steps too. Notes fused with flow boom, spells ripped out, zeroed on Zeki. Jock hit, fan to mouth. Massive blast erupted, dead center Zeki. Music rolled, Azel fretted. That do anything. Tune flip set in her too, hold up. Blood red swell rose, shadow slinked from blast smoke, mind raced. Beats picking up speed. Fellow cadets spotted. Over there, what the fuck? Slowfoot extended forward. Wait, 2 extras peeked from under Zeki's skirt, eyes glowing demon red. Yell, 4 feet now, no way. Blast blackened feet tiptoed back into dance. Steps flipping rapid. 4-limbed rhythm spun a thicker new array behind her. Alright, let's get real. Her voice dropped, face twisting shadow demon. Flame lost it, screaming at Zeki. Quit it, Zeki. Keep sinking into Duchess Iharin and you can't come back. Zeki fired back. Why exactly stop me? Look around. As dark magic spread out, the other nobles' voices rang non-stop. Zeki Iharin, Zeki Iharin. Everyone just stood frozen, watching this nightmare unfold. From that point on, the scene wasn't beautiful anymore. It turned straight up horrifying. The nobles started roaring along with the music's beat. As expected, you're stunning. You're the best dancer ever. Punish those dumb challengers. Catching Flame's stunned look, Zeki threw more words. Flame, are you really that heartless? Flame blurted, what? Some old memories flashed back, mixed with mental analysis. Petty, selfish, and nasty. This sweet, amazing feeling. You're the only one who gets it exclusive. You've kept it all to yourself. Flame kept that smile plastered on. Meanwhile, Zeki stood off to the side, just looking sad. And now the bottled-up rage exploded. I'll never let go of this heart or this feeling. More red lightning sparked up. Princess Hongbyun sensed the massive mana about to drop and warned for everyone, it's coming, protect yourselves. Right after Zeki moved, energy beams formed from arrays and shot straight ahead. Lucky thing, thanks to the heads up, Princess Hongbyun and Azel threw up barriers in time, blocking the hits. But one cadet next to Azel got clipped anyway. Ah, Azel noticed but couldn't do shit to help. Then while she was distracted, another force zeroed in on her spot. She couldn't turn fast enough, helpless. Azel squeezed her eyes shut, but opened them when nothing hit. Light washed over her face, question marks popping. Hongbyun had stepped up using her own power, throwing up a massive firewall to shield Azel from the danger. After covering her, Princess Hongbyun spun back urgent. Hey idiot, why are you spacing out like that? Azel stammered. Huh. Seeing her still dazed, Hongbyun's voice rose. Fire magic defense works better for me, so let me handle it. You focus on blocking those lightning spells. Azel got it. Oh, right. Hongbyun kept directing. Fall back behind us and strike when you get an opening. Flame caught the shift in the princess and how she talked to her. In that split second, Flame got even more confused. What's going on here? In the original story, Hong Bi-yoon wrecked team morale out of jealousy over Azel's skills and tried to sabotage their bond, ending up screwing everyone over big time instead of fixing shit. But now Hong Bi-yoon was the one reading the situation best and holding it together. This time, a blood-red energy blast headed straight for Princess Hong Bi-yoon, and Azel threw up an ice wall to stop it. The princess flinched a bit, glancing at her. Flame's thoughts kept spinning. No way, that's Hong Bi-yoon and Azel, they're actually teaming up. Azel looked at Princess Hong Bi-yoon and said casually, soft, "Don't drop your guard either, okay?" Getting called out, Hong Bi-yoon got that annoyed twitch. What? Right then, Flame popped up behind both to back them on attack and defense. Me too. Can't let you two outdo me. With defense locked, Flame went full counter. Huge magic circle formed behind her, unleashing wave after wave of golden energy beams forward. But Zeki threw up 3 dark magic shields in front and blocked every bit Flame sent. Pointless. Yet Flame smirked right after. The big energy lightning bolts spread and punched straight through those shields. Another massive explosion erupted dead center on Zeki. Staring into the thicker smoke than last time, the usual question came. Me, so that's it. Peering closer at the denser cloud. And of course, that black shadow emerged again, but this time with horns added. Azel spotted it first. Then Princess Hong Bi-yoon, that form. And Flame next, Zeki. Zeki's voice warped as she called, "Flame, Flame." Her legs had fully morphed into spider legs, just like the one they ran into in the hallway on the way down. "You hate seeing me happy that much." The noble NPCs shifted completely. They started shaking. Some even puked. Zeki was losing control more. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" Why, knowing part of this mess was on her, Flame shouted over. "Zeki, it's not like that. Please snap out of it." But Zeki hit peak rage. "Shut up." Instantly, a blood-red magic layer formed. Not done, a second divine array popped below. The blood-red music swelled again, that locked smile on Zeki. Princess Hong Bi-yoon froze. No way. Flame behind her matched the horror. This is. Facing the threat ahead, analysis kicked in. At least level 5 risk. "I can't think anymore. What do we do?" From her forward stare. Flame suddenly looked up, sensing something. The noise grew louder and she blurted, "What the hell is that sound?" Azel, like she knew, cut in from beside. "Beak Yusial, Beak Yusial." Flinched at her words, but quick, another twist hit. Zeki screamed like she'd taken a heavy blow. Princess Hong Bi-yoon asked, "What happened?" Flame glanced distant, explaining, "I don't know why, but looks like Beak Yusial's fight with the great blade tongue leader up top is messing with Zeki down here." Zeki clutched her head in pain. Flame couldn't believe it, but another thought confirmed. Don't tell me Beak Yusial figured this out and is soloing that monster just to help us beat the final boss. No clue how he was hitting up there, but Zeki clutched her head again, wailing helplessly. Not wasting the opening, Princess Hong Bi-yoon's voice shifted. "Now's our shot." After the order, all 3 unleashed their spells again. Fire from Hong Bi-yoon, ice from Azel, light from Flame, all rushing forward. Ice hit first, freezing the spider leader leg parts. Then Hong Bi-yoon's flames engulfed next. Light came last, huge explosion when the 3 elements smashed together. Clearing the smoke, Zeki roared furious, "You bastards, this is all you've got, you brats." But rage peaked, "How dare you." Right then, the great blade tongue leader spider crashed into the room. Sensing the new arrival, Princess Hong Bi-yoon worried, "What now?" Flame equally confused. "I don't know, something just dropped." Recognizing the shape, Flame froze in thought. That can't be. Isn't that the great blade tongue spider leader? The giant thing fell from above, knocked out cold, cracking the dance floor. Big question followed, is it dead? A male cadet in the group, shaking and not believing his eyes, muttered unconsciously, "This is ridiculous." Beak Yusial, a first year like us, solo hunted a level 4 monster. Not just the spider dropped, the cadet snapped around quick. Seeing him lying there knocked out in a heap. In front of everyone watching, the massive spider slammed right where Zeki had been standing. From below, someone climbed the stairs, one of her friends. Flame was first up but carrying heavy sadness. Zeki now crushed under the giant spider, struggling to rise but trembling, questioning Flame as she approached. "Why do you always have to ruin everything for me?" More anger twisted her face. "I'll never forgive you." But another thought hit in the moment. "Oh God, I get it. You couldn't win at dancing, so you pulled this dirty trick. Because no one dances better than me, right? Pathetic, so pathetic. In the end, you're just like me, jealous of someone prettier showing up." With a dumb laugh, "Ahaha, not just me anymore, you're no different." But the sadness dug deeper in Flame's heart, seeing her friend completely lost. Catching Flame staring weird, Zeki asked confused, "Why are you looking at me like that?" To shift her emotions a bit, Flame turned to Azel behind. "Azel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Azel quick, "Yeah." Zeki caught the move and smirked smug. "No matter what nonsense you pull, truth is I'm still prettier than you." At Flame's request, Azel made an ice mirror right in front of Zeki. She dazedly looked in. One side of her face had fully turned spider. She still couldn't accept this is. While a male classmate checked on the guy sitting up. You okay? My head. Zeki's voice shattered the quiet again. Is this really my form? You lying? This isn't a mirror, right? Beak Yusial was awake now, but pressed a finger to his forehead while Zeki kept going. You're trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, disgusting, so fucking disgusting. The screams kept coming. Zeki yelled louder, please take that mirror away. The nobles who'd been on Zeki's side during the dance stopped. The Duchess isn't beautiful anymore. Everyone knew what came next, so they bowed heads to let Zeki rage in her misery. I don't want this, I hate it. This isn't me, Zeki's transformed hand trembled, reaching out pleading. Flame, please, you can do anything. Help me save me. But the words twisted. You think I'd beg like that? A blade-tongue leg like the giant spiders appeared. Zeki swung her changed arm at Flame, screaming furious. This is all your fault, I ended up like this. Die, Flame. White and red mixed, but the one hurt in the attack was Zeki. Something under Flame's feet stabbed right through Zeki's body. Her dazed eyes widened. In a flash, Zeki remembered the happy feeling standing next to Hei Wenryong. No saving Zeki, everyone could only help her escape this by sacrifice. Flames from Princess Hong Bion flared up again. Izel bowed her head in sorrow for doing the awful thing herself. Princess Hong Bion felt the same guilt, but Flame hurt deepest, knowing she was part of the cause for that death. After Zeki faded away, she stood there with final words to her friend. I'm sorry, Zeki, I'm really sorry. As Zeki fell, the main alert popped. End of the story of Duchess Iharen, who achieved the world's greatest beauty and fame. You have conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Cut to outside, where people entered the gates. Announcements rang here too. Team A6, simulation practice complete and students have exited. Group B3 simulation training also finished. As cadets came out, Teacher Lee ordered, evacuate them now. Another teacher, yes sir, all clear. Teacher Lee eyed the last spot, worry building. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly the red gate right by Teacher Lee shifted. Red lightning flashed around. Sensing trouble coming, Teacher Lee turned to another assistant. Waves are shaking, get ready fast. Yes. But before more, the gate mutated direct, space expanded, red color fading away. Teacher Lee's eyes locked sharp on the chain. Then a faint smile appeared. The ant defeated the tiger. After those words, all cadets were outside except one. The red gate vanished completely. Seeing cadets walk out from that deadly spot, chatter sparked. They really cleared a level 5 persona danger gate as just students. Even veteran pros find that brutal. Doubts kept coming. Was that kid the leader? Arian's face flashed surprise at his own earlier words. Then he turned self-mocking. Let's pull back. Yes, sir. Not over yet. Outside, Beak Yusial stepped up, sword across chest. Permission to report persona gate conquest complete. Total 16 participants, 1 sacrifice, 15 safe and successful return. Teacher Lee's face turned bitter hearing it. So in the end, 1 still sacrificed. Teacher refocused and ordered, you all did great, I'll send healers right away, so rest up. Yes. Right then someone cut in, did something happen while I was gone? Everyone turned to the familiar voice. Then a figure appeared. Oh, looks like stuff went down while I was away, huh? He paused, confused by the sudden arrival. Stella Academy Principal Elman Eltwin, level 9 Great Mage, walked up smiling. Seems some fun happened without me. Tell me everything. Cut to Stella building number 1. The principal's office. Beak Yusial walked alongside Principal Eltman Eltwin down the hallway here. As they went, his face carried this indescribable dazed look mixed with fresh worry. A private chat with Eltman Eltwin kicking off. No way, right? Why do I feel so damn anxious? His eyes flicked away like he was griping about some decision. That's exactly why I never wanted to be the leader. Flashback to right before exiting the persona gate. Princess Hong Bion gathered everyone like she had something major to drop. Wouldn't it be better if we picked one leader to report the situation before we leave? Stone-faced, he thumbed over at Azel and said, then how about Azel? Still half out of it from passing out and waking up, Azel blinked stunned at the big suggestion aimed her way. But from the start, both Hong Bion and Flame had zero plans to let him wiggle out of this. They synced expressions, arms crossed, casually dropping. Commoner, I've got my eyes wide open and you're still gonna blatantly ignore your own contributions? Pathetic either way, that's not right. Sweat dripped and for some reason, like she had a special duty tied to Azel, she chimed in extra. I think I'm kinda good at it, but not this time. He froze, vaguely echoing his own thoughts. You think so too? Eyes snapped shut instantly. So in the end I got forced into being the leader. What the hell even happened while I was out cold? But maybe snapping him out of that spiral, the principal's voice cut in with a fresh story. Isn't this our third meeting? Eyes widening, he turned to the principal and added, Sir, I've gotten taller since last time, huh? A bit flustered, still young and not fully getting it, he stiffened. Huh, what's he talking about? While he tried piecing it together, old memories suddenly flooded back. A small village wrecked by a blizzard, speed shift, speed shift, speed shift. In that snow-blanketed place, Beak Yusial stood alone. Back then, even with a body that couldn't use magic, he still grinded one skill nonstop, speed shift. In that moment, he glanced aside as a voice came from there. Kid, you're amazing. A fully bundled up figure appeared, adding in his fresh shock, you've got interesting talent. I'll write you a recommendation letter, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There'll be bonus points. And that person was the current Stella Academy principal, Eltman Eltwin. So to pull him back to the present, the principal spoke again. The reason I called you here is, he jolted, a little startled. Teacher Lee smiled wider. I'm here on behalf of the academy to thank you for stopping that potential disaster. He sat there, adding a bit of reflection. It all started with me, but the principal kept going, and I have no intention of leaking this outside. Of course, if student casualties got serious, it'd be different. Thank you, it was all thanks to you. And there's one thing I need to confirm. He snapped to full attention at those words, in a blink. The principal's face turned icy. Was there any error inside that gate? In that split second, cold sweat poured down Beak Yusial's body. Ah, what the hell is that look? No wonder they call you a black mage slayer. Still, I'm not even a black mage. Between hiding the truth and spilling it, Beak Yusial chose honesty, even with the worry lingering. Yes, a student died. Zeki showed signs of dark magic corruption. With zero sympathy on his face, the principal replied to that answer. I see. That's unfortunate, huh? Being influenced by corruption means dark emotions were already in her heart from the start. No one can resist that. Beak Yusial felt it clear as day, no hint of regret at all. Before he could even process that, the principal tossed another topic his way. Oh, look at me, forgot to offer you anything to drink. He turned back with his signature bright smile and asked, coffee or tea? Do kids these days even like carbonated stuff? Others might miss it, but from here on this was real talk. Picking up the key hints, Beak Yusial made his choice. I'd like tea, he added flatly. Do you have any called Lilt? The principal eyed him curiously. Lilt. Then instantly broke into a knowing smile. Answer came quick. Yeah, we've got it. Hold on a sec. Beak Yusial let out a soft breath. Lucky break. A bit later, the principal set a teacup on the table. Right, Lilt. Surprising, not many know about it, and even fewer actually like it. He replied, thank you. Right after, he picked up the cup and took a sip. Tasting the tea but showing zero expression, his thoughts cut through the air. Yep, as expected, totally bland. If you compare it to Earth stuff, it's like durian or fermented skate. It's all about taste buds, but weirdly addictive, so some hate it. That signature smell turns people off, they won't even put it in their mouth. But once you love it, you're obsessed. The reason he picked Lilt was that this private meeting with Eltman Eltwin was a branch point and a shot. Flame, who chose coffee, got promised magic lessons. Azel, who picked carbonated, gained enlightenment on magic. And Lilt was Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. Only issue here, he glanced over, waiting for the principal to continue. About Lilt, you see. It used to be exclusively enjoyed by the El tribe on the western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune along with the El tribe. The Lilt brewing recipe was said to have vanished. He smiled at the cup in his hand. This must be one of the few Lilt batches left in the world. If those greedy humans hadn't been so selfish, we could still enjoy it today. Truly a shame. But his next words hit the principal with total surprise. Is that so? But weirdly enough, I'm still drinking it even now. Watching him set the cup down, the principal rushed the surprise. Wait, so is there more? He answered short. No. Hearing that, Eltman Eltwin's face shifted again. What a disappointment. But too early for that, he cut in once more. But I know it, the Lilt tea recipe. The principal's eyes went wide, staring at him, the quiet atmosphere shattering because he couldn't stay calm. What really, how'd you get that recipe? Beak Yusial knew he'd blurted it, so he played dumb. Thoughts took over right after. This is kinda hard to explain. Can't exactly say I got it from a game. Under the principal's eager weight, he slowly said, My late mother taught me, so that's how I know. With a touch of sadness on his face, he said it. Final touch, the motherly nurturing pulled at his emotions. The principal saddened too. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. He brushed off the gloom. It's fine, no need to apologize. Thoughts took over. Glad it went smooth. Regaining his usual calm, the principal cleared his throat and asked next. So would you consider selling me that recipe? I'd pay you handsomely. Eltman Eltwin couldn't hide the excitement, but he was waiting for this moment. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. he said straight. Actually, there's something I want from you more than money. Principal, sir, he asked back. Oh, what's that? Shocking the principal again, he revealed it. Your spatial enchantment technique. I want your help with it, even if it's just once. Surprised by the choice, the principal asked again, why not rethink? The lilt recipe's out of production, it could fetch a fortune compared to that. But my magic technique is completely impractical. You know what that means, right? He sat silent. I know perfectly well. With Eltwin's spatial magic and Alter Risha's alchemy techniques. And finally, using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create an amazing multi-dimensional space. It'll be a storage space, one that can only be made when a mage masters level 8 spatial attributes. That's why so few in the world can pull it off. It'll be a storage space, one that can only be made when a mage masters level 8 spatial attributes. That's why so few in the world can pull it off. But with level 9 mage Eltwin's help, I can make a top-tier dimensional storage. Running the math in his head, he smiled and continued. More than a few coins, as an alchemist mage seeking the truth of matter, understanding magic's essence and principles, I can see it as the most precious gift in my life. So please, I'm asking for your help. Hearing him drop surprise after surprise, a smile and sigh followed. Under his anticipation, the principal answered right away. All right, if that's really what you want, then let's make a deal. Beak Yusial's joy was plain. Awesome. Meanwhile, same time at the first tower spot, Vice Principal Ikihiden sat in his chair facing someone. He clenched both fists, opening to the other. I heard a story that tough persona gate you just opened failed already, right, Raiden? Just like the vice principal said, the one talking to him was Professor Raiden from the Crescent Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, yes, I'm afraid the cult leader will be furious if he learns the truth. The vice principal adjusted his collar, cutting in. You're being way too stiff, that's what's causing trouble. I'm not too torn up about your failure, but there are other ways. Professor Raiden stayed indifferent, like he could guess something. And under Ikihaiden's dangerous gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his guess. Are you planning to make Professor Mason lose control? The air went unnaturally quiet, and the talk ended with Professor Raiden leaving. If there's nothing else to report, I'll excuse myself. Long hallway, and the professor walked silently through it. During this, he started fresh guesses of his own. The only real reason I opened the Persona Gate this time was to deal with some students who might join the upcoming Aslan seminar. Even though they opened a level 5 risk gateway beyond their level, who could have thought Flame, Azel, Princess Adelvit, and even Hong Bion would all walk out safe. Glancing at a nearby window, a small assessment slipped in. None of it went according to plan. Busy in those thoughts, the professor suddenly looked one way when someone called. Professor, long time no see. Raiden slowly turned. It was a polite smile from student Ma Yuxiang greeting him. He crossed his arms and continued. Back when I was little, you felt like a dangerous beast. But now I almost didn't recognize you acting so human. Before he could react, Ma Yuxiang dropped another big one. Seriously, lately my friends almost got hurt. Is this because that slow old man with the heavy burden planned it? Hearing that, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuxiang with a cold face. Even if you're a young master, please watch your disrespectful words and actions toward the cult leader. And friends, Ma Yuxiang's face darkened. The other ended with a question. Are you getting too immersed in this student roleplay game? But Professor Raiden had to reel back in surprise when Ma Yuxiang's tone shifted. So it's not just looks that changed, huh? Daring to spout arrogant, rude crap right in front of me, an invisible but real pressure started crushing down on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth to resist, but the expression worsened as sweat beads formed on his face. Ma Yuxiang's eyes, demeanor, and aura facing him had totally changed. Raiden felt the king's spirit radiating with that warning. Better to be careful. A smile followed. You guys are such a pain and eyesore. See you next time. Ma Yuxiang walked away slowly. Step by step, the echoing sounds gave off a weird feeling, and the professor clutched his fist to his heart. And once Ma Yuxiang was fully gone, Professor Raiden panted hard. He took a deep breath to steady himself. If it's for the Moonshido cult's benefit, this is nothing. Scene shift, cut to Princess Hong Bion's group standing somewhere. Two female classmates non-stop worried, turning to the princess and saying, Princess, glad you're safe. We heard the school messed up setting up the Persona Gate, is that true? Seriously, what are they even doing? So with those words, Princess Hong Bion looked down with unsurprised reflection. As expected, the other students don't know about this. Considering the academy's power dynamics, it's understandable. Right then someone appeared and called Princess Hong Bion. A voice impossible to ignore. The princess turned to confirm, Senior. A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmono Ajlik, third year at the academy. Still that smile, but brighter. Edmono kept talking, no need to be so formal and stiff. I feel kinda awkward with those fancy words too. Facing the change, Princess Hongbion stayed calm and replied, students maintain strict hierarchy. Hearing her talk so coldly, Edmono switched topics fast. Haha, glad you're safe. I was really worried something happened to you. Still that familiar expression, the princess's words came blunt. I'm fine, senior doesn't need to worry. Thoughts suddenly formed and replaced, this sly old fox. What he's worried about isn't me, it's his own rice bowl more like. The two top powers in the Adalvik kingdom. Duke Orkin's family backing Princess Hong Chhwa, and Duke Ajlik's family the only one that could match and oppose Orkin. Among them, Edmono was the sole heir to Duke Ajlik. Probably his goal was to help me become queen and marry me. With the princess's earlier responses, Edmono realized that approach wasn't working, so he switched. Oh right, wanna play soul chess? There's a student tournament coming up soon. Even though Princess Hongbion had zero interest in soul chess, she still nodded. Sure, let's do it. Getting a chance to get close to the princess, Edmono put an arm on her shoulder and whispered coldly, alright, today I'll teach you a move, watch close and learn it. Hongbion was caught off guard by the move, then bit her lip in unwilling frustration. As they walked after Edmono greeted people ahead, Princess Hongbion closed her eyes and thought calmly, the harsh truth is I can't become queen without help from someone like him. If only I had some kind of power. Even if it was someone with strength equal to Duke Ajlik on my side. Right then, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Beek Yusial. Coincidentally, he walked by outside and caught her eye. But the princess had to quickly look back at Edmono when he turned to her with new words. Hongbion, what are you doing? Hurry up and come. Still, Princess Hongbion lingered with a glance back at the window spot. Looks like he left. And Princess Hongbion moved from there. Yes, senior. Cut to someone's hand holding a flower petal. It was Beek Yusial who just stopped in a corner, starting to feel a bit cocky as he admired it and pondered. Let's see, is this enough yet? The surroundings suddenly shifted to pink hues, the petal in his hand began floating up, and a status window popped in its place. Absorbing the enchanting tree flower branch will permanently increase mental strength by 65% and grant a small permanent boost to resistance against charm-type magic. Beek Yusial's status window appeared too. Stats. Strength 2 stars 73%, Senses 2 stars 57%, Agility 2 stars 42%, Stamina 2 stars 19%, Durability no stars 99%, Mental Strength 2 stars 24%, Magic Power, dashed line. Seeing the changes, he murmured softly, not bad at all. Plus more info followed. Constellatio project grants you a special reward. Because of that, Beek Yusial put a hand to his chin, starting fresh guesses. Thanks to clearing a new stage, I got this special reward. Anyway, what should I pick this time? Should I use a growth item? Suddenly he realized something. Question added, could there be Merkin's necklace? System replied, possible. He grinned satisfied right away, then give me that. New info popped, you have obtained the Merkin necklace item. Item details appeared, Merkin necklace, superior grade. Description, necklace crafted by Mekin, a future alchemist engineer. He pushed past a barrier to its limit to protect his own life. Special function, Merkin's shield auto-defends against attacks up to level 6. Usable only once. No hesitation, he slipped it around his neck. Shame it's single use. But having a life-saving guarantee isn't a bad deal. Since episode 8's coming up soon, I'll have to fight the awakened Professor Mason Tyrant. Plus, more info showed, Hatred Branch has accumulated 78% value. Beek Yusial smiled at that. Good, prep for fighting Mason Tyrant is going smooth. Guess I'll rely on Alterisha for the rest. Scene shift to a new place, the International Alchemy Organization. Beek Yusial arrived here. He stood in front of some area and a smiling person greeted. This is Branch 13 of the Cordon Living Stone School, the annex under the Great Elm in Alchemy City. He replied, I'm here to see alchemist Alterisha. But the receptionist clearly stated, I'm very sorry, you can't meet her right now. He kinda knew, so he looked a bit dazed, slipping a hand into his coat. Figured as much. Instantly, he pulled out a letter and handed it over. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Alterisha. The receptionist flustered. Oh my. Their exchange simplified after. I'm truly sorry, I'll guide you right away. This way, please. Thanks. At the door to Alterisha's research room, the receptionist called in. Miss Alterisha, you have a visitor. But no response came back at all. So the receptionist tried again. May we come in? Right then, Beek Yusial jolted in alarm at some feeling. this sensation. A massive explosion erupted suddenly, releasing huge pressure. The blast blew the door flying open wildly, yet it stayed intact somehow. Inside, thick smoke billowed everywhere, impossible to see through. But luckily, it didn't seem like a major accident since Baek Yuseol was still there, saying, "That was unexpected." He'd reacted fast to the flying door, yanking the receptionist aside, but still felt a twinge of worry himself. "We almost got in big trouble." Waving away the smoke in front, Baek Yuseol stepped in slowly. With so much smoke, he called out loud, "Assistant, you okay?" Quick after, he got a surprised reply, "Hey, are you student Baek Yuseol?" Despite the mess from earlier, Assistant Altarisha was safe and even smiling as she continued, "Welcome, I want to show you something." At the same time, a familiar figure appeared beside her, no one else but the golden alchemist, Baostone Fox. Baek Yuseol hadn't noticed him yet but caught Altarisha's expression and thought, the explosion didn't even faze her. Then both their attentions turned to the golden alchemist as he spotted something on the bracelet on his wrist. "Student, see this? It's a shield bracelet." On the silver bracelet was a button and he pressed a finger to it. A green shield instantly formed, covering the whole arm. He beamed excitedly, explaining with hype, "If we press this button twice, just in this state, it's already proudly at 3rd level power." But Baek Yuseol got shocked when it didn't stop there, with more from him. "Oh ho, but if we press this button here one more time." "How about that? Amazing, right? Even if your mana is low or you're a normal person who can't use magic, you can still deploy this shield at least once." Its defense power was only 500, but super useful in emergencies. Before the three, a shield 3 times bigger than his face appeared right where the small one had been. Unlike other shields, this one had 0 magic runes engraved on it. Continuing, the golden alchemist couldn't hide his awe at what he'd just done. He burst out emotionally, "If we announce this, the world flips upside down. All thanks to this genius kid, Altarisha." Then he noticed the boy here. "Come to think of it, you're a co-author too." He pulled him in excitedly. "How about joining the alchemy world as an alchemist master with me?" Baek Yuseol wanted that too, but had to leave both stunned with his answer. "I can't survive as an alchemist master because I have no mana." Witnessing an insane alchemy genius with 0 mana, Baostone Fox said, What you just say?" His secret up to now seemed unknown in the academy but wasn't fully hidden, and he explained his earlier line to both. "Congenital constitution with no mana intake, that's the mana leak slowdown physique." The golden alchemist pushed up his magnifying glasses, still not believing. "What you just said, you don't mean..." But Baostone Fox reacted a bit differently. He couldn't finish and Altarisha took over. "Is that what they call limited lifespan?" He calmly took the words but glanced away distracted, thinking silently, "Yeah, that's a big deal story, but is it really true?" To snap both back to normal and out of daze, Baek Yuseol added on his issue, "My time is limited, but I don't plan on dying. I'll handle that myself, so don't worry about it." Hearing him say that, Assistant Altarisha sighed in relief. Right. To ease the tension more, Baek Yuseol switched topics by holding out a hand. "And besides, can I take a look at that shield bracelet?" Baostone Fox snapped awake. Oh, sure." After taking the silver bracelet, he pulled out his omniscient glasses to inspect it. Up close, info formed inside the bracelet, and that gave him his own fresh take. "It's definitely still in the early stage, so there's a ton of crude, useless parts on this item." Pausing there, he looked at Assistant Altarisha with a smile. "Hold on, can I borrow your magic soldering pen?" Altarisha surprised by the request but no objection. Here." But Baostone Fox's eyebrow twitched, clueless what he was up to, and asked, "Oh, what are you trying to do now?" However, silence broke when Assistant Altarisha cut in from beside. She knew what Baek Yuseol wanted and didn't want anyone interrupting him right now. Back to him, Baek Yuseol, after getting the magic soldering pen from Altarisha, slowly and carefully placed it on the silver bracelet where that special info was stored. Thoughts chimed in. Here, using the connection point from this magic soldering pen, he's not rushing it, but using the omniscient glasses to engrave the exact future complete shield bracelet he knows. Erase the original and build a more efficient structure to boost quality. All done right as the sound stopped and he tested activation. A much bigger and stronger shield formed compared to the previous small one. Stone Fox's mouth dropped open instantly and he quickly pulled out a measuring inspection lens for results. This can't be possible." Amid growing excitement from both, he announced the measured result. Defense value jumped to 800, almost 1.5 times the effect. "No wonder," she said, "you're a co-author." He exclaimed in pure admiration, face flushed and voice rising. "Kid, ever thought about working under me? No, no, not under me as equals. Don't worry about not using magic. I'll assign some alchemists to make you a magic shuttle carrier. Baek appreciated the offer, but it still didn't land. Haha, sorry, I have my own reasons to keep chasing my dream as a magic warrior. He looked a bit regretful. Oh, that's too bad. But another intent came from the boy, more important. I still have something to ask. A purplish orb mana vessel he held out. Can you make an item with this? Altarisha's hand reached to take it, asking. Some kind of enchantment. No rush, Baek sent both from shock to shock. Spatial magic. The Stella principal said he'd lend a hand. Both froze solid in massive stun. Altarisha calm. First off, the principal. Meanwhile, Bowstone Fox was speechless. Oh, that old geezer decided to help you. You're such a troublemaker. But Altarisha showed her confusion openly. I want to help you, but sadly I don't think I can. I've never tried elemental attributes before. Baek knew that, smiling as he added, I know I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take it slow while mastering your skills more. His initial thought set a limit. With this, it'll probably take a few months. Then a small thing popped for both after. All right, leave it to me. Time to create a masterpiece. Back to class at Stella Academy. Azel sat at her desk, clearly flustered now. Things aren't looking good. Shyly after, Azel glanced over at Baek sitting dazed not far from her spot. Watching him yawn non-stop there, Azel hesitated with thoughts. That thing, should I ask Baek or not? But before she could act, someone beat her to it and spoke in that super familiar tone. Commoner. Baek looked dazed as Princess Hong Bion appeared at his desk, adding words to him. I have some important things to discuss with you. Are you free? Azel watched both in fresh confusion. More important stuff. But Baek reply came, nothing major. With that, Azel watched Princess Hong Bion lead Baek out of the classroom. After both left, Azel sank back into her usual sadness. Thoughts kept rising. Whatever they're about to talk about has nothing to do with me, right? Why do I feel so weird? Now both walking the hallway, silent the whole way felt kinda awkward. Baek decided to break it. What you want to talk about? Princess Hong Bion, walking ahead, stopped at the question and answered. In the alchemy world, they say a product from alchemy techniques has been developed. Right after, Princess Hong Bion turned to look at him. Seeing him kinda handsome, she got to the point. I heard you're a co-author on that alchemy report. He paused to think. With the Adalvit royal family's info power, that's obvious. Still calm, Baek replied. So what? You want a direct link to the ink shop business through me? Seeing he guessed part of her intent, Princess Hong Bion crossed arms, eyes closed with noble coldness. I won't deny it, but don't misunderstand me. The items are important, but I think building a connection with someone like you is way more crucial. He suddenly got flustered at those words. Thoughts replaced again. Didn't expect her to think so highly of me. Definitely different from the original, so maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hong Bion's death. As cold as before, now Princess Hong Bion turned shy. Hey, so let's go eat together. Suddenly someone cut in. Is that Hong Bion? Both looked over dazed, trying to confirm who it was. No one else but third-year student Edmono Atlik. His expression and next tone showed clear annoyance. You even turned down lunch with me. I wondered if something important came up. Turns out it's just going with a commoner like this. Really disappointing. Behind Edmono Atlik's cold face, all three stood silent for a long stretch. But it broke quick under Baek locked gaze and thoughts. That guy. I've seen him in the game. One of the death flags leading Princess Hong Bion to destruction. Edmono Atlik. Judging from this guy's attitude just now, looks like he still doesn't know I'm co-author on that random technique report. Right then, Princess Hong Bion suddenly spoke, startling him and cutting his thoughts. Not just any commoner. I'm considering connecting with alchemist Altarisha through this commoner, so please don't interrupt right now. But Edmono Atlik wasn't letting it slide. A dangerous smile appeared. Hey Hong Bion, you really think that? What power does a commoner like that even have to help you? Aren't I way better? Baek listened to the trash talk aimed at him, but his usual indifference took over thoughts. Kinda funny. Glancing at the princess beside him, thoughts continued. Yeah, I'm used to being looked down on as a commoner anyway. Knowing the other was her big backer, but Princess Hong Bion coldly shot back at Atlik's last line. Exactly what does senior mean by that? Seeing this not-so-great look from the princess, Baek didn't want things to escalate too far and immediately cut both off with his words. AI, alright, let's just pretend we never talked about trading items. Princess Hong Bion jolted, whipping around to stare at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmono Atlik looked super pleased. Smart thinking. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Baek suddenly dropped another bombshell. Oh, by the way, about the item business. I'll definitely tell them Duke Ajlik flat out refused to supply the Adolvit kingdom. Edmono's face hardened, but that dangerous smile stayed. Hey, looks like you're getting cocky. You know what happens when a first-year dares challenge a third-year. BQCL replied coolly and quick, so what, not my problem. Worried about his direct confrontation, Princess Hong Bion felt stuck in an awkward spot. Commoner, you know Stella's hierarchy system is super strict. Plus Edmono has the strongest influence among third years. What were you even thinking saying that? Ignoring both of them, BQCL turned to leave. Then I'll head out first. Their eyes locked on his retreating back, and Edmono's contempt showed clear. How does a first year not realize how scary his senior is? Guess I need to make this kid's school life a bit more fun. Watching her efforts flop again, Hong Bion's face filled with clear loss and sadness. Meanwhile, Baek had walked out to the academy's main courtyard. As he went, he carried his own quiet sadness. Sorry, Hong Bion, but if that guy doesn't get taken down, you'll never get a happy ending. Even if you inherit the throne or Duke Achlik falls, death still comes in the end. It's unavoidable. His steps suddenly halted, eyes snapping straight to one direction. At the very least, I won't let Hong Bion bow her head to him. His gaze shifted toward the moving students. And farther off, Hong Bion was hiding in a corner wall. Truly helpless, Princess Hong Bion just slapped her forehead. Ha, should I just throw away all this princess honor crap? Edmono Achlik's constant interference reason was crystal clear. He probably wants me never able to stand on my own 2 feet. So I'd have no choice but depend on him. Helplessness piled on more as she stood alone. Looking at her clenched fist, the earlier sadness deepened. I missed a good chance. Am I really incapable of doing anything myself? Right then, Princess Hong Bion's eyes widened suddenly, like she realized something. Wait a second. The earlier figure and words flooded back in her mind. I'll definitely tell them Duke Achlik flat out refused to supply the Adolvit kingdom. Thinking back, as a commoner, why would he say that? Normally, he shouldn't draw attention like this. But instead, he directly provoked Edmono. She had a strange hunch, don't tell me. Scene shift tonight, some dorm wing in the academy. Baek appeared holding something, opening a box with a grin. Perfect, it arrived safe. A 3-compartment box revealed bracelet, necklace, and ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like accessories, their integration potential was seriously impressive. Sitting there staring at them a long time, Baek sank into deep thought. Altarisha's prototype items arrived faster than expected. Hesitation added, now let's see, what do these do again? Status window popped instantly. Shield-coated necklace, low to mid-grade. Description, activates protective coating covering the entire body when worn. Effects, agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function, level 1 body shield, 125 BP plus 3% damage absorption rate. Looking at the necklace he just picked up, Baek joy was obvious. Oh, this is better than I expected. And the ring in his other hand showed new info. Unidentified dagger ring, mid-grade. Description, when used, the ring turns into a dagger hilt and generates a new mana dagger. Effects, agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function, level 3 magic dagger, 5-minute duration. The last item in the trio got detailed. Shield bracelet, low to mid-grade. Description, when activated, becomes a forearm protector. Effects, strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function, level 1 shield, 1000 BP. He gave a praise looking at the bracelet, as expected from Altarisha. She managed mid-grade items already. Clenching his fist, a new confident smile formed. Gotta test these in real combat and give Altarisha feedback. And I already gave Dr. Halskorden a heads up. Prep's all set, time to slowly crush Duke Achlik. A few days later, the second exam was approaching. This second test split into 2 parts, practical and theory. In the practical, combat magic tests got scored differently based on magic type. For example, lightning magic scored on max voltage and chain count. Wind magic on explosive force generated. Ice magic evaluated on max coldness and coverage range. Healing, light, and other special attributes had lots to judge, but fire attribute drew the most anticipation. Who else but Princess Hong Bion? Watching everyone unleash their abilities non-stop, he couldn't help being amazed again. Main characters really are on another level. Then right in front of him, an instructor looked over and called, Baek, your turn. Baek stepped onto the test area. The supervisor signaled, begin preparation. Use one ability only. From his spot, Baek sped forward to pillars with a slightly large red button on top. Using speed shift, he easily moved between pillars and pressed the red buttons. Notably focused, no wasted moves, each button done simply. In a corner evaluation spot, observers were stunned at his performance. Every time I see it, it's unbelievable. No delay in speed shift, instant accurate direction and execution. Truly astonishing. When Beak Usial stopped, the supervisor's announcement rang. Beak Usial's test complete. Still alone there, staring indifferently one way, Beak Usial sank into new thoughts. With this, I've cleared part of the practical. Can't use magic, so the rest is basically screwed. But if I ace the theory with my glasses, that should balance it out. Right then, Beak Usial startled, looking back dazed as someone approached calling, "So you're Beak Usial." A group of students came up, clearly mocking him. "Heard a first year like you dared argue with a third year? You're beyond saving." Oh man, as a freshman, I can't even imagine that. Looking at the group picking a fight out of nowhere, Beak Usial narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, so it started, Edmono's crew, right? As expected, one shoved right in his face. "Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us." The guy's face paled, no intention of looking down. Facing those words, Beak Usial stayed calm and thought, figured as much. But annoyance still showed on his face. Kinda irritating getting beat up by these brats. Keeping that stare, Beak Usial silently watched the troublemakers threaten him. The guy laughed perfectly. "HMPH, look at this kid," I said, "bow your head." Beak Usial listened stone-faced to the non-stop trash talk. "This damn brat's ruder than I thought. Commoner, and I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't wanna die, Neil, you bastard." Right then, second-year senior Ban Dion passing by noticed the commotion. "While I'm here, might as well check. What's going on? A fight?" Not far, Ban Dion quickly recognized they were Edmono Achilik's people. But above all, she noticed him there too. "Huh, isn't that the freshman we met at Made's cemetery?" Heard his name's Beak Usial. Thinking done, she strutted over confidently and called loud, "What are you guys doing over there?" As she approached, the guy looked at Ban Dion. "Can't you see? I'm disciplining a junior, stay out." Ban Dion, this kid dared talk back to a third-year senior. "As seniors, disciplining juniors is our duty." Hearing the argument, others noticed her too. "That's Ban Dion, isn't she from S52 class?" Catching the issue quick, Ban Dion turned to Beak Usial, showing clear surprise. But looking closer at him, new thoughts came. Beak Usial, is he planning to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should handle them easy. Why is he worrying himself like this? No way, no hesitation, Ban Dion decided to stop it. "No, don't do that." The guy surprised by her decision. "What?" Ban Dion closed her eyes, calmly continuing. "If what you say is true, a freshman talking back to a third year, it's no small matter. In a military mage team, that'd be insubordination. So my idea, how about we open a special junior training session?" Hearing that, both sides froze stunned, looking at her confused. Someone already said, "That kind of training needs student council president approval." With the idea out, Ban Dion decided she'd handle it. "I'll go get approval, make it proper then." Suddenly getting a more reasonable move, the guy flashed a perfect smile, adding with a bit more killing intent, staring straight at Beak Usial. "Fine, sounds fun." The group left after, leaving just the two. Ban Dion spoke next to him. "Sorry for butting in, but if I didn't, they wouldn't let you go." Beak Usial said nothing but showed clear surprise. "Huh, she means they won't let me off." No answer from him yet. Ban Dion voiced her guess. "You plan to use the humiliation moment for a big counter, right? Someone smart enough to beat a summoner wouldn't argue pointlessly. So only one reason, to end Stella's stupid long-standing senior tradition. You chose to sacrifice yourself." Beak Usial stayed silent listening, then dazed thoughts took over. "Me? Like, huh, who am I and where am I? Why am I in this situation?" Back to main point, seeing the group not fully gone, Ban Dion analyzed deeper, but among them, some have no choice but follow Edmono Achilik. They're called the forced ones, bound by family circumstances. Even if you're right, you can't let people like that get punished. Her hand then directly landed on his shoulder, adding encouragement. "So I'll set the stage for you, fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president." Hearing this far, sensing incoming danger, Beak Usial sweated non-stop, clueless what to do more, helpless smile stretching on his lips. Huh, what the hell has she been talking about this whole time? Time flew fast, some blue drawings got precisely engraved. It was a protocol interpretation created by some professor. This was the Magic Protocol Explanation exam. Students below started their written test. Among them, some complained unavoidably, don't get any of this. Can I even finish today?" But standout, someone stood and left his spot. It was Beak Usial. Putting on his omniscient glasses, his knowledge surpassed professors. Forgot to add, "Here's my submission." The proctor took the paper, confused. "Huh, only 20 minutes in and you're quitting. How's that possible?" Beak Usial, walking away, turned back to explain. "No, I finished." Sounding ridiculous, the proctor looked at his answers. "What, you mean?" And then from earlier confusion, it turned to shock on the spot. Storing his glasses in his coat, Beak Usial calmly walked off saying, Didn't study at all, but finishing feels refreshing. However, things got a bit complicated when he stopped, looking one way as someone gossiped about him. That's Beak Usial, right? Heard a freshman dared argue with Edmono Atlik. Looks like he's getting properly taught soon. Embarrassed on the spot, he knew trouble was brewing more. Looks like the whole school knows now. Eyes drooped, and now Bandion has to step up. Special junior training. Simply put, a place where seniors wanting to discipline can directly challenge juniors. One-on-one fights. At Stella, seniors are banned from insulting or hitting juniors. But in training sessions, seniors can legally punish juniors, called challenges. But really, just seniors beating juniors with magic. So needs student council president approval to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can propose directly to the council. I was just gonna kneel and be done, but it turned into this. Recalling that moment, whatever, kneel quick then go sleep. Throughout walking back to his room, Beak Usial gradually reached a decision. Since it's come this far. Some box opened, inside a special item like a stuffed bear. Holding it, a confident smile appeared. Can't avoid it, then fine, might as well enjoy it slowly. Cut to Stella student council meeting room. Inside, someone checking documents noticed movement ahead. This student was Stella student council president, second year S-class, Myro Yoon. And what was coming came. The one who talked to Beak Usial earlier arrived here looking serious. The president asked quick, Bandion, what brings you here? Without wasting a second, Bandion placed some paper on the president's desk. But her voice softened a bit. I want approval to open special junior training, target Beak Usial, S-class freshman. The president surprised in his words then, I thought you hated ridiculous stuff like this. Why now? Showing no emotion, Bandion said, exactly because I hate it, I'm doing it. Since this was serious, the president reminded a bit. No idea what you're scheming, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't beat a second year. The gap from experience isn't something stats can cover, yet you still want to request a training session. Waving the paper in hand, Bandion smiled now. If you want to know why, come watch, it'll be fun. Seeing her sudden change, the president's eyes narrowed slightly and he sighed. Seriously, what are you plotting? Meanwhile, outside, someone's voice rang preparing to enter. Oh, student Myro Yoon. Figure of the previous examiner in charge, Beak Usial, was holding a sheet of paper as he stepped into the room. Could you take a look at this report for me? It's the student thesis submission report. Recognizing the person, the chairman immediately greeted him. Professor Gerald, welcome. Did this exam produce a thesis worthy of being sent to the academy? Yet he hid a hint of displeasure. The last one you brought wasn't all that great, but you still insisted on submitting it anyway. Haha, just take a look. He had been a bit flustered earlier, but now he was even more so. The chairman quickly understood why. This is Professor Priss's circuit planting template, isn't it? Impressive. It cuts the inverse model resolution loop formula in half with such a simple equation. Looking closer, the thought came even stronger. The circuit planting method had already been perfected by countless scholars before, yet now it's being pushed even further. This can only be called genius. Unable to hold back any longer, the chairman asked the key question. Who wrote this? Raising one hand, the professor smiled and answered, Student Beak Usial. With this level, he should even be invited to the Aslan conference. Oh, but now's not the time. I need to report to the vice principal right away. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned eerily quiet. Holding that exam paper, the chairman stood frozen for a long moment. Combining two incidents happening to the same student at once, the chairman formed his own judgment. Beak Usial, way more interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald took Beak Usial's exam paper and immediately went to find Vice Principal Aki Haydn. Teaching a student who wrote such an outstanding thesis wasn't just about boosting Stella's reputation, it was also a matter of his own honor and achievements. The documents were already on the desk. Aki Haydn quickly scanned it, frowning as he asked, Are you planning to recommend student Beak Usial for the Aslan conference, Professor? Professor Gerald replied happily, Yes, as you can see, this is truly astonishing. But Aki Haydn's voice suddenly turned low and cut him off. That would be quite difficult and troublesome, Professor Gerald. Unconsciously, Professor Gerald responded, Yes. Aki Haydn adjusted his mood and began explaining his earlier words. Right now, Stella has many other candidates applying besides that student. Especially this year's first years, they're all highly promising and would stand out anywhere they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students allowed to attend Aslan, excluding those with fixed privileges due to prestige, is 2. But you're nominating Beak Usial for one of those spots, a magic warrior who can't even use magic. That's an insult to mages. Professor Gerald stood stunned, then closed his eyes as Aki Haydn continued. If you understand, then leave right now. I absolutely will not allow Beak Usial to go to Aslan. I understand. Gerald left the vice principal's office exhausted, while Akihaiden's frown deepened even more where he sat. The exam paper lay on the desk. Without even looking closely, he crumpled it viciously. HMPH, who would ever let a bug like that into a slan? Not a chance. His face ice cold. Beak Usial's exam paper was instantly burned to ashes. Time passed quietly and silently. The second round of exams had ended and the rankings were posted. Beak Usial blended into the crowd standing in front of the large results board. Pointing with his finger, he spoke with a dazed look. Let's see together. Ah, found it. After scanning from the bottom up for a while, Beak Usial spotted himself. He had been selected, placed at rank 419 in Class S. Beak Usial looked at it and felt a bit proud, even though the rank had a lot of digits. I'm ranked 419, so I'm actually pretty amazing on this leaderboard, especially since I got a perfect score on the written test. But suddenly his gaze sharpened, locking onto one particular spot in his line of sight. By the way, this time the number 1 spot goes to Isn't That Ma Yuxiang. The rankings appeared: 1st Class S Ma Yuxiang, 2nd Class S Flame, 3rd Class S Arshuang, 4th Class S Hei Wenryang, 5th Class S Hong Bion. All the top spots belonged to Class S, nothing surprising there. Yet something still bothered him a little. Hei Wenryang, who got 2nd place last semester, has now dropped to 4th. Is it because Azel and Flame focused more on studying than in the original story? At the same time, Princess Hong Bion's figure appeared nearby, standing right next to him without him noticing as he kept thinking. Since Zeki went down the dark mage path, both Hei Wenryang's and Arshuang's dark magic lines have disappeared. When she saw him too focused, Princess Hong Bion suddenly spoke directly. Are you trying to adjust your rank to something appropriate? I think it's pretty obvious already. Princess Hong Bion waited for his answer, but it seemed a bit impossible because sweat was already beading on Beak Usial's face from her sudden appearance. That was unexpected. What is she even talking about? Why is she here out of nowhere? Is she planning something bad? As if reading his mind, Princess Hong Bion immediately said, Still, seeing that you managed to sneak into the top 600, it looks like you're planning to join the Academy tournament. Hearing that, Beak Usial vaguely recalled and raised a hand to his chin, thinking further, oh, right, now that I think about it, there was something like that. The Academy Tournament is an event where selected students compete against talents from other prestigious magic academies. After those thoughts, he immediately turned to the person who had just evaluated him. At that moment, all he could see was her shyness, flushed cheeks, and a hand nervously stroking her hair from the princess. He thought, what's going on? What is this feeling? Naturally drawing closer to the princess, Beak Usial confidently voiced what he'd just been thinking. What's that about? Do you have anything else to say? Hong Bion's eyes widened, her face turning even redder as she immediately turned away, looking sulky. Her clenched fist tightened even more, proving it. Amid Beak Usial's continuing confusion, a question came up. Why did you do that? Beak Usial didn't understand. Her eyes narrowed further as Princess Hong Bion questioned. Why did you do something like that to Edmono? He's influential and holds grudges. He'll probably keep making trouble for you until graduation. Her tone grew a bit serious as she added, Are you confident you can handle it? Seeing Princess Hong Bion showing concern for him surprised Beak Usial. His eyes never left her shifting expressions. Without much thought, Beak Usial answered frankly, No, I don't think I can handle it. Hearing that answer made the princess's heart tighten. She protested while Beak Usial looked dazed again. Rather than letting a bunch of green kids a year younger pick fights with me, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Returning to the princess's mood, her clenched fist gradually trembled as she fired 2 questions at him in a row. Then why did you do it? What do you even gain from me? Instead of answering quickly, Beak Usial created another moment of silence, his eyes still fixed on the princess. Only when his gaze shifted away did the answer come. Because I value our relationship more. Princess Hong Bion's worldview instantly turned pink after that line. Knowing he hadn't finished, he scratched his cheek, looked elsewhere, and added, And besides, I'm not doing this for you for free. So after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item. Facing him, Princess Hong Bion looked a bit confused because she knew one thing. Actually, item contracts can be done anywhere, not just with Adolvit. But why? Beak Usial's inner thoughts wavered after the question. Honestly, I shouldn't say I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes drifted away again. That I'll tell you later. Curiosity added a new question mark for Princess Hong Bion, but she couldn't press further on that topic. Hong Bion decided to switch subjects. Alright, by the way, do you have any plans for the freshman training session? This time he answered quickly. Yeah, I've got to do something about that no matter what. Unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't have to hold back. Beak Yusial looked puzzled. Huh. With many shining stars giving her confidence, Princess Hong Bion spoke boldly in a string. Yeah, you can fight the seniors to a certain extent with your natural abilities. It's fine, I'll do my best to handle the aftermath. Beak Yusial sweated a little. Sure, thanks. A new thought arose. It seems like she's trying to be considerate and help me, but why does she think I'd actually win? While the two were talking in a shadowy corner of the hallway, someone had been standing there listening to everything. That person was none other than Arshuang, the fire magic genius. She left afterward. Then she moved to a special training area. A huge flame suddenly flared high in this place, the practical magic training ground. Arshuang was already here, undergoing training under Professor Hong Si HWA. Praise came along with a smile. Your control is truly excellent. Arshuang, you lack firepower, but that can easily be fixed with precise control, and you'll pass this test. It'll work great against sensitive enemies or when carrying out stealth missions. Right after, her gaze shifted for comparison. Still, your magic isn't enough yet. Princess Hong Bion lowered her head, looking sad. Meanwhile, the complaints from the other side kept coming. Fire magic, how many times do I have to say that destruction isn't everything? Yet you're ranked #1 in fire affinity compatibility. It's ridiculous. Now do it again. Arshuang looked through the criticisms, and a hint of unwillingness began showing on the surface. Fire magic kept being generated and blazing. The training dummies ahead were engulfed in even more flames. Arshuang continued practicing her fire magic specialty. However, dissatisfaction still lingered on her expression. This time I lost again. If it's about effort, I didn't lose. So why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff. Looking at the destruction she'd caused ahead, Arshuang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Back with Azel, she now overheard some nearby students chatting. Come to think of it, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring match between first years and second years. Wanna go watch together? Azel had her own thought about that conversation. Does this have something to do with Beak Yusial? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Beak Yusial because Princess Hong Bion had taken him away first. A touch of sadness etched onto her face, but that doesn't really matter much to me anyway. I still have class to go to. So Azel had to walk off alone to somewhere else. However, a specific large hesitation lingered in her heart. Then she stopped at some place. Azel smiled faintly and regained her spirit. Ah, I finally made it here. Suddenly, another incident occurred. Azel looked at the person next to her who was starting a conversation. Ah, you came here too? A question mark appeared. It was a girl with brown hair and green eyes, smiling brightly. There's a rumor going around about Beak Yusial, you know. Class B first year Harlan. The friend sat down beside her without hesitation, flashed an even brighter smile with a teasing edge. Actually, you two aren't secretly dating, are you? That's why you came here, right? Azel had been shy before. Hearing this, her face instantly flushed red. It's not like that. From the start, hesitation showed in her words. Beak Yusial and I don't have. Seeing her unable to finish, Harlan next to her gained a new impression of Azel while keeping her smile. That's surprising. I wondered what kind of person she was, carrying the title of the trader's daughter. But isn't she way cuter than I thought? She couldn't force Azel to continue that story. Instead, Harlan remembered she hadn't done one thing. Ah, this greeting's a bit late, huh? I'm Harlan from Class B, nice to meet you. Azel replied dazedly. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Just then, a loud gasp from someone drew both their attention toward one direction. Looks like it's about to start. Down on the large field, Beak Yusial appeared and stood there motionless with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the chatter growing louder and focusing on him, he looked just as dazed as before. Why are so many people gathering here? And it wasn't just that. A senior up on the stands shouted encouragement. Hey, brave kid, I don't know the exact details, but go easy on them, all right. Hearing himself being hyped up a bit too much, Beak Yusial went blank. A new thought popped up. Wait, are I the one the seniors picked to get beaten? Why should I go easy? As for Senior Ban Dion beside him, she remained strangely calm. Only Senior Ban Dion was like that. The other students were gleeful about a match like this. That jerk Beak Yusial is finally gonna get a lesson he'll never forget. A commoner acting like he's the center of the universe. Serves him right. Once a senior marks you, that's the end of the story. At that point, one of the two froze in expression. Hearing her crush being badmouthed, Hong Bion shot a cold glare, staring daggers at the speaker. The chill intensified, almost warning that one more bad word and she'd make them regret it. and it worked perfectly. When Princess Hong Bion left, the two who had been mocking earlier shrank into a corner, meek and not daring to do anything more. Like the others, Hong Bion was also interested in his match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she recalled him, her eyes narrowed slightly. Commoner. She still couldn't take her eyes off the calm Baek Yuseol down below. And not long after, Baek Yuseol's gaze focused straight ahead, where someone was standing opposite him, speaking, "Hey kid, you ready yet?" His opponent had appeared. Second-year Class C student Caliban Catalum was there too, a Class C guy, probably ranked around 300 somewhere. Even though I'm in Class S, if we're talking pure combat ability, he's stronger than me. Best to avoid direct clashes as much as possible. Baek Yuseol casually replied, yeah, I'm ready, probably. Hearing the confirmation, Caliban flashed a dangerous smile, stubborn to the end. HMPH. And just as the tension built up, a professor stepped forward to officiate for both. Since everyone's here, I'll explain the rules. This match will last at least 15 minutes. It continues until one side falls. If any life-threatening danger appears during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Additionally, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to forfeit and the match ends immediately. Then begin. The moment the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast green forest. A clock showing 4 zeros would mark the start of it all. Caliban still exuded confidence as he drew his wand. Facing him, Baek Yuseol grew serious, gripping his light sword to ease some tension. Harlan looked at Azel and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Azel had her own answer ready, obviously the senior. Anyway, Senior Caliban is the heir to the Earth attribute. Earth has super strong defense, and Baek Yuseol's firepower isn't exactly overwhelming. Harlan agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention Earth specializes in terrain control, it can manipulate the battlefield area. Attacks can become way more varied. Can Baek Yuseol's sword even pierce the defense of a third-tier Earth mage? Even though she'd said that earlier, Azel still felt more sadness. Harlan, you're right, there's no way Baek Yuseol can win this match. At least by normal logic, but I still have a tiny bit of faith in him. Back to the fight, Senior Caliban's dangerous aura grew stronger on his face. Today I'll show you what real fear is. Domain, activate. At that, confusion hit. The ground cracked open, but Blink kept flashing repeatedly in front of Baek Yuseol. What Baek Yuseol chose first in fighting the opponent was to keep distance. And once he had a safe gap, Baek Yuseol realized something. With his opponent, Caliban also sensed something similar. Instantly, a new smile carved itself onto Baek Yuseol's face. After smiling, he ran as far as possible. Caliban was left in disbelief at how fast he could move. What the? Sharing the same feeling, Harlan froze and commented on what she saw. Oh, running right from the start without even caring about pride. Azel beside her agreed. Yeah, makes sense. Still, Azel's worry for Baek Yuseol remained, but in this situation, maybe that really was the right move. Back to the fight, Caliban chased after him relentlessly with an angry expression, yelling, "Hey you bastard, get back here." Normally, if he turned back now, that would be weird, who'd turn around after hearing that. Once enough frustration built up, it was time to release it. Caliban gritted his teeth hard. Then, right from where he stood, 3 simple green magic circles formed. Flying rocks. Baek Yuseol was surprised by how quickly his opponent turned the tables. In realizing it, the attack struck ahead, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Azel, Princess Hong Bion, Senior Cho Wang, and Senior Ban Dion all paused their emotions, waiting anxiously. Stopping at a slightly green bush, Caliban smiled and thought, "Good, that definitely hit." The higher the smugness rose, the harder the slap would land. Caliban froze. What the hell is this? Right in front of him appeared a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swinging back and forth. A monkey doll. Because when stunned, people lose their sharp judgment. What the heck, why is it here? The moment he didn't know what to do, the 2 claws on its hands began closing in. A dangerous pressure quickly hit the opponent's senses. Boom, a burst of light exploded, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself. True to his earth mage nature, a green light enveloped Caliban Catalum's entire body. His mind stayed clear, but the uneasy feeling only grew stronger. Ha, I almost got done for. Good thing I increased my body weight to match the Earth's gravity. But that didn't matter anymore when his senses picked up on something strange. An Earth shield formed right behind him, and just as Caliban predicted, the sound of tearing wind rang out. Baek Yuseol appeared at that exact spot and swung a slash with his light sword. A cracking sound echoed, but unfortunately, the sword couldn't pierce through it. Caliban spun around with a smug grin, raising his wand high. die shatter rock. The earth shield he'd created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to form. Caliban was certain he wouldn't miss this time, but the face slap was about to rewrite his perspective right at the explosion's origin. There was nothing there, not even any weird traces. Nothing. Caliban scanned around, sneered, and added a taunt. "Hey newbie kid, is running away all you know how to do? All that talk about knightly spirit, was it just empty words?" Another face slap update came when he stepped on something strange. Then holy crap, his body reacted weirdly. It had been heavy like a lump of earth before, but now it was lifted straight up, teetering and unsteady as he stammered, "Huh, why is my body frozen like this?" losing balance. He staggered and tilted to one side, eyes darting forward. From far away, hidden in the bushes, Beak Yusial watched everything intently. A smile boosted his own confidence, but when it caught Caliban's eye, it felt like pure provocation. "Yeah, that punk is he smiling at me." Pouring all his strength into magic, Caliban bent down and gritted his teeth. Earth gravity. His wand pointed straight at where the kid had been before, but the kid had vanished. Frustrated, furious, and pissed at himself, Caliban scanned frantically to find him again. "You damn annoying brat playing hide-and-seek. Get out here now." Not sure if he picked the angle or not, but another weird thing, like a tennis ball, came flying from afar. Spotting the motion, Caliban dodged sideways and sliced it in half with his wand. "Stop pulling cheap cat tricks." It was a total miss. From the cut on the ball, a slightly bright light shone out. Instead of exploding like a bomb, it was a smoke bomb. Ah, smoke, then it must sting the eyes. Just like that, Caliban went temporarily blind. Tears are falling, game over. But no. Caliban was still there, looking only mildly annoyed. Is this a CS gas grenade? Even though he didn't take much damage, his attention accidentally bumped into a small bell lying on the ground, swaying next to him without him noticing earlier. And what was coming finally came. That light was revealed for everyone to see. Instead of affecting only Caliban in the fight, now it impacted everyone watching from outside. Harlan wondered, "What the heck is that?" Azel narrowed her eyes and judged. "It looks like a flashing device that temporarily blocks vision and sound." From CS gas to flash attacks, this second-year senior seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hong Bion stood in a corner, pursed her lips, and made her own assessment. "That's it. Now, if he can approach slowly and land the finishing blow, that commoner will be the winner." Suddenly something changed, making the princess's eyes widen as she looked down. What now? Down below, Beak Yusial casually pulled out more round objects, preparing to throw. Bingo, the first one hit him square in the face, deforming and spreading pain. The rest couldn't be wasted. Beak Yusial kept using his blink skill to change attack directions. From another viewing angle, Senior Deok Choi Wang and Senior Ban Dion voiced their doubts. Another CS gas round, seems like just some simple smoke mixed in. Yeah, what should I say, Beak Yusial's attacks aren't exactly lethal. Well, he did cause some minor injuries to the opponent. Instead of just tears streaming like before, now there was drool too. Cursing was the only way to vent for the moment. "Beak Yusial, you bastard." Carrying most of his mana, Caliban pulled a massive chunk of earth from under his feet straight up into the sky. Beak Yusial below was somewhat shocked by the impact. Cursing earlier didn't feel right. Caliban cranked up the volume for his next words. "Screw this training crap, I don't need it anymore. I'm fighting you seriously right here, right now." Beak Yusial knew what was coming, so looking dazed was unavoidable. This time, it was Beak Yusial's turn to get hit hard. A gigantic green magic circle with countless overlapping symbols covered the entire area. From dazed earlier, Beak Yusial froze solid with fresh sweat drops. Still, isn't a meteor shower a bit overkill for a first-year student? Already pissed and on edge, now hearing forbidden words. Caliban's eyes reddened as he ground his teeth. "Are you insane? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that." Both Deok Choi Wang and Ban Dion sympathized. Yeah, fair point. When words couldn't change anything, small, sharp stone pillars began poking out from the circle. The countdown started. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand arm raised high, ready to strike. The moment his arm dropped and pointed forward, he poured in more power and shouted, "Die!" The timer kept running, 14 minutes 55 seconds. The dense meteor shower filled the sky, closing in on Beak Yusial more and more. Time reached 14 minutes 57 seconds, and he was still standing there without any sign of preparing to move. Not just that, Beak Yusial looked sleep-deprived, his eyes slowly drooping. Time crawled, 14 minutes 58 seconds, 14 minutes 59 seconds. And the most critical moment arrived, 15 minutes. A long smile spread across his lips. Right when the stone pillars were only a hand's width away, Beak Yusial raised his hand high and declared, I forfeit. Instead of stopping right in front of him, every spell halted under Stella's intervention. The entire plaza suddenly fell eerily silent. Because one thing, they couldn't believe he'd say those words at such a crucial moment. And the most pitiful one right now seemed to be Caliban. From the start, only he had been getting hit non-stop, tricked, eyes stinging, choking on smoke, one frustration after another. After a while, he finally regained some composure. The announcement came, sparring match concluded. Both returned to the real world and stood facing each other. First-year Class S student Beak Usial has forfeited, therefore the winner is second-year Class C Caliban Kadalam. Caliban still couldn't believe it. Is that it? In contrast to that expression, Beak Usial felt his body lighten up. I finally survived. Poor guy's still standing there hearing the announcement. The special training match ended here. His body trembled naturally. Then an angry roar echoed across the entire plaza from a third-year student. The match was over just as most students had predicted. The second year won. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Man, did you see that second year's face? He looked furious enough to go crazy. If I were him, I'd start throwing punches no matter the outcome. You're right. It seemed like the first year had outwardly defeated the second year. This affected how Stella's students analyzed that fighting style. But what exactly were the things Beak Usial used? Were they some new developed items this time? Beak Usial did great, but I was way more drawn to those tools. Senior Ban Dion got pulled into the conversation too. As expected, is it because he likes using magic tools, while normal alchemists fight by utilizing terrain features. But Beak Usial planned the positions of his magic tools from start to finish thanks to his superior mobility. He created favorable terrain by installing items in his area. As expected, that kid is really something special. Senior Deok Choi Wang suddenly interjected with his thoughts. Oh, Myro Yoon said you requested this training, so did you get the result you wanted? Ban Dion observed the people around her again. The result I wanted, yeah. Now second years won't easily mess with first years anymore, right? And sometimes even second years can lose to first years. A bit more small talk from other students. I'm in a bad mood, couldn't see that arrogant top guy's pathetic state. What a shame, same here. Senior Ban Dion concluded. At this level, I guess this is about the result I wanted. Things have gotten really interesting now. Haha, everything's going well. Moving to the Red Hawk Club room, someone slammed their fist hard on the desk. It was Edmono Agilic clenching his fist with a twisted face. Caliban Kadalam, that stupid brat. Not far from there, Princess Hong Bion was sitting and reading some newspaper. It contained info about Assistant Lecturer Altarisha. Alchemist Altarisha develops new future magic engineering technologies. Amid outside discussions about Beak Usial, Princess Hong Bion was lost in her thoughts with a series of battle images. Is this the final outcome of surrendering to let the opponent win? Throughout the entire 15-minute duel, Beak Usial didn't even use his sword properly and only humiliated the senior by using various magic tools. In other words, if he wanted to win, he could have won at any time. Yet he chose not to and deliberately forfeited. The reason is obvious. It would be weird for a first year to beat a second year. So isn't he pointing out that not everything is solved by raw strength? As for Princess Hong Bion, she thought Beak Usial would get angry and crush the senior, but she never imagined he'd humiliate the opponent before withdrawing. Seriously, he really is an unpredictable commoner. In a nearby corner, Edmono Atlik and his faction members were still discussing what to do with Beak Usial. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't I tell them to teach Beak Usial a private lesson? Actually the second years haven't approached Beak Usial individually yet. What? The confused student scratched his face and explained carefully, contrary to rumors. Beak Usial greeted the seniors politely and treated them really kindly. I was going to scold him, but he's so good at chatting that I ended up buying him snacks instead. It was an absurd situation. What the hell? Edmono Atlik was speechless and seemed unable to believe it. Just as they started thinking about next steps, a urgent voice suddenly rang out. Young master. Surprised, both looked in the same direction. It was one of Edmono Atlik's followers who came to the academy. Seeing her appear gave Edmono a bad feeling. What's up? She hesitated but said clearly, the thing is, I just got a call from the Duke. I think you should try contacting him. A phone appeared where needed. Edmono Atlik made the call as if he'd anticipated it before they connected. Oh man, things just got kinda big. Dad contacting me first? Once connected, he answered. Yes, father, it's Edmono. The father's voice replied, I just received a call from the Alchemy City, from the Alchemist Guild. He held up a newspaper. I got extremely important news. The alchemists from Altarisha Research Institute have stopped transferring items to the country because Duke Adalik refused. Do you know anything about this? He replied. Yes, of course not. Why would I say something like that to Altarisha's alchemy school? Even though Edmono denied it, the father repeated the reality, but it was true. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement technique said it herself. In an instant, he went silent. Something strange popped into his mind. A co-author? It didn't take long for him to panic extremely. Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before. Then another thought flashed in his head. His heart started pounding hard as a familiar figure appeared. Is it Beak Usial? Right where he was, a chill ran down his spine with sweat beading on his face. He couldn't say anything more until a special ray of hope flickered. One issue. I'll be straight with you, father, but it's absurd to dare refuse the Adalvit kingdom. Father, do you know how much influence we have over the Alchemy Guild? Not letting his son continue, the father cut in coldly. This is a scientific and technological revolution. It's brand new technology that never existed before, the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is conducting joint research with Altarisha. Edmono Atlik gritted his teeth in the dangerous situation. The Golden Alchemist too. It's way bigger than I thought, right? The father interrupted. As you said, the country will soon restore the trade system, but the Atlik name won't be in it. He got serious about the earlier issues. I'll ask again, are you involved in this incident? Edmono had no answer, and that was enough to give a full reply. Back to Princess Hong Bion. The princess was surprised when someone called her name, Bion. The only one who could address her like that was none other than Edmono Atlik. Confusion showed clearly on her face as Princess Hong Bion replied, Yes, senior. With no other choice, Edmono could only pin his hopes on Princess Hong Bion now. Can you arrange a meeting with Beak Usial? Princess Hong Bion couldn't believe Edmono himself uttered the name he considered disgusting and hateful. After thinking for a moment, Princess Hong Bion narrowed her eyes. Yes, I'll do that. Heading to the southern continent, Howell Glacier, Lower Moon Plain. A breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl with long red hair gazed at the vast space ahead. It was Jelliel. Without any expression, Jelliel spoke to herself. Land prices are rising. At that moment, another figure approached her, trembling, knelt down. Lady Jelliel, please, I beg you. Just this once, show mercy. Above his head appeared a strange number 3. A new knowledge update assigning value points to everything. This point lets one see every creature, person, animal, or object as a number. The lowest value is 0, the highest is 100. She sat down near him, but this person only had 3, a value equivalent to a rock on the street. Then she spoke to him. See, why did you go bankrupt like this? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses. However, he gritted his teeth with a different mindset and lied. This business was supposed to succeed, and you're the one who ruined everything. But everything seemed beyond saving. Bury him. Yes. That voice rang out as the clearest expression of shock. The guards came in and dragged him away amid his extreme screams. Please spare me, Lady Jelliel, Lady Jelliel. Jelliel gave him one final glance. When the sounds faded, she wore a particularly satisfied smile. However, it quickly vanished, returning her to normal. So boring. Kids these days really have no willpower at all. Right as that thought formed, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Jelliel, are you there? Her expression changed faster than Doryman's blink. Jelliel broke into a bright smile with flushed cheeks. The voice belonged to someone different from her earlier introduction. The appearance of this person raised a big question mark. And that special someone was none other than the chairman of Starcloud Company, Melian. My beloved daughter, how have you been lately? Jelliel rushed over and hugged Melian tightly. Dad, how was your trip? Her cheeks flushed even redder. How did the deal go? Was everything okay? Looking at her beaming smile, he happily replied, it's still ongoing. This time, the Altarisha Alchemy School developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of a real battle using an item co-developed by the alchemist. Want to watch it? The smile stayed on her face. That would be really fun. A thought slipped into her mind. Honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with Dad, but I can't say that to him. Then let's go to my room. Okay. Stepping into the new room, a purple orb emitted a lot of light. A brief introduction before playing the specific video. He's a first-year student at Stella Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelliel showed a small surprise at her dad's introduction. An alchemy technique co-author of magical alchemy, and he's just a first-year student. Jelliel started feeling a bit intrigued about this person in her mind. What kind of kid is he? When the screen lit up, Jelliel snapped out of her surprise. Beak Usial's image appeared in crisp 4K quality. Yet through the screen, just like with her dad, he had a question mark color board. A different perspective replaced it. What's weird? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire or the King of Adalvit, I've seen them all with my own eyes. There are two cases where the value of all things can't be measured. She looked more seriously at her dad. More precisely at that small question mark board. One is when the subject is a loved one. Then she secretly glanced back at the screen with him. The other is when the value is hidden to an immeasurable degree. The poster he held showed countless super cool gas orbs. She knew her dad hadn't mentioned the name yet. Jalil grew interested and asked about him. "Dad, what's this person's name?" He smiled and answered his daughter. "His name is Beek Yusial. Remember it well, who knows, maybe you two will meet someday." Not wanting to upset her dad. "If Dad says so, of course I'll remember." A bit more chatting. "By the way, Dad, before you leave, want to play a round of soul chess with me?" The merchant guy smiled. "Why not?" On this side, the red-haired girl was lost in her own thoughts. "He has a value I can't measure. Beek Yusial, I'll remember that name." Back at Stella Academy, more precisely, the person who had just been quietly remembered by someone not long ago, Beek Yusial. He was holding a glass cup and seriously drinking something black. And on the other side, Edmono Atlik showed clear awkwardness and hesitation, unable to let silence waste time. He spoke first after setting the cup down. "I've finished my coffee. If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving." Edmono couldn't believe he was so decisive and blunt. "Ah, wait." Not daring to look at him, "I feel regret about what happened before. It was my fault. I'm deeply remorseful and self-reflecting for looking down on you just because you're a commoner. So please, could you forget what I said earlier and take back what you said too?" He remained indifferent while the other was talking to him. Molding that expression, a deeper thought was reinterpreted by him. What's this? Apologizing or whatever doesn't really matter much, but to avoid the tragic ending for Princess Hong Bion as much as possible, I need to strip away Edmono's political power. To achieve that, Edmono was surprised when his voice turned unusually cold. "I don't want to do it for you. Right now it's better to play hard to get." Switching to something cute. "So what should I do? Let's see." Beek Yusial reached into his shirt. "How about this?" A sheet of paper with writing appeared out of nowhere. This wasn't ordinary paper, it was magic paper, a mysterious sheet where anything could be magically created just by drawing. Beek Yusial continued, "This is a magic oath written on magic paper. Let's bet with me." Edmono looked confused. "A bet." He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. "The game will be soul chess. If I lose here, I'll retract my words. I'll only supply items to the Adalvit kingdom through the Atlik family." Edmono wanted to confirm again. "Soul chess." He added the reverse condition, "but only if I win. Please transfer to me a regular attendance ticket for the Aslan conference." Edmono clearly sensed danger in those words. "What?" He calmly listened as the other spoke next. "Now do you think that's reasonable?" He squinted. "Of course not. The Aslan Conference is a public discussion forum where members of prestigious magic families gather for academic group discussions. Only families with real prestige in the magic elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions for attendance. Attended last year and presented an outstanding thesis to be recognized for the next year. Have a paper that can be presented at Aslan. You can receive transfer rights to attend, or become one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Because worldwide, it's where genius mages gather to determine superiority. Participating in Aslan and even maintaining that status proves ability. The Duke Atlik family has attended the Aslan conference for decades. It's a key factor in sustaining their power. I'm aiming for that. He tucked the paper back into his shirt. Beek Yusial closed his eyes and added, "If you don't like it, never mind." Right as he took a few steps away, a hesitant but firm voice stopped him. "Wait." Edmono's face sank to the point of depression. "You just said soul chess." Since he'd said that, a long smile spread across his lips. With deep danger and eyes to match, "Fine, I'll sign it. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow." He held his expression for a long time until the opponent slipped into his pocket. A full day passed, leading to something important. Moving to the next day, students gathered in much larger numbers than usual. They were surely heading to one event. Those who didn't know got told by those who did. "Why are so many people at the cafe today?" Senior Edmono, the final year guy, is betting a soul chess game with his first-year junior. No way, really. The focus pointed straight behind Beek Yusial with chatter. "In Stella Academy, who could beat Senior Edmono at soul chess? What fearless junior is that?" He had the answer but didn't say it. "That's me." He let out a light sigh and looked elsewhere. "You guys think I like this? From the start, I had zero interest in soul chess." "But what?" He startled when he saw a student signaling. "He's here." Senior Edmono and Princess Hong Bion, plus another student carrying something, arrived. Edmono Atlik confidently acting as today's center. He was concerned about something similar. As expected, he brought Princess Hongbion along. Today, Princess Hongbion was super grumpy. Grumpiness doubled when the chatter included her. Wow, the princess looks so beautiful today, isn't it, like they're secretly dating? The day was going fine, but suddenly one shoulder got shadowed, carrying all her grumpiness and irritation. Princess Hongbion focused on Baek Yuseol, wondering what was up. Why is she staring at me so intensely? Did I do something wrong? Unable to do anything after all that sulking, Princess Hongbion crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and picked a seat. Another student brought out a chessboard divided into many black and white squares. Up until now, Princess Hongbion hadn't understood much about him. This time was the same. Her mood felt anxious. What is Baek Yuseol thinking? Edmono has played Seoul chess since he was 5 and is called a Seoul chess prodigy. Not just Stella, but across all of Adolvit, few play Seoul chess better than Edmono. But why did he choose the sport Edmono is best at? Baek Yuseol is an idiot. As if reading Princess Hongbion's mind, Edmono Achilek smiled at her like a familiar item. Keeping that smile, he turned back to this decisive chessboard. Honestly, it was surprising that Baek Yuseol set the Aslan attendance condition beyond expectations. He placed his hand on the white pieces and thought further, but this actually works out better. Now it's time. I'll make you feel humiliated first. Hongbion picked up a chess piece, her smile turning slightly inhuman. Let's start the game. Finally, one last check and confirmation. Edmono Achilek, brimming with confidence in his sure win, reiterated the bet. Once you've signed the magic paper, breaking the oath means losing all your mana completely. You understand that, right? Baek Yuseol showed no unusual reaction and replied, of course. But in this matter, he truly felt like he was playing a bit dirty and sneaky. I don't have any mana anyway, so breaking the agreement doesn't matter to me at all. Edmono Achilek placed one final piece right in the center of the sharp point. Letting go, he invited him. The pieces are all set in position, your move first. Baek Yuseol had a quick thought. He's giving up first move advantage in such an important bet. Reaching into his shirt, looks like he's completely underestimated me. He made full use of the encyclopedia glasses right down to the last breath. Alright, things are looking better for me. At this point, let's briefly explain some rules of Seoul chess. Seoul chess is played on an octagonal board. You select 20 pieces from 200 types and place them on the board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, each piece and square has its own unique attributes and abilities. Strategically combining them to capture the opponent's king and win is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a 10-year veteran of Seoul chess battles, it's no easy feat, but PvP is way more fun than this game anyway. Baek Yuseol chose the black pieces, then locked his gaze on his opponent. Moreover, Edmono Achilek was one of the top Seoul chess players not just at Stella, but across all of Adolvit. That confidence completely clouded Edmono's reason. I'm really surprised he bet on Aslan attendance rights but challenged me in Seoul chess of all things. What an arrogant commoner brat. I'll crush you so hard you'll never dare challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, since Baek Yuseol had been given first move, he prepared his opening. Then let's begin. As if isolated in an undefined space, both were completely cut off from outside perception. Edmono noticed the setup Baek Yuseol had prepared. It showed an unusual level of surprise, yet at the same time revealed something completely unpredictable. What kind of layout is this? It feels like his pieces are positioned to subtly dismantle my strategy. It can't just be random coincidence, right? Anyway, a commoner like this kid couldn't possibly have accumulated much Seoul chess experience. Baek Yuseol began adjusting his opening pieces smoothly. Since you gave me first move, I'll take it. Just the first move already overwhelmed a player like Edmono. Not only did he move his queen right from the start, this guy charged straight into my formation. He lifted a piece resembling a knight. This could prove the guy was an idiot. A confident smile stretched across his lips. The white knight was placed firmly on a white square. As soon as the piece moved, a special change vaguely appeared from the previous move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked back one of Baek Yuseol's pieces behind it. The leading knight Edmono was confident he had seized the advantage. So stupid, he dared push his queen into a sacrificial dangerous position right from the start. Revealing the piece's trait, Swift Knight can move across the board with its special mobility. On one side, Baek Yuseol played seriously. On the other, Edmono moved with meticulous confidence. Continuing with the knight charging forward, wherever it went, Baek Yuseol's pieces were knocked away and vanished. Still the knight, relentlessly pushing ahead. At that very moment, Edmono could no longer hide the inner glee he'd kept from the start. he covered his face and laughed shakily. Once the trembling passed, his true nature gradually came to light. Unbelievable, I never thought you'd play so recklessly. I could end this even before I moved to the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmono Agilic brought out one of his favorite tactics, Flames of Destruction. The core of this strategy lies in the tight coordination of 3 Swift Knights. Step 1. Use the Swift Knight's mobility to disrupt the enemy. Step 2. Deploy 5 Fire Pawns to safely seize map control. Create Burning Terrain, a special map that reduces defense for fire-weak pieces and boosts damage for fire element pieces. If he reached this phase, Beak Usial would have no chance. Although that was the plan, the moment Beak Usial moved his arm for a new step. Edmono seemed to spot the mistake. It should have been that way. In a white square on the black side, a piece suddenly appeared without warning. Edmono realized the error. An invisible pawn. It had its own unique info. Iron Shackle Trap creates a prison in a designated area. Any piece trapped cannot move for 5 turns. The 3 rampaging white knights were now chained in red shackles along the same row. Panic began for the damned Edmono. My Swift Knights. The invisibility effect was supposed to end after 3 turns. Why? And then the surprise wasn't over for him because the next info was revealed. Invisible Pawn. The pawn remains hidden during the match. Invisibility ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before the effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 turns. Sweat dripped, but that dangerous smile appeared again. That bastard deliberately sacrificed his queen early to trigger this effect. His hands froze. It's fine, the effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Plus, this turn I'll activate Burning Domain. The white piece placed on a black square ignited flames across the entire board. Burning Domain reduces defense by 30% for all non-fire pieces. Fire pieces gain 200% damage, a terrain that weakens the opponent's defense against fire and boosts the owner's attack. Completing this goal is extremely difficult because it requires holding points in 5 different locations. Once achieved, the advantage tilts decisively. Edmono stared at Beak Usial. How about it, Beak Usial? The domain is activated. Next turn you're done. Beak Usial remained strangely calm. But then another hand movement changed everything, sending a wave of unease crashing into his thoughts. Edmono watched intently, not missing a thing. Another invisible pawn, you sneaky bastard. But no matter what he placed, when this turn passed, Edmono the chess master failed to notice Beak Usial's move. Then the move landed and Edmono froze, blurting out a stupid word in his mind. Ha. Edmono hadn't realized how an ordinary pawn had somehow seized control of a specific point. A black piece appeared in a white square, claiming terrain reversal. When you capture while the opponent's terrain is active, you gain the reversal effect. In other words, the raging burning domain instantly turned into frozen domain. Activated, ice terrain, flames vanish, ice pillars rise. Edmono gradually lost the control he wanted. With the reversal effect, ice element damage increased 200%. The hidden reversal condition was met. Gaining an extra attack turn, 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights, and the environment neutralized. Edmono tried to calm himself with his earlier arrogance. What the hell? He saw through my entire strategy. Edmono rolled his eyes to look closer at him. No, impossible, it must be coincidence. Just by adjusting his glasses, Edmono took in the sight of Beak Usial holding him firmly in the palm of his hand, a true chess monster slowly revealing itself, pale and terrifying. At the same time, his mouth opened uncontrollably. Coincidence, right? One white knight still wasn't trapped. Wake up, he can't possibly have you in the palm of his hand. Edmono could only clutch his clueless pants pitifully as another bead of sweat fell. Edmono pressed his lips tight. I've faced countless opponents like this. Just hold out until the next turn, then I can turn the tables. If I endure, I win. Swallowing hard, his surface grew even stiffer. That's all, the once bright face gradually sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of confidence, disappointment dragged Edmono into an isolated dimension. Can I really beat him? Can my turn come back? Beak Usial's pieces moved without the slightest hesitation. Edmono shrank smaller in the scene. If Edmono wanted to be the king, right now Beak Usial was like Saitama. He crossed his arms in his chair, switching to serious mode, then added a few compliments for his opponent in his thoughts. Edmono's skill really isn't bad. In fact, it's quite strong. In the world of beating Edmono at Soul Chess, it's always been one of the toughest challenges. But after 10 years, crazy veterans appeared. This guy is seriously insane. One veteran who played thousands of games against Edmono finally wrote a perfect strategy. No more hiding, Beak Yusial wore a bright smile, and that strategy was stored right in these stated glasses. In other words, he was playing soul chess with an entire detailed encyclopedia guide in hand. The next black piece was selected and placed on a black square. It differed from the traits he knew. Thunder Bishop unleashes lightning strikes, dealing 200% damage to frozen enemies. If frozen targets are linked, the strike becomes chain lightning. Under the piece's hood, a lightning crack appeared. The yellow of lightning and energy, rays gradually converged. The blue of ice and snow covering the board completely shifted to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmono stared in despair at the rapid change. All the white pieces vanished, only black pieces remained. The once gold expression turned into Edmono, bitterly accepting a truth he himself voiced. The voice gradually ended with one sentence: "Yes, thank you for the match." Absolute silence. On the board now only black and darkness remained. Turning off the lights couldn't help Edmono Achlik anymore. Very quickly afterward, non-stop exclamations came from the students one after another. One of them mustered the courage to speak directly. "Wait," forming the first group of three, buzzing excitedly. "Insane. Did you just see that? Senior Edmono lost. How did that happen? Was it strategy or a joke? His tactics were that crazy." Edmono Achlik sat motionless, ignoring the disruptive sounds. For the first time facing an opponent who moved pieces coldly and ultralogically, those things turned an arrogant Edmono into an emotionless one. And then the unwanted scene unfolded. Princess Hongbyun was talking and standing right next to Beak Yusial. Thoughts swirled in Edmono's head. "I lost, and in soul chess of all things." Edmono still couldn't accept this reality. As the two left, the product contract was lost, and he even lost his Aslan attendance rights. Hands trembling, thoughts increasingly chaotic. What do I do? If my dad finds out about this, will my life end right here? The student in charge of the board noticed the change from Senior Edmono while arranging. With a decisive motion, the board remained intact after Edmono's dangerous hard punch on the table. Pent-up anger erupted instantly. Damn it all. Because of this action, some outside students didn't dare intervene deeply. They could only leave before things got worse. Very quickly, the silent space held only Edmono, covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just when he seemed to fall into despair, a familiar voice rang out to untie the uncomfortable knot. "Senior." Looking up, Edmono wasn't mistaken. It was Princess Hongbyun. When the other noticed him, Princess Hong adjusted and spoke in her calmest voice. "I'll try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We'll secure the product business rights. I'll ask him to retract the statement he made about the Duke Achlik family." Edmono was surprised as if he couldn't believe his ears. A surge of excitement made him more open in his next words. "Really? Is that true? Thank you, Bion. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay this help?" The princess's gentle voice cut in a bit. "Repay, you say repay. I was born to be queen." Going through one final emotional loop, Edmono returned to the feeling right after losing to Beak Yusial. It had been a long time since Princess Hong showed danger in her expression. "So naturally, I care about those who will become my vassals." Princess Hong turned and left coldly. "Next, I'll go meet Beak Yusial." Edmono's voice suddenly became unusually small. "I haven't become your vassal yet, Princess Hong." Just after she left a short distance, Edmono's heart-wrenching scream shattered what was left of the final silence. Yes, at first their relationship was like king and vassal. Edmono had used his power to manipulate it, trying to change it. But now, with the power balance broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Princess Hong's confident smile swept away all the tension she'd carried for so long. The story's direction shifted back to the protagonist Beak Yusial. Stella Academy actually has a phone booth. Right now, Beak Yusial was contacting the owner of a phone on the other end. "Hello, yes, please hold off all transactions with Adolvit merchants for the next month." He smiled and suggested an alternative. "For now, we plan to distribute only through royal personnel. Is that okay?" The quick reply came through. "Of course I'll do that. Anything you want. Thank you, assistant lecturer." With the planned task done, he disconnected. Stepping outside, he stretched a lot to breathe fresh air and relax. Phew, finally finished. Good thing everything ended safely. But as for the Aslan ticket, it's not really that useful, huh? So what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically get placed among the 12 rising stars. While he was deep in those thoughts, someone interrupted with a voice. "Commoner." Who else could call him so bluntly besides Princess Hong, who was still here? That said, Princess Hong hoped he was still nearby. As she approached Beak Yusial, he reached into his shirt as if to pull something out. "Ah, you came at just the right time." A sheet of paper was held out in front of her. "Here's a new contract." Princess Hong's eyes widened in confusion. He didn't hide anything and stated his plan right away. The Altarisha school will only distribute through the Adalvit royal family for 1 month. How you use it is up to whatever you want to do with it. Princess Hong carefully examined the details of the new contract. Then she quickly clutched the paper tightly when he suddenly said something a bit dismissive. Well then, I'll be off. She didn't want him to leave so quickly. Gathering all her courage, Princess Hong spoke up. This time I owe you. Her cheeks flushed redder and her voice grew softer. Thank you. Noticing the clear change in her behavior, Baek Yuseol looked back a bit flustered and replied shortly, Sure. A thought slipped in. Lucky I got a thank you from her. Knowing she hadn't adjusted her emotions well, Princess Hong felt shy but spoke more cautiously. Hey, you said back then there be a price for helping me. If you tell me what it is, I'll pay it right away. On this matter, it seemed Baek Yuseol hadn't really thought it through yet. He touched one cheek and looked away. The price, huh? Actually, the price Baek Yuseol wants is pretty simple. He stared straight at Princess Hong. It was too obvious. Hong Byeon won't be tainted by evil. Instead, she'll choose the good things and together with me build the best possible happy ending. This time, it was Princess Hong's turn not to dare look directly at him. Seeing her like that, he didn't voice it but kept it in his heart, yet he couldn't suddenly say, I hope you become a good person. So, drawing on 29 years of life experience, he gave the most appropriate and exemplary response for the situation. Then Princess Hong, look forward to the results. Both of us turn cute and chat, buy me a meal. What? Rubbing his stomach, he smiled innocently. Just treat me to one meal. I want to eat until I'm stuffed with a meal bought by the princess. Princess Hong was surprised and never expected the price he mentioned to be so strange. She stood frozen for a long moment before a faint smile replaced it, her cheeks flushing red again. All right then, follow me. Baek Yuseol's footsteps changed, and he arrived at a new place. One thing was certain, he had come here with the princess via the car parked beside them. He stared at the car with sweat dripping nonstop. In the 10 years I played this game, cash items appeared everywhere. The cars in this world are seriously luxurious. Not letting Baek Yuseol keep staring at the car and get in, Princess Hong turned back to remind him with a confident smile and sparkling stars on her side. He tore his eyes away from the car and followed the princess inside. She brought me all the way here, what's she planning? With the princess's current money, I should pick at least the 5 best dishes in Etha, right? But reality was about to slap him pretty hard. Standing to the side, Princess Hong showed him a special restaurant. Black bean noodles were here. Surprised yet, shocked yet, what could top the endless question marks and dazed face on him? And he'd even dreamed of a beautiful dream. Where's my big salmon belly? Where's my caviar canapé with fish roe? And the creamy truffle mushroom risotto too. When the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into 2 opposing sides. The shining stars shifted to Princess Hong Byeon along with her collapse. The waiter was still there waiting for them to order. Even with many stars, the princess's expression was unusually serious. These dishes look a bit unfamiliar. Found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what would make Baek Yuseol happiest. Hong Byeon recalled her conversation with Tyrend. He said there's a story from his past tied to this place. Really, expensive food doesn't mean anything to Baek Yuseol. From the past I happened to glimpse, I learned the dish he treasures most. That confidence led her to point confidently at one item on the menu. One of this, please. Coming closer, it was black bean noodles. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol casually raised his hand to order, but not what the princess expected. Give me 3 bowls of champong and 1 portion of tangsuk, huh? Princess Hong was flustered. He widened his eyes questioningly. What, can I order 3 bowls? Princess Hong similarly. No, that's not the issue. This time, Princess Hong forced herself to rethink. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Is that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Byeon realized her mistake. No way, that's right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hasn't overcome his past. He still regrets those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness when he was young. The waiter brought the ordered dishes. The food arrived. Thank you. Princess Hong lowered her head and gradually felt ashamed for bringing him here. For him, black bean noodles aren't nostalgia. They're a symbol of regret, and I didn't even realize that. Though she realized it a bit late, the princess chose to speak to him right away. Sorry for treating you to a meal at a place like this. Baek Yuseol didn't notice what the princess was thinking and just opened his mouth slightly. It's fine. Raising his hand high with wide eyes, life sometimes unexpectedly makes your wallet not work well. But since she's a princess, adding more food to the bill is fine, right? He spoke up. Sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the soul chess match between Edmono Atalik and Baek Yuseol had been widely spread by the students present. A A huge rumor quickly swept through the academy uncontrollably. What? Senior Edmono lost to Beak Usial? Naturally, the question of why came up. The reason was revealed by many students who overheard the cafe conversation. The truth shocked even more than the apology rumor. I heard this from Aiken, a close aide from the Athlic family. In reality, it seems Senior Edmono did that because Beak Usial is the co-developer of the alchemy magic technique. Just the rumor that Edmono Athlic apologized to first year. And Beak Usial being the co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique shocked Stella Academy. His name spread not only to Arcanium, but even to the Dark Mages. Moving to the first tower, the Vice Principal's office tower, Iki Haiden crossed his arms with an emotionless, cold face. That guy is really annoying, just a commoner. Plus, didn't he interfere with Mason Tyron's plan? The mysterious figure hiding their identity opposite asked, "Should we handle this quietly?" Aki Haiden hardened his face and dismissed the idea. HMPH, nonsense. If one Stella student goes missing without reason, everything gets turned upside down. Giving Aslan attendance rights to someone like him displeases me, but taking it from him would be easier than from the Atlic family. We need to pay attention to the name Beak Usial from now on, monitor him for the time being. A new exchange replaced it, more important, the status of Mason. The mysterious figure answered shortly. She's suppressing her dark mana with the cult leader's control magic, but it could erupt any time. Haiden had to reassess. It's still not the right time. The Familia contract signing ceremony is coming up. If she really goes berserk and disrupts the Spirit King, the backlash will be even messier. Raiden, monitor Mason's condition. That way we can use it to divert Eltman Eltwin's attention when needed. Professor Raiden nodded seriously. Understood. With Iki Haiden's final instructions, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the science building. A nearly deserted area inside, the lights were off, creating a dim laboratory. Shattered glass tubes, broken experimental tools including microscopes in pitiful condition, though a few papers were still acceptable. Inside the room, Professor Raiden clenched his fists, looking at something on the floor emitting dark energy, groaning in anger. Since this was a mission, priority was to resolve what needed attention. Facing him now was the transformed form of Professor Mason Tyron, unable to stand steady amid everything happening. Professor Raiden thought inwardly, this is getting pretty serious. Mason, now with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you come here to tell me to wait longer? If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position?" Raiden outside remained calm, but inside showed great contempt. Ridiculous. After a lifetime of stealing what belongs to others, you still dream of reclaiming your original position as if it truly was yours. However, Raiden decided to show mercy. Your usefulness has ended. Once the plagiarism investigation starts, you'll be stripped of all positions and expelled from the academy. Mason Tyron panicked, regaining reason with a voice full of accusation. Then why did Iki Haiden leave me here? Raiden coldly answered decisively, "You've been completely corrupted. As another purpose, you can surely fulfill that role. That's why you were left here." Mason Tyron trembled and gradually lost control of herself. "Ha, you're trying to make me go mad and lose control, aren't you, you damned bastard?" When Mason bared her fangs ready to rage, Raiden interrupted her again. "Then leave this place." Mason was shocked as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What?" Something dark blue rolled across the long carpet toward the west, to paradise. Raiden turned his back. "Our comrades are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release magic to stop your corruption." As Raiden reached the stairs, Mason's voice stopped his footsteps. "Why are you letting me live?" Raiden didn't need to turn back. "I just don't want to see my own people die so pathetically." When Raiden completely left, Professor Mason was able to stand and walk step by step toward the crystal. Without hesitation, Mason picked up the orb in her hand. Continuing in an undetermined direction, she stopped beside a table with annual plans, observing longer what was on it, more precisely the things she herself had noted. But when focusing deeper on one item, uncontrolled dark magic surged out, suppressing all her resentment. Mason gradually unleashed dark claws, digging deep, gradually giving birth to tyrannical thoughts. "How dare you? Do you really think I'll leave after you turn me into this without doing anything? I'll tear everything to shreds." What Mason just tore was the Familia contract signing ceremony. Time passed very quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students had their first field trip to the cradle of the Celestial Tree to participate in the Familia contract signing ceremony. Massive airships began departing on a new journey. In one room, Azel's figure along with some other classmates began enjoying a meal. Opposite Azel, two classmates exchanged looks, speaking of which about Beak Usial. He got scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him anymore. "Ah, I heard that too. I even heard he's really the co-developer of that alchemy magic technique, right?" After that rumor spread, even some seniors personally came to apologize to him. The classmates looked at Azel and asked quietly, "Azel, do you know about that?" Azel held a bun and answered naturally, "No." The classmates continued, "Anyway, related to Beak Usial for real?" She took a small bite of the bun. Azel was lost in thought, thinking a bit about him. "Is it just my mood? I don't know why I feel like the distance between me and Beak Usial is growing. It gives me a lonely feeling." But the other classmates didn't think the same. A smile appeared. "Honestly, I thought Beak Usial and Azel were dating or something. Just bitten but not chewed yet." Azel spat everything out. Seeing Azel's strange reaction, the friends immediately concerned. "You okay? Water here." "Thanks. He seems really close with Princess Hongbion lately, right?" "Hey, anyway, could a princess really be charmed by a commoner?" Someone drinking water continued the story. "But lately the princess's eyes when looking at Beak Usial aren't normal." This time Azel coughed nonstop. "Azel, drink slowly." Nearby at this moment, Flame noticed it was Azel. Azel was currently being cared for by the other classmates. Flame stopped but thought something more, then decided to continue wherever she was going, but the concern couldn't escape. Azel seems quite harmonious with friends. If it were normal, right now she'd be here alone arguing with Hongbion already. Is something changing in a place I do know? All these things, are they because of Beak Usial's influence? "Hey, you showed up. I've been looking for you forever. Hey, can I ask you for a favor?" Flame startled at his sudden appearance. "Ah, you scared me. Who knew you'd appear like this?" Amid her startled mood, Flame asked, "What is it?" Something he brought out and confusion took over. "Pick me a flower here. Handbarum flower. One-wind flower." Flame paused a beat to ask back, "Handbarum flower, the kind that always faces one direction. You think I'm an automatic flower vending machine or what?" Though she said and thought that, her hand still reached toward the soil box he held out. A moment later, Flame's magic activated, emerald light highlighting one spot. Very quickly, in that box appeared a beautiful 5-petaled white flower shimmering. Beak Usial smiled with squinted eyes, having gotten what he wanted. "Thanks." Flame crossed her arms, knowing he was up to something. "What exactly are you planning to use this for?" Right after saying that, Flame vaguely realized something. So a direct question replaced toward him. "Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go to the 4th floor." Beak Usial was surprised Flame could guess. "Of course I have to go. What else would I take it for?" Flame couldn't help but add a few more words, keeping her body careful, otherwise this time it would naturally get cut off. He showed a question mark, not understanding anything. Flame knew she misspoke and quickly looked away. "No, nothing." However, she startled a bit when Beak Usial proactively asked back, "What about you? You okay?" Confusion took over, asking if I'm okay. "What do you mean?" He tucked the flower into his bag with a bright smile. "Just that you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice." Flame turned her face away. "It's not like that, you nosy guy." Her face flushed uncontrollably. "If you're worried about me, I won't thank you anyway." Beak Usial looked back with a faint smile. From far away in a shadowy corner, someone was secretly watching their exchange. "Looks like you're thanking me. I told you it's not seriously dishonest. Oh, give me back the flower."
Right now, at the Menon Tower area, 2 figures dressed in what looked like the 13th Division uniforms were gazing toward the distant lights ahead. The residence of Mason Tyrn, the one who vanished under the name Stella, was no longer known to anyone. Starting today, first-year students in the research major will begin their extracurricular activities. Special activities involving dark magic will take place there. There's a chance Mason Tyrn will participate, so please stay alert. The isolated space and the flood of information quickly dissolved, pulling both of them back to the endless plane. And then the person beside Commander Keen, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, was currently complaining loudly about that piece of news. "Oh, come on. Why is the Ivory Tower Master so obsessed with Stella anyway?" Commander Keen didn't like that tone. He straightened his voice seriously and said, "The Ivory Tower Master possesses prophetic abilities. Stop spouting nonsense and follow me." Vice Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that tone. She immediately made an exaggerated pout and shot back. "Yeah, right, prophecy. More than half of them are always wrong anyway." Though that was true, Keen still held firm to his position. In most cases, it's because we resolve the issue before those disasters even occur, or perhaps other factors prevented them before we even arrived. Hazen Macaron gave in with that reasoning. A light magic spell formed at her hand. "Anyway, our captain is way too obsessed with the Magic Tower Master, and it looks like he's in some trouble because of those words too." Keen didn't want their time stalled here by more back and forth. "All right, let's move quickly." Instantly, linked magic circles formed, and just like that, the two vanished in the blink of an eye. Back to the main topic, Stella Academy frequently had more field trips than planned throughout its development. They had established teleportation gates at over 20 dedicated locations for airships. One particularly notable example was the cradle of the heavenly spirit tree, the very place nurturing the cloud flowers of the High Elf King. This time, Instructor Lee had gathered the students in a fairly spacious area. His voice carried a sense of responsibility as he spoke. Listen up, everyone. After attending the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the familia contract signing will begin tomorrow. Feel free to use your time wisely until the assembly time. The 12 students replied in unison, yes, sir. Once freed from time and space constraints, each student split off to do what they wanted. And this time, attention turned to Flame. She was looking around as if searching for something. When she gazed at the lush green canopies, Flame shook off her tension and smiled. Maybe because I'm surrounded by nature, I feel so relaxed right now. But then Flame's target appeared when she shifted her gaze elsewhere. And the one she was aiming for was none other than Beak Yusial. Flame noticed Beak Yusial, but Beak Yusial himself remained completely unaware of. Flame felt a bit disappointed by that, but she had no intention of approaching him, and simply watched his back grow farther and farther away. Is he wandering around alone? Lost in thought, Flame completely failed to notice someone else. Jeremy Scanbin smiled brightly and cheerfully said, "Hello, Flame." Instantly, Flame's face scrunched up, of course. She was extremely annoyed. She walked past lightly without even glancing at that handsome, smiling face. Yeah, Jeremy kept the same expression, even though he was blatantly ignored. Just as Flame was about to leave completely, Jeremy quickly stopped her with words, "You're not going to show me that face again. You look so pissed, it's kinda cute." Flame looked back in confusion. What are you even talking about? Jeremy stepped closer step by step. If you have time, could you come with me for a bit? Flame stood frozen in place. I don't have time. A brief silence formed, but Jeremy quickly revealed his not-so-good boy nature. More precisely, he looked like a killer who didn't get what he wanted. One more time. Why don't you think about it again? Flame realized she was stunned, unable to believe Jeremy could show that kind of expression right now. Very quickly, it merged with her own thoughts. This guy really is dangerous. Jeremy wasn't simply stopping there. In the moment when she didn't know what to do, someone else suddenly stepped in to block for Flame. Flame found it hard to believe this person had appeared. It was Hei Wenryong. He helped Flame untangle the situation. "Prince, that's enough. Do you realize how rude and forceful your actions are?" Jeremy smiled mockingly. "Oh, how come I didn't know that?" When Jeremy spoke with that smile, normal people would naturally turn away and avoid him. However, it had no effect on someone standing at the pinnacle of the magic world as the heir to the magic tower. Tears welled up as the two boys stared each other down. Flame stood in the middle sweating bullets and analyzing. Oh my god, what the hell is this situation? Now that they'd clashed, some kind of scheme began brewing on Jeremy's every expression. Leaving behind one serious and one bewildered person, Jeremy walked away and returned to normal, waving. "It seems your friend misunderstood something, so I'll head back for today. See you next time, okay?" With that, Jeremy completely left, abandoning the two there. Though everything seemed to go relatively smoothly, Flame still sensed something unsettling. Right after she voiced her reproach toward the one who stayed. "Hey Wenryong, what the hell were you thinking? You dared to block Jeremy's way. Do you think provoking the Scanbin family is a smart move?" Hei Wenryong seemed unfazed by the criticism. "Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is extremely dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it. And right now, you've become the thing he wants most." Flame knew that better than Hei, so she was genuinely considering what she needed to do right now. However, a new perspective from Hei Wenryong confused her. "You already have. Or maybe you actually trust him." Indeed, Flame couldn't believe Hei Wenryong would say something like that. This time, Flame shot back unexpectedly. "Who are you talking about?" Hei Wenryong was stunned from where he stood. He turned his back and tried to walk away quickly. "Sorry, I spoke out of turn." "Huh," Flame looked at him suspiciously. "Hey, who is he anyway?" Yeah, Hei Wenryong suddenly realized his body was gradually losing control due to something very strange. Right after, he pressed his forehead with his hand and dropped to one knee. Flame knew something was wrong and quickly called out, "Hei Wenryong." Flame hurried closer with concern. "Are you okay?" However, Hei Wenryong quickly raised his hand to stop her. The headache flared again. Hei still stood up and continued walking away. "I'm fine." How could Flame believe that? Fine? What do you mean fine? As he walked away just like Beak Yusial had earlier, Flame tried to hold him back. "Wait, Hei Wenryong." And that couldn't happen. When the other left, Flame still had no idea what was going on. Hei Wenryong. An unsettling feeling once again enveloped her already uneasy mood. Something felt very off. She tried to leave too. Hei Wenryong moved into a less noticeable alley and leaned against the wall. He supported his body and analyzed within his consciousness. He didn't know when this unclear symptom had started becoming more severe, his vision gradually blurring. Damn it, at this rate, How am I supposed to complete the familiar contract ceremony? While he was puzzled, Hay suddenly jolted when a familiar voice rang out. Oh, who do we have here? Though Hay had only heard that voice a few times during their encounters, the moment he slowly turned his head, he confirmed the person, Professor Mason. Half his face hidden under a black cloak, his appearance shrouded in shadow. Professor Mason approached step by step, full of his own surprise. I was wondering where my seat had gone. Turns out there's one right here. Perfect timing. I didn't expect the corruption to have progressed this far already. Hay panicked at those words. Professor, what are you talking about? The professor's hand, infused with dark magic, extended forward, danger rising to a peak. Come now, don't resist, because from this moment, you will become my limb. Hay understood exactly what situation he had fallen into. No, he tried to push himself to wake up. Don't come any closer. Hay's consciousness gradually darkened. Fragments of memories standing and talking with Flame surfed. They kept filling that memory, but gradually they faded and merged into the darkness, leaving only the final image of Flame. The scene shifted to the enormous twin towers belonging to the Elf Kingdom, where a long-eared demi-human stood before some kind of gate. It was Orenha, the aide to the Elf King. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Your Majesty, if you don't appear at this birthday ceremony, the Council of Elders will make things different. Their intention was to seize control of the gate, leading to the sacred tree garden. Spirit King Chatsioren was cradling something wrapped in green cloth in her arm. After a long moment of consideration, she replied to Orenha, I understand, I'll come out soon. You may leave. Orenha let out a soft breath and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Footsteps faded away, leaving a slightly heavy atmosphere around the Spirit King. A long while later, she turned her back. A cloak had been draped over her head. A thought arose, when was the last time I could freely enjoy my freedom? Even covering her body like this could only hold for about an hour, adding another cloth to hide her face. But none of it could conceal the deep sadness within her. Please, let everything go smoothly this time. Chatsioren walked with a few attendants following behind. The Spirit King appeared amid falling white snowflakes. At the same time, the disguise created an abstract, otherworldly beauty. The long-eared tribespeople following bowed respectfully at the appearance of the one said to be the Spirit King. The long cloak trailed like a wedding dress over the beautiful flower. Crossing a wooden bridge was the next necessary step, and stopping only when the white spring, continuously flowing, came into view. Chatsioren stared intently at it. Almost done now, she had finished praying. Now she just needed to turn back the way she came. However, things were no longer smooth when a terrifying pressure suddenly affected her body. And then precisely, a male student figure from the academy locked eyes deep into her mind. The aura was strangely concealed, but surely it was dark magic force shifting her gaze toward another direction. A no ordinary dark mage was sneaking into this heavenly land, but in another sense, only she, the Elf Queen, could sense it. The others were still firmly holding their role. Chatsioren's eyes changed. Unease gradually merged and solidified her thoughts. Judging from the knight's reactions, it seemed only she could feel the dark magic force. During the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Spirit King was not permitted to convey any will, but she couldn't just let a dark mage dare invade the cradle of the heavenly flower forest. Her own fist clenched tighter. No choice left, she would have to confront it personally. Chatsioren once again shifted her observation angle. Otherwise, it was still the Elf Kingdom. Flame's figure hurriedly searched for something along the wide path. Sweat droplets fell and her thoughts revealed what she intended to do. Seeing He Wenryong's strange condition, I chased after him, but where did he go? Flame scanned around but had lost track of him. But suddenly from an alley, someone with a deep voice called her name loudly. Flame. Flame startled. The one who appeared was exactly the person she was looking for. He Wenryong. A heavy pressure gradually spread from his body. Flame unconsciously called, He Wenryong. Her heart pounded wildly. Her pupils dilated abnormally. She tried to speed up her thoughts. This ominous aura, could it be dark magic force? From some angle, He Wenryong's eyes had changed. A profound black had enveloped his snow-white pupil. Damn it, I don't know what's happening. But luckily, the corruption process in He Wenryong hasn't completed yet. Right now, I can still bring him back to normal. Thinking that, Flame quickly shouted at the person standing in front of her. Calm down, He Wenryong, calm down. He Wenryong stared silently for a long moment and said nothing more. Instead, he slumped down. Suddenly, a continuous thudding sound rang out, and then the dark magic pressure spread even more. Flame couldn't shake off the tension. It only grew worse than before. As expected, He Wenryong stared fixedly at Flame, and he asked, Why are you avoiding me? Flame quickly replied instinctively, what do you mean? At this point, the worsening situation made Flame's face grow even paler. She took a step back, instinctively searching for an escape route for herself. Ah, but at that moment, the corruption from the darkness revealed what Hei Wenryong had been hiding. Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy? With a flustered expression, her mouth slightly agape, Flame replied firmly, No, please don't think that way. A white light tinged with purple suddenly surged from behind her, rushing forward in front of Flame. An indescribable sensation, and that thudding sound rushed back once more. Right then, the dark magic force swelled to its limit. A bolt like black lightning struck down, triggering a massive explosion as expected. The light just now signified someone charging forward, and that person had shielded Flame from the explosion's impact. Blinking rapidly, Flame adjusted her emotions to see who had protected her. And to her utmost surprise, the familiar student who appeared made her call out loudly, Ma Yuxiang. With crimson pupils, he turned back to look at Flame and asked, Are you okay? Instead of answering the question, Flame raised another concern. That black lightning just now, Ma Yuxiang gave a wry smile and quickly cut her off. Sorry, please forget about it, really. Hei Wenryong's body in front swayed as his gaze dropped to the ground. Ma Yuxiang added seriously, By the way, why didn't you fight? You almost died there. Flame replied calmly and concisely, I tried to resolve it by talking. Ma Yuxiang looked at Flame with a hint of doubt. Talking. She didn't explain the reason. Her eyes no longer dared to meet Ma Yuxiang's directly, instead filled with a series of self-reflective thoughts. In the original story, Azel had purified countless dark mages through dialogue alone, and was once called the Saint of Absolution. That's why she thought perhaps she could bring Hei Wenryong back the same way. In the end, with her abilities, could she really not save anyone? Ma Yuxiang realized she had no intention of continuing and shifted his gaze to the person on the verge of becoming a dark mage right in front of him. I don't know what your plan is, but first you have to be able to fight. Right. Flame pressed her lips together, a bead of sweat forming on her face. She drew the Xuan staff, her trusted magical weapon. Yeah, I can do it. A thought surged within her. This time, I absolutely won't let him die like Zeki. I will definitely save you, Hei Wenryong. Flame wasn't sure how she'd ended up in this situation, but at least things looked promising now that she was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who possessed the protagonist's ability. On the other hand, right in front of her, Hei Wenryong had been overtaken by dark magic force. One hand had transformed into a demonic form. His face darkened completely, so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Hyper jump from Ma Yuxiang's wand unleashed a burst of light, more precisely, brighter lightning bolts. From his position, he moved with extraordinary speed before Flame's eyes, acting on his own initiative. Mana accumulated denser and denser. Instead of charging straight, Ma Yuxiang chose to weave along the wall and appeared directly above Hei Wenryong. The energy was almost divine. Massive lightning bolts continuously spread outward, unleashing magic. Ma Yuxiang's wand pointed straight at Hei Wenryong like the whip of the great earth. Through the decorative green vines, they transformed and targeted him precisely. A huge surprise occurred swiftly. Hei Wenryong's now blackened eyes lifted to meet the incoming attack. And right at that spot, a shockwave erupted, sending dirt, rocks, and smoke flying faster than Ma Yuxiang could react. Hei Wenryong circled behind him. A flash of surprise crossed Ma Yuxiang's face. Hei Wenryong countered, and just like that, Ma Yuxiang dodged and returned to his position in front of Flame below. White smoke drifted in, both prepared to clash again as if there had never been any interruption. Feeling left out and a bit annoyed, Flame wasn't pleased and began casting a binding light magic. Countless beams of light targeting Hei Wenryong with no gaps. The battle's momentum shifted, now favoring Flame and Ma Yuxiang. The Xuan staff trembled slightly in her hands, but Flame gripped it firmly. Hei Wenryong struggled to break free from the restraint. His own voice automatically called out a name. Flame seized the opportunity. Ma Yuxiang flashed forward and appeared right behind. A fiery fist was summoned. Ma Yuxiang's pupils contracted sharply. One strike downward, the fist collided, sending sparks flying in recoil and blasting Hei Wenryong far away. The two regrouped to prepare for the next moves. And of course, seriousness was essential. Where Hei Wenryong had landed, residual shock had cracked the architecture behind him. Pain spread through him as he groaned. Noticing that, Flame turned to Ma Yuxiang to speak for her. This is the moment we need to act. But Ma Yuxiang cut her off. It's not over yet. Because Ma Yuxiang hadn't taken his eyes off the target, Flame quickly followed his gaze. The urgency in Flame's heart grew stronger. She no longer believed things were heading in a good direction ahead. Now, joints twisted unnaturally. Hei Wenryong stood up, but the darkness had transformed him beyond human. A long horn emerged, proof of the unique dark magic corruption. Hei Wenryong, her voice rose slightly in an attempt to bring him back, but it was futile. Instead, unease multiplied. This was serious. The corruption had spread so widely. An instinctive warning slipped out quickly. Ma Yuxiang, that's dangerous. Get away fast. Before she could finish, the the corrupted He Wenryong appeared silently right between the two. His hand clamped onto Ma Yuxiang's face in complete surprise. When the force was released, He Wenryong let go and Ma Yuxiang flew far. He crashed into architecture. Smoke and dust rose again instead of calling Hei's name like before. Now Flame changed who she called, Ma Yuxiang. Flame hadn't expected things to change so quickly. She paused for a second, not calm, but her heart racing faster because the black shadow had imprinted on his face. Since she had confirmed 2 people earlier, one had been blasted away, the remaining one was Flame, so He Wenryong's red eyes couldn't look away. A sense of helplessness in the face of the crisis. Flame's eyes clearly showed panic. He Wenryong. The corrupted He Wenryong seemed to understand from that. He tried to call out a name, Flame. As the two were about to exchange words, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a blazing fist charging forward. Manner and mood remained completely unchanged. He Wenryong didn't move, standing still to take the attack. The explosion erupted directly on his body. Flame stared in shock, unable to believe he'd just taken it head-on like that. Ma Yuxiang locked his gaze, but uneasy sweat took over. Because the fist was still pressed against He Wenryong's face, yet it had no effect. Then those red eyes opened again. The gap in strength was no longer surprising. Following a natural motion, the corrupted hand this time gripped Ma Yuxiang's throat completely unnoticed in its speed. The grip was iron solid. He Wenryong slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang. Aside from the binding magic earlier, Flame could now only speak and do nothing. Ma Yuxiang bit his lip lightly, worry doubled. If things continued like this, He Wenryong really would kill Ma Yuxiang. But with her current strength, she had no way to stop He Wenryong. What should I do now? He Wenryong still held his corrupted form, but his hazy consciousness still recognized the person he was holding. Ma Yuxiang. The grip suddenly tightened. Ma Yuxiang began to struggle for breath. His expression twisted, but his voice nearly returned to He Wenryong. I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. In the end, it's me, Ma Yuxiang. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang cut in with a very strange statement. Something's off. With those words, He Wenryong paused his actions in surprise, his blackened face resembling some character from another story. He Wenryong muttered to himself and said, Huh. Since she was only observing from the side, Flame also noticed the return of expression in He Wenryong. He Wenryong has a moment of clarity now, right? Determination surged within her, preparing to act. If it's now then. Besides noticing the change from Ma Yuxiang, he also noticed Flame's change, so one hand was thrust straight out. Flame's prepared motion was forcibly halted. Ma Yuxiang's face went cold, his pupils contracting once more. I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, but in the end, you're just like that too. How disappointing. He Wenryong's killing intent suddenly thickened. He Wenryong's blackened skin showed no fear, but his expression twisted even more strangely than before. Ma Yuxiang must win. Time rewound to the past. First year of middle school, spring. He Wenryong was only 14 years old. A trace of innocence showed on his face. He stood before the bewildered, even more childlike Ma Yuxiang, also 14 years old. Annoyed by that expression, He Wenryong frowned with a slightly colder voice. Fight me. Ma Yuxiang froze with stiff sweat, utterly confused. To shake off the awkwardness, Ma Yuxiang looked around to see if anyone was nearby. When it was just the two of them, he asked softly, Are you talking to me? Why do you suddenly want to fight me? He Wenryong didn't change, replying, I can't accept that you're ranked above me, so let's make the ranking clear. A rare look of surprise appeared on Ma Yuxiang. Make the ranking clear. But that was exactly what he wanted too. A smile spread on his lips. All right, let's give it a try. Once the challenge was accepted, both decided to use the school training ground as the venue for the match. Ma Yuxiang looked at the black wand. A magic duel. Let's test the wand while we're at it. Seeing it was fine, he broke into a bright smile. Then you attack first. Facing the serious He Wenryong. What kind of stance is that? His eyes narrowed slightly. He was a genius, from birth as the heir to the full moon tower and starting to learn letters. I studied magic. You trained tirelessly every day to become the best magical warrior. Yet in the freshman ranking, Ma Yuxiang first, He Wenryong second. I ended up in second place. The existence of genius Ma Yuxiang felt like lightning striking straight into my heart. Attention shifted as a classmate called someone, Yuxiang, let's go together. All right, let's go. Ma Yuxiang smiled back. Is he really Ma Yuxiang? But the more I observed him, the more his behavior disappointed me. Reading strange books unrelated to his studies. Wasting time every day without any effort. I couldn't accept it. He's better than me. I need to prove one thing, my efforts aren't in vain. However, the result was dismal. The wand fell. He Wenryong stared in disbelief, and shock at the same time. I can't believe I actually lost to him. Not a single scratch, not a speck of dust. In contrast to his cheerfulness, Ma Yuxiang was completely focused. And when the result came, he happily walked over to He Wenryang. "Oh, I won. By the way, this magic duel was really fun." A hand landed on his shoulder. He stood beside him, squinting with a smile as he continued. "Thanks to you, this trip was really fun. Let's do it again next time, okay?" And just like that, he left without waiting for He Wenryang to say a single word. The clenched fist stayed tight. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who didn't even try hard or study at all? Is this what a genius looks like? He bent down to pick up the wand. This time, the problem was simply a matter of practice. If I put in the effort, I can win. From that day on, I trained myself until I had no strength left. I trained and trained and trained, but the results stayed exactly the same. He Wenryang lost his spirit. It was ridiculous. This was a one-on-one duel I demanded after understanding and analyzing all of Ma Yuxiang's magic. I couldn't believe it. The gap between us was really that huge. At that moment, Ma Yuxiang raised his hand toward He Wenryang. With a judgment, he smiled and said, "This time was even more fun than the last. Right, do better next time, okay?" He Wenryang silently listened to those words. Pausing for a bit longer, He Wenryang reflected more. Changing his decision, the two shook hands. A small exchange. "Next time I will definitely win. Haha, I'm really looking forward to that." I had no choice but to admit that Ma Yuxiang was a genius. Even so, I decided never to give up so I could prove that all the time and effort I put in wasn't meaningless. One day, I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now Ma Yuxiang was finally in my hands. That memory pulled the blackened He Wenryang back to reality. This time I can win, that's what I thought. Was it really like that? Ma Yuxiang broke into a very bright smile, and the expression was clearly visible. Already so immersed in the power of the black demon that he lost himself. How disappointing. "He Wenryang, I trained hard too so I could fight you properly." The blackened He Wenryang looked dazed. "You trained?" Digging through some old memories. "Do you remember? When we were training in the dungeon, we fought on completely even terms. Back then I was really shocked too. Turns out I'm pretty competitive. After that, for the first time I started the training process, and I've always waited for a rematch with you." He Wenryang began to get greatly flustered. I've never beaten you even once. Now's your chance." But then things went further when Ma Yuxiang's calm voice rang out. "Then go ahead and kill me. Use that power to pierce my heart and enjoy the victory you wanted. And then regret it forever because this will be our final match." Continuous provocations, along with the consequences that would follow. He Wenryang regained the light in his eyes. Outside the fight, Flame was waiting for the most critical moment. Besides that, Ma Yuxiang also narrowed his eyes, waiting. A mark appeared on Ma Yuxiang's neck. That showed the blackened He Wenryang had released Ma Yuxiang. He Wenryang regained his reason, looking dejected as he continued. "I won't kill you to win against you in this state. It would be no different from denying all my own efforts." Outside, Flame was delighted at those words. Thank goodness, He Wenryang's emotions have returned to a human state. Now we can save him. But everything changed again. A wave of magical pressure slammed down on the spot where all three were standing. The blackened He Wenryang grunted in discomfort. Ma Yuxiang was no better. Flame narrowed her eyes, realizing something. This power is. Shifting her gaze when someone spoke. Oh my. Footsteps of a girl in black attire. A golden hoop earring and reddish-brown hair. The vice commander holding a staff calmly spoke. "Isn't this Mazen Tyrant?" Hazen Macaron gently held her staff there, unconsciously creating immense pressure that made Flame unable to move and forced her to kneel. Slightly annoyed, Flame squinted and vaguely recognized exactly who the opponent was. I've seen that character in the original novel. Vice leader of the 13th Black Star team, Hazen Macaron. That meant. At the same moment, footsteps from another person approached. Hazen turned back with her usual puzzled complaint. In the end, the prophecy was completely wrong, The leader clenched his fist, walking coldly forward, expression unchanged, only his words shifting. Keen spoke, "Stop talking nonsense." Hazen etched that face into her memory, plus a precise analysis of this character. Sure enough, that man came too. Leader of the 13th Black Star team, Keen. The two stood side by side, looking toward the blackened target, He Wenryang, and the one who just fought Ma Yuxiang. Without saying anything more, Keen silently used a spell to detect the special dark fluctuation. Hazen's gravity illusion was perfect, enough to lock movement completely. Keen commented on the opponent. The fluctuation wave is so faint it's surprising he could release power at this level. Hazen confirmed. Yeah, what should we do? Keen nodded, opening a space to draw out his wand, voice cold. Target confirmed. Proceed with on-site elimination. Keen's target was the blackened one who had just regained a bit of consciousness. He Wenryong along with Ma Yuxiang and Flame fell into an awkward situation. More precisely, they were shocked by that decisiveness. However, Hazen still felt something was off, so she turned and asked, "Kill him right away. It's still early stage, maybe observe a bit more." But Keen completely cut her off, holding firm to his earlier stance. With just this level already releasing that much power, if he rebels later, the consequences will truly be a catastrophe. Killing him now is the right thing to do. Keen's approach wasn't wrong. Once someone tainted by black magic has been corrupted once, they easily fall a second or third time. Even if temporarily purified, the corruption remains and eventually they get influenced by dark magic and cause slaughter. Once the decision is made, it must be carried out immediately. But coincidentally, one of them didn't accept it. Stop. While they were talking, Ma Yuxiang had gathered all his remaining strength to stand up, truly surprising the vice leader Hazen. A first-year student can endure this much. He's Ma Yuxiang of Stella. Sure enough, the top-ranked freshman is impressive. But Hazen's face gradually darkened, her gaze far from pleasant. Crack, Ma Yuxiang felt an even greater pressure crashing down on his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang tried to lift himself up, Hazen snapped her fingers once and forced him to collapse again. Showing no trace of pity, "Stay down a little longer, okay? Interfering with Big Sis's work isn't allowed." HMP8. In truth, the power gap was absolute. Ma Yuxiang was now on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Though in better condition since no overlapping gravity was on her, Flame still couldn't feel any relief. She gritted her teeth and judged another truth. No good, Ma Yuxiang's condition. Even though recent events differed a lot from the novel she knew, the magic Ma Yuxiang just used was definitely black demonic power. If things continue like this, if Ma Yuxiang uses up all his blue mana, the black demonic power will be exposed in front of them. In that case, along with He Wenryong, resist. Flame forced herself to resist, gripping her mysterious staff tightly. She couldn't lose both of them here, please. Please move, please. Guilt surged in her heart because they were people with such promising future. And then Keen pointed his wand straight at the top of He Wenryong's head. Now it's over. He Wenryong seemed to accept his fate, but Flame still hoped for some miracle. Eyes squeezed shut. Please save him. Mana surged at the tip of Keen's wand without the slightest hesitation. Die, black demon vessel. Wait one more time. Keen halted his action because of a somewhat familiar voice. He turned his head to confirm the direction the sound came from. Only one person can change this situation. A side character from the novel Beak Yusial, Keen vaguely remembered him with that unmistakable face. You are. Going back 10 minutes earlier, right now Beak Yusial was patting the head of a young spirit tribe boy. But his main purpose was buying food, so the head pat was just because of how cute he was. Before leaving, he said a friendly smile. Good luck with your sales, ma'am. The middle-aged woman happily accepted the blessing from him. Thank you, kid, the student. Right after he walked a short distance, the familiar chime sound from the system ran through his mind. 2 consecutive reports appeared, indicating a variable had occurred in episode 8. The He Wenryong Black Demon corruption storyline has begun. Beak Yusial immediately jolted and exclaimed loudly, "What?" A doubt gradually lost its understanding. What's going on? Didn't the Black Demon corruption episode end after completing Zeki's Black Demon storyline? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's Black Demon invasion. Among them, He Wenryong's Black Demon corruption storyline had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. With such extreme and awful difficulty, Beak Yusial hesitated whether to stop it or let it happen. Unable to think further, Beak Yusial decided to hand the food he just bought to another spirit tribe person. Hey, this is really tasty, so eat it. That person was a bit surprised, but still took it and watched Beak Yusial leave. Beak Yusial's choice was his new thought. Even so, he couldn't just sit and watch the bad ending happen. And so, at the present moment, pressure crashed down on the 2 main characters, He Wenryong and Ma Yuxiang. Flame let out a relieved breath because the helper had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions pointed at one target, Beak Yusial. As for Beak Yusial, who just arrived, he was still thinking good thoughts about his classmates, still breathing. Thank goodness, but now that I'm here, what? Keen remained cold there. Hazen. Hazen understood and smiled, taking small steps forward. Got it, leave that kid to me. The staff like a mini scythe, along with light tapping footsteps. She stopped at a spot she deemed reasonable, a cheerful and even more positive mood forming. A suggestion was made. Big Sis will show you a really beautiful illusion too. Overlord Haki activated. The special illusion Hazen created was an extremely powerful type of magic. It carried a direct risk of harm to the target. Very quickly, that effect crashed down on Beak Yusial, but nothing happened at all, proving that something special applied to a special person becomes ordinary. A black cat ran around playfully. Hazen's big round eyes muttered to herself softly, "Huh, no way." She flicked her staff several more times. Cha-cha-cha, this time it had some effect. The effect made Beak Yusial look at the world with half an eye, unable to explain it himself. Hazen looked toward the person slightly taller than her. "Captain, that kid seems unaffected by the illusion," but Keen didn't believe it. His face grew a bit irritated as he added a mocking jab. "Stop messing around, do it properly." Hazen, however, stayed exactly the same. "No, I'm being serious here." Looking back more carefully, his figure was still standing there like a log. Analyzing the problem again, needing a deeper analysis. Basic illusion magic disrupts the opponent's mana. These kids are only having their mana controlled by me, which then creates the gravity hallucination pressing on their body. But for some reason, I feel like there isn't even a single particle of mana in that kid's body. How to put it? It feels like trying to apply a joint lock on a slime. Frowning even more, my magic is at minimum S-class. What kind of ability does that kid even have? Because that illusion was completely nullified, she had no choice but to retreat. Unusually, Keen stepped forward one pace. "Please step aside." The deputy leader coldly gripped his wand, ready at hand, as Keen questioned Beak Yusial and demanded he reveal his true identity, to which Beak Yusial quickly replied, "First-year Stella Academy student, Class S, Combat Magic Department." But Keen wasn't interested in what he already knew. "No, I mean tell me your real identity." Beak Yusial looked puzzled, a bit of confusion swirling in his mind. "My real identity? I'm a Stella student, isn't that right?" Seeing the boy genuinely bewildered with no other answer, Keen's eyebrow twitched. "Fine, I guess you really can't say it." A bigger question mark popped up over Beak Yusial. Wait, what did I just say then? Since he couldn't get any information, Keen decided to cut straight to the point and changed his tone. "I won't interfere with whatever connection you have or the reason you infiltrated Stella Academy, but you are not allowed to interfere with our work." Beak Yusial lowered his head, eyes fixed intently on the other party, and shifted his own tone in response. "That's a bit difficult. Aren't you planning to kill that student right now?" Keen didn't deny it and even let some killing intent leak out. "That's right, we're going to kill him." Even though Hei Wenryang had already turned dark, he could still sense exactly how chilling that voice was. This put Beak Yusial in an even tougher spot. He knew full well that if he fought these people right here and now, he wouldn't last 5 seconds and would definitely die.